The apocalypse arrived. Zombies broke out. Liu Yang and the aloof class beauty were trapped in a room. The class beauty who used to ignore Liu Yang was now kneeling on the ground begging to hold onto his leg. At that moment Liu Yang awakened the many children many blessings system, gained powerful abilities, and embarked on the peak of life. Along the way he encountered various beautiful female survivors and rescued them all into the shelter. Zhao Ming. No, that's the toilet, it's dirty, don't bite it. A female student in a JK uniform with semi-transparent white stockings, perfect figure, and delicate features let out a scream. She was so frightened that her whole body trembled and her beautiful face lost all color. Because her boyfriend seemed to have gone mad at this moment, he was hugging the toilet and frantically gnawing on it, not even caring that several of his teeth were knocked out, as if the toilet were some kind of delicacy. Hearing her scream, her boyfriend instantly turned around, his pale eyes staring straight at her, which startled Tang Mingting, leaving her frozen in place. Zhao Ming was already charging at her with claws bared. Just as Zhao Ming was about to pounce on Tang Mingting, a figure suddenly rushed over, kicked Zhao Ming away, and then swung a baton onto Zhao Ming's head. With his skull dented, Zhao Ming still tried to struggle up. Liu Yang continued to strike him with the baton several times until Zhao Ming's head was smashed open and he finally stopped moving. You killed someone. Tang Mingting pointed at Liu Yang, speaking in terror. Look clearly, is your rich boyfriend still human? If he had bitten you just now, you would have turned into a zombie immediately, you idiot. Liu Yang said coldly. Then he quickly went to close and lock all the doors and windows of the villa. The rescued girl was called Tang Mingting, a freshman at Donghai University and also the class monitor. The one who became a zombie was her boyfriend Zhao Ming, who was also the class academic monitor. The one who saved her was Liu Yang, also a student in their class. The only difference was that Tang Mingting and her boyfriend Zhao Ming were owners of this villa complex, while Liu Yang was a part-time security guard here. Since Liu Yang was an orphan, he had to work part-time to support himself and earn tuition. He worked as a security guard in a luxury compound, coming straight after school on duty until midnight, earning only 3,000 yuan a month. Many of his wealthy classmates lived in this compound. Every time they saw Liu Yang, they would sneer contemptuously, but Liu Yang was already used to it. Some people are born in Rome, some are born as beasts of burden. That's reality. Unfair, but unchangeable. Today Liu Yang was on his regular guard duty. Unexpectedly, screams and commotion broke out in the compound. Then he saw a middle-aged man covered in blood rushing towards him, letting out crazy roars just like the zombies in the movies. Liu Yang didn't hesitate. He pulled out the baton at his waist and struck the man dead. Then he prepared to hide inside a villa. Just as he entered the villa, he saw Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mingting, so he killed Zhao Ming as well. Seeing this, Tang Mingting was completely terrified, pale, trembling all over, and couldn't help but grab Liu Yang's arm. What do we do? Liu Yang, what do we do? You have to protect me. I'm so scared. Outside is so terrifying. You are the security guard of this compound. We pay you your salary. When danger comes, you must charge ahead. Charge ahead. Are you out of your mind? Who told you that a security guard can guarantee safety? Class monitor, you don't expect me to risk my life for 3,000 yuan, do you? You used to mock me as a watchdog, didn't you? Since I'm just a watchdog, how can I protect you? Liu Yang said with a cold smile. Liu Yang, Tang Mingting, and Zhao Ming were all students in the same class. Tang Mingting was the class monitor, and also the class beauty Zhao Ming was the academic monitor. Because he worked as a security guard in this compound, they had often looked down on him. Now this class beauty knew fear. Tang Mingting was left speechless by Liu Yang's words. Liu Yang couldn't be bothered to waste words with this so-called aloof class beauty. He went straight to the refrigerator to check the food inside. He found there was hardly any food inside, only 2 lonely bottles of milk. Liu Yang frowned. Don't you guys stock food at home? We don't know how to cook. We usually eat out at restaurants. So there's no food. Tang Mingting said tremblingly. No food means we'll starve. Outside is full of zombies. Rushing out is basically impossible. Without food, only drinking water, we can survive at most 7 days before starving to death. Liu Yang shook his head. The people in the villa area were mostly rich second generation, rarely cooking themselves. Wanting to search other villas for food was not only questionable whether other villas had any, but the zombies on the road were also a difficult obstacle to break through. The risk was too great. Just as Liu Yang was at a loss, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected the end of the world, global population rapidly decreasing. Host has bound the many children many blessings system. By saving beautiful girls and getting them to agree to be your woman, you will receive system rewards. For the continuation of human civilization, please host have many children. A prolific offspring system. As long as he could make a woman agree to be his, he could become stronger. Liu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then a look of pleasant surprise washed over his face. Originally, seeing that there was little food left in this villa, he had planned to use Tang Mingting as emergency rations. If driven to the brink of starvation, he wouldn't have minded treating her as a delectable feast. Now it seemed there was no need for that. With the system's empowerment, survival would no longer be an issue. As for this aloof class beauty, she had always looked down on him in the past. She used to constantly insult him as a watchdog and took the lead in ostracizing him at school. Her boyfriend Zhao Ming had even brought a gang to beat Liu Yang up on numerous occasions. Liu Yang had long been a frequent victim of school bullying. Whenever those rich second-generation heirs grew bored at school, they would use him as a source of amusement. The female students were also filled with nothing but contempt for Liu Yang. This was an era where money reigned supreme. People often said there was only one disease in this world: poverty. Being poor was the ultimate sin, and Liu Yang happened to be the poorest person in the entire school. Consequently, he was the one despised and looked down upon by everyone in the class. After all, they all believed that someone who had to work part-time as a security guard just to survive during his student days could never amount to anything in the future. Now this aloof school beauty would probably never accept him or agree to become his woman. Even though he had just saved her from the zombies, her perception of him wouldn't change in the slightest. She would only think of using him as a shield to protect her own safety. This high and mighty young mistress had yet to grasp her current situation. How could she possibly treat a lowly security guard as a human being? Liu Yang shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside for the moment. Setting the system's matters aside, the immediate priority was securing food. Walking over to the refrigerator, he took out all the milk inside. Tang Mingting's face fell at the sight of this, and she immediately protested. Liu Yang, what are you doing? If you take all the food, what am I supposed to eat? All the food in this room is mine. Give it to me, she demanded, rushing forward to snatch it from his hands. Slap. Liu Yang delivered a swift backhand to Tang Mingting's face, instantly knocking her to the floor. Dumbfounded and reeling from the blow, she stared at him in utter shock. You? How dare you hit me? A filthy security guard like you actually dares to lay a hand on me. I am the class monitor. Do you believe I can have the school expel you this instant? Oh my dear class monitor, are you alright? School? Everyone at school has turned into zombies. What fucking school are you talking about? It's the apocalypse now, do you understand? It's highly doubtful you'll even survive 3 days, yet you're still obsessing over your damn class monitor status. An idiot like you wouldn't even survive 3 episodes in a TV show, you know that. Liu Yang said, looking down at Tang Mingting with utter disdain. But you still can't steal my food. Tang Mingting cried, clutching her swollen cheek with a trembling, tearful voice. What do you mean your food? If I hadn't saved you, you would have been bitten by Zhao Ming and turned into a zombie long ago. Instead of showing gratitude, you actually have the audacity to fight me for food. Are you even worthy? Liu Yang spat viciously. Sob sob. You bastard, you're being completely unreasonable. This villa belongs to Zhao Ming, and he is my boyfriend. Doesn't that make this food mine? Sob sob. Tang Mingting burst into hysterical tears. Reasonable? Were you being reasonable when you led the class to isolate me back at school? Was your boyfriend Zhao Ming being reasonable when he brought thugs to beat me up? Reason? Go to hell with your reason. Liu Yang roared in anger. The mere memory of his miserable, oppressed life at school filled him with rage. I admit I was wrong in the past, but I'm a girl and you're a man. Can't you be a bit more generous? Being so petty, do you even look like a man? Putting facts aside, even if I was 99% in the wrong, didn't you have 1% of the blame? Isn't it your fault for being so poor? It's only because you don't work hard that you're so poor. That's why you deserve to be despised. Slap. Liu Yang delivered another hard slap to Tang Mingting's other cheek. Instantly, both sides of her face swelled up like a pig's head, finally, making her look perfectly symmetrical. You fucking dare to play your double standards with me. Let me tell you, don't try those tricks on me. I'm no simp, and I won't be your lapdog. I have no morals, so don't try to guilt trip me. Keep whining, and I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Still looking down on poor people. If you didn't exploit the poor, how could you possibly be rich? You are wealthy not because you ignorant rich heirs possess any real ability, but simply because you were born into a privileged family, understand? Furthermore, all this food is mine. If you dare touch a single piece, I'll beat you to death. Seeing Liu Yang's furious expression, Tang Mingting finally shut her mouth in terror. She had never seen Liu Yang like this before. She had always thought he was a submissive coward with a weak heart. Who could have known that the current Liu Yang would not only blow Zhao Ming's head off, but also turn violent at the slightest provocation? He showed absolutely no regard for her beauty. How could she dare provoke him any further? She could only sit on the floor, clutching her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Liu Yang couldn't be bothered with her. He grabbed the food, found a room, and lay down. He brought the food into the room and locked the door, leaving Tang Mingting to starve outside. Having been chased by zombies earlier, killing one of them, and then taking down Zhao Ming after entering the villa, he was utterly exhausted. Lying on the plush bed, Liu Yang couldn't help but stretch. He had to admit the bed in this luxury villa was incredibly soft. Back when his monthly salary was a mere 3,000 yuan, he probably wouldn't have been able to sleep on a bed like this in his entire life. Being able to lie here now was ironically thanks to the apocalypse. Soon Liu Yang drifted off to sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock the next morning, and his stomach was growling loudly. The very first thing he did upon waking up was chug a bottle of milk. Only then did he head out to wash up. Hearing the noise outside, Tang Mengting emerged from her room. The swelling on her face had gone down, restoring her usual beauty. Clutching her stomach, she looked at Liu Yang with desperate longing, and said, "Liu Yang, we were wrong about what happened in the past. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please give me something to eat. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for a whole day and night. I feel like my stomach is going to cave in if I don't eat something." The zombie outbreak had started yesterday morning, and Tang Mengting hadn't eaten anything since. It had been 24 hours without food, and the hunger gnawing at her stomach was unbearable. "So you know you were wrong now." Liu Yang sneered. "Yes, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never look down on poor people again, and I'll never talk down to you." Tang Mengting's face was filled with sincerity. "Sure, go grab a bowl. I can share some milk with you." "Ah, really? That's wonderful, thank you." A spark of hope lit up Tang Mengting's eyes as she rushed to the kitchen to fetch a bowl. Liu Yang actually poured the milk into it. Staring at the milk in the bowl, Tang Mengting couldn't help but lick her lips. Then Liu Yang placed the milk on the table. Tang Mengting looked at him in confusion. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Kneel down and beg me." "Liu Yang, you." Tang Mengting's face instantly flushed with anger. "You've gone too far." "Oh, what's wrong? Back then you paid me a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan and ordered me around like a dog. Now that I'm giving you life-saving food, I can't order you around a bit." As he spoke, Liu Yang reached to pick up the bowl from the table. Tang Mengting panicked instantly. Wait. I didn't say I wouldn't kneel." She immediately dropped to her knees on the floor. Looking at this once aloof class beauty who used to despise him and call him a dog, now kneeling before him like a dog herself to beg, Liu Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Is having money really that great? When the apocalypse comes, no matter how rich you were, don't you still have to kneel on the ground and beg for food? After Tang Mengting finished her bowl, a look of still showed face. With a hungry gaze, she spoke to Liu Yang. Liu Yang, is there any more? I can still eat lying on my stomach the way I did just now. Oh, you can give me a little more food. As for dignity, it has long been cast aside from my mind. Since that first time, the feeling of having to bow down and lower oneself no longer troubled me. After all, isn't it just lying down to eat? So what? As long as there is food to fill the belly, what method you use to eat doesn't matter. After a night of hunger, Tang Mengting understood this. What she possessed in the end times, status and money, were but clouds. Dignity was the least valuable thing. Only food mattered most. Because food is what keeps you alive. Yet the answer she received only brought disappointment. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "There is no food left. That bottle of milk was the last nourishment, so I intend to go out in search of food. You stay in this room and starve." "Not possible. I want to go with you to search for food as well. You promised to protect me, and I've already done what you asked." I lay on the ground begging like a hungry dog. "Isn't that enough?" Tang Mengting grew anxious at once. In the apocalypse, once she left Liu Yang's protection, he would either starve to death in this villa or, unable to endure the hunger, venture out to find food and then be bitten alive by zombies. There is absolutely no third possibility. So clinging to Liu Yang's leg is the most prudent choice. You wagged your tail and begged on the ground. "Oh, I gave you food. I have already been merciful. If you want to follow me and let me protect you, that isn't impossible either." Liu Yang stroked his chin and appraised Tang Mengting from head to toe. As a class beauty, Tang Mengting possessed exquisite features and a commanding figure, a rare beauty among 10,000. And because of this, she could be pursued by countless rich heirs. Besides her genuine boyfriend Zhao Ming, her circle included at least dozens of sycophantic backups. Claiming that no one had feelings for her was false. In the class who didn't have thoughts about this beauty, who wouldn't want to press her beneath them? Seeing Liu Yang's gaze, Tang Mengting reacted instantly. She was all too familiar with that greedy look. As a top beauty walking the streets, she drew every head. In the eyes of those lecherous men, that same greedy expression gleamed. "No, it's impossible. You're just a security guard. What are you thinking?" Tang Mengting stepped back several paces, covering her chest with her hand. Her boyfriend Zhao Ming was a super rich heir with billions in assets, and he typically went to school in a BMW. He lived in such luxurious villas as well. Even so, she had never easily let Zhao Ming have his way. They had dated for a full 6 months at most, only reaching the stage of holding hands. Now Liu Yang, a lowly security guard despised by everyone at school, supposedly wanted her. Could Tang Mengting possibly agree? Haha, yes, impossible. Do you despise me for being a security guard, thinking I'm not worthy of you? Fine, then you can starve here. When the zombies break and you'll be eaten alive, then you'll see whether those zombies spare a rich miss like you. After hearing Liu Yang's words, Tang Mengting instantly grew afraid. She recalled Zhao Ming turning into a zombie and gnawing on a toilet in frenzy. That sight was truly terrifying. To be gnawed by zombies bite after bite. Would that not be more painful than torture? The thought sent a shiver through Tang Mengting's body. Alright, I accept your request. I agree to be your woman. Tang Mengting bit her lip, as if making a very hard decision in her heart. Tang Mengting, with her exceptional looks, had dated many boys. Each boyfriend was bewitched and showered her with precious gifts. She moved with ease among the rich heirs, yet had never been won over by one of them. Now she had run into a security guard who refused to budge. She collapsed in an instant. Tang Mingting felt deeply aggrieved, her eyes turning red with tears. Liu Yang received a system notification. The other party has agreed to become your woman. Congratulations, host, you have earned a novice reward. Reward 1, O future projection ability. 2, virus immunity ability. 3, A all base attributes plus 20. 4, O genetic enhancement. Have 4 rewards at once. Liu Yang broke into a smile and quickly checked the details of these rewards. 1, O future projection level 1. You can simulate the near future within an hour 3 times a day. 2, virus immunity level 1. You can immunize against the virus of ordinary zombies. Even if bitten, you won't be infected. 3, attribute enhancement. All base attributes increase by 20. 4, A genetic enhancement. The system fortifies your genetic genes, allowing you to seed and branch with a partner in a single attempt, including, but not limited to, ordinary humans. Note: saving the girl and getting her to agree to be your woman can grant a new ability or upgrade an existing one. For every 10 zombies killed, you gain an attribute point that can be used to increase your own attributes. Seeing the details, Liu Yang was thrilled. These 2 abilities are incredibly powerful. The future projection ability lets you foresee the future trajectory in advance, avoiding danger. With this skill, one could simply endure and grow stronger. And the virus immunity skill means you won't be infected or others once bitten or scratched turn into zombies, but as long as you aren't directly bitten to death, you're fine. In the apocalypse, this skill can be called a life-saving divine art. As for genetic enhancement, this ability draws Liu Yang's attention the most each time it can seed and branch successfully in one go, which in essence means one decisive act of propagation. But what does targets include but not limited to ordinary humans mean? Are there non-ordinary humans in this world? Enough thinking for now. After the excitement, Liu Yang checked his own status panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age 18. Height 185. Weight 80 kilograms. Strength 70. Speed 70. Stamina 70. Spirit 70. Has abilities: 1, a future projection, 2, virus immunity. After the system raised his base attributes by 20 points, all his base attributes reached 70. That means the average adult male's base attributes would be around 50. He was about 40 stronger. Very well. Now he should be able to take on 3 foes at once. Ordinary zombies were no match as long as he wasn't surrounded. Seeing his strength enhanced, Liu Yang was brimming with confidence. On only the second day of the apocalypse, he had already acquired such a powerful ability, along with a 40% boost to his basic attributes. Compared to ordinary people, he was already far ahead. This would allow him to survive much better in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Tang Mingting remained curled up on the bed, her face filled with grievance. Truth be told, Liu Yang was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Tang Mingting to be completely inexperienced in intimacy. To think that he was actually her very first man. That fellow Zhao Ming had been dating her for several months and frequently brought her to the villa. Had they merely been playing board games the entire time? Or was it that Zhao Ming was simply incompetent? This had turned out to be a massive stroke of luck for himself. Liu Yang cast a glance at her and said, "Enough, get up quickly. We need to set out and search for food. Why play the victim now? Didn't you enjoy yourself just moments ago?" Tang Mingting climbed out of bed with a dazed expression and quietly followed behind Liu Yang. Having just undergone Liu Yang's intense initiation, she still felt a lingering soreness that made walking somewhat difficult. Before setting out, Liu Yang initiated a deduction of their future path. Cinematic scenes instantly flashed across his mind with vivid realism. In this deduction, they encountered no mishaps along the way and successfully secured food, indicating they could safely depart. Before they left, Liu Yang warned Tang Mingting, "From now on, you will follow my instructions to the letter. Do not make a single sound, or you will attract the zombies. When searching for food, focus solely on high-calorie items that can satisfy hunger. Do not waste space on useless items." "Understood." "Understood," Tang Mingting replied, nodding her head. The 2 of them each slung a backpack over their shoulders and stepped out the door. By now, a deathly silence had reclaimed the villa area. The screams and commotions had vanished, leaving behind a desolate wasteland where not a single sound could be heard. No zombies lingered outside the door. Only a few skeletons stripped clean of flesh lay scattered on the ground, casting a foul stench that could be smelled from afar. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no zombies were in sight, Liu Yang stepped out and headed straight for the mini fire station. As a security guard of this residential community, he knew every nook and cranny like the back of his hand. Inside the mini fire station lay a fire axe, an excellent weapon that could cleave a zombie's skull in a single strike. Quickly arriving at the station, Liu Yang retrieved the fire axe and immediately made his way toward the community convenience store. It was the sole food outlet in the villa district, stocked with a decent supply of provisions. If he could fill his backpack, it would sustain him for at least a week. Upon reaching the convenience store, they spotted several zombies wandering outside alongside a few stripped corpses littered across the ground. Liu Yang charged forward, fire axe in hand. With his basic attributes boosted by 40%, a mere handful of zombies posed no threat to him. Spotting Liu Yang, the zombies instantly let out guttural roars and lunged toward him with bared teeth. Liu Yang swung his axe directly into the skull of the leading zombie, instantly splitting it open. He wrenched the weapon free and struck again, sending another zombie crashing to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, he had dispatched 3 zombies. Witnessing this, Tang Mingting stood utterly dumbfounded. Ferocious. He was absolutely ferocious. The way Liu Yang slaughtered zombies was even more relentless than his performance in bed. Was this man born to slay these monsters? Tang Mingting had initially felt deeply aggrieved, viewing her violation by a mere security guard as a profound humiliation. But seeing how formidable Liu Yang was, her sense of grievance began to fade. In an apocalypse, a powerhouse who slaughtered zombies with such decisive precision without so much as blinking was surely the ultimate protector to rely on. As long as she clung to him, she stood a chance at survival. Move, start gathering food. Don't just stand there. The commotion from this fight might draw more zombies to our position. We must hurry. Seeing Tang Mingting standing dazed in a stupor, Liu Yang snapped her back to reality. Oh, right, I understand. With that, the two of them stepped inside the convenience store. Inside, a lone zombie wandered aimlessly behind the counter. He was the store owner, whom Liu Yang recognized instantly, having frequently bought drinks from him in the past. It seemed the owner had not escaped the outbreak, either succumbing to the infection. Liu Yang drove his axe into the man's skull to put him out of his misery, then immediately began stuffing provisions into his backpack. Meanwhile, he reminded Tang Mingting, take only high-calorie, filling, and easily portable food. Things like sugar milk sausages and vacuum-sealed chicken legs. Yes, I understand, Tang Mingting nodded. Within a minute, both of their backpacks were crammed to the brim. As they prepared to leave, they noticed a horde of zombies closing in from the distance. Liu Yang scanned the street. There were at least a dozen of them. Run? There are too many for even me to handle. Tang Mingting gasped in terror as she saw the approaching horde. She immediately took off. Pursued by the zombies, the two of them bolted into the villa nearest to the convenience store and slammed the heavy door shut behind them. Cut off from their prey, the zombies halted their chase. Inside the villa, the original owner had already turned. Liu Yang swiftly dispatched him with his axe. Tang Mingting asked in confusion. Liu Yang, why didn't we just lock ourselves inside the convenience store? That way we would have had an endless supply of food right there. We aren't the only survivors in this villa district, Liu Yang replied. The convenience store is the sole source of food here. Right now, they might be too terrified of the zombies to venture out, but hunger will eventually force their hand. They will eventually risk coming to the store. If we stay there, we will likely be discovered and killed by other desperate survivors. Liu Yang explained. Although his strength had increased, he did not harbor the illusion of being invincible. Staying in the convenience store and hoarding all the food would inevitably make them targets for every desperate survivor in the area. In the face of starvation, even the most cowardly individuals would take extreme risks. Liu Yang's current power was not yet enough to make him the enemy of everyone. Thus, it was far safer to secure a nearby villa and make multiple scavenging runs than to remain in the store. Emptying the contents of their backpacks, Liu Yang told Tang Mingting, from now on, the food must be strictly rationed. We can only consume a set amount each day, or we won't last long. The commotion from our fight earlier has drawn over a dozen zombies to the convenience store and our villa. Our next run for food will be significantly more perilous. So we must conserve what we have. Yes, Tang Mingting nodded obediently. Having witnessed Liu Yang's formidable power firsthand, she dared not voice any objection. Liu Yang came upstairs, opened the window, and observed the zombies outside. They stood aimlessly in front of the villa, waiting for their next prey to appear. These zombies clearly saw Tang Mingting and me retreat into the villa, yet they made no further attempts to assault it. This indicates their intelligence is extremely limited. As long as we remain silent and out of their line of sight, they will not attack. The low intelligence of zombies proved to be a favorable development. As Liu Yang was observing the zombies, he caught movement from the corner of his eye, the neighboring villa across the way. His attention shifted immediately. He discovered a remarkably beautiful girl standing by her window, repeatedly waving at him. A female survivor. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, focusing on her figure. Though the distance was considerable enough to obscure fine details of her features, he could still make out her delicate facial structure and pale complexion, a stunning beauty. When she realized Liu Yang had spotted her, a radiant smile spread across her face. She then turned away from the window and moments later reappeared, holding a large drawing board. A fine art student. What's her intention? Does she wish to paint me? Liu Yang stroked his chin, suddenly intrigued by this attractive young woman. Soon the drawing board was turned around. Liu Yang could clearly make out the words written upon it. 3 characters. I'm so hungry. I wondered what she intended to do, putting in all that effort just to convey this. Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh aloud. I'm hungry too. Liu Yang exaggerated his mouth movements toward the beautiful girl across from him. The girl swiftly scribbled something on her board once more. I just saw you gather provisions. Could you spare me some? She must have spotted me, Liu Yang realized. It appears she witnessed me collecting supplies from the convenience store earlier. Nevertheless, he shook his head toward her, and formed the word with his lips, no. Woo woo woo. A pitiful crying expression appeared on the drawing board. Ha! This girl was quite amusing. Liu Yang chuckled at her self-drawn expression. He gestured toward her, then pointed back to his room, silently shaping the words with his lips. Come here, and I'll give you food. Upon seeing Liu Yang's message, the girl instantly brightened. She leaned out the window to survey the surroundings, discovering all the zombies clustered at Liu Yang's villa entrance. Gaining entry through the door was impossible. However, the window presented an alternative route. The villa district was home to wealthy residents who had no need for security concerns, so nobody had installed protective window grills. They'd mar the aesthetic appeal of these homes. The first floor side window provided direct access to Liu Yang's ground level. He simply needed to leave it unlocked beforehand. No zombies stood between the two villas. If she could approach the window stealthily, she could gain entry. Upon spotting this route, the beautiful girl immediately resumed writing on her board. Open the first floor window, and I'll come in through it. Liu Yang leaned out to observe, confirming both villas indeed had windows on the ground floor. The distance between the windows was roughly 50 meters, with no zombies blocking their path. As long as they maintained silence, they wouldn't alert the zombies gathered at the villa entrance. This girl showed remarkable quick thinking and decisiveness, qualities that were uncommon in someone her age and gender. Liu Yang descended to the first floor and positioned himself beside the window, waving through the glass. The girl, seeing he was ready, hurried downstairs immediately. Tang Mingting watched Liu Yang standing by the window and asked with confusion, "What are you doing?" "Waiting to welcome a fleeing lamb," he replied with a smile, never looking back. Admittedly, this art student's actions had piqued Liu Yang's interest. A girl capable of making such decisive choices in the apocalypse rather than passively awaiting death indoors was truly admirable. Tang Mingting, for instance, would never have such courage. Hearing Liu Yang's words, she too leaned toward the window and spotted a girl sprinting toward them. Spanning the 50-meter gap between the villas took only moments. The girl reached Liu Yang's window swiftly. He threw it open, she climbed through, and he immediately closed it behind her. Only after she entered the villa could Liu Yang properly see her. What an exquisite face! She was significantly more beautiful than Tang Mingting. Her large clear eyes held an innocent brightness, complemented by a high nose bridge that suggested mixed heritage. She possessed both an angelic face and a figure that could only be described as devastatingly attractive. She was an absolute stunner. Tang Mingting recognized her instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief. You're He Yushi, the goddess of Class 2, and one of the 4 campus beauties, right? He Yushi was an art major and one of the 4 most celebrated beauties on campus, pursued by countless male students. The number of boys confessing their feelings to her exceeded 4 figures. While Tang Mingting had dozens of admirers, He Yushi had hundreds at minimum. Thank you both. Yes, I am He Yushi. I'm grateful you recognized me, she panted, repeatedly patting her chest as she struggled to catch her breath. Though the distance was merely a few dozen meters, the fear and tension had pushed her to exert every ounce of strength she possessed, sprinting faster than ever before. Those few dozen meters had drained her completely. After regaining her composure, she finally spoke. "I'm exhausted and parched. Let me drink some water first." With that, she headed straight to the kitchen and drank directly from the tap water, gurgling loudly as she quenched her thirst, completely abandoning any notion of maintaining a goddess's dignified image. Liu Yang found her behavior rather amusing. He'd heard of He Yushi and the other 3 campus beauties during his school days. Back then, burdened by poverty and insecurity, he'd never dared to entertain such thoughts, so he paid no attention to who was considered attractive, only glancing from afar when he felt bold enough. Liu Yang had also heard that He Yushi was exceptionally aloof and selective. No one had succeeded in courting her, not even the wealthiest heirs. Male students had elevated her to near-divine status, speaking of her as if she were untouchable. A mere exchange of words with someone like her felt like receiving a tremendous blessing. Yet now Liu Yang found those rumors entirely false. He Yushi appeared carefree and unpretentious, decisive in her actions, unlike the timid girls around her, and her demeanor seemed genuinely approachable. Nowhere near the untouchable deity people had painted her to be. After finishing her drink, He Yushi stepped up to Liu Yang, and Tang Mingting tidied her hair, drew a deep breath, and fixing her gaze on Liu Yang, extended her smooth fair hand. "Hello, guard. I'm He Yushi. Nice to meet you. I think I know you. Your name seems to be Liu Yang, isn't it? The school says you skipped 30 years of detours, becoming a security guard while still a student living an early retirement life. You're quite the celebrity." Seeing the other's sly, smiling expression, Liu Yang knew she was trying to break the ice, so he cracked a joke. He reached out to shake her hand, and after the shake he held on to it for a moment. "I never expected that even one of the 4 campus belles, the goddess He Yushi, would have heard of my name. That is truly an honor." Feeling the smoothness of her skin, Liu Yang couldn't help but inwardly marvel, soft as jade, flawless and pristine. Could this be the touch of a goddess? If this had happened before the zombie outbreak, a handshake with a goddess would have let me brag from freshman year to graduation. And whoever had held He Yushi's hand might not wash it for a year. He Yushi, pulled by Liu Yang, blushed and quickly withdrew her hand, then with a smile said, "Since we're all alumni, and have heard of each other's names, we might as well call ourselves friends, right? Friend, could you spare some food for me to eat?" Liu Yang wore a knowing look. This beauty, the campus goddess, had come close to him and revealed her true aim. She wanted food. But Liu Yang's food isn't that easy to obtain. He shook his head. "No, in the apocalypse food is scarce. Oh, every scrap could mean life or death. How could I give it away to others? Even if you're a campus belle, that won't fly. Ah, dear brother, be kind. I'm really hungry. If you don't feed me, I feel I'll starve to death, and you wouldn't want to see me die, would you?" He Yusher immediately spoke to Liu Yang in a coquettish tone. Her flirting had never failed before. Even the coldest idol could not resist when she called him good brother. But Liu Yang remained unmoved. "No, this concerns life and death. Your flirting won't help. Then what do you propose I do to get food?" He Yusher asked pitifully. "It's simple, take a bath first, then come to my room, and I'll tell you." Liu Yang grinned slyly. His gaze swept from head to toe over He Yusher. Not only did she possess a goddess-like beauty with a mixed blood allure, but she also had a devilish figure, long legs straight, and pale, a waist so slender it could be held in one hand, and an almost unbelievable waist-to-hip ratio. That perfect figure was a weapon in itself. If such a sight existed before the apocalypse, anyone who could press a kiss to He Yusher's fragrance would surely have their ancestors' graves smoking. After hearing Liu Yang's words, He Yusher's face showed an expression of disbelief. This guy spoke of such things so naturally. He was shameless. All this. Isn't that a bit much? We just met on day one, and didn't you share food with her too? He Yusher pointed at Tang Mingting. Because she became my woman yesterday, Liu Yang said calmly. Ah. He Yusher showed a shocked expression. Tang Mingting, the class president and diligent social butterfly, had already capitulated so quickly to this little security guard. He Yusher found it hard to believe. "I'll wait in my room, you can think about it properly." After speaking, Liu Yang went back upstairs, lying on the bed to rest. Lying there, he began to map out the future. Half an hour later, He Yusher knocked on his door. "She's here after all." Liu Yang's face lit with a happy expression. Thinking of He Yusher's mixed blood goddess-like features and that stunning figure, he felt a surge of excitement. In his chest, a blaze of passion burned on and on. "Come in." Liu Yang steadied his breath, suppressing the inner fire, and spoke toward the door. He Yusher gently pushed the door open, still wearing a nervous expression. Clearly she had just washed herself. Her long black hair hung wet and straight, resting on her smooth shoulders, looking incredibly alluring. She said to Liu Yang hesitantly, "Liu Yang, can we discuss this? We're all university classmates, don't push things to the limit. How about you feed me, and I'll draw you a portrait? My drawings are really beautiful. I can draw a portrait of you and make you look handsome." He Yusher's stomach was truly hungry. But if she yields to Liu Yang for a bite to eat, she feels it would be unworthy. She had once been regarded as a goddess. Many excellent men sought to date her, and she had not agreed. Among them were super scholars, incredibly handsome men, top-tier heirs, and more. He Yusher rejected them all. Now to bow to a mere security guard, she simply could not accept. "That won't do. You're so beautiful. One of the 4 campus belles, a goddess everyone looks up to. Any normal man would want to claim you for himself. If I didn't have such thoughts, would I still be a man? Unless I am a eunuch, I wouldn't have such thoughts." Liu Yang laughed. "But without emotion, such actions lack a soul." "You're speaking somewhat reasonably," He Yusher said seriously. Liu Yang stroked his chin. "There's some truth in what you say. Isn't that so? You think so too, right? So why not accept my condition and let me draw you?" He Yusher's eyes brightened at those words. Yet Liu Yang continued, "Then you should start cultivating some feelings for me now, quickly." He Yusher was speechless. She hadn't expected Liu Yang to be so brazen, spouting such nonsense. Can feelings really be nurtured in a short time? And to feel anything for a mere security guard? It's really hard for me. Isn't this just making things hard for her? He Yusher was on the verge of breaking down. Looking at his expression, Liu Yang pretended in a female voice, "But it's really hard for me to develop feelings for a mere security guard." Huh. He Yusher widened her eyes. Liu Yang continued with exaggerated expression, "So many rich heirs, so many handsome men, so many top students pursued me, and I refused them all. How could I agree to a security guard?" Huh. He Yusher was stunned. She exclaimed to Liu Yang in disbelief, Do you have mind-reading abilities? How can you know my inner thoughts?" Liu Yang grinned smugly. "I not only read minds, I can also see right through. On your chest to the left, there's a light red birthmark, heart-shaped." He Yusher widened her eyes, showing a look of disbelief, then quickly covered her chest with her hand. He Yusher stared at Liu Yang as though she had seen a ghost. She could not fathom how he knew her innermost thoughts or the birthmark hidden upon her body. That birthmark was in an extremely private place, known to no one except He Yusher's parents. How could Liu Yang possibly know? Gazing at her utterly bewildered expression, a smug smile spread across Liu Yang's face. Before He Yusher had even entered this room, he had already simulated the events to come. In that vision, he forced himself upon He Yusher within that very room, and afterward, she completely submitted. They spoke at length, and through their conversation, he gathered a wealth of information. Now that he had revealed those details, she naturally assumed he possessed the ability to read minds. His foresight of future events besides helping him evade danger proved remarkably useful for winning over women. A look of smug confidence graced his features as he spoke to Hiyushir. Since yesterday, I have eliminated several zombies. I can even read your thoughts and pierce through your personal secrets. Do you still believe I am merely an ordinary person? Hiyushir remained in a state of shock. After hearing Liu Yang's words, her perception of him genuinely shifted. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, he had displayed extraordinary courage confronting the undead head-on. And on the second day, he became the first to venture to the convenience store in search of provisions, proving that he was braver and more resourceful than the other survivors. Now he could not only read her mind, but also uncover the deepest secrets of her body. All of this indicated that although Liu Yang had once been nothing more than a humble security guard, in this apocalyptic world he was undoubtedly an exceptionally capable and reliable man, far more useful than those so-called scholars or wealthy second-generation heirs. Even Hiyushir found herself unable to suppress her growing admiration for Liu Yang. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Liu Yang's current demeanor embodied the true essence of a powerful man. If she thought about it this way, perhaps it was not so difficult to accept after all. Her inner resolve wavered. Only a final step remained. Liu Yang of course understood this perfectly. Were their abilities even more formidable than mind-reading and clairvoyance? Just how many secrets was this fellow hiding? It was as though this unassuming security guard were a mystery waiting to be endlessly unraveled, each revelation sparking fresh anticipation within her. Her interest in Liu Yang only deepened. Liu Yang asked, "So will you agree to be my girlfriend?" She nodded. Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully convincing your companion to become your girlfriend. You have unlocked a new ability, Ice Control. Upon seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was filled with delight. Had he awakened an ice element ability? Liu Yang had watched countless films, and even among fictional mutants, Ice Man was an extraordinarily powerful existence. Therefore, this ice element ability must rank at least A tier or above. He promptly checked the description. Ice Control Level 1. The host can condense water into ice and command ice shards to attack enemies. Liu Yang tested the ability. With a slight flick of his will, the moisture in the air instantly crystallized into a slender ice needle. He then fired it forth. Thwack! A deep crater instantly appeared on the wall beside the window. Witnessing this, Liu Yang was taken aback. Such devastating power. If it could carve a crater into a concrete wall, what would happen if it struck a person's head? Would it be an instant kill? He continued his experimentation. He discovered that at present he could condense a maximum of 5 ice needles before his mental energy was completely depleted, after which a 15-minute cooldown would activate. So it's equivalent to having 5 shots per reload with a 15-minute cooldown. It seems this ability cannot be used infinitely. I'll have to reserve it for critical moments. Nevertheless, even with a 15-minute reload time, this power is already remarkably strong. A guaranteed headshot ability proves invaluable against both zombies and hostile humans. After reviewing the skill description, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Hiyushir lying beside him, resolved to reward her properly. An hour later, the storm had passed. Holding the breathtaking campus beauty in his arms, Liu Yang's heart overflowed with contentment. In peaceful times, merely uttering a single word to Hiyushir, one of the 4 great beauties of the campus, was every young man's deepest fantasy. Yet now this goddess, revered by others, lay obediently in his embrace like a pampered kitten. Having won her consent to become his woman, Liu Yang felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. It was almost too magnificent, as though he could wake from a dream, grinning foolishly. Today marked the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Liu Yang took stock of their remaining rations: 15 250 milliliters bottles of milk, 70 20G sausages, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-sealed chicken drumsticks. If rationed carefully, these provisions could sustain the 3 of them for another 7 days. However, Liu Yang was a man perpetually shadowed by a profound sense of impending crisis. Although their food could last for a week, he had to seize the moment to scavenge for more. As time wore on, and other survivors grew increasingly desperate with hunger, they would inevitably risk venturing into the convenience store. That convenience store was the sole life support for the entire residential community. If they did not act swiftly, someone else would surely beat them to it. Yet to embark on another scavenging run, they first had to eliminate the dozen or so zombies lingering right outside the door, a formidable obstacle that could not be bypassed. Standing by the 3rd-floor window, Liu Yang gazed down at the roaming undead. With a subtle nudge of his consciousness, a needle of ice instantly coalesced in the air. He immediately aimed for a zombie's head and fired. Yet the creature remained entirely unscathed. Liu Yang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What the hell? The ice needle attack is incredibly powerful, but the range is far too short. That zombie is barely 20 meters away, yet I can't even reach it. Liu Yang deduced his limits. With his current mental strength and level 1 cryokinetic ability, the effective range of his ice needle was only about 10 meters. Beyond that distance, he lost all control over it. Unlike a bullet, the ice needle was too light. Once stripped of his mental guidance, its residual kinetic energy was insufficient to inflict any damage. It seems this skill is far from invincible. I'll have to risk cracking the door open and sniping them through the gap. Liu Yang shook his head. Fortunately, the zombies possessed abysmal intelligence. If he cracked the door and launched a stealth attack, they likely wouldn't even notice. Liu Yang ran the calculations. He could manifest a maximum of 5 ice needles at a time, enough to neutralize 5 zombies. However, the cooldown to replenish his arsenal was 15 minutes. There were 15 zombies outside in total, meaning he would need to recharge twice. The entire process would take half an hour. In other words, in just 30 minutes, he could wipe out all the zombies outside and secure a safe path to the convenience store to gather supplies. Having mapped out the timeline, Liu Yang initiated this simulation. In the deduction, he crept up behind the villa's main door, cracked it open slightly, and stealthily peered outside. Unaware of his presence, the zombies continued to wander aimlessly outside the gate. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang unleashed an ice needle. Whip! The ice needle struck a zombie with pinpoint accuracy, shattering into countless icy shards inside its skull. An instant headshot. Watching this unfold, a surge of excitement rushed through Liu Yang. The destructive power of the ice needle was exactly as he had envisioned. In rapid succession, he fired the second, third, fourth, and fifth needles. 5 zombies collapsed to the ground, every single one felled by a devastating headshot. Yet the remaining undead merely stared at their fallen comrades, entirely oblivious to what had transpired, continuing to loiter aimlessly. Their intelligence really was abysmally low. At that moment, Liu Yang entered his 15-minute cooldown period. Concealed behind the door, a smug grin spread across his face. With this cryokinetic ability, dealing with these zombies is infinitely safer and more efficient. There's no need to engage in close combat. Otherwise, even with my enhanced attributes, taking on a dozen zombies at once wouldn't guarantee I'd emerge unscathed. Furthermore, in close quarters, the sight of a living human drives the zombies into a frenzy, triggering roars that draw even more of them. Striking from the shadows with ice needles allows me to eliminate them in absolute silence. Just as Liu Yang was waiting out his cooldown to replenish his mental energy for the next round, a woman suddenly crept out of a villa not far from the convenience store. Clearly, by the 3rd day of the apocalypse, this woman was driven to the brink of starvation. Deciding to try her luck, she noticed no zombies near the convenience store entrance and began to steal forward, keeping her head low. However, halfway there, just as she neared the convenience store entrance, the zombies lingering outside Liu Yang's villa suddenly spotted her. With a sudden savage roar, they lunged forward. Hearing the commotion, the other zombies joined the pursuit. Terrified, the woman let out a piercing shriek, spun around, and attempted to flee back to her villa. But how could a woman starve for 3 days outrun a horde of frenzied undead? Within seconds, the lead zombie caught up, tackling her to the ground and tearing into her flesh relentlessly. Her agonizing screams echoed across the entire residential area, drawing countless zombies from the distance. Before long, she was picked clean, leaving nothing but a skeleton. Now dozens of zombies swarmed around the entrance of the convenience store. Witnessing this, Liu Yang couldn't help but burst into a string of curses. That stupid bitch. Screaming like that under these circumstances and drawing a whole horde. Now even I don't dare go out for food. Initially, there had only been 15 zombies outside his villa, and he had already eliminated 5. In just another half an hour, the rest would have been cleared, allowing him to scavenge for food without issue. Now, thanks to that woman, dozens of zombies were clustered right at the convenience store's entrance. With his ice needle range capped at a mere 10 meters, Liu Yang, holed up in his villa, had no way of reaching them. This stripped him of his ability to pick them off from the shadows. To clear those dozens of zombies, he would have to head outside and confront them head-on, an incredibly high-risk endeavor. Facing dozens of zombies simultaneously left even Liu Yang without a guaranteed victory. If he were to be surrounded, he would likely be torn to pieces. It was all that stupid woman's fault. Liu Yang terminated this deduction and immediately initiated a second one. In this second simulation, after taking out 5 zombies from behind the door, he chose not to wait for the cooldown. Instead, he gripped his fire axe and charged straight outside. With his enhanced strength and speed coupled with his immunity to the zombie virus, his chances of victory were highly favorable even against 10 zombies, provided he utilized hit-and-run tactics. Even sustaining minor injuries mattered little, as he was immune to infection. Armed with his fire axe, he fought like a god of war, hacking away at the oncoming horde. In less than a minute, he had dispatched 10 zombies. However, knowing the sounds of battle could still attract more undead from afar, Liu Yang immediately dashed toward the woman who was heading for the convenience store. Spotting a heavily built man drenched in black zombie blood charging at her with an axe, the woman froze in sheer terror. Trembling, she stammered, "Who are you? What do you want? I'm your damn father. Get moving, you stupid bitch." Liu Yang snarled. "If I wasn't worried about you screaming and bringing down a horde on us, would I have had to engage those 10 zombies in close combat? Now I'm covered in this foul, reeking zombie blood. Absolutely disgusting. Snapped at by Liu Yang, the woman fell silent immediately, allowing him to drag her back to his villa. At the same time, the noise had attracted another 20 zombies who now surrounded the entrance of Liu Yang's villa. The second deduction was a success. He had finally managed to prevent that woman from ruining his grand plans. However, it had ultimately drawn 20 zombies to gather around the entrance, which would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of his next excursion. Yet this was far more manageable than having 50 zombies blockading the convenience store entrance. Thus, Liu Yang began to act in accordance with the course of the second deduction. Once he successfully brought the woman back to the villa, the moment she stepped inside, she violently flung Liu Yang's hand away. "Take your filthy hands off me." "How disgusting." She incessantly wiped the zombie blood smeared on her wrist, her face twisted in utter revulsion. Liu Yang sneered. "You actually have the fucking nerve to find it dirty. Do you have any idea that if I hadn't saved you, you would have been eaten alive by zombies, gnawed down to a pile of white bones with not a single shred of flesh left on your body? Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you. If you hadn't dragged me away, I would have already made it into the convenience store and found food. What do you want, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I passed through the front gate, you would look at me with those lustful eyes. Don't think I didn't notice. Low-life losers like you are the absolute sleaziest. For all I know, you probably secretly fantasize about me at night and satisfy yourself by hand." "Umph." The woman shrieked, her expression growing increasingly contemptuous. Hearing her words and seeing her haughty, condescending demeanor, Liu Yang finally recalled her identity. Wasn't she Su Xiao, the third-rate celebrity living in Building 12? Whenever residents passed by the gate, Liu Yang would take the initiative to greet them and wish them well as dictated by company regulations. Yet every time he greeted this particular celebrity, her face would contort in disgust, and she would let out a contemptuous snort of disdain. Liu Yang had to admit that this celebrity was indeed stunning. In terms of sheer beauty, she was on par with He Yushi, yet she possessed a more mature charm, allure, and an air of aloof superiority. It was evident that her expressions, demeanor, smile, and even her posture while walking had been meticulously trained, essential courses for any female celebrity. That distinct star aura and seductive poise were qualities ordinary schoolgirls simply did not possess. Whenever he encountered a beautiful woman, Liu Yang would admittedly steal an extra glance or two, but it was far from anything wretched or perverted. He had never expected that in this celebrity's mind he was deemed so utterly vile. However, Liu Yang did not care in the slightest about how she perceived him. This was the apocalypse, not peaceful times. So what if she was a celebrity? Do celebrities not get hungry? What's the matter? Did I strike a nerve and make you speechless? You wretched, perverted security guard. Hurry up and bring me something to eat. I am a resident of this community. Is this how a lowly security guard treats a resident? The star Su Xiao demanded aggressively. Liu Yang furrowed his brows. He spoke in a chilling tone. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? I rescued you, and instead of showing gratitude, you look at me with disgust. Now you demand food from me in an ordering tone. Who do you think you are? I am your god. Our association fees pay your salary, don't you understand that? Has water seeped into your brain? How dare a lousy security guard talk back to me? Su Xiao had never expected Liu Yang to talk back. Fueled by rising fury, she pointed directly at his nose and began to berate him. Heh. Standing to the side, Tang Mingting let out a cold chuckle as she witnessed the scene unfold. She knew exactly what was about to happen to Su Xiao, because she had experienced it herself. Sure enough, a sharp slap echoed through the room. Without wasting words, Liu Yang delivered a swift backhand directly to Su Xiao's face, sending her sprawling to the floor. Su Xiao's cheek instantly flushed crimson and swelled up high. Tang Mingting's cold smile widened, though she felt a trace of bewilderment. Why did seeing someone else get beaten just like she had feel so incredibly satisfying? Oh, you hit me. You actually dared to strike me. How dare a wretched security guard like you lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am? I am a homeowner in this community. I am a star with millions of fans, and you actually dared to hit me. Su Xiao shrieked hysterically, tears streaming down her face from the searing pain on her cheek. She could not fathom how a mere community security guard possessed the audacity to physically strike her. As a female celebrity, she was accustomed to being pampered and adored wherever she went, surrounded by countless devoted fans. Male admirers would gladly spend thousands of dollars just to take a single photo with her. Her appearance fee for any random gig easily reached hundreds of thousands. Wherever she set foot, she was looked up to like a goddess. She had long since grown accustomed to her arrogant way of life. Yet who could have anticipated that a lousy security guard would dare to strike her now? A celebrity. This is the apocalypse. Who gives a damn about your star status? What's wrong with being a security guard, huh? Since I'm the one who saved you, you had better fucking obey me. Otherwise I'll throw you right back out. There are 20 zombies out there waiting to tear you limb from limb. Hearing Liu Yang's threatening words and seeing the ruthless expression on his face, Su Xiao was instantly seized by fear. When she fled back to this villa with Liu Yang, she had witnessed firsthand how terrifying those pursuing zombies were. If they truly caught her, they would undoubtedly rip the flesh from her body piece by piece. At that point death would be a mercy compared to such a fate. Then, at least give me some food. I'm practically starving to death. I can pay you. How much do you want? 100,000. 200,000. I can give you whatever you want. Money is no object to me. Su Xiao finally accepted reality. Clearly trying to intimidate this lowly security guard with her status was futile. Her only option left was bribery. 200,000. Even if this security guard worked for 10 years, he might not be able to save that much. Su Xiao believed this was an astronomical sum for someone of his standing. Money isn't an issue for me either. We're in the apocalypse, what use is money now? You can't even buy a single loaf of bread with it, it's nothing but scrap paper. My dear celebrity, have you still not grasped the situation? If you continue to act this brainless, you're going to get yourself killed very quickly. Liu Yang spoke with a cold sneer. Upon hearing this, the star Su Xiao broke down completely weeping. Wah, I don't want to die. I'm so hungry. If it weren't for the hunger, I would never have risked stepping outside my villa. I really can't take this hunger anymore. It's all my assistant's fault for saying I gained weight and didn't look good on camera, forcing me to go on a diet. I didn't eat a single thing the entire day before the outbreak. I've been starving a whole day longer than everyone else. Ugh, I'm literally starving to death. What do you want from me to give me food? If you don't want money, that's fine. Once this disaster passes, I can introduce you to directors and make you a star. I can get you acting gigs and let you play the hero in a movie. How does that sound? Liu Yang shook his head. Don't be foolish. Over 70% of the global population has turned into zombies. How could this disaster possibly pass? This is the end of the world. Do you still not understand? If you want food, it's simple. Go take a shower, clean yourself up, and then come to my room. You're a celebrity, this kind of arrangement should be second nature to you. You understand, don't you? For a celebrity, unspoken rules and casting couches were hardly anything new, right? No matter how beautiful a star was, if she wanted to land a leading role, she had to put in the unremitting effort of climbing into the beds of one prominent director after another before she could fulfill her dream of becoming a spotlight-stealing superstar. This Su Xiao had likely climbed into many a director's bed in the past. So what was so wrong with climbing into the bed of a lowly security guard like him now? This celebrity was exceptionally beautiful. Although Liu Yang had dated the prettiest girls in his class and school before, he had never had a celebrity girlfriend. He wanted to experience the pleasures of a major director for once and see just how these celebrities differed from ordinary girls. What? Su Xiao gasped, stunned. Once she processed his words, her face instantly flared with outrage. You want to exploit me? Not a chance. I am a celebrity, and you are just a lowly security guard. In the past, I wouldn't have spared you a single glance. You think I would sell my body for a measly scrap of food? Dream on. Liu Yang sneered. Hey, aren't you something? I look forward to seeing how long you can hold out. Think about it. But I'm only giving you this chance tonight. Once tonight passes, even if you beg me to take you, I won't touch you. And when that time comes, don't expect to get a single crumb of food. Every woman talked big like this in the beginning, yet in the end, didn't they always obediently knock on his door? Liu Yang wasn't surprised that this celebrity looked down on a lowly security guard like him. However, he was confident that she would ultimately yield before long. Liu Yang paid no more attention to the so-called star, and together with Tang Ming, he came to the dining table and began dividing the food. Each person had a sausage, a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread. That was their lunch for today for the three of them. With food in short supply, they had to eat sparingly. Even so, despite the scant food, Tang Ming and he wore expressions of keen anticipation. As they carefully opened the bread wrappers and bit into the soft loaf, a look of satisfaction spread across their faces. Delicious. Truly delicious. In the apocalypse, even a simple loaf of bread could taste like a rare delicacy, and the bread's aroma drifted towards Su Xiao. She couldn't help sniffing. So fragrant. I want to eat it. Gulp gulp. Her stomach then growled. As a female star, her daily diet was tightly controlled and planned, and recently she had taken on a new drama, so she was monitoring her weight and dieting. This left her hungrier than the others, with even less fat reserves. Now, catching the scent of the bread, she felt she might not be able to endure. Inside her belly, it felt as if countless ants were biting, unbearably painful. She looked at the others eating, but none paid her any attention. A famed star, she was suddenly neglected off to the side. Su Xiao couldn't bear such a disparity. A wave of grievance rose inside her, and her eyes reddened. Liu Yang paid no heed to the star, shedding silent tears. After finishing the meal, he began the simulation once more. This would be his last opportunity for a simulation today. He must seize this chance. Once the simulation succeeds, he would go in search of food. If this simulation failed again, he would not be able to find food for the rest of the day. Liu Yang is a cautious man. If he hadn't run the simulation, he would never leave the villa. After all, with the system upon him, he would sooner or later ascend to the pinnacle and become a superpowered powerhouse. There were several beauties nearby not yet properly enjoyed. If something went wrong and he died before reaching the peak, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The simulation began. Liu Yang stood again at the villa gate, secretly prying open a crack, then used ice needles to eliminate 5 zombies. After a 15-minute cooldown, he dispatched 5 more. By the time 20 zombies lay dead, 45 minutes had passed. Because the simulation could only project 1 hour into the future, Liu Yang had only 15 minutes of simulation time left. He must finish gathering food and return to the villa within 15 minutes. Naturally, the convenience store was close to the villa. Normally 15 minutes would be ample. Indeed, 5 minutes might even suffice. Liu Yang burst out of the villa moving low and sped toward the convenience store. Nothing untoward happened along the way, and he smoothly entered the store. But once inside the store, Liu Yang sensed something was amiss. Clearly the store's food was far scarcer now. He and Tang Mingting had already entered once before. At that time the shelves were full, no one had come, and he remembered how much they had taken. Now the stock was much scarcer, suggesting that other survivors had also visited the store. On thinking this, Liu Yang's brow furrowed. It seems hunger has driven some to venture out in search of food. In the days ahead, this convenience store may be visited by more survivors, and we must find a way to grab more food. Liu Yang immediately began stuffing the store's food into his backpack, choosing items that were easy to take and high in calories. After a minute of gathering, his backpack was stuffed to the brim, the zipper barely closing. Only then did he step out. A short distance from the store, he turned back, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed the store's glass. Crack! The sharp sound drew the undead from afar, 3 zombies charging toward the convenience store. Liu Yang returned to his villa satisfied. With 3 zombies guarding the store, other survivors would likely not dare to go in again to take food. Those 3 zombies posed no challenge to him. With his current power, he could easily dispatch them. Thus, he was increasing the difficulty for other survivors. The store's food is mine. If you want it, you'll have to deal with those 3 zombies first, Liu Yang thought to himself. After securing the food, Liu Yang finished this simulation. Proceeding with the simulation's plan, he acted. After securing the convenience store's food and returning to the villa, he poured the contents of his backpack onto the floor. Yusher and the others saw such a haul of food, their eyes lighting up. Yusher widened her eyes and asked Liu Yang, "What? Liu Yang, you went out to fetch food again. Weren't there a dozen zombies outside the door? How did you get out?" "Just kill them all, and you can go out." Liu Yang answered calmly. Kill them. There are more than a dozen zombies." Tang Mingting and Yusher both widened their eyes. Even Su Xiao, the actress beside them, wore a look of disbelief. "Is it really that hard?" Liu Yang asked nonchalantly, then ignored the astonished, admiring gazes of the women and began counting the food. After counting, she told everyone, "This time I collected 12 loaves, 58 sausages, and 21 packs of beef jerky. For future meals I can give you 2 extra packs of beef jerky." "Wow, extra rations. That's wonderful. Thank you, Liu Yang, you're really good to us." Tang Mingting also exclaimed with happiness. She used to be the aloof monitor who looked down on Liu Yang, but now she saw the Liu Yang before her was completely different from what she had imagined. He is a superpowered person with a meticulous mind and a brave heart. In the apocalypse, he will undoubtedly be an exceptionally fine man. Thus her disdain gradually turned into admiration and reverence. In the distance, Su Xiao watched with a complex expression. Her heart wrestled with doubt. Must I really yield to this mere security guard? No. He is only a guard after all. I am a superstar. Yet if I continue to go hungry like this, I will surely starve to death. Sigh. What should I do? Voila. Su Xiao began to cover her mouth and sob once more. After taking inventory of his provisions, Liu Yang swept them all back into his room once more. Following a quick shower, he settled in to rest. He had conducted 3 deductions today. Furthermore, to rescue a useless female celebrity, he had engaged in close-quarters combat with 10 zombies. This had left Liu Yang feeling rather exhausted. Lying in bed, Liu Yang quickly drifted off to sleep. By the time he awoke, darkness had already fallen. Just then a knock resounded at his door. Hearing the sound, Liu Yang could not help but sneer. An aloof female celebrity. Nothing more than this, it seemed. Only a few hours had passed, and she already couldn't bear the hunger. "Come in," Liu Yang called out to the door. The female celebrity Su Xiao slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, her eyes red and swollen, evidently having wept for a long time. The moment she saw Liu Yang lying on the bed, tears welled up in Su Xiao's eyes once more. She was 25 years old and had already spent 7 full years navigating the entertainment industry. Blessed with extraordinary beauty, she was in no way inferior to the most prominent A-list starlets. The only reason she was still relegated to low-budget television dramas and had yet to become an A-list star was her refusal to yield. To this day, she could not bring herself to accept the unspoken rules of showbiz. Whether in acting, talent, facial features, or physique, she had long met the standards of an A-list celebrity, even surpassing many of them. Yet what use was any of that? If she refused to climb into a director's bed, she would never see the light of day. Being allowed to remain a third-tier starlet playing minor supporting roles was already considered a mercy. But Su Xiao refused to compromise. She believed that with her own talent, success was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Who was to say that a pure, flawless lotus could not emerge from the murky, dying vat of the entertainment industry? She, Su Xiao, was determined to be that singular blossom. Yet though she had withstood immense pressure and resisted the temptations of showbiz, never once climbing into a director's bed, She now found herself unable to withstand hunger, reduced to knocking on the door of an insignificant security guard like Liu Yang. The more she dwelled on it, the more aggrieved she felt. Seeing her weeping, Liu Yang frowned. He said to the celebrity, "What is it? Are you here to mourn a death? If you haven't thought it through, go back and keep thinking. Just understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Become my woman and I will feed you. It is only fair. Otherwise, why on earth would I share precious food with a stranger?" Chastised by Liu Yang's sharp words, Su Xiao instantly choked back her tears. I know. I've thought it through, which is why I knocked on your door. It's just, Su Xiao choked. It was just that she still harbored a trace of reluctance. She had struggled in the entertainment industry for so many years to finally become a celebrity, yet now she had to submit herself to a petty security guard earning a mere 3,000 yuan a month. How could she possibly reconcile such a staggering fall from grace all at once? Liu Yang gazed at her exquisite features, her striking figure, and especially that unique aura exclusive to a celebrity, unable to help but lick his lips. Though Su Xiao was only a third-tier star, she still commanded millions of fans. Countless men idoled her, and many would gladly die just to spend a single passionate night with her. With the celebrity now actively opening his door, excitement naturally surged within Liu Yang. "Stop with the justs and come over here. Once we are done, I will give you food. And as long as you are my woman, food will never be an issue again," Liu Yang declared confidently. At this moment, he possessed formidable abilities alongside basic attributes that far surpassed those of ordinary humans. While he might not claim to be the absolute ruler of the apocalypse, at the very least, he would never suffer from a shortage of food. And his power would only continue to grow. Reaching the pinnacle of life was merely a matter of time. "Fine, I understand. I agree to be your woman." Su Xiao grit her teeth, finally making her decision. Simultaneously, a system prompt chimed in Liu Yang's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully secured her consent to become your woman. Acquired new ability, Dark Space. Due to the host's successful streak for 3 consecutive days, you have earned the Lineage Expansion Master title. Reward: all attribute points increased by 30, and all ability levels increased by 1. Upon receiving this prompt, Liu Yang was utterly thrilled. Not only did I acquire a new ability, but I even earned some Lineage Expansion Master title, boosted my attributes, and leveled up my abilities. This was simply too exhilarating. Liu Yang hastily checked his attributes. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 100. Speed: 100. Stamina: 100. Spirit: 100. Abilities: 1. Future Deduction, Level 2. 2. Virus Immunity, Level 2. 3. Frost Control, Level 2. 4. Dark Space, Level 2. Beholding this status panel, Liu Yang was ecstatic. His basic attributes had reached 100 points, which was double that of an ordinary human. The enhancement in strength and speed in particular granted Liu Yang far greater prowess when battling zombies. His speed was now twice that of an average person. While a normal human took about 12 seconds to run 100 meters, Liu Yang now required only 6. Such speed was significantly faster than the world record. Let alone zombies, even a world-class sprinter wouldn't be able to catch him. The boost in strength was even more crucial. Even without a weapon, with Liu Yang's current strength, a single punch could send a zombie flying. The level-ups of his abilities likely brought substantial enhancements as well. Liu Yang quickly reviewed the descriptions of each ability. Future Deduction Level 2. You can deduce the future up to 2 hours ahead, with 4 deductions permitted daily. Excellent. The deduction duration had doubled, and the daily usage had increased by 1, granting Liu Yang more room for trial and error. Virus Immunity Level 2. You are immune to the virus of Level 2 zombies. Liu Yang froze upon reading this description. Level 2 zombies. What on earth was that? Did zombies actually evolve? Ultimately, he shook his head and cast these doubts aside. He then turned his attention to the third skill. Frost Control Level 2. You can condense moisture into ice at a faster rate, and control the ice to attack enemies. Reading this, Liu Yang shook his head. No special effects had emerged, it merely increased his speed in generating ice. He decided to test it out. He discovered that while he could previously only manifest 5 ice needles, the count had risen to 10 after reaching Level 2. Furthermore, the speed of condensing the ice needles was significantly faster. In other words, his magazine now held 10 bullets. Moreover, his control range had been enhanced, with his attack range now reaching 20 meters. Realizing how powerful it had become, Liu Yang was instantly filled with pleasant surprise. It seems the upgrade to this freezing ability is the most critical one. Not only has the bullet count doubled, but the attack range has also doubled. This skill has received the most significant boost. Next, Liu Yang looked at the final skill, which was also his newest acquisition. Dark Space Level 2. You possess a cubic space measuring 20 by 20 by 20 meters within your body, allowing you to store and retrieve any object at will. This skill was incredibly powerful. This was a spatial ability which was undoubtedly top tier, even among all superpowers. Liu Yang quickly pulled out a sausage to test it. With a slight nudge of his thoughts, the sausage in his hand vanished, instantly entering the dark space. Immediately after, with another thought, the sausage reappeared in his hand. Seeing how powerful and convenient this ability was, Liu Yang beamed with joy. Incredible! With this ability, I'll never have to carry a backpack when scavenging for food again. I can empty an entire convenience store of its supplies in one go. Liu Yang never imagined that successfully spreading his lineage for 3 consecutive days would actually yield an additional reward. Was the system rewarding him for securing a triple kill? Would there be further rewards for a quadruple or quintuple kill? What if he achieved a 7-kill streak and went completely godlike? Would the rewards be even grander? With this thought, Liu Yang grew instantly excited. It seems the system is encouraging me to spread my lineage as much as possible. It would be best to succeed once every single day without interruption. To maintain this streak, I must continuously search for female survivors, Liu Yang resolved in his heart. He would venture out tomorrow. Aside from plundering all the food from the convenience store, he also needed to check if there were other women in the villa district, so he could rescue them. After all, spreading his lineage with female survivors was the fastest path to growing stronger. Liu Yang pulled his thoughts back. He decided to reward the female celebrity. Over an hour later, Liu Yang wore a smile of utter satisfaction. At this moment, the female celebrity Su Xiao lay on the bed with a completely vacant expression. Already starved for several days, she had now been thoroughly exhausted by Liu Yang's demands, leaving her on the verge of collapse. Seeing her in this state, Liu Yang quickly took out a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread, handing them to her. Eat something. I'd hate for you to expire in my bed. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. At the sight of food, Su Xiao's eyes instantly lit up, a spark of life returning to her previously vacant gaze. She grabbed the bread and began devouring it ravenously. Slow down, no one is going to steal it from you. Besides, once you're with me, you'll have an endless supply of food. Liu Yang found her desperate devouring somewhat amusing. Having finished her food, Su Xiao regained a bit of her strength. The two then drifted off to sleep in each other's arms. Holding an exquisitely beautiful celebrity in his embrace, Liu Yang's heart swelled with satisfaction. In the past, a star like her wouldn't have spared him a single glance, but now she had willingly climbed into his bed, resting peacefully in his arms. He had finally experienced what it felt like to be a prestigious director, and the sensation was absolutely exhilarating. The next day, Liu Yang woke up feeling thoroughly refreshed. Today he resolved to head to the convenience store and claim all the food. Having awakened his spatial superpower, even stripping the entire store bare wouldn't come close to filling his dark space. After washing up, Liu Yang brought the food to the dining table, where Tang Mingting and the others had already gathered. Liu Yang held sole authority over food distribution. No matter how starving they were, none of them dared to eat beforehand. They could only wait for his allocation. This time, Liu Yang gave each person a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread, and a pack of beef jerky. Seeing this, He Yusher's face instantly lit up with pleasant surprise. Ah, another sausage. We're getting more and more to eat. Liu Yang, you're so amazing and generous. Tang Mingting also showed her gratitude. Indeed, adding another sausage for us. Liu Yang, you're truly wonderful. Eat up. As I've said, as long as you follow me, food will never be an issue. There will be more than enough to go around in the future, Liu Yang declared with confidence. Shortly, he would plunder the entire convenience store. Once everything was secured, they would no longer need to ration their meals. They could eat to their heart's content. Yes, thank you. Following you brings such peace of mind. He Yusher nodded eagerly. Tang Mingting and Su Xiao also wore expressions of deep gratitude. After finishing breakfast, Liu Yang began his deduction for the day. He planned to thoroughly scavenge for supplies, empty the convenience store, and then start searching for survivors. Female survivors could be brought back, but as for male survivors, they would be driven out of the neighborhood immediately. The deduction began. Utilizing his ice needles, Liu Yang took a mere 15 minutes to eliminate the 20 zombies at the entrance. After all, his magazine capacity had increased to 10 rounds, meaning he only needed to reload once to wipe out all 20 zombies. With the zombies dispatched, Liu Yang gripped his fire axe and rushed straight toward the convenience store. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was slightly taken aback. The 3 zombies he had lured over last time had already been slain. Furthermore, each zombie's skull had been smashed through, evidently the work of another fire axe. Liu Yang frowned. To scavenge for food here, they didn't back down even after seeing 3 zombies on guard. Clearly they possess both strength and courage. It must be one or several adult males. This realization put Liu Yang on high alert. These men were after all his competitors. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief. It was fortunate he had obtained his dark space ability so early, otherwise the convenience store might have already been stripped bare by others. Entering the convenience store, he immediately began plundering the supplies. Previously, the single backpack he brought had limited capacity and couldn't hold much. He had been forced to select only highly nutritious filling foods. But now things were different. He could sweep up every single item in the entire store. Bread, milk, sausages, mineral water. Take them all. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, fine liquor. Take them all. Pots, pans, daily necessities. Take them all. Rice noodles, cooking oil. Take them all. Knives, cookware, kitchen utensils. Take them all. Wait, condoms. No need for these. Soon Liu Yang had swept the entire convenience store clean, and he prepared to make his departure. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped out, he came face to face with a group of 4, 3 men and a woman. Each of them carried a massive backpack on their shoulders. Moreover, the leading man actually held a fire axe identical to Liu Yang's. Upon seeing Liu Yang, the group's faces filled with astonishment. Liu Yang, you're still alive, kid. Are you here looking for food too? Recognizing them, Liu Yang was also slightly surprised. It was actually their security captain Zhang Jinfeng leading 2 other security guards and a beautiful female resident. I came to search for food, but the place has already been completely cleared out. I didn't find anything either, Liu Yang replied casually. He had no intention of letting them know that he was the one who had plundered the entire store. Otherwise, envy would surely breed among them. Although Liu Yang did not fear them, it was always best to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, despite his words, the security guards remained skeptical. Security Captain Zhang Jinfeng stepped into the store for a quick look. Finding it indeed completely empty, a look of utter disbelief washed over his face. At the same time, his eyes locked onto Liu Yang with a piercing glare. The convenience store is empty. When we came for food yesterday, there were still so many supplies. How could it all vanish in an instant? Tell me, was this your doing? Kid, I'm your supervisor. You'd better not lie to me. Zhang Jinfeng, the security captain, was a man of little education who had held his position in this residential area for 5 full years. Ever since Liu Yang first came here to work part-time, Zhang Jinfeng had found him an eyesore. To become a security guard at such a young age seemed to him a clear sign of a dead-end future. Moreover, believing that the young and green could never handle matters reliably, he had always deemed Liu Yang completely untrustworthy. He frequently grumbled, complaining that the residential community's human resources department was incompetent for hiring such a mere child. Most infuriating of all, Liu Yang was actually a student at Donghai University. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinfeng was merely a middle school graduate who had drifted through society. What he detested most were those with academic credentials. Individuals who were more educated, better looking, and younger than himself, which deeply irritated him. When chatting with the other guards, he frequently voiced his contempt for Liu Yang, even cursing him as an absolute idiot. He would often boast, so what if he's a college student? Isn't he still serving as a security guard now? Isn't he still working under a middle school graduate like me? If I tell him to go east, would he dare go west? The other guards would chime in agreement. Exactly. What use is a college degree? What's the point of studying? Doesn't he still have to cater to our brother Feng's every whim? That kid is somewhat obedient. When brother Feng orders him around, he doesn't dare talk back. Otherwise, we'd have teamed up and given him a good beating long ago. Liu Yang had heard these remarks with his own ears. In the past, to secure his job, he had brushed them aside, forcing himself to pretend he did not care. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, this job was utterly worthless. Seeing that Zhang Jinfeng still dared to address him with that same old attitude, Liu Yang immediately knit his brows in displeasure. He spoke to the crowd in a cold voice. Whether you believe it or not is your own problem. In short, the food in the convenience store is gone. Search for it however you like. Just don't bother me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinfeng's expression darkened instantly. How dared this lowly security guard speak to him in such a manner? Was he tired of living? He was the security captain, an absolute authority, whose word was law within the squad. One could say the entire residential area was his personal domain. Especially now with the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had reunited with several of his brothers, and even found Xiao Dan, his favorite homeowner from before. Seeing how rapidly their relationship was progressing, he believed he might soon hit a home run with her. He never expected that Liu Yang's sudden appearance would not only result in the disappearance of the convenience store's food, but that the youth would even dare to talk back to him right in front of Xiao Dan. Was this not a blatant slap to his face? If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he maintain his dignity in front of Xiao Dan in the future? Seething with rage, Zhang Jinfeng took a direct step forward, pointed a finger at Liu Yang, and barked, "Kid, who do you think you're talking to? What do you mean don't bother you? I am the security captain, your superior. Do I not have the authority to command you? Besides, there was an abundance of food here just yesterday, and today it has vanished. Since you happen to appear here, who else could have done this if not you? Take me to your quarters to have a look. If we don't find any food, we'll let this matter slide. But if I discover that you stole the food and lied to us, I'll make you pay dearly." Hearing this, Liu Yang burst into laughter. Looking at the man as if he were an absolute fool, he said, "Zhang Jinfeng, is your fucking brain filled with shit? Who do you honestly think you are? In the past, you had a tiny bit of authority and flaunted it every day, which I tolerated. But now that the apocalypse has erupted, do you still think you're some kind of leader? I warn you, do not bother me again. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Hearing Liu Yang's words, Zhang Jinfeng could hardly believe his ears. The submissive little security guard who used to keep his head down and never dared to talk back was now actually daring to curse at him. Worse, he was doing so right in front of the female homeowner Xiao Dan. Unable to contain his fury, he screamed at Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, how the fuck dare you speak to me like that? Even though disaster has struck, we still have a duty to protect the homeowners. Hand over the food immediately, and we'll call it even. Otherwise I will absolutely make you regret this. The other two security guards also chimed in shouting, Liu Yang, what do you mean by this? How dare you speak to our brother Zhang like that? Do you have a death wish? Damn it, how did we not realize you were such a rebellious bastard before? Now that the apocalypse is here, you still dare to be so arrogant. Believe it or not, we could kill you right now, and no one would even bury your corpse. Liu Yang sneered, ha homeowners. The apocalypse has arrived, and almost everyone is dead, yet you're still talking about homeowners. Have you been a dog for so long that you've forgotten how to stand up? Who in the security team doesn't know you're just a simp for the homeowner Chen Dan? It was one thing to simp for her during peaceful times, but the fucking apocalypse has arrived, and you're still doing it. When presented with such a perfect opportunity, you still can't even sleep with her. What use are you? You useless trash. Women aren't meant to be worshipped like that, understand? With a woman right there, you choose not to make a move, but to keep simping instead, even in the apocalypse. Simps deserve a miserable death. And you want to kill me? Do you honestly think you have the capability? Hearing Liu Yang insult, even Chen Dan Zhang Jinfeng's face contorted with rage as he roared, You motherfucker. If I don't hack you to death today, my last name isn't Zhang. Brandishing a fire axe, he charged toward Liu Yang. But after only a few steps, with a resounding bang, his head instantly ruptured, exploding into a mist of blood. Liu Yang had used an ice needle to blow his head apart. Since he sought death, Liu Yang was happy to oblige. Zhang Jinfeng's corpse collapsed instantly. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the homeowner Chen Dan let out a piercing shriek. The other two security guards were instantly dumbfounded. Holy shit. Brother Zhang, what happened to you? What the fuck is going on? They had absolutely no idea what Liu Yang had done, for the ice needle was incredibly minuscule and transparent, making it virtually invisible in the air. They had not noticed the ice needle Liu Yang fired at all. With nothing more than a single glance from him, their captain Zhang Jinfeng had his head blown apart. Terrified out of their wits, the two guards pointed at Liu Yang and asked tremulously, "W, did you do? Is there any need for you to know?" With another glance from Liu Yang, the two minor security guards instantly dropped dead. These guards had always looked down on him while he was working and frequently targeted him, yet they behaved like groveling lapdogs in front of the homeowners. A classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. It was as if his monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was some sort of charity from the homeowners. Did they not understand that his wages were earned through his own hard labor and that he had no need to cater to anyone's whims? Liu Yang felt not a shred of pity for them. By now Chen Dan was utterly paralyzed with fear. Crouching on the ground with her head in her hands, she trembled violently. Hey, get up. Don't crouch there pretending to be dead. Hearing Liu Yang's voice, Xiao Dan flinched in terror. 3 security guards had been killed in an instant. This young security guard killed without batting an eye. Terrified that she would be the next to die, she pleaded with him desperately, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I beg of you, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I can be your woman, I'll do whatever you say, I will obey you completely." In Chen Dan's eyes, Liu Yang was a ruthless demon who killed without a second thought. He had dispatched 3 security guards, effortlessly executing them all via headshot with extreme brutality. She certainly did not want her head blown apart. As long as she could survive, she was willing to do anything. Liu Yang looked at her somewhat speechless. How could this woman be so quick-witted and compliant? He hadn't even begun to drop hints, yet she had already volunteered to be his woman. She was indeed highly teachable. Liu Yang said to her, "Get up and follow me. I won't kill you. You haven't crossed me after all." You're not going to kill me. Then, where do you want to take me?" A look of terror washed over Xiao Dan's face. This security guard named Liu Yang was an absolute ruthless character. Without a word, he had slaughtered 3 burly men. Furthermore, he had used some unknown method to blow their heads apart with extreme brutality and violence. Xiao Dan was utterly terrified. "Rest assured, I'm taking you to a safe place. Didn't you say you wanted to be my woman? Now is your time to prove it." Having said that, Liu Yang grabbed Chen Dan and led her toward the villa. Liu Yang successfully brought back the homeowner Chen Dan exactly as the deduction had predicted. In the past, the security captain Zhang Jinfeng loved to say, "I'm just a security guard working to get off work, loving little bear cookies and doting on homeowner Xiao Dan." Now cookies were out of the question for him. His head had been blown to pieces and his shattered mouth was left hanging from a tree. The homeowner Xiao Dan was taken away by Liu Yang. "I shall care for your woman, so rest in peace." Upon arriving at Liu Yang's quarters, Chen Dan's face was etched with sheer terror. Having witnessed 3 men's heads blown apart right before her eyes, Chen Dan had yet to recover from the profound shock. Inside the villa, the 3 women, Tang Mingting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao, displayed a complex array of expressions upon seeing Liu Yang bring back yet another female survivor. The famous star Su Xiao in particular immediately wore a look of disdain. She had no say about the other 2 women who had arrived at the villa before her. After all, she was only the 3rd. But what was the meaning of this 4th one? Annoyed, she snapped at Liu Yang. "I thought you went out to search for food, yet you brought back another woman. Is your mind filled with nothing but women? There are already 3 of us here, each an absolute beauty. Is that still not enough to satisfy your desires? Are you some kind of randy poodle? Food is already scarce, and now you bring back another mouth to feed. Are you trying to starve us to death? Her pride and confidence as a celebrity made it impossible for her to accept this. He had just shared a night of tender passion with her last night, yet today, he brought back a brand new woman. It made it seem as though she had failed to satisfy him last night. Could a glamorous star like her not even satisfy him? Unable to contain herself, she began to lash out at Liu Yang. Tang Mingting also furrowed her brows and chimed in exactly. You already have the three of us, yet you still go out and bring back other women. What are you trying to do? Is that the only thing on your mind all day? Men truly do think with their lower half. It's bad enough that you didn't seize the time to search for food for us, but you even brought back another person to share our supplies. Won't that just starve us to death even faster? Seeing Liu Yang return empty-handed without any food had already displeased them, and the fact that he brought back another woman to share their rations made them even more resentful. One more person meant one more mouth to feed, which meant dividing the food further. The food supply was already critical. With an extra mouth, wouldn't the shortage become even more dire? Watching the two of them speak to Liu Yang in such a tone, He sure sneered inwardly. It seemed these two still failed to grasp the reality of their current situation. Without Liu Yang they would surely perish, whereas Liu Yang suffered no real loss without them, and could easily find new women. To Liu Yang, women like them were entirely dispensable. Yet despite being dispensable, they failed to recognize their own place. How dare they speak to Liu Yang in such a manner? Both in intelligence and emotional quotient, these two women were severely lacking. A look of quiet relief washed over He Yusher's face. If Liu Yang was surrounded only by such brainless women, she would undoubtedly thrive, and perhaps even secure his exclusive favor. Sure enough, just as He Yusher had anticipated upon hearing the words of Su Xiao and Tang Mingting, Liu Yang's brow furrowed, as his icy gaze swept across their faces. Immediately following, slap, slap, he struck each of them across the face. Under their shocked and terrified gazes, Liu Yang said coldly, "Who gave you the right to speak to me like that? Did you truly believe that climbing into my bed made you the mistresses of this place? Giving you food is merely my mercy, not leverage for you to push your boundaries. If you have a problem with me, fine. Get out of here right now, and I won't stop you." Staring into Liu Yang's frigid eyes, Tang Mingting and Su Xiao finally realized the gravity of their mistake. Indeed, they had assumed that sleeping with Liu Yang made them the mistresses of the house. A completely delusional thought. They were merely burdens who clung to Liu Yang's coattails to survive. The only utility they could offer him was the gratification of his desires. Beyond that, they were nothing but useless freeloaders, offering no assistance to Liu Yang. In other words, losing them would cost Liu Yang nothing. He could easily find other women. Yet if they lost Liu Yang's protection, they would soon starve to death, or worse, be devoured by zombies. Realizing this, Tang Mingting glanced at He Yusher. Of the three, only He Yusher had escaped being struck. At this moment, a faint, barely concealable look of smug satisfaction played on He Yusher's face. Catching that smug expression, Tang Mingting understood instantly. It had to be the school beauty after all. Whether in looks or intellect, she was completely outmatched by her. Just then Liu Yang noticed He Yusher and asked the school beauty, "Why don't you have anything to say?" "Me." He Yusher pointed to herself in slight surprise, then flashed a sweet, playful smile, and said slyly, "I'm free tonight, you know." "Oh, I brought back a new woman, and you have no objections?" Liu Yang asked He Yusher, intrigued. "What objections could I possibly have? This secure villa is yours, the food is yours, and everything here belongs to you. Isn't it your absolute freedom to bring back whomever you please?" He Yusher spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. From the very beginning, she had never regarded herself as Liu Yang's girlfriend, let alone dreamed of monopolizing him. What room was there for love and romance in the apocalypse? Everything was merely a transaction of mutual interest. Women like them were, but Liu Yang's playthings. They had no business pretending to be the mistress of the house. He Yusher was highly intelligent, having understood this reality long ago. Hearing her response, even Liu Yang was somewhat surprised. He said to He Yusher, "You truly are a clever school beauty." "Clever? Even if I am, didn't I still end up falling for your schemes?" "Humph." He Yusher pouted her rosy lips, speaking with a feigned air of annoyance. "Huh. That only proves I am cleverer than you." Liu Yang laughed, patting the school beauty on the head. It had to be said that conversing with intelligent people was truly delightful. Someone like He Yusher, whose emotional and intellectual quotients far surpassed the other two women, was a prime example. Only then did Liu Yang turn his attention to the newly brought back homeowner Qin Dan and say, "There is no need to be so terrified. I will not harm you. You haven't provoked me. The only reason I killed those 3 security guards was because they tried to kill me. Therefore I will protect you and provide you with food. All you need to do is submit to me and become my woman. And no problem. I will definitely obey you. I'll do whatever you ask as long as you don't kill me." The female homeowner Xiao Dan replied in a frantic rush. After finishing her shower, the female homeowner, Xiao Dan, made her way to Liu Yang's room, where he had already been waiting for quite some time. The reason Xiao Dan had managed to keep Zhang Jingfeng as her devoted admirer was precisely because she was strikingly beautiful with a flawless figure, and it was said she worked as a ballet instructor. The mere thought of her graceful physique set Liu Yang abuzz with excitement. And yet that fool Zhang Jingfeng had pined after her for so long and still failed to win her over. He had barely spent a day and Xiao Dan had come to him of her own accord. This proved that simps meet no mercy. Especially in the apocalypse, those who play the fool's part are absolute fools among fools. At this moment Xiao Dan was visibly tense. Watching her, Liu Yang found it somewhat amusing. Why so nervous? Hasn't a woman like you ever had a boyfriend before? What? Are you serious? How old are you and you've never even had a boyfriend? Liu Yang found himself incredulous. This homeowner Xiao Dan was fair-skinned and beautifully featured with a tall, elegant figure and the distinctive charm of a dance instructor. Quite alluring. Those who study dance carry themselves with a peculiar allure even in the way they walk. A woman as stunning as her had completely bewitched security captain Zhang Zhengfeng, who willingly threw himself into the role of a devoted admirer. How could she possibly never have had a boyfriend? Truly so. These years I've been so consumed by my dance career that I've had no time for a boyfriend. Besides, ordinary men never caught my eye, and I had yet to encounter a man who could stir my heart. Xiao Dan said shyly. Well then consider yourself fortunate, for you've happened upon just such a man. I am far from ordinary, and I imagine your heart was already racing the moment you met me. Doesn't that count as being stirred? Liu Yang said with a wicked grin, offering a jest. Xiao Dan recalled the moment she first witnessed Liu Yang taking a life. Her heart rate surely had surpassed 250 beats per minute. Far from being stirred by romance, her heart had nearly burst from her chest. She couldn't help but laugh at Liu Yang's words. Seeing her reaction, Liu Yang wore a satisfied expression. That's more like it. No need to be so tense. Though you've never had a boyfriend, I've had many girlfriends. I have plenty of experience and I can guide you. Especially when it comes to women like you who have never experienced such things before. Rest assured I'll be gentle. So do you agree to become my woman? As he spoke, Liu Yang placed his hand upon Xiao Dan, gently stroking her to ease her tension. Xiao Dan nodded. Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully winning her agreement to be your woman. System reward awarded, all base attributes enhanced by 10 points. Another reward. Liu Yang was thrilled. Though this reward granted no special ability or ability level enhancement, it directly boosted all his base attributes by 10 points each. A solid reward indeed. Liu Yang's 4 base attributes had already reached 100 points, and with the additional 10 they now stood at 110. Well beyond 120% of an ordinary person's capability. Even without using his ability, he could easily face off against 30 or 50 strong men. Dealing with ordinary zombies would be child's play. This rate of attribute improvement is astonishing. It seems rescuing female survivors is indeed the right choice. Tomorrow I'll continue searching for survivors. Liu Yang's harvest today had been abundant. Not only had he collected all the food from the convenience store into his dark space, but he had also gained Xiao Dan as a survivor. Her addition had raised all his base attributes by another 10 points. Liu Yang was thoroughly satisfied. He prepared to rest and resume his operations tomorrow. Before resting, he glanced at Xiao Dan lying beside him. Her eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. Seeing her in this state filled Liu Yang with a deep sense of accomplishment. He handed her some food. Here, eat something and regain your strength. I'll take a nap first. Xiao Dan, seeing the food, slowly regained some vitality and eagerly began to eat. After finishing everything, Xiao Dan looked at the sleeping Liu Yang, her heart crowded with complicated emotions. She had never imagined that her first man would be nothing more than a security guard. Yet this security guard was utterly unlike any other. He was decisive, overwhelmingly powerful. Even in the apocalypse, he managed to gather abundant supplies, and when facing enemies, he showed no mercy, striking without hesitation. Stripping away the title of security guard, perhaps following him wasn't so unbearable after all. Very well. If this is to be, then she would resolve to stay by his side henceforth. Lost in her thoughts, the female homeowner, Xiao Dan, gradually drifted off to sleep. By the time the two of them woke up, night had already fallen. Liu Yang scrambled up and stretched his athletic waist. Feeling a pang of hunger, he prepared to get up and find something to eat. At that moment, the resident Xiao Dan also woke up. The two of them stepped out together. Tang Mingting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao had already been waiting for them on the first floor for quite some time. All the food was distributed by Liu Yang, so they had no dinner to eat before he woke up. Upon seeing Liu Yang come downstairs, He Yushi quickly greeted him with a smile. Liu Yang, you're awake. Our stomachs are growling. Isn't it time for dinner? Yeah, I overslept. My apologies, Liu Yang replied with a smile. A mischievous expression appeared on He Yushi's face as she teased Liu Yang. You seem to have grown stronger again. Your intimate time was actually longer than when you were with me. Does this female resident have something special about her? Is she even more thrilling to you than I am? Hearing these words, Xiao Dan's beautiful face instantly flushed red. She lowered her head, so consumed by embarrassment that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Liu Yang knew that He Yushi and the others had heard the noises from the first floor. However, he did not mind. Instead, he patted He Yushi's head and said with a smug look, "She is a ballet teacher after all. What do you think is so special about her? She can literally rest her knees on her shoulders like a pillow. What's wrong? Feeling a bit jealous? Don't worry, next time we do that I'll aim for 2 hours. Last time I nearly died in bed, and you want to go for 2 hours? Forget it, forget it." He Yushi hastily scurried away. Recalling the terror of being dominated by Liu Yang that night, she still felt a slight shiver down her spine. Even begging for mercy back then had been utterly useless. Watching her flee, Liu Yang chuckled. He then began to take out food, preparing for tonight's dinner. This time Liu Yang produced a pack of noodles, a bag of rice, a bucket of cooking oil, along with seasonings like chicken essence, MSG, and table salt, and even some fresh vegetables. These were all plundered entirely from a convenience store. Everyone was utterly shocked to see Liu Yang produce so many items. Liu Yang, where on earth did you get those things from? Do you have some place hidden on your body to store all that? Disbelief was written all over He Yushi's face. Clearly, when Liu Yang returned, he had only brought back a female resident and carried absolutely nothing on him. How could he suddenly produce so many things now? Furthermore, where was he pulling them from? There was no place on his body capable of holding such items, especially that bag of rice which weighed at least 100 pounds. It was impossible to fit. Does anyone know how to cook? Tang Mingting and He Yushi shook their heads. Just like Liu Yang, they were college freshmen, but they were also pampered daughters from wealthy families with extremely privileged backgrounds. How could they possibly know how to cook? Su Xiao shook her head as well. As a celebrity, even if only a third-tier star, culinary duties were entirely foreign to her. Her meals were usually handled by her assistant. Forget about not knowing how to cook, Su Xiao had never even stepped foot into a kitchen. At this moment, Chindan nodded. I can cook, though I'm not sure if it will suit everyone's taste. He Yushi's eyes instantly lit up. Wow. Sister Dan, you actually know how to cook. That's amazing. We've been in this apocalypse for so many days eating nothing but instant foods like bread and sausages. Our palates are practically dying for some real flavor. It's wonderful that you can cook. No matter how it turns out, we'll love it. At least it has to be better than sausages and bread, right? Exactly. Sister Dan, we can assist you and help out. Just tell us what you need us to do. Tang Mingting quickly chimed in. Even the big star Su Xiao said, I can also try to help, though I might not do a very good job. Items like sausages, bread, and vacuum-sealed chicken drumsticks were fine as occasional snacks, but eating them as main meals day in and day out would practically choke someone with salt. Having eaten them for several days, they had long grown sick of them. If they could actually eat fresh steamed rice, even paired with the simplest dish, it would taste like an absolute delicacy. Ow. Alright, let's get started then. Sister Yushi, go wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Mungting, you two chop them. Today I'll make stir-fried rice noodles for everyone. Chen Dan said to the other 3 women. Okay. Everyone nodded, rolling up their sleeves to get to work. Originally, because of the apocalyptic outbreak and the zombies roaming outside, they had been trapped in this villa and felt incredibly bored doing nothing but playing fight the landlord day in and day out. Now being able to help cook was a great way to pass the time. Moreover, this was the first time any of the 3 of them had ever cooked, making them both curious and excited. Soon the kitchen was bustling in an orderly fashion. Next, Su Xiao began stir-frying the noodles in the wok. The savory aroma of the stir-fried noodles wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Liu Yang couldn't help but sniff the air. It smells incredible. Today is already the 5th day of the apocalypse. Being able to eat freshly cooked food after so long is truly satisfying. No more packaged foods like sausages and vacuum-sealed chicken drumsticks. If you eat too much of that stuff, your mouth starts to taste like pure preservatives. Before long, Chin Dan walked out holding the first bowl of stir-fried noodles. She brought it over to Liu Yang and said with a pleasing smile, Liu Yang, give it a try. Sure. Liu Yang picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The exquisite taste instantly made his eyes widen. He had never expected his first proper meal during the apocalypse to be this delicious. Liu Yang praised Chen Dan. The flavor is amazing. Chen Dan, were you a chef before in addition to being a dance teacher? Not at all, cooking is just a hobby of mine. Tomorrow I'll make something else for everyone. Chen Dan replied, lowering her head in embarrassment after being praised by Liu Yang. Seeing how much Liu Yang enjoyed the noodles she cooked, she suddenly felt that she wasn't completely useless after all, though she seemed to have some worth. You can make other dishes too. That's fantastic. From now on I'll put you in full charge of food distribution, Liu Yang said happily. In this day and age, girls were typically pampered and spoiled. Finding one who actually enjoyed cooking was truly no easy feat. This Chen Dan was not only beautiful and incredibly flexible, but could also cook. She was practically a combination of countless virtues. No wonder Zhang Jinfeng had been so infatuated with her back then. Too bad the one who ultimately won the beauty's heart was him. If Zhang Jinfeng ever found out about this, would he be so furious that his coffin lid wouldn't even stay shut? Su Xiao, He Yushi, and Tang Mingting, the three girls, ate the fried noodles with expressions of deep satisfaction. Having consumed so many vacuum-packed and processed foods, they had long grown weary of the taste of preservatives. In peaceful times, a humble bowl of plain fried noodles would have been dismissed without a second glance by these young ladies from wealthy families. They would never have considered eating such heavy, oily, and unhealthy street food. But now, this ordinary bowl of fried noodles tasted better than any delicacy they had ever known before. The three beautiful girls could not stop praising it. So delicious, truly incredibly delicious. I never thought we could still enjoy hot fried noodles in the apocalypse. I'm truly moved. Nothing I ever ate before compares to this. This bowl of noodles is so wonderful. Thank you, Sister Xiaodian. Woo-woo, this tastes just like Mom's cooking. I'm about to cry from how moved I am. Watching everyone savor the noodles she had cooked so heartily, a smile of genuine joy appeared on Chun Dan's face. Everyone enjoyed it. How wonderful. This meant she was still useful after all, not entirely worthless. After finishing their noodles, He Yushi and the others eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes and clean up. Since Chun Dan had cooked and served them, they felt deeply uneasy doing nothing in return. Meanwhile, each person harbored their own thoughts. The female homeowner Chun Dan was the fourth person to arrive at this villa, yet the moment she settled in, she prepared a meal so exquisite that even Liu Yang praised it endlessly. In truth, she was the most useful woman here. All the newcomers who had arrived before her were completely overshadowed, which inevitably stirred a sense of crisis within them. If this continued, wouldn't we become useless relics? We must think of a way to make some contribution. Soon they had finished washing the dishes and tidied the dining table. Liu Yang sat contentedly digesting the food in his stomach, then looked at everyone and said, "Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to rest. Who wants to volunteer to sleep upstairs with me tonight?" Liu Yang's room was upstairs, while the four women had been assigned rooms on the ground floor. The next day, when Liu Yang woke, the sun had already climbed high in the sky. Checking the time, it was well past 10 in the morning. He Yushi was still fast asleep beside him. Gazing at her perfect figure and lovely face, Liu Yang couldn't resist gently pinching her porcelain-soft, flawless cheeks, slightly plump with youthful fullness, and said, "Hey Yushi, time to wake up." He Yushi emitted a soft murmur with her eyes still closed. Exhausted beyond measure, she naturally hadn't had enough sleep. In a mumbled voice, she said, "I haven't slept enough, yet I don't want to get up. Last night nearly exhausted me to death. Let me sleep a little longer." Huh, that's so funny. Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh at the beautiful campus queen's adorable complaint. His plan for today was to search the entire residential complex as thoroughly as possible, rescuing survivors and eliminating zombies along the way. If possible, he intended to clear the whole community, turning it into a safe zone. As long as the main gate was sealed, the zombies outside would be unable to enter. At that point, everyone inside the community would be free to move about, and this would become his very first secure base. And so the deduction commenced. This time Liu Yang took the initiative to search the entire residential community. The district comprised 45 villas and 10 high-rise residential buildings. The 45 villas, vast yet sparsely populated, would likely harbor few survivors and equally few zombies. However, the 10 high-rise buildings housed at least several hundred households with a population of no fewer than 1,000 residents. At least 700 of them must have mutated into zombies. As for the rest, even if they had initially survived, many had likely been devoured. The probability of virus infection leading to mutation was simply too high. It exceeded 2/3. This meant that in a family of 3, 2 were likely to become zombies. Even if the remaining member remained human, how could a single person hope to fight off 2 zombies? In the end, they would inevitably be devoured. Consequently, survivors within the high-rises were bound to be scarce. Thus, Liu Yang focused his primary objective on the villas. Each villa stood 4 stories high. Even if 2 members of a family turned into zombies, as long as they were not on the same floor, those upstairs might escape being eaten, yielding a much higher probability of survivors. Therefore, Liu Yang resolved to search out the survivors in the villa area first, and then lock the main gates of the high-rises, trapping all the zombies inside to starve. Liu Yang began his search, starting from the first villa. His deduction this time was not aimed at immediate rescue, but rather to survey which villas held survivors and which contained zombies. By mapping them out beforehand, his actual operations later would be far more targeted and efficient. The first villa was entirely devoid of life. Its front door stood wide open, indicating it had either been left unsecured during the initial outbreak, or that the survivors had fled in panic after the disaster struck. As a result, the villa was completely empty. There were no zombies, no survivors, no food, absolutely nothing. Liu Yang proceeded to the second villa. Inside the second villa, 2 zombies lurked while a severely mangled corpse lay strewn across the floor. Evidently, this villa had originally housed a family of 3. 2 had turned into zombies, and the sole survivor had been devoured by their mutated kin. The corpse appeared to be that of a young girl. Tragically, her parents must have turned while she remained human only for her to be brutally mauled to death by those who once loved her. Beholding this scene, even Liu Yang felt a stir of emotion. Parents who ought to love and protect their children above all else lost every shred of humanity upon mutation, turning on their own flesh and blood without hesitation. This virus truly reduced human beings to mindless, emotionless monsters. The very instant they were infected, they were in truth already dead. Raising his fire axe, Liu Yang hacked the male and female zombies to death, granting them final release. He then moved on to the next villa. The third villa yielded neither survivors nor zombies. Liu Yang then checked the fourth, which similarly harbored neither undead nor living souls. However, on his way to the fifth villa, he encountered 2 zombies on the path. Without hesitation, Liu Yang dispatched them using his ice needles. At this juncture, he had no desire to engage in close combat and risk making noise that might attract more of the undead. The fifth villa held no survivors, and so Liu Yang quickly arrived at the sixth. The front door of the sixth villa was tightly shut, clearly locked from the inside. This piqued Liu Yang's curiosity, and with a swift leap, he vaulted over the 3-meter-high perimeter wall. The moment he entered the courtyard, a heavy stench of blood assailed his nostrils. It was the scent of fresh human blood, distinctly different from the putrid stench of the undead. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. Could there be zombies inside that had just devoured a human? He ventured further in only to find the corpses of 2 zombies, a male and a female, lying before him. The skulls of these 2 zombies had been crushed seemingly by a blunt instrument. The blood on their heads was already dry, indicating they had been dead for a long time, likely dispatched at the very onset of the apocalypse. As Liu Yang continued deeper into the house, he detected movement in the kitchen and crept closer. Peering inside, the scene that met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. 2 men were hacking away at a woman with kitchen cleavers. Pinned to the floor with her hands and feet bound, she lay in a pooling mass of blood, able to utter only feeble cries for help. They were actually carving the flesh of a living person. Such depravity startled even someone as ruthless as Liu Yang. The woman shook her head, incessantly pleading for mercy. Help me. Help. Don't kill me. Oh, it hurts so much. Stop hacking at me. I did everything you asked of me these past few days. Why are you doing this to me? Crazy, frenzied expressions twisted the faces of the 2 young men. Shut up. Just bear with it, and it'll be over soon. You've used us for so many days and drained so much of our energy. Isn't it time you gave something back? Exactly. We haven't eaten in days, and are about to faint from starvation. Since you're my woman, I can naturally dispose of you as I please. The man spoke with manic intensity, his hands never pausing in their gruesome work. The woman shrieked in agony. Witnessing this horrific scene, Liu Yang could no longer stand idly by. Gripping his fire axe, he called out to the 2 men. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Startled by Liu Yang's voice, the 2 men whipped around, staring at him warily. One of them demanded, How? When did you get in here? You're that security guard from the gate, and also a student from our school, Liu Yang, right? A vicious look crossed the other man's face. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get lost, or we'll finish you off too. Don't think we'll go easy on you just because we go to the same school. Oh, finish me off too. You 2 seem to think highly of yourselves. I remember you. You're the wealthy heirs from class 3 Li Zihao and Zhou Zishuan, aren't you? Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze freezing cold. Li Zihao seemed to sense the murderous intent radiating from Liu Yang, and his fierce expression instantly dissolved into terror. Zhou Zishuan quickly interjected. Liu Yang, we're all classmates from the same school. Let's keep the peace. How about we share some with you? He gestured toward the dying girl on the floor. In his eyes, this girl had been his woman before, and was now merely an object at his disposal. Furthermore, he had never regarded these women as actual girlfriends, but rather as mere playthings. Originally, 3 men and 3 women had been hosting a wild party in this villa. When the apocalypse struck, 1 man and 2 women mutated into zombies. They had managed to dispatch the infected with great difficulty, but with no food and no courage to venture outside to forage, they were left stranded. They could only turn their desperate gaze upon the remaining women. Now that their heinous act had been discovered by Liu Yang, and seeing that threats were futile, they intended to offer him a share to buy off the young security guard. After all, they had been starving for days, and were incredibly weak. Liu Yang, on the other hand, appeared refreshed and physically robust. They knew all too well that even if they fought him together, they would be no match for him. These 2 wealthy heirs understood that by their own strength they stood no chance against Liu Yang, so they immediately resorted to a sycophantic tactic. Liu Yang looked at the woman lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, then at the 2 young masters grinning with ingratiating smiles, and said with a hint of regret, "What a pity. Such a beautiful woman wasted by you 2. She was an excellent prospect for continuing the family line." Yet these rich second-generation heirs showed no compassion for delicate blossoms. Instead, they treated her as food. Noticing Liu Yang's expression of regret, the 2 rich heirs seemed to realize something, and quickly offered in flattering tones. "Bro, you've taken a fancy to her. No worries. She's merely one of my playthings. She still has a breath in her. How about we leave first, and you take your pleasure while she's still warm? Upon hearing those words, the woman's already despairing eyes grew even more hopelessness. She was on the verge of death, yet these people weren't thinking of saving her or letting her go. They were discussing taking her while she was still warm. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here on earth. At this moment, the woman could only wish for death. In this world, she felt nothing but pain. Living one more second was an excruciating torment for her. Hearing what the two rich heirs had said, Liu Yang himself was somewhat taken aback. He had always considered himself a cold and indifferent person by nature. Since the world had shown him no kindness, he would not show kindness to the world. He felt he was already cold enough toward ordinary people. Yet he never imagined these rich heirs could surpass even him in cruelty. Though heaven had granted them wealthy families and allowed them to enjoy pleasures most people could only dream of, they seemed to hold no reverence for life whatsoever. To these young masters, other people were merely playthings, objects that could be dismantled, discarded, or tortured at will. Liu Yang was cold-blooded, but not to such malicious extremes. He looked at them coldly and said, "To be honest, you two are unworthy of existing in this world. So I will see you off." Upon hearing this, the two rich heirs' expressions changed, but before they could counterattack, Liu Yang's fire axe had already split one man's skull. The other grabbed a kitchen knife, attempting to chop at Liu Yang, but before he could even raise it, his head exploded. The fire axe took down one, and the ice needle finished the other. In less than 2 seconds, Liu Yang eliminated both enemies. He turned his gaze toward the dying woman. Witnessing Liu Yang kill the two rich heirs, the woman assumed he was a good man, and hope ignited in her eyes once more. Though she had been utterly hopeless from the beginning, now having seen those two demons slain by Liu Yang, he seemed like a savior standing before her. Clutching at the last straw of survival, the woman pleaded in a frail voice, "Save me. Please save me. I beg you." Liu Yang gazed at her, his expression unmoved, only serene. He said, "Your legs have already been removed. With the medical conditions in the apocalypse, there is no way you could survive. You're merely lingering now. All that awaits is for you to feel your life slowly ebb away, and I am powerless to stop it. Thus all I can do is send you off so you may die without suffering." Hearing Liu Yang's words, and seeing his cold countenance, the woman gradually regained her reason. Yes, without legs, with massive blood loss. Even in peaceful times, delayed hospital treatment would mean certain death. What sense did it make to expect rescue after the apocalypse erupted? Could she really be saved? She closed her eyes. Liu Yang sent forth an ice needle, ending this wretched woman's painful existence. With that done, Liu Yang began searching the next villa. Along the way, Liu Yang dispatched quite a few zombies. However, no survivors were found inside any of the villas. It was only upon reaching the final villa that Liu Yang noticed something unusual. A single zombie was inside the villa, relentlessly attacking a bedroom door. This piqued Liu Yang's curiosity. Normally, zombies would cease their assault once they lost sight of survivors and resume aimless wandering. Yet this particular zombie seemed highly purposeful, relentlessly hammering at the door with such conviction that even its own skull had begun to dent from the impacts. Had zombies now developed intelligence? Liu Yang tightened his grip on his axe. He called out to it, "Hey!" Upon hearing the sound, the zombie immediately turned its head. Its face, smeared with blackened blood, instantly twisted into a ferocious grimace. It then charged straight at Liu Yang. Quickly, Liu Yang darted into a room and slammed the door shut behind him. As expected, the zombie began battering relentlessly at his door. Liu Yang drew his final conclusion. So the zombie's aggression has indeed intensified, and it has nothing to do with anything special about that door. This is already the 6th day of the zombie outbreak. Their murderous intent has sharpened so drastically. If things continue like this, who knows, they may evolve intelligence. Experiment concluded. Liu Yang opened the door and cleaved the zombie down with a single axe swing. He then approached the door that had been under relentless attack. He slowly pushed it open. Inside were 2 female survivors. Seeing Liu Yang enter, the 2 women's weak, pallid faces immediately twisted in astonishment. Then, filled with hopeful anticipation, they asked Liu Yang, "Hey, are you the security guard from the entrance? Are you here to rescue us? Has the apocalypse ended?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse has not ended, nor am I still a security guard. I am simply searching for survivors. You may tell me what you know, and I can provide you with food. All I ask in return is your submission." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the light of hope on the 2 girls' faces dimmed visibly. So it hadn't ended after all. That security guard wasn't simply here to rescue people. He wanted them to submit. The 2 women hesitated momentarily, though their deliberation lasted less than a second. For it was Liu Yang's subsequent words that truly captured their hearts. He could provide food. They hadn't eaten in a full 5 days. As long as there was food, what did submission matter? And so they resolutely chose to follow Liu Yang. Having rescued these final 2 survivors, Liu Yang concluded his search for the day. As for the high-rise apartments, Liu Yang had no intention of searching them. High-rise buildings were far too densely populated, organized around entire families. Unlike the villa district, which housed mostly young, rich, second-generation heirs, families meant that if one member turned, the rest stood little chance. Their survival odds were too slim. Liu Yang decided to seal the doors shut, leaving the zombies to perish within. The simulation ended. Liu Yang began to act. Following the simulated course, Liu Yang successfully brought back the two girls. When he returned to the villa with the two new female survivors, Tang Mingting, Su Xiao, and the others finally dared not voice any objections. They merely whispered among themselves. Tang Mingting turned to He Yushi and said, "Am I seeing this correctly? One of those two looks like Zhao Lina, the academic beauty among our campus's 4 great beauties." He Yushi nodded. Indeed, it is Zhao Lina. As one of the 4 great beauties herself, He Yushi naturally knew who the other 3 were. This one Liu Yang had rescued was the academic beauty Zhao Lina. Tang Mingting wore a mischievous grin and said to He Yushi, "How about we place a bet? Let's wager on whether Zhao Lina will get slapped by Liu Yang." Among all the women present, Tang Mingting had received the most slaps from Liu Yang, 3 in total. She had been nursing a grudge over it ever since. Now she desperately hoped Zhao Lina would maintain her arrogant aloofness from before the catastrophe, only to be slapped into submission by Liu Yang. He Yushi's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head. "A bet? I'm not betting with you." After being tricked once by Liu Yang, He Yushi had become thoroughly frightened of gambling. She added, "Though I won't bet with you, I can make a prediction: Zhao Lina won't be slapped. As the academic beauty, she's not that foolish." "I don't believe it. At the very least, she'll get slapped once." Zhao Lina used to consistently rank first in her grade back at school, and her aloof demeanor turned away countless wealthy suitors. "I don't believe she'd submit immediately. She'll definitely have to eat at least one slap from Liu Yang," Tang Mingting said confidently. Ignoring the whispers of the other women, Liu Yang spoke directly to Zhao Lina and her best friend beside her, Zhou Qiuping. "Go take a shower. If you want food, you can come find me in my room later." The two kept their heads lowered and remained silent, merely nodding. They then found an empty room to settle in before heading to bathe. After bathing, they lay on the bed. Zhou Qiuping's face contorted with dissatisfaction. "A mere security guard, who does he think he is? He used to live off the wages we paid him, and now he dares to order us around, even demanding our submission. It's absolutely infuriating." "Forget it, stop talking. Be careful not to let him hear you," Zhao Lina urged Zhou Qiuping. "So what if he hears us? What's the big deal?" Zhou Qiuping curled her lips, her face filled with disdain. "Oh, if that's the case, do you want to go back to being trapped in that bedroom, starving to the point of desperation?" Zhao Lina countered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiuping shuddered. They had been trapped in that bedroom for a full 5 days. Starting from the 3rd day, that zombie had incessantly banged on the door for 2 whole days. During those 2 days, they had no food and could barely sleep. It was a dual torment of body and mind. Just the memory of it made her entire body tremble. "See, you're terrified, aren't you? If we hadn't come to this villa, do you think we would even be able to sleep peacefully? He may be a security guard, but we must cast aside our former professions and statuses. Because this is the apocalypse, things are different now. You and I are no longer wealthy young ladies. Our homes are gone, so what wealth is there to speak of? You must understand this." Zhao Lina spoke calmly. During the many days she was trapped, her mind had been in constant overdrive. While confined to that room, she was incessantly pondering how they could escape. Where could they flee, and how could they survive? Ultimately, she reached a conclusion. Even if they managed to escape the room, 2 weak women would find it nearly impossible to survive. If they encountered malevolent survivors, they could be violated, murdered, or even eaten as food. Zhao Lina had long prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. Yet now Liu Yang showed no signs of forcing them. This had already far exceeded Zhao Lina's expectations. In an apocalyptic world devoid of moral and legal constraints, it was truly not difficult to imagine what a strong man could do to vulnerable women. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's words, an even more helpless expression appeared on Zhou Qiuping's face. "I know that too, I just can't wrap my head around it. Just a few days ago, we were still living the lives of wealthy heiresses, pampered and catered to and highly popular at school. Even I had dozens of suitors, let alone you, who had thousands. Whatever we wanted, we just had to post on WeChat Moments, and a horde of simps would deliver it immediately. But now, sigh, the fall from grace is simply too immense." Zhou Qiuping could not understand. Her family background, appearance, and even academic performance were inferior to Zhao Lina's. Yet even so, she still had dozens of suitors. Being surrounded by those fawning simps every day gave her an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Now being coerced into submitting to a mere security guard, she found it truly hard to accept. It was only natural for her to harbor some grievances. But what she found most baffling was that even though Zhao Lina had experienced an even greater fall from grace, she seemed remarkably calm, without a single word of complaint. "Lina, do you really want to yield just like this? In the past, when wealthy heirs offered you sports cars worth millions, you didn't even bat an eye. Now you're actually going to agree to a security guard?" Zhou Qiuping looked at Zhao Lina in utter bewilderment. That was then a things are different now? In the past, I had my own plans for my life and my own dreams to realize, so naturally, I wouldn't be swayed by those wealthy heirs. Gifts, designer bags, and sports cars are all non-essential material goods. They did nothing to aid my dreams or plans, so of course I remained unmoved by them. But now without food we will die. This is a very pragmatic reality. And once we are dead, everything else ceases to exist. From a biological perspective, no matter how lowly an organism is, even a single bacterium, it does not wish to die. Everything a living creature does is solely for the sake of survival. I am no different. We must survive first before we can talk about dreams and the future, Zhao Lina said calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Qiuping looked astonished. Such a level of resolve was beyond her imagination. Ultimately, she shook her head and said to Zhao Lina with heartfelt sincerity, "Lina, I truly admire you. No matter the circumstances, you always maintain the coolest head, never letting emotions dictate your thoughts. Perhaps this is what makes someone truly exceptional." Zhao Lina's composure filled her with admiration. Perhaps this was the extraordinary rationality possessed by a brilliant female science student. Your feelings are just what any ordinary person would feel. There's no need to overthink it. Once you starve for another night, you'll come around. I'm going to see him now, Zhao Lina offered consolingly. Yet to Zhou Qiuping's ears this consolation felt incredibly awkward. Come around after starving for another night. Can I choose not to starve? But before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Lina had already left the room, heading up to the second floor. Zhou Qiuping opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. It seemed she was destined to go hungry tonight, as Zhao Lina had already beaten her to it. This genius best friend of hers was indeed always one step ahead. Upstairs, Liu Yang was resting on his bed. Clearing out the entire villa district today had left him utterly exhausted. However, having rescued 2 female survivors, it was all worth it. Soon there was a knock on his door. Oh, figured things out so quickly. It seems hunger truly brings clarity. I wonder which of the two it is. Come in. Liu Yang called out toward the door. When he saw the person who pushed the door open, his eyes instantly lit up. So beautiful. She was absolutely stunning. Liu Yang had never expected that a survivor he rescued at random would be this gorgeous. In terms of both looks and figure, she was not at all inferior to He Yushi. Liu Yang looked at her, finding her face somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, he finally recalled who she was. He spoke to her in surprise. "You. Aren't you that brilliant campus belle Zhao something?" "It's Zhao Lina," the beautiful genius replied in a low voice, her lovely face flushing red. "Oh, right. Zhao Lina. I remember you. Not only are you incredibly beautiful, but you also constantly ranked first in the entire grade. The students at school used to praise you to high heaven. They said you were the hardest girl in the whole school to pursue. I never expected the person I saved would be you." It was no exaggeration to say that Zhao Lina had even more suitors at school than He Yushi and the other 3 campus belles. This was not because she was more beautiful than the others, but because of her identity as the elite scholar belle of the campus. A genius who consistently ranked first in her grade, stunningly beautiful and possessing an exquisite figure. How many wealthy heirs eager to prove their superiority and outshine their peers yearned to win her heart. The wealthy often strive hardest to prove whatever they lack. Although those rich heirs came from affluent families, almost all of them performed miserably in their academic pursuits. After all, the rich indulged in wild and extravagant lifestyles, with their minds entirely consumed by pleasure. How could they possibly study? Yet the poorer their academic performance, the more they craved a girlfriend with stellar grades. Imagine this: if one could win the heart of the scholar belle Zhao Lina, they would secure not only the prestige of one of the 4 campus belles, but also the crown of the top-ranking academic genius in the grade. With the prestige of these dual titles, wouldn't taking her out bring immense pride and status? As some crudely put it, if you can't get into a university, you can still conquer a university student. If you can't rank first in the grade, but you can conquer the one who does, isn't it the same? Consequently, Zhao Lina became the most sought-after goddess in the school, without rival. Even the other 3 campus belles paled in comparison. Yet now this top-ranking scholar belle had voluntarily pushed open his door and entered his room, a realization that filled Liu Yang with sheer exhilaration. Those rich heirs looked down on him as a mere security guard. Yet now this lowly guard had possessed 2 campus belles whom they could only dream of obtaining. Not only He Yushi, but even the most elusive Zhao Lina. Thrilled to his core, Liu Yang said, "Come, let me see how a scholar belle like you differs from other women." Liu Yang patted his bed as he spoke. Hearing his words, Zhao Lina's fair face flushed crimson. This guy was incredibly thick-skinned. To speak of such intimate matters so casually, it was utterly embarrassing. She slowly sat on the edge of the bed and said to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, I need food. As you know, I've been starving for days and have no strength left. Give me some food first. Once I'm full, I can serve you better." This was a small calculated ploy on Zhao Lina's part. Upon arriving at the villa, she had noticed that Liu Yang already had several women around him. Given the scarce resources of the apocalypse, sustaining so many women was no easy feat. She made this request to eat before doing the deed because she wanted to use the interval when he fetched the food to secretly gauge just how much sustenance he possessed. If Liu Yang had an abundance of food, she would indeed not mind submitting to him. However, if his supplies were scarce, even if she submitted to him, she might not survive for long. What was the point of surviving for just a few extra days? If that were the case, there would be no need for her to sell her body. Liu Yang was somewhat surprised by her request. This was the very first time a woman had asked to eat before getting down to business. Of course Liu Yang would not refuse. Hadn't the scholar belle herself said so? Eating was merely to restore her strength so she could serve him better, and ultimately wouldn't he be the one enjoying it? With a slight nudge of his mind, he retrieved a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from his dark space. Witnessing this, Zhao Lina was completely dumbfounded. How? How did you do that? Oh my god. Do you know magic? Conjuring food out of thin air. No, this defies the law of conservation of mass. As an elite student, Zhao Lina believed deeply in science. Yet what Liu Yang had just demonstrated was entirely inexplicable by scientific means. How on earth did this guy do it? Could he truly possess magical powers? Indeed. Even a genius like you finds the underlying principle unimaginable, don't you? Admittedly, by the laws of physics, this is impossible. But as for me, I simply enjoy defying conventions. Liu Yang spoke with a touch of smugness, noting her stunned expression. The dark space was after all a spatial superpower. Naturally, it defied explanation by ordinary physical laws. Then, as if a sudden realization struck her, Zhao Lina's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked Liu Yang, "Could it be that you possess superpowers like in the movies? Are you a mutant, or perhaps an awakened metahuman?" You could say that. Liu Yang nodded. Hearing his confirmation, the light in Zhao Lina's eyes grew even brighter. Wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. Don't worry, I will serve you with all my heart from now on. I am your woman. I will do whatever you command, you only need to protect me. Zhao Lina spoke with pure joy. If Liu Yang were merely an ordinary survivor, her chances of survival by his side would not be very high. But if Liu Yang were a superpowered individual, everything changed. Even in an apocalyptic world, possessing such formidable abilities guaranteed a life of prosperity and dominance. By clinging to this powerful figure, she would never have to worry about her safety again. You certainly adapt quickly for a scholar belle. Weren't you rumored to be aloof and cold? Why aren't you acting distant at all now? Liu Yang inquired with curiosity. My aloofness is reserved for those foolish wealthy heirs. They have no talent of their own, relying solely on their family's wealth, yet they expect every girl to throw herself at them. Bah! They should take a good look at themselves in the mirror. I, Zhao Lina, possess both peerless beauty and supreme intelligence. The man I seek must be at the very top of his field, if not the world. If those heirs were among the world's richest, I might consider them. Unfortunately, they can only show off in our local city. They are far from being true global elites. Zhao Lina spoke while munching on the bread, her cheeks puffed out cutely. Liu Yang asked, and what about me? But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a superpowered being. Perhaps you are the only superpowered person in the entire world. Doesn't that make you the ultimate elite? Being a poor student is just your past identity. You shouldn't feel insecure. Now you are a noble, superpowered individual. Forget ordinary girls. You could even be worthy of a queen. Zhao Lina declared with adoration. Hearing her words and seeing her gaze filled with worship, Liu Yang rubbed his chin in embarrassment. No one had ever praised him like this before. The flattery made him feel slightly sheepish. This scholar belle was indeed different from the rest. She spoke with such eloquence, and every word she uttered was the absolute truth. Liu Yang, of all things, loved beautiful women who spoke the honest truth. Tonight he must engage in a deeply intimate exchange with her. She was not only the top student, but beautiful. Was porcelain, pale and delicate and tall, with straight ivory that drew every eye. Her waist was so slender it could be grasped with one hand, arousing a craving to conquer. Liu Yang asked, "Will you be my woman?" Zhao Lina nodded. Soon Liu Yang also received a system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully persuaded her to become your girlfriend. Obtained a new supernatural ability, zombie control. Base attributes increased by 50 points. Liu Yang's heart swelled with joy at the message. A 5-kill streak truly brings extra rewards. His base attributes surged by a full 50 points this time. 50 points in base stats are twice those of an ordinary person. He had started with 110 base attributes, and now it had risen to 160. Already more than 3 times that of a normal person. His strength now surpassed the combined might of 3 burly men, and his speed had also surged. He could run 100 meters in just 4 seconds. Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling his power grow ever stronger. Even without considering the other abilities, this boost to my base attributes could turn me into a little superhero. Would the 7-kill godly reward be even richer? Liu Yang wondered, full of anticipation. He checked his new ability again. Zombie Control, Level 1. The host can control level 1 zombies, manipulate their actions, and gain access to their field of vision. This ability is formidable. Liu Yang was stunned. Could he directly control zombies, seize the opponent's field of view, and govern their movements? In that case, couldn't I have the zombies scout for me, or even search for survivors and supplies? With this skill, many dangerous tasks could be handed off to the zombies without me lifting a finger. and paired with future simulations. These are essentially two life-saving divine abilities. If Liu Yang wished, he could use them to have zombies search for food while he stayed in the villa complex hiding until the end. As long as there were no large-scale indiscriminate weapons, Liu Yang need not fear for his safety. At the same time, he checked the attributes he possessed. Today, while scouring for survivors, Liu Yang eliminated 120 zombies, earning 12 attribute points. These attribute points added to his stats would strengthen his power. Though they weren't as generous as system rewards, every little bit helps. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Thus Liu Yang made up his mind. Today I have found all the survivors in the villa district. Tomorrow I will clear out all the zombies they're killing, as many as possible to gain more attribute points. After all, saving survivors in the apocalypse is a good deed, and rescuing the female survivors and bearing children is also contributing to humanity's reproduction. After all, the world has ended, and it's a parallel world with no laws to restrain. Who cares? So tomorrow he must continue to search for supplies and survivors. It would be best to find a female survivor. After reviewing his rewards, it was time to reward Zhao Lina. For over an hour, Liu Yang wore a smug, satisfied smile. Then, holding Zhao Lina, the campus beauty, he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day after breakfast, Liu Yang returned to his room to simulate today's zombie clearing mission. Zhao Lina also had breakfast with him, but he specifically left her a sausage as she didn't eat half a loaf of bread. Liu Yang watched, but did not interfere. When Liu Yang returned to the room to do his simulations, Zhao Lina also carried the remaining food and quietly returned to the room she shared with Zhou Qiuping. Zhou Qiuping's face lit up with excitement when she saw Zhao Lina. Lina, you're finally back. Zhao Lina produced the food. Qiuping, these are the provisions I left behind. Take them and eat. Seeing this, Zhou Qiuping's eyes lit up with gratitude. Ah, food. Zhao Lina, you even left me food. You're so wonderful. You truly are my good friend. Thank you so much. Zhou Qiuping, who had been hungry for days, now saw the food and began to eat it hungrily. Hearing Zhao Lina's words, a look of utter astonishment washed over Zhou Qiuping's face as she asked, is he really that incredible? Yeah, every single word I said is true. Last night, I even ate beforehand before doing that with him, and I still nearly died of exhaustion. That's why I left some food for you. I'm truly terrified you'll be worked to death tonight. Zhao Lina nodded as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation flickered across Zhou Qiuping's face. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was projecting future events. Today he planned to clear out all the zombies in the entire villa district. He had already eliminated a vast majority of them yesterday while searching for survivors. Now all that remained was to hunt down the stray zombies wandering in the scattered corners of the villa district. Once that was done, the entire villa district would be completely cleared and transformed into a safe zone. By then his women would be free to move around as they pleased. The facilities in the villa district were exceptionally high-end, boasting a stadium, a swimming pool, a gym, and various sports equipment. A massive artificial lake lay right in the center of the community where one could go boating or fishing. Once this place was cleared, they could fully enjoy the supreme convenience of the entire villa district, doing whatever they desired within its borders. After wandering through the villa district for a while, Liu Yang had yet to spot a single zombie. After all, the area was vast but sparsely populated. Furthermore, having eliminated a large portion during his rescue of the survivors, the remaining stray zombies wandering around were few and far between. The zombies in the 10 high-rise residential buildings had all been locked inside by Liu Yang, unable to escape. After walking for a few minutes, the first zombie finally appeared. By this time, Liu Yang's physical attributes had already reached more than twice those of an ordinary human. Without resorting to his superpower, he charged at the zombie with an axe in hand, easily taking it down. The fire axe cleaved straight into the creature's brain, getting wedged in its skull. Liu Yang stepped on the zombie's head and forcefully wrenched the axe free. Liu Yang shook his head and muttered, though every strike of a fire axe delivers heavy damage and can even pierce armor, it simply isn't sharp enough. The blade is too thick, making it easy to get stuck in bone. Wasting time to pull it out severely compromises my efficiency. Currently, Liu Yang's basic attributes were more than double those of an ordinary human. His melee capabilities were immensely formidable. Even without utilizing his superpower, he could easily dispatch dozens of zombies single-handedly. Unfortunately, his weapon was too subpar to sustain a continuous assault. Every strike on a zombie risked getting wedged in its skull, requiring extra effort to pull it back out. If there were many zombies, such a momentary delay could easily plunge him into grave danger. If only I had a proper weapon. With a good weapon, I wouldn't even flinch if I were surrounded by 100 zombies. Though these thoughts crossed Liu Yang's mind, his hands never stopped continuing to fell the zombies one axe blow at a time. In less than an hour, every single zombie in the entire villa district had been completely eliminated by Liu Yang. He was able to clear the area so swiftly, partly because he used to work here as a security guard and was intimately familiar with the neighborhood, and partly because the villa district was vast yet sparsely populated. As for the 10 high-rise residential buildings in the high-rise sector, their main gates had already been locked tight by him, keeping the zombies trapped inside. After wiping out all the zombies, Liu Yang passed by the high-rise residential sector only to hear a loud rhythmic banging coming from the gate of one of the buildings. He walked over to take a look. He found a zombie incessantly slamming its head against the iron gate. The loud commotion was drawing other zombies over as well. Dozens of zombies swarmed around the iron gate, completely blocking it. Once they spotted Liu Yang through the open iron bars, they began slamming against the gate even more frantically. Constant roars erupted from their throats. Some zombies even bit down directly on the iron bars, refusing to stop even after shattering all their teeth. The scene was utterly chaotic and frenzied. Yet Liu Yang remained perfectly calm, devoid of fear. These ordinary zombies posed absolutely no threat to him now. Even if there were no iron gate, and all dozens of them rushed out at once, Liu Yang could still slaughter them all effortlessly. However, this phenomenon gave him pause for thought. Under normal circumstances, once I lock the iron gate, and these zombies lose sight of the living, they shouldn't attack it. But now they have started assaulting the gate for no apparent reason. This indicates that at least one zombie understands this gate is the key to getting out. Their level of intelligence is steadily rising. Initially, Liu Yang had no intention of dealing with the high-rise buildings. His original plan was simply to lock all 10 buildings and leave the zombies inside to rot and perish on their own. But now this method seems somewhat ineffective. As the zombies' intelligence evolved, they might eventually breach the gate, allowing all the trapped monsters to pour out. That would invite immense trouble. While the villa district was indeed vast and sparsely populated, the high-rise residential sector was extremely dense. Each high-rise building housed at least 100 families. Across all 10 buildings, there were easily nearly 10,000 residents. Those who had turned into zombies easily numbered in the thousands. If thousands of zombies were to swarm out all at once, Liu Yang, despite his enhanced strength, did not believe he could eliminate them all on his own. Therefore, he had to find a way to thoroughly deal with the zombies in the high-rise buildings as well. Roar! Right then, a burly zombie suddenly slammed against the iron gate. It roared furiously at Liu Yang, its eyes brimming with absolute madness, desperate to break free this very instant and tear him to pieces. Unfortunately for them, their intellect was still lacking. They couldn't even perform the simple action of opening a gate. However, in a few days that might no longer be the case. He then walked over to a luxury car parked outside the villa. Summoning a basin from his dark space, he siphoned gasoline from the car's fuel tank, catching it in the basin. Once the basin was full, Liu Yang carried it over and splashed the gasoline directly onto the zombies through the iron gate, instantly drenching them. Liu Yang pulled out a lighter and ignited the gasoline. Whoosh! Raging flames erupted instantly. Incapable of feeling pain, the zombies still wore expressions of pure madness. They continued to slam against the iron gate as the fire quickly consumed them, spreading upward into the building. Soon the entire high-rise was ablaze. The results are promising. In less than a day, the entire building will burn down and all the zombies inside will be reduced to ashes. It seems I must burn down all 10 of these buildings to incinerate every last zombie. Otherwise, as their intelligence evolves, they might just break right through the iron gates. Subsequently, Liu Yang used this method to set the other 9 buildings ablaze. The flames raged furiously and the 10 high-rise residential buildings crackled loudly as they burned. Just then, from the rooftop of one of the high-rises, a survivor plunged from the sky, hitting the ground with a sickening thud, their skull instantly shattering upon impact. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yang was slightly taken aback. He had not expected survivors to still linger within the high-rise residential buildings. To think they had tenaciously survived being besieged by zombies for days, only to ultimately leap to their deaths due to the raging fire. Yet there was neither pity nor self-reproach in Liu Yang's eyes. The moment they were trapped inside the residential buildings, the countdown to their demise had already begun. They were merely drawing out their last breaths. Starvation was inevitable, and they stood absolutely no chance of breaking out. Their ultimate fate would have been either starving to death or being torn apart by zombies while searching for food. By setting the fire and forcing them to jump, he had instead granted them an early release from their misery. Truly a boundless act of virtue. As the fire raged, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. A total of 6600 zombies have been slain. You have obtained 660 attribute points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was instantly overjoyed. Over 6,000 zombies killed already. In the villa district, he had slain fewer than 300. Setting the residential buildings on fire had pushed the count straight to 6600. This meant there were over 6,000 zombies in those buildings alone. With 660 attribute points, he could allocate them evenly across his 4 basic attributes, adding 165 points to each. This would instantly double his attribute points. After all, his triple kill reward had only granted 30 points to all attributes, and his pentakill reward had added a mere 50. All his hard-earned rewards combined had only brought his attributes to 160. Yet simply burning down 10 residential buildings yielded an immediate increase of 165 points. Once fully allocated, his four-dimensional attributes would reach 325. This was 5 times the 50-point average of an ordinary human. What did that imply? While an average person took 12 seconds to run 100 meters, Liu Yang would need less than 2. He was practically a real-life Superman. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to allocate the points. Notification: congratulations, host. Attribute points have been successfully allocated. Current attributes: strength, 325, speed, 325, stamina, 325, spirit, 325. Seeing this notification, Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He felt that with his current strength, even without using his superpowers, he could blow a zombie's head apart with a single punch. To think that merely starting a fire could yield so many attribute points. This reward system was incredibly satisfying. Liu Yang pondered. It seems I must eliminate even more zombies. Gaining 1 attribute point for every 10 zombies killed is simply too tempting a reward. The university is extremely close to the villa district, separated by just a single wall. One can easily enter by scaling it, which is why many wealthy heirs live in this area. It looks like my next move is to climb over and see if I can set a few fires at the school too. While I'm at it, I can raid the school convenience store and cafeteria, claiming all the food for myself. Burning down the 10 high-rise residential buildings had allowed Liu Yang to eliminate over 600 zombies. This filled Liu Yang with immense excitement. There were roughly 30,000 students at the university. Aside from the wealthy heirs who could afford to rent apartments outside, the vast majority of students resided on campus. Moreover, the disaster had struck on a weekend morning. Many students were likely still sleeping and having not yet left their beds. This meant that the zombies on campus would be heavily concentrated within the 10 dormitory buildings. Among them were 5 male dormitories and 5 female dormitories. If he could set these 10 buildings on fire, he might be able to wipe out 20,000 zombies. Wouldn't that yield a staggering 2,000 attribute points? At the thought of this, Liu Yang could hardly contain his excitement. Thus, he initiated his next future deduction. Within the deduction, he arrived next to the boundary wall, with only a single barrier separating him from the school. Crouching down, Liu Yang leaped with immense force, easily clearing the 3-meter-high wall and landing steadily inside the campus. A few zombies happened to be nearby. Upon seeing Liu Yang land, their faces instantly contorted with feral excitement as they lunged at him frantically. Liu Yang raised his fire axe, dispatching them with 1 strike each. Within seconds, the zombies were eliminated. He then began charging toward the school cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, since the outbreak had not occurred during mealtime, there were barely any students inside. Only a few dozen staff members had turned into zombies. Raising his axe, Liu Yang quickly dispatched them all. Afterward, he made his way to the cafeteria's kitchen warehouse. Beholding a warehouse overflowing with provisions, Liu Yang was instantly thrilled. Incredible! There are actually over 50 bags each of 50-kilogram rice and flour. Take them all. And over a dozen 10-liter barrels of cooking oil. Take them all. A whole pile of fruits and vegetables. Take them all. All kinds of fresh meat and cooked deli meats. Take them all. Induction cookers, gas stoves, and gas cylinders. Take them all. In a pinch, I might even be able to use the gas cylinders to blow up zombies. Liu Yang thoroughly looted the school cafeteria, knowing his dark space was vast. Whether useful or seemingly useless, he took everything. It might be useless now, but what if it came in handy later? After clearing out the cafeteria, he headed toward the convenience store. The convenience store was packed with packaged foods: bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-sealed chicken drumsticks, milk, and various beverages. Liu Yang swept all of them into his space as well. This mountain of food was more than enough to sustain him, Su Xiao, and the others for several years. Having accomplished this, he departed, preparing to head toward the dormitories to burn all 10 buildings down. Before entering the school, he had stored a substantial amount of gasoline in bottles within his space. All he needed to do now was reach the dormitories and pour it out. Just as Liu Yang was heading toward the dormitories, he passed by the infirmary and noticed several zombies wandering outside. One of them was relentlessly slamming its head against the infirmary door. Liu Yang frowned. This was clearly unusual. Generally, zombies would only bash doors with their heads when they detected survivors to attack. Moreover, only zombies possessing a shred of intelligence would use their heads to break in. The wooden door of the infirmary was already starting to crack, and if this continued, it would likely be breached. Sensing Liu Yang's presence, the zombies instantly locked their gazes onto him and charged. Without hesitation, Liu Yang swung his axe to strike them down. The 5 zombies were swiftly eliminated. Liu Yang approached the infirmary window to peer inside. Sure enough, there was a female student trembling in terror. Liu Yang pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing him enter, the girl's face instantly filled with fear as she huddled deeper into the corner. Liu Yang said to her, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a zombie. I can take you to a safe place. Follow me. Are you from the rescue team? Did you come specifically to save us?" Upon seeing Liu Yang, a look of hope washed over the girl's face. "No, I only came to look for food. But saving you along the way doesn't bother me," Liu Yang added. The light of hope in the girl's eyes instantly dimmed. Seeing her utter disappointment, Liu Yang remarked, "I have food, you know." Upon hearing this, the spark of hope flickered back to life in her eyes. Liu Yang also felt his luck was quite good. He had originally come to the school to burn down the dormitories and harvest more attribute points, never expecting to stumble upon a beautiful woman along the way. This was truly an unexpected windfall. "I still have things to do. Just stay right behind me. Keep quiet, or you might attract the zombies. You wouldn't want to be swarmed by zombies, would you?" Liu Yang warned the woman. At the same time, he sized her up, noting her tall, voluptuous figure and exquisite curves. Though her face was somewhat pale and weary, it could not hide the sheer beauty radiating from her delicate features. She was without a doubt a stunning beauty. Most captivating of all were her long legs, straight porcelain white and perfectly proportioned. They were arguably more beautiful than those of any other woman Liu Yang had ever known. They were a pair of flawlessly proportioned jade-like feet. I understand, the woman nodded. For the past few days she had been hiding in the infirmary while the zombies outside relentlessly slammed their heads against the door. It had terrified her out of her wits. "All right, let's head toward the dormitory building," Liu Yang said. "What? The dormitory? It must be crawling with zombies right now." "We shouldn't go there," the woman stammered, visibly startled. The zombie outbreak had hit right on the weekend, a time when almost all students and teachers were in their dorms. Now the dormitories, both student and faculty, were ground zero for the disaster. There had to be tens of thousands of zombies trapped inside. Going there now was practically a death wish. "Zombies are exactly what I'm looking for. Don't worry, you'll be safe with me. Let's go," Liu Yang said with absolute confidence. Seeing the self-assured look on his face, the woman finally nodded. The 5 zombies at the entrance had all been slain by Liu Yang, which spoke volumes of his strength. He did not fear them and possessed the capability to dispatch 5 at once. Thus her only choice now was to place her trust in him. "All right," the woman nodded. Following closely behind Liu Yang, the two of them set off toward the dormitory building. Along the way, the woman spoke to him. "Hello, I don't think I've caught your name yet. I'm Zhao Yuding. My name is Liu Yang. I'm a student here," Liu Yang replied. "Ah, a student?" The woman was slightly taken aback before saying, "I am Zhao Yuding, a teacher at this school. A teacher should be the one protecting their students, yet here I am being protected by you instead. It's quite embarrassing." Hearing this, Liu Yang looked her over once more. This female teacher appeared remarkably young. Initially, he had assumed she was a fellow student. Now, looking closely after her revelation, he noticed she was dressed in a white button-up shirt and a professional pencil skirt, paired with semi-sheer black stockings, torn in places during her frantic escape when the apocalypse broke out. She exuded a unique, alluring charm. This was a classic office lady outfit. Hearing that she was a school teacher, the attire finally made sense. "I didn't expect you to be a teacher. You look so young," Liu Yang remarked. "Thank you." Zhao Yuding blushed slightly and lowered her head. At 23, she had only recently started working. Her flawless porcelain skin was so delicate it seemed as though it would bruise at the slightest touch, which was why she was often mistaken for a student. Every time she was mistaken for a student, she felt a quiet joy, as it meant she still looked youthful. The two continued chatting as they walked. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several burly men emerged and blocked their path. These men were armed with baseball bats, javelins, and makeshift spears. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes as he observed them. They were dark-skinned and heavily built, with bulging muscles straining against their clothes. They were clearly the school's athletic students. When the apocalypse struck, these athletes happened to be training out on the sports field. Because they weren't confined to the dormitories, they had managed to survive. Though some of their fellow athletes had turned into zombies, they had quickly dispatched them. The open space of the sports field allowed them room to maneuver. Had they encountered zombies inside the dorms, escaping would have been nearly impossible. When the athletes spotted Liu Yang and the beautiful woman behind him, sinister smirks spread across their faces. They shouted at Liu Yang, "Oh, aren't you that guy? What was his name? The one who worked as a security guard while still in college." Liu Yang, right? Who would have thought a pathetic security guard like you would still be alive? Huh, talk about bad weeds living long. I can't believe this broke loser survived until now. The group erupted into mocking laughter at Liu Yang's expense. Back in peaceful times, Liu Yang's part-time job as a security guard had made him the laughingstock of the entire school. Practically everyone knew him, and someone had even posted a photo of him standing guard at a residential gate on the school forum for everyone to mock. Liu Yang could never understand. What was wrong with working to support himself while in school? Wasn't self-reliance far better than being a spoiled rich kid who only begged their parents for money? What was so shameful about being a security guard? Wasn't he earning an honest living through his own hard work? Did professions truly have to be ranked by status? Seeing the contemptuous sneers on their faces, Liu Yang's expression instantly turned cold. He warned them, "Are you idiots tired of living?" It was only because they had run into him at school. If they had appeared near his villa community, Liu Yang would have slaughtered them without a second thought. He had no intention of establishing himself at the school, which was why he didn't want to bother with them. However, his words instantly provoked their wrath. There were 4 of them, all robust athletes armed with weapons. How did a mere security guard dare to speak so arrogantly to them? He was practically begging for death. Kid, what did you just say? Did I hear that right? You want us dead? Huh? Has your fucking brain been eaten by zombies? Fucking hell, a piece of trash dares to talk to us like that. You're dead. This is the apocalypse now. There is no law to protect you. We could kill you right now, and nothing would happen to us, you know that. Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Hand over all your food, leave that weapon behind, give us this woman, and then you can crawl away. The lead athlete sneered viciously at Liu Yang. Heh, indeed there are no laws anymore. Even if I kill you all, there won't be any consequences. Liu Yang let out a cold laugh. Since they were bent on seeking their own demise, there was no need to show mercy. Conveniently, since his attributes had been enhanced, he had only fought zombies, and had yet to test his strength against humans. Now he could see just how many seconds these 4 athletes, slightly stronger than average humans, could last against him. What? What do you think you're doing? We're all schoolmates, can't we just talk this out? Why must we fight? Don't think you can bully someone just because you have numbers. At that moment, the female teacher stepped in front of Liu Yang, shielding him behind her. In her eyes, these athletes were taking advantage of their numbers to bully him. As a teacher, she felt it was her duty to stand up for him. Though she was terrified, her entire body, trembling, she resolutely shielded Liu Yang. Seeing her actions, Liu Yang felt a wave of warmth. Hearing Zhao Yuding's words, the athlete sneered. As schoolmates in the apocalypse. You're far too naive. Teacher Zhao, aren't you? I've heard of you. The youngest and most beautiful teacher in our school. Over the past few days, we've had our fun with plenty of female students, but we haven't tasted a teacher yet. Come with us to the equipment room in a bit. The boys and I are going to have a great time with you. Just don't end up like those schoolgirls who died after only a few days. Oh. Hearing their vile words and seeing the lustful grins on their faces, the female teacher gasped in horror, yet she still did not step back. At this point, Liu Yang had seen enough. Gripping his fire axe, he lunged forward in a flash. Seeing him charge, the athlete's expressions shifted instantly. So fast. What's wrong with this guy, eh? Oh. A blood-curdling scream echoed. With a single swing of his axe, Liu Yang severed one of the athlete's arms, sending a geyser of blood spraying into the air. Ah! My arm, my arm. The athlete shrieked, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his bleeding stump. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Brother, who do it? The leader roared. Swish. A sharp whistle sliced through the air. A sneak attack. Relying on his lightning-fast reflexes, Liu Yang reached back and snatched a flying arrow right out of midair. Turning around, he saw another athlete hiding behind a large tree not far behind him, a bow in hand. However, that athlete's face was now a mask of sheer terror. Scared out of his wits, he stammered, "Holy shit," catching an arrow with bare hands. Are you even human? Liu Yang sneered. I don't know if I'm human, but you're all about to become ghosts. With that, Liu Yang lunged at them like a god of death, instantly slaughtering every last one of the athletes. The simulation ended. This simulation was also highly successful. The female teacher's behavior did surprise Liu Yang somewhat. When she saw herself being surrounded by the athletics students, that female teacher actually stepped forward and placed herself in front of him. Although she was no match for those 5 athletic students in such a dire situation, she did not fear, did not flee, did not abandon him. Instead, she was thinking of protecting him. This female teacher was indeed quite remarkable. Although this was something that would happen in the future and had not yet come to pass, Liu Yang still kept this kindness etched in his heart. Before, Liu Yang had been so poor that he had never experienced anyone's kindness. Someone once said that when you succeed, everyone around you becomes a good person, treating you with the warmest goodwill. But once you fail, you become nothing more than worthless dust. Everyone wants to trample you, and all you can feel is overwhelming malice. Liu Yang had never experienced anyone's kindness before. This female teacher was the first. It was precisely because of this that such kindness felt so precious and so deeply imprinted upon Liu Yang's memory. Liu Yang exhaled deeply. He prepared to act according to the simulation. But this time he had made up his mind. The moment he saw those athletic students, he would kill them all instantly. The simulation began. Liu Yang successfully gathered all the food and rescued that female teacher. As they headed toward the dormitory building, they encountered those 4 athletics students once again. Oh, isn't this that little security guard Liu Yang? I didn't expect this guy to also not have. Looking at the contemptuous smiles on their faces, Liu Yang said nothing. Pa. 5 crisp sounds rang out, and those athletic students were killed on the spot, their heads shattered. Even at the moment of death, they could not comprehend what had happened. Zhao Yuding let out a scream, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She still remembered Liu Yang's warning, not to make any sound lest they attract the zombies. Why? Why did you kill them all? Zhao Yuding asked Liu Yang in a trembling voice. If I hadn't killed them, they would have killed me. Liu Yang replied. That's impossible. They're all students at this school. How could they randomly kill someone? Zhao Yuding said in disbelief. Liu Yang smiled and spoke coldly. They will not only kill me, but they will also take you away and make you their plaything. From then on, you will become their slave. Those 5 athletic students could have broken you in less than 3 days. No, that's impossible. Zhao Yuding kept shaking her head. She could not believe that human nature could become so twisted. She always believed that within a school teachers had their duties, to educate students, and when difficulties arose to help and protect them. And students should help one another. Even when the apocalypse came, they should not turn on each other. Only through mutual assistance could they overcome disaster. Yet she did not know the truth was cruel. Especially in an apocalypse, one must prioritize self-preservation. If you do not kill others, they will kill you. Because resources were scarce in the apocalypse, everyone was a competitor. The more people searching for food, the greater the difficulty for you to find any. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll take you to their headquarters. After saying this, Liu Yang directly led Zhao Yuding toward the sports equipment room. During the previous simulation right before he died, he had overheard those athletics students mentioning that they intended to take Zhao Yuding to the equipment room. Clearly their headquarters was located there. Soon the two of them arrived at the equipment room. Pushing the door open, they found a completely naked female student inside, her neck locked with an iron chain and bound to the security window. Her hands had already been severed, the stumps tightly bound with rope to stop the bleeding. At this moment, that female student's face was deathly pale, her breath growing faint. Scattered across her pallid skin were numerous scratches, bite marks, and cigarette burn scars. Zhao Yuding witnessed this scene and could not help but cover her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. She could never have imagined that those athletic students would do such things to a female student. How? How could this be? Demons. Simply demons. Upon seeing Liu Yang and them, the female student opened her already despairing eyes. She spoke weakly, "Kill me. Kill me." For these past days, she had endured relentless torment from the 5 athletic students. At first, they had only raped, beaten, and tortured her, deriving pleasure from watching her suffer. Back then, she had still harbored hope of survival, believing that being tortured by them was preferable to being devoured alive by zombies. But later, as hunger gnawed at them, and they could not find food, those athletic students dared not venture into the cafeteria, because dozens of zombies lurked there. So they turned their attention to this female student. They devoured both of her arms. Only then did she realize that far more terrifying than zombies was the human heart. Thus, she only desired death. However, for the past 2 days, no matter how much she begged those athletic students, they refused to grant her release. Even after they had eaten her hands, they became even more exhilarated, as if her mangled limbs had awakened their long-suppressed depravity. They tortured her with even greater fervor. That female student had long wished she were dead. "We can save her. Let's take her with us, okay, Liu Yang?" Zhao Yuding pleaded with tears in her eyes. But Liu Yang merely shook his head and said, "Don't be foolish. Her arms are both gone. She cannot survive. All I can do is give her a swift end. No, she is still alive. We can definitely save her. It has to be possible." Zhao Yuding burst into tears. A female student, grievously wounded and unable to do anything, filled this female teacher with a profound sense of guilt and helplessness. She felt deeply sinful. "Kill me quickly, kill me. I understand. I cannot live. Kill me." The female student whispered weakly, her eyes fixed on Liu Yang as she continued to beg. "Could you please give me a quick end?" Liu Yang nodded. "Thank you." A look of relief finally appeared on the female student's face as she closed her eyes. "Ha!" Liu Yang directly shot her in the head. "Ah! Ah!" From within the equipment room, Zhao Yuding's anguished cries rang out. A female student was shot in the head by Liu Yang right before her eyes. Although she had requested it herself. Though Zhao Yuding also understood deep in her heart this was granting the student a merciful end. But she still could not bring herself to accept it. That a student should die in despair right before her own eyes, her teacher. Those people are demons. They are not human. Woo-woo. Zhao Yuding cried and cursed simultaneously. She could never have imagined that those students would commit such horrifying, inhumane acts, even more terrifying than zombies. Liu Yang cautioned the teacher. "Therefore, teacher Zhao, you must understand that in this apocalypse, everyone's former identity has become nothing but past history. Teachers are no longer teachers, students are no longer students. All people share only one identity now, survivor. And a survivor with no one to restrain them can do anything you cannot fathom. If you had encountered someone other than me, your fate might have been no different from that female student's. So please protect yourself. Do not harbor any more of that foolish compassion, or you will plunge into endless hell." Whoa. Those people deserve to die. They deserve to die 10,000 times. Zhao Yuding sobbed. "Let us go. We have no time to waste here. I must attend to my own affairs." Liu Yang said this and walked directly out of the equipment room. Though heartbroken, Zhao Yuding obediently followed behind him. After experiencing this incident, she finally understood that this apocalypse is fraught with peril, not only from zombies, but also from humans. At first, she had thought that everyone was merely a classmate. When Liu Yang said that if he did not kill those physical education students, they would kill him, Zhao Yuding simply did not believe it. But after witnessing the horrific scene inside the sports equipment room, Zhao Yuding now believed completely. If Liu Yang had not eliminated those PE students, then perhaps Liu Yang himself would have been killed by them, and she would have been captured, her fate likely even more miserable than that female student's. She had finally come to terms with the cruelty of this world. To survive in such a merciless world was an extraordinarily difficult undertaking, and Liu Yang was her only remaining hope for survival. Soon the two arrived at the dormitory building. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Yuding asked curiously. There are tens of thousands of zombies inside these dormitory buildings, so I intend to burn all 10 dorms to the ground. Liu Yang stated calmly. Ah. Zhao Yuding was startled and said, but there may still be student survivors within those dormitories. If you burn down the dormitory buildings, would you not be burning them to death as well? Liu Yang replied placidly, whether boys' dorm or girls' dorm, most rooms accommodate 4 to 6 people. The probability of turning into zombies is approximately 70%. In each dormitory, more than half have already become undead. Do you truly believe the remaining ones could survive? Even if they could, that is not my concern. You have already witnessed the brutality of the apocalypse. If we do not burn all tens of thousands of these zombies once they evolve intelligence, far more survivors will fall to their hands. But Zhao Yuding wished to protest further, but recalling the gruesome scene in the equipment room, she ultimately fell silent. Even if there were survivors, what of it? Perhaps those survivors within were just like those PE students tormenting their own kind. So she restrained her compassion. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had already arrived outside the dormitory's main gate. Upon seeing him, the zombies within grew frenzied and relentlessly battered the doors. Liu Yang reached into his dark space and withdrew gasoline, directly pouring it over them. He then set fire to it. Fierce flames consumed the zombies relentlessly, yet they felt no pain and continued hammering at the gate. No matter how savagely the fire raged upon them, they remained utterly unmoved. Liu Yang paid them no further mind and proceeded toward the next dormitory building, continuing to douse them with gasoline. Soon all 10 dormitory buildings were engulfed in towering infernos. Watching the flames consume all 10 buildings, Liu Yang was thoroughly satisfied. He said to Zhao Yuding, let us go. The school's dormitory complex is vast. It may burn for an entire day and night. We should return to a place of safety. A place of safety? Where's that? Can there still exist safe places in the apocalypse? Zhao Yuding asked with visible astonishment. After witnessing the horrors in the sports equipment room, she could not help but begin questioning the entire world. Was this still the world she had known? In this already shattered and ruined world, did any safe haven truly remain? Where could such fragile survivors as they find refuge? But Liu Yang replied with confidence, wherever I am, that is the safe place. Saying this, he took Zhao Yuding's hand and led her toward the villa district. Hearing Liu Yang's words and seeing that unshakable confidence in his gaze, Zhao Yuding was momentarily stunned. How could he be so assured? It was as though radiance emanated from every part of him, too brilliant to bear direct gaze. In this apocalypse, he stood like a guiding beacon, dazzling in his brilliance, resplendent and unforgettable. In that instant, Zhao Yuding almost felt that Liu Yang was the finest, the most handsome man she had ever beheld in this world. He was so dependable, so profoundly reassuring. Liu Yang successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa. The operation concluded. Fortunately, this mission proceeded without any unforeseen complications. Liu Yang had successfully burned the school dormitories and managed to bring Zhao Yuding back safely. When Zhao Yuding entered Liu Yang's villa, Yusher immediately hurried over. After clearly seeing Zhao Yuding's face, she was taken aback. Teacher Zhao? Zhao Yuding was their mathematics teacher. To encounter Teacher Zhao in the apocalypse was something Yusher could scarcely believe. She was simply overjoyed. She excitedly seized Zhao Yuding's hand and said happily, it really is you, Teacher Zhao. I am so glad to see you. Liu Yang, where did you meet Teacher Zhao? As far as I know, Teacher Zhao does not reside in this villa. I was hiding in the school infirmary, and Liu Yang rescued me. Yusher, I never expected you to be here as well. I am so very happy. Whoa, this apocalypse is truly terrifying. I feared I would never see you students again. Zhao Yuding immediately burst into tears once more. The horrific scene in the sports equipment room was deeply branded upon her heart. At that time, she had been wondering whether the students in her own class might suffer the same fate. Just the thought of such images made her feel nauseous and distressed. Now seeing Yusher alive and carefree before her, Zhao Yuding's heart swelled with overwhelming emotion and profound joy. When Liu Yang brought Zhao Yuding back, it happened to be dinner time. On the table were dishes prepared by Xiao Dan, smelling incredibly delicious. Zhao Yuding had been starved in the infirmary for several days, surviving solely on glucose water. Now smelling the aroma of fresh food, her stomach couldn't help but growl. Gurgle. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head, clutching her betraying stomach. Liu Yang said, Teacher Zhao, why don't you go ahead and eat some food first? You can have my portion. I'm going back to my room to take a shower first. I'm covered in zombie blood, it's too filthy. Off. Zhao Yuding was taken aback, then said embarrassedly, is that really all? What's wrong with that? Are you not hungry? Just eat if you are. I've said before, wherever I am is safe, and as for food, you have even less reason to worry. With that, Liu Yang headed upstairs. While Yusher pulled Zhao Yuding to sit down beside the dining table. Smiling warmly, she began to introduce them. This is Su Xiao, a big celebrity. And this is Sister Dan. She's the best cook. All the meals we eat are made by her, and they are absolutely delicious. This is Tang Mingting, the class monitor of Class 1. And this is Zhao Lina. There is also Zhou Qiuping, but she's still in her room and hasn't come out. Oh, I didn't expect so many people to be living here. How did you all get here? Zhao Yuding asked curiously. Just like you, Liu Yang rescued us, He Yusha replied with a smile, scooping a bowl of rice for Zhao Yuding. They had originally cooked a portion for Liu Yang. They had been waiting for Liu Yang's return, but they hadn't expected him to skip eating for now to take a shower in his room. This worked out perfectly for Zhao Yuding. Looking at the steaming, fragrant bowl of rice, she was so moved, she could almost cry. Before picking up her chopsticks, she asked another question. Didn't you mention a Zhou Qiuping just now? Why isn't she coming out to eat? She hasn't done that with Liu Yang yet, so how could she have food to eat? He Yusha said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Done. That? Zhao Yuding was stunned. Oh teacher, why are you playing dumb? You know that. You really are amazing, teacher. Before he even brought you back, Liu Yang couldn't resist making you his woman on the spot, right? As expected of teacher Zhao. He Yusha gave Zhao Yuding a big thumbs up. Teacher Zhao was indeed incredible. Off. Zhao Yuding's mouth hung wide open. Hearing He Yusha's tone and seeing the mischievous grin plastered across her face, she realized that they were talking about. Couldn't possibly be that, could it? Tang Mingting, Su Xiao, Chun Dan, and the others also stared at Zhao Yuding with curiosity. They scanned the female teacher from head to toe. She was tall and curvaceous with porcelain white skin. Feeling everyone's eyes locked onto her, Zhao Yuding instantly felt incredibly self-conscious. Her face flushed as red as a ripe apple, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She had only recently graduated and started working, had never even had a boyfriend, let alone done anything of that nature. Yet these students were asking her about it so directly. My goodness, aren't you college students? How can you be so dirty-minded? Moreover, looking at their expressions, it seemed as if asking about such things was completely ordinary. It was as if they were simply asking what she had for lunch. No way, how can you bring up such an intimate topic so calmly and naturally? Help someone save me. I'm going to die of embarrassment. Seeing Zhao Yuding's bashful expression, He Yusha chimed in again. Oh teacher, don't be so shy. Every single one of us here has done that with Liu Yang, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here eating together. For instance, Zhou Qiuping hasn't been to Liu Yang's room yet, which is why she doesn't have anything to eat. So we are all in the same boat. What is there to be shy about? Tell us about it. Yeah, teacher Zhao, tell us. Aha. He Yusha and the others laughed without any restraint. Zhao Yuding wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Tang Mingting exclaimed, oh my god, teacher Zhao, you are amazing. Zhao Lina remarked, could it be that Liu Yang prefers mature women? The superstar Su Xiao chimed in, no way. Am I not mature enough? Zhao Yuding was burning with embarrassment. Listening to their relentless discussion, she could only keep her blushing face lowered and focus entirely on stuffing her mouth with food. I give up. Girls are absolutely terrifying when they gossip. After finishing her meal, Zhao Yuding quickly made an excuse about needing to shower and rushed into the bathroom. As soon as she finished, she immediately found a room to hide in. If she chatted with these girls any longer, she felt like she would become just as dirty-minded. She hadn't even had a boyfriend, yet according to their rumors, she had already engaged in a multi-hour battle with Liu Yang. It's just so embarrassing. Liu Yang had just finished bathing in his room on the bed to rest. After killing quite a today, and even taking down a few athletes, felt weary. He pulled bread and milk from the dark space, and began eating, thinking about his next plan as he chewed. The food from the neighborhood convenience store and the school cafeteria would feed his small group for a long time, but in this apocalypse one must stay vigilant. What if he is lucky enough to find hundreds of female survivors? This amount of food would not be enough. The 202020 dark space was too large, still empty, only about a third full, which left him feeling irritated. He must fill it to the brim. So next he planned to go beyond the neighborhood to forage for food. There is a large supermarket a little over a kilometer away from the complex. Its stock would be far greater than the cafeteria and the convenience store, and if he could loot it all, he should be able to fill the dark space. With his present strength, even leaving the neighborhood and facing dozens of zombies, he still had a fighting chance. If hundreds or thousands attacked, he would still have a chance to escape. A normal person's six-fold speed is no joke, and if he could not win, he could run. Those zombies would definitely not catch up. So Liu Yang resolved to begin looting the large supermarket the next day. By then his food would be so plentiful that he could not finish it all. Knock knock. Just as he pondered, someone knocked at his door. Liu Yang froze. Who could be knocking at his door at this moment? Could it be Zhao Yuding, the female teacher? He had not invited Zhao Yuding to come to his room after all. After all, in the scenario, Zhao Yuding had seen him being beaten and still stand in front to shield him, which moved Liu Yang deeply. This teacher had shown him enough kindness, and he would respond with the greatest benevolence. People who bear pure kindness deserve to be treated kindly by the world. So he had Zhao Yuding join Su Xiao and He Yusha for a meal, and he did not coerce them with any tangible rewards. Liu Yang called out, "Come in." If it had been Zhao Yuding, he could talk to her clearly. But the person pushing the door open was Zhou Qiuping, whom Liu Yang had forgotten. Turns out it was her. A look of understanding crossed Liu Yang's face, so that was how it was. Zhou Qiuping, who had been rescued by Liu Yang together with Zhao Lina, could be counted as the class belle. A beauty with fair skin, striking features, tall and voluptuous, and the object of many boys' crushes at school. But beside the academic goddess, Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's looks still fell short. So after Zhao Lina's arrival, Liu Yang forgot Zhou Qiuping entirely. Seeing her knock and enter, Liu Yang finally reacted. She must have been hungry for days, perhaps unable to endure the hunger any longer. No doubt Zhao Lina is clever. On the first day after being brought back, she knocked on his door, thus avoiding further hunger. And Zhou Qiuping is a bit dull, ending up hungrier for another day. The gap in people's wits was evident. Liu Yang smiled at Zhou Qiuping and asked, "So you finally understand? Will you be my woman?" She answered softly, "Yes, yes, I am willing," blushing, lowering her head, and giving a small nod. 2 hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to be your girlfriend. Your dark space ability has leveled up." Good heavens, his space ability had leveled up again. Liu Yang checked the skill description. Dark space level 3. Your body now contains a 303,030 dark space. Originally it was 202,020,8000. Now it became 3030,302,7000. This was nearly a fourfold increase in size. Liu Yang had scavenged supplies from a convenience store and the school cafeteria, yet the storage was still less than 1/3 full. Now that the space volume had increased fourfold, those supplies occupied even less room, taking up only 1/12 of the total space. It looked rather pitiful, with the entire space appearing overwhelmingly empty. Zhou Qiuping had been exhausted for quite some time and fell asleep almost as soon as he closed his eyes. By the time the two of them woke up, it was already dark outside. After washing up, Liu Yang brought Zhou Qiuping to the living room, where Chen Dan and He Yusher had already begun preparing meals. Even the new teacher Zhao Yuding had started helping out, washing vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing Liu Yang come out, everyone's faces broke into warm smiles. "Liu Yang, why don't you sit and rest for a moment? The food will be ready soon." "Let me see how you're cooking," Liu Yang said, walking straight into the kitchen. Several women were bustling about efficiently and in perfect order. Liu Yang noticed that the rice and food taken from the convenience store were almost gone. These past few days their meals had been quite plain, as the convenience store carried no fresh meat. He then reached into his dark space and pulled out 200-pound bags of rice along with some fresh meat he had scavenged from the school cafeteria kitchen. He placed everything into the refrigerator and said, "Here's something extra for everyone. Don't ration yourselves. Just let me know when it's all gone." Seeing Liu Yang's actions, all the women wore expressions of astonishment. He Yusher exclaimed, "Good heavens, am I seeing this correctly? Is that beef?" Tang Mingting asked, "The apocalypse has raged for so many days now. Where on earth did you find beef?" Female celebrity Su Xiao chimed in, "There seem to be ribs as well. We can have braised pork ribs tomorrow. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Chen Dan said, "Liu Yang, you're incredibly impressive. Where did you manage to get all this food?" Zhao Lina added, "To be able to eat fresh meat in the apocalypse. This is truly moving. It feels like we've returned to life in peaceful times, living in a villa enjoying delicious food. This is simply wonderful. Thank you, Liu Yang." The women expressed their sincerest gratitude to Liu Yang. He smiled and replied, "You're welcome. I told you long ago that if you follow me, food will no longer be an issue. Additionally, I have cleared out all the zombies in the entire villa complex, and the main gate is now locked. That means the whole villa complex has become a safe zone. Starting today, you are free to move about within the compound. However, please be careful not to approach the main gate or the perimeter walls. If the zombies outside spot you, they may launch an attack." The entire complex is now a safe zone. We can move around freely. My God, there must have been thousands of zombies in the compound. How did you accomplish this? Liu Yang, you're truly remarkable. The women's faces showed utter disbelief, their gazes filled with deep admiration as they looked at Liu Yang. In just one day, Liu Yang had not only found fresh meat, but had also eliminated all the zombies in the entire complex. Those were zombies from the whole villa complex. This was simply too powerful. Was he even human? Liu Yang wore a proud smile. "You've already experienced how capable I am, haven't you? So what exactly is there to be surprised about? Anyway, from now on you won't be confined to this villa anymore." He Yusher was the first to break into a joyful expression. "This is fantastic. Simply fantastic. Who would have thought we could leave this villa so quickly? This is wonderful." Amid everyone's happy smiles, the meal was finally ready. They all sat around the dining table to eat together. Zhao Yuding had been fine at first, but after the students misinterpreted her relationship with Liu Yang as something intimate, she grew so shy that she dared not meet his gaze directly. Everyone was chatting and laughing while she kept her head bowed, cheeks flushed, continuously eating. On the second day, Liu Yang woke up at over 10 in the morning with the sun high in the sky. He stretched his languid body and thought that this life of sleeping until he naturally woke up every day wasn't bad at all. In the past, when he was a student, he had to get up early every morning for classes. Even on weekends, he had to wake up early to stand guard as a security guard in the residential compound. He could hardly take any lazy sleeps throughout the year, compared to now when he could sleep in daily. What's more, several stunning beauties lived downstairs, which was even better than an emperor in ancient times flipping through his concubines' name cards. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Liu Yang began his plans for the day. Who would have expected that at that very moment Liu Yang received a system notification? Congratulations, host, you have killed a total of 2200 zombies and earned 2200 attribute points. Liu Yang was taken aback. 2,200 attribute points. He then realized and said, probably the 10 dormitory buildings in the school were burned down overnight. It directly burned to death more than 20,000 zombies. How satisfying. At this time, Liu Yang's total base attributes were 325 points. Dividing 2200 by 4, each base attribute could be increased by 550 points. Adding them all up would reach 875 attribute points. Liu Yang's base attributes had already reached 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Definitely a Superman among supermen. The dark space has been upgraded again. Not making use of such a large space is simply a waste, so he must hurry and collect food from the large supermarket. Moreover, as time went on, the survivors' bellies were getting hungrier and hungrier. They might go search for food, so if he went too late, the large supermarket might have already been looted with little food remaining. Furthermore, his base attributes are 16, 5 times those of an ordinary person. With such powerful attributes, it is time to test his combat strength outside the residential compound. So, Liu Yang began his first simulation for the day. This was his first time stepping out of the villa area onto the main street, so he had to be careful. After all, those 5 physical education students at the school had almost caused him to go down. The streets might be even more dangerous, who knows? The simulation began. Liu Yang took a single leap and scaled the 3-meter-high villa gate. On the road outside the villa, cars were parked everywhere, completely blocking the entire main street. Some cars had even crashed into the roadside and caught fire, turning into piles of charcoal. The owners inside had also been burned into black skeletons. In some cars, the owners hadn't had time to escape and were devoured by zombies into white bones inside the vehicles. Looking at these tragic corpses, Liu Yang felt a sense of melancholy. Cars worth hundreds of thousands, something most people couldn't afford, even working their entire lives, had once been the status symbols of the wealthy. Unexpectedly, they had now become mobile coffins, the places where they ultimately met their end. Liu Yang continued walking forward. The supermarket was only about 1 kilometer from the villa area. Along the way, Liu Yang didn't encounter any zombies. But the closer he got to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses lay by the roadside. Furthermore, only after Liu Yang got closer did he discover that all these zombies had been cut in half with a single strike, some with their heads severed, others cut at the waist. The upper bodies of the waist-severed zombies were still alive, crawling frantically on the ground with their hands. Some were even split vertically down the middle, dividing head and torso perfectly in two. Witnessing such a scene, Liu Yang was utterly shocked. Good Lord, who did this? Could it be another ability user? I've only walked this far and already found a dozen zombie corpses. This person must be incredibly strong. But what shocked Liu Yang the most was the opponent's weapon. Every zombie had been cleanly bisected by a single strike. Whether horizontal, vertical, or diagonal cuts, they sliced through the zombies as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Liu Yang glanced at the battle-scarred fire axe in his hand and suddenly found it lacking. Though this axe could pierce armor, each strike against a zombie's skull would get stuck inside. Unlike that person's weapon that could cleave targets in one clean cut. So Liu Yang grew cautious. If the other person truly was an ability user, this would be Liu Yang's first encounter with one. He had no idea just how formidable they really were. Therefore, he had to approach with caution. As Liu Yang pressed forward, the closer he got to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses appeared. Finally, beneath a large tree in front of the supermarket, more than a dozen decapitated zombies appeared. At the same time, a pitch-black katana was stuck in the ground. Seeing this sight, Liu Yang stood frozen. What was going on? The zombie corpses ended here, and the weapon was covered in zombie blood, presumably what that person used to dispatch them. Yet the zombies were all dead, so why leave the blade stuck in the ground? Could something unexpected have happened? Liu Yang walked over to inspect it. He wanted to pull out that sword. After all, this was an extremely sharp treasured blade. Why not take it if he could? Just then Liu Yang heard a faint cry for help. Help! Save me! Moi! Liu Yang was startled and immediately scanned his surroundings, but spotted no survivors. The desperate voice came again, and this time Liu Yang finally pinpointed its direction. He suddenly looked up and was stunned. A woman was bound with her hands and feet suspended midair. Beside her lay an unconscious man. Meanwhile, dozens of zombies were also bound and hanging in the air around this couple. Some of those zombies had already desiccated into mummies, while others were still struggling, constantly indicating they had been captured at different times. Liu Yang instantly became alert and stepped forward to ask the woman, "Who bound you to that?" But barely had he finished speaking when a vine shot out swiftly wrapping around his leg and flinging him into the air. Liu Yang felt a dizzying whirl before realizing too late that both his hands and feet were bound, leaving him suspended upside down. Liu Yang was shocked. What a formidable opponent. He hadn't even detected where the attacker was hiding before being ensnared. This had to be an extraordinarily powerful ability user. Unexpectedly, the woman beside him spoke in a weak voice. "This tree has mutated. It has learned to use vines to capture prey and absorb nutrients. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't cried for help, you wouldn't have been captured." A tree. Hearing the woman's words, Liu Yang was instantly stunned. He had originally believed that only humans would turn into zombies after the apocalypse erupted. Had plants begun mutating too? Moreover, this great tree captured not only humans, but even zombies. That was too ferocious, wasn't it? Just as Liu Yang was thinking this, another tender, tentacle-like vine began extending from the tree, aiming directly at Liu Yang's heart and stabbing toward him. Zhang Jingyu. A vine lashed out at Liu Yang's chest in an instant. But in that very moment, Liu Yang already had a layer of frozen shield enveloping his entire body. The vine failed to pierce through his icy barrier, instead slamming directly into the thick, hardened wall of ice. The entire tree seemed to feel the pain, trembling violently as leaves rained down all around. That dark, crimson, tender vine instantly recoiled, daring not to attack Liu Yang again. The four vines binding Liu Yang were also eroded by the freezing cold, becoming extremely stiff and fragile. Liu Yang tugged with both hands. Snap! He immediately snapped all four vines apart, then executed a flawless backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. Seeing Liu Yang break free from the bindings, the female survivor's eyes widened in shock. You succeeded? Hurry, save us. Save him first. He's barely hanging on." "All right." Landing on the ground, Liu Yang directly yanked the katana stuck in the earth, then leaped upward and swiftly severed the man's vines in a few quick strokes. The man crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, Liu Yang leaped again, cutting through the woman's vines. She fell instantaneously, but Liu Yang caught her in a bridal carry. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Holding her, Liu Yang could feel her slender waist, and she had not an ounce of excess flesh on her body. Her figure was absolutely perfect. Through close inspection, he discovered her skin was so delicate, it seemed it could be broken with a touch. Her features were exquisitely pretty, her face flawless. In terms of appearance, she didn't even lose to Zhaolina. She was undoubtedly a once-in-a-million peerless beauty. Having rescued both people, Liu Yang swung his blade again, delivering one powerful chop to the tree trunk as thick as two people could embrace. Boom! The colossal mutated tree collapsed instantly. At the same time, dark black blood seeped from the perfectly smooth-cut surface. Liu Yang was somewhat surprised. Just how awesome is this sword? A tree trunk thick enough for two people to embrace, and he had originally thought it would take over a dozen swings to sever it. Yet he never expected it to be cleanly split in one strike, as effortless as slicing through tofu. This truly was a peerless fine blade. A good sword deserves a hero. If this sword had been placed in ancient times, it would have required at least a grand general to truly unleash its full power. He's not doing well, Ba. Please hurry and save him. After being set down, the woman looked at the unconscious man on the ground and instantly filled her eyes with tears. The woman's words interrupted Liu Yang's thoughts. He pulled his attention away from the sword. Who is he? Liu Yang asked. If this woman's boyfriend, then he definitely wouldn't save him. How could he save her and then pursue Cao Cao's path? He's my brother. Ba. We two have been relying on each other for survival in the apocalypse. I never expected to be captured by this mutated giant tree, Ba. The girl burst into tears, weeping miserably. Oh, so he's my brother then. You should have said so earlier. Liu Yang quickly rushed over to the man's side. He discovered that the man had regained some consciousness after coming down from the tree, his eyes fluttering open. However, a dark red vine had already pierced into his heart. Now severed by Liu Yang's scarlet blood continuously flowed from the vine's severed end. I'm done for, brother. Take good care of my sister. This sword is my last and most precious possession. I'm giving it to you. You must protect my sister. Brother. No, don't, brother. The woman immediately burst into loud sobbing. Jingyu, don't cry. In the apocalypse, I long ago accepted that this day would come. I'm not afraid of death. My only regret is that I won't be able to continue protecting you. Cough. As the man spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood. Finally, his hand fell heavily to the ground, and he completely lost all signs of life. Brother. Zhang Jingyu held her brother's hand, calling out incessantly, but there was no response anymore. He has passed. Don't grieve too much. The most important thing now is to survive. Liu Yang offered comfort to Zhang Jingyu. Ba. He's my only remaining family. He's my brother, my own flesh and blood. Ba. Zhang Jingyu wept bitterly, utterly heartbroken. Seeing her reduced to a tearful mess, Liu Yang pulled her into his arms and patted her back to console her. Then Liu Yang shifted his gaze to the dark red vine on Zhang Jingyu's chest. Liu Yang wore a puzzled expression. Strange. Your brother was pierced through the heart by a dark red vine. Even if he'd been rescued from the giant tree, it would have been useless. But you were also stabbed by a vine. Why are you fine? Huh. Zhang Jingyu only now reacted, discovering there was a vine dangling from her chest. However, the severed vine was now limp and lifeless, looking utterly droopy. She pushed aside her clothes to inspect it. Instantly her figure was revealed, making Liu Yang's eyes light up. Huge. Far more outstanding than Zhao Lina's. TSK. If she becomes a mother, her child will definitely never go hungry. At minimum, she could feed 5 babies at once. Zhang Jingyu hadn't noticed Liu Yang's gaze. She discovered that although the vine had pierced through her outer clothing, it had been blocked by the thick bra underneath. Before it could penetrate the bra, Zhang Jingyu had already been rescued by Liu Yang. All this. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang was somewhat at a loss for words. If her brother had also been wearing a bra, would he not have died? Cross-dressers are the best. Zhang Jingyu finally noticed Liu Yang's stare. Her delicate face instantly flushed red. She grabbed the vine with her hand, pulled it out directly, and quickly fastened her clothes. After this little episode, she wasn't quite so grief-stricken anymore. She said to Liu Yang, Hello, my name is Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. What's your name? My name is Liu Yang. I came out to search for food this time. I happened to see you too. It was merely a small effort. Now let's bury your brother first before zombies come and see him, leaving him no intact corpse. Liu Yang said. Zhang Jingyu, though sorrowful, could only nod through tears. The two found a place to dig a pit and buried her brother's corpse. Though Zhang Jingyu was heartbroken, she also understood that in the apocalypse, there wasn't much time for grief. From now on, you'll follow me. Since your brother gave me such an excellent sword, I will take good care of you on his behalf. Let's go find food first, and then I'll bring you back to a safe place. Liu Yang said to Zhang Jingyu, carrying the katana. All right. Zhang Jingyu nodded and followed behind Liu Yang. The two headed toward the supermarket together. As they walked, the two began chatting. Liu Yang asked Zhang Jingyu, where did you come from? Where were you planning to go? My brother and I came from the Black Tiger survivor base looking for a new shelter. Who would have known we'd meet with disaster on the way? Zhang Jingyu began sobbing again. Black Tiger base. Is it far from here? What are your backgrounds? How did your brother come to possess such an excellent weapon? Liu Yang furrowed his brows. If every survivor from this so-called Black Tiger base had a brother as strong as Zhang Jingyu's, then it would be no laughing matter. Moreover, the weapon her brother wielded was clearly not an ordinary armament. Even in the peaceful era of the 21st century, it would be difficult for someone to forge such a sharp blade, let alone in the apocalypse. The Heihu base is about 20 kilometers away from here. It's not close at all. It took us 3 full days of walking to reach this place. I am a freshman at the police academy, and my older brother is a discharged special forces soldier. We were originally survivors inside the Heihu base, but because of me, we had no choice but to leave. Zhang Jingyu said to Liu Yang, a female student from the police academy. A police academy student as gorgeous as you would at least be crowned the police flower upon graduation, wouldn't you? Liu Yang's interest was piqued, and he spoke to Zhang Jingyu with a face full of smiles. Although he already had several beautiful women by his side, he had never interacted with an exquisite police flower before. No, that's not true. Flattered by Liu Yang's compliment, Zhang Jingyu's face instantly flushed crimson. Why on earth did you leave the base? If you had stayed there, you probably wouldn't have ended up in such danger, right? Liu Yang continued to ask. It was all because of me. Heihu, the leader of the Heihu base, took a liking to me and wanted me to submit to him. But he is dark, old, and hideous, and he already has 13 wives. There was no way I could agree. My brother was even angrier than I was. He had a falling out with them right on the spot, and took me away from the Heihu base. If it weren't for me, my brother, he wouldn't have either. If I had known, I should have just submitted to Heihu. Recalling the past, Zhang Jingyu began to weep again. Who is stronger, the leader of the Heihu base or your brother? Liu Yang asked, cutting straight to the core of the matter. The leader of the Heihu base is probably stronger. His rank on the yellow list is higher than my brother's. However, if they fought to the death, even if my brother were killed, he wouldn't get off easy. He would at least be severely wounded. Once he is heavily injured, others would surely plot to usurp his position, and his losses would be even greater. That is why he didn't dare to obstruct us too much when we left the Heihu base. Zhang Jingyu spoke truthfully. The yellow list. What is that? Liu Yang was taken aback. It is a ranking list for ability users. It is said that only ability users who pass the test of the trial steel can be ranked. Since I am not an ability user, I don't know the exact details. I only know that every time they pass a test, the ability user receives a reward from the steel. This blade is the very reward my brother obtained by passing the trial. Zhang Jingyu replied. Hearing her words, a wave of shock rippled through Liu Yang's heart. He had never heard of such things before. To think that only a few days into the zombie outbreak, something like an ability user ranking list had already emerged, and one could actually obtain rewards by passing the trials of the steel. No wonder Liu Yang felt that this blade did not seem man-made. It turned out to be a product of that so-called steel. Where can we find this steel? Liu Yang continued to ask. If passing the trial yielded a reward every time, he wanted to test himself as well. It is rumored that steels have appeared all over the world. The Heihu base was actually built around one, so there is a steel right in the center of the base. However, I wouldn't recommend going there. The people in the Heihu base are incredibly wicked and powerful. You would be much better off finding a new steel and building a base of your own. Zhang Jingyu said to Liu Yang. Liu Yang nodded. I see. Well, let's put that aside for now. Our priority is to gather supplies. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the entrance of a supermarket. Before preparing to enter, Liu Yang cautioned Zhang Jingyu. When the disaster broke out, there must have been quite a few shoppers in the supermarket, so there might be a large number of zombies inside now. Once we step in, do not panic and do not scream, understand? I understand. My brother and I have encountered plenty of zombies over the past few days, so I'm not that scared anymore. Zhang Jingyu nodded hastily. That's good. Hearing her response, Liu Yang then led the way, blade in hand, and crossed the threshold of the supermarket. Sure enough, numerous zombies were wandering aimlessly inside the supermarket. However, the current Liu Yang was far from who he used to be. His strength and speed had already multiplied several times beyond that of an ordinary human. Now bolstered by a peerless divine blade, charging into the horde of zombies made him look like an invincible god of war. With a swift sweep of the pitch-black katana, the zombie before him was instantly sliced in half. What an extraordinary blade, cutting through flesh as if it were mere paper. The more Liu Yang fought, the more exhilarated he became, slaughtering dozens of zombies in just a matter of minutes. In truth, Liu Yang's speed and strength were already over 10 times that of a normal human. All he had lacked was an unparalleled weapon. Now with this blade in hand, it was truly like giving wings to a tiger. Liu Yang found himself unable to put it down, deeply enamored by this exquisite treasure of a sword. This blade suited him perfectly. So incredible, so strong. He's even more powerful than my brother. Watching Liu Yang's actions from the side, Zhang Jingyu's eyes widened in sheer awe. One must know that Zhang Jingyu's older brother was a retired special forces soldier possessing an exceptionally strong foundation that far surpassed ordinary people. After the apocalypse broke out, he had awakened as an ability user, making him even more formidable with the boost of his special ability. Yet even so, he still paled in comparison to the current Liu Yang. Although Zhang Jingyu was an ordinary person, she could easily discern who possessed greater strength and superior speed. It was blindingly obvious that Liu Yang completely outclassed her brother in both strength and speed. After a mere 10 minutes, Liu Yang had slaughtered over 300 zombies, virtually clearing out the entire supermarket. Yet he still felt unsatisfied, wanting more. Slicing through zombies with this divine blade was as effortless as cutting fruit, handled with absolute ease and without a shred of exertion. It was almost like playing a game of Fruit Ninja. These zombies aren't nearly enough to satisfy me. But now that they've been cleared out, it's time to scavenge for resources. With a mere thought, Liu Yang instantly swept the food on the shelves before him into his dark space. So much chocolate, so many candies, so many biscuits, so much food. Take it all. Milk, beverages, cigarettes, fine liquor. Take it all. Bulk rice, mung beans, soybeans, black beans, potatoes. Take it all. Packaged food, various breads, all kinds of vacuum-sealed goods. Take it all. Fresh meat, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit. Take it all. All kinds of dried goods, cured meat, dried fish. Take it all. In no time, Liu Yang had swept almost everything in the supermarket clean. Witnessing Liu Yang's actions, Zhang Jingyu's beautiful eyes widened to their limits. How? How did you do that? With just a wave of Liu Yang's hand, almost all the food vanished on the spot, as if by pure magic. Where on earth did he put all that food? That is my secret, Liu Yang said with a smile. Though Zhang Jingyu had no idea how Liu Yang accomplished this, she became even more certain in her heart that Liu Yang was an incredibly powerful ability user, far more powerful than her own brother. Soon almost everything on the supermarket shelves had been swept clean by Liu Yang. He didn't even spare toilet paper, clothes, towels, various tableware, cutlery, and other daily necessities. After all, his dark space was a massive expanse measuring 30 by 30 by 30 meters, totaling 2700 cubic meters. If this space were entirely filled with water, it could hold 2700 tons. If it were entirely filled with rice, it could also hold roughly 2700 tons. If he truly had 2700 tons of rice, even if Liu Yang rescued 1,000 female survivors, it would last them at least 100 years. Even if he packed the entire supermarket's inventory inside, it wouldn't even come close to filling his space. And he didn't need to organize or neatly arrange anything he stored in the dark space. He simply had to pile it all together. Whenever he needed something, a slight stir of his thoughts would allow him to retrieve whatever he desired without the hassle of rummaging through items one by one like in the real world. Thus, piling everything high inside was more than sufficient. Soon the shelves of the supermarket were thoroughly cleaned out, and Liu Yang turned his attention toward the supermarket's warehouse. The inventory in the supermarket's warehouse would be far greater than what was on the shelves. However, he didn't know where the warehouse was located and needed to search for it. Let's go. Next we'll look for the supermarket's warehouse, Liu Yang said to the future police flower Zhang Jingyu. MHM. Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently and followed closely behind Liu Yang. After witnessing Liu Yang's immense power, she became even more resolved to stay by his side, knowing that this was the only way to ensure her survival in this world. Consequently, she did whatever Liu Yang told her to do, remaining exceptionally obedient. The two of them navigated through the supermarket together, during which Liu Yang also dispatched several scattered zombies. With the addition of this treasured blade, hacking down zombies had become an absolute delight for Liu Yang. Of course, this was an utter catastrophe for the zombies. At Liu Yang's speed, the zombies' movements appeared as slow motion in his eyes. Before they could even approach, they were cleaved in two with a single strike. That smooth sensation was like slicing through tofu, incredibly stress-relieving. This blade, if it meant Liu Yang had to exchange half of his current resources for it, he would do so without hesitation. At the same time, his determination to visit the stone tablet for testing only grew firmer. Zhang Jingyu's brother had obtained such a powerful blade after just one test. Perhaps if he tested himself, he might receive an even greater reward. The mere thought filled Liu Yang with anticipation. The two searched through the supermarket together, and after half an hour of seeking, they finally discovered the supermarket warehouse hidden behind the rear passage. The supermarket's warehouse contained a vast amount of resources, including sections for clothing, fresh produced grains, and a cold storage facility. The clothing department's warehouse had an array of men's and women's apparel with various underwear, pajamas, and swimwear, all in abundance. Without hesitation, Liu Yang collected everything into his dark space. The fresh produce warehouse held countless fruits and vegetables. They were all swept up by Liu Yang as well. But what excited Liu Yang the most was the grain warehouse. Neatly stacked, the warehouse contained at least 1,000 bags of rice. Each bag weighed 100 caddies. That made 100 caddies. A full 50 tons. 50 tons of grain would surely sustain him, Su Xiao, and the others for at least 10 years. Moreover, there were various legumes, such as soybeans and mung beans, collectively totaling tens of tons. We've struck it rich. With so many resources, I could support an entire base of survivors. An excited expression flashed across Liu Yang's face. In the apocalypse, food was the most crucial asset, and this was merely one large supermarket. If he scavenged several more large supermarkets, wouldn't he be able to stockpile thousands of tons of grain? Grain was capital. It was the most critical factor for him to build his strength in this post-apocalyptic world. It was no exaggeration to say that in this zombie-infested era, 100 caddies of grain was enough to trade for 10 beautiful girls. And if those 10 girls successfully bore children for him, the rewards he would receive could never be exchanged even for 10 tons of grain. This created a cycle of resource conversion and explosive growth. Liu Yang, his face alight with excitement, began placing everything into his dark space. Meanwhile, outside the supermarket beside the mutated tree, Liu Yang had felled over a dozen individuals had appeared. They were weary and travel-stained, fierce-looking, their eyes brimming with hostility. They were clearly no good people. This appears to be a mutated tree. The cut surface is smooth, severed in a single strike. It was likely that guy who did this. One of them possessed a large nose with a reddened tip, constantly sniffing, as if filtering the scent from the air. The blood here belongs to that person. He's lost so much blood. It seems his battle with the mutated tree was no walk in the park. He must already be severely wounded. This is to our advantage. Following the trail of blood, he continued sniffing intently, drawing deeply from the air. After several attempts, he turned to a burly man beside him who stood over 1.9 meters tall, as robust as a black bear. Brother Giant Bear, that guy is hiding over there. The group followed his guidance to a mound of earth. Gazing at the mound, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Yellow Dog nodded, whispering, "Based on the scent, he's inside." The burly man's expression grew grave. What was that fellow doing hiding in the mud? Nevertheless, he ordered his subordinates to begin digging. Soon, Zhang Jingyu's brother's corpse was unearthed. Dead. Surprise registered on the burly man's weathered face. Zhang Jinglin's strength ranked among the top 3, even within the Black Tiger survivor base. Yet he had somehow perished at the hands of a mutated tree. Another person rummaged through Zhang Jinglin's belongings. Where did his sword go? That was a fine blade. I've been coveting it for ages. Probably taken by his sister. A scar-faced man added, "Could his sister have buried him here? That doesn't make sense. Zhang Jinglin and Esper died here. How could his sister, a mere ordinary person, possibly escape? Perhaps he died protecting his sister. Otherwise, with his strength, self-preservation should not have been difficult," another person remarked. "That works out perfectly. With Zhang Jinglin dead and Zhang Jingyu on the run, we only need to capture her and return to report, saving us from a fierce battle." The large-nosed man said casually, "I just hope Zhang Jingyu isn't dead. The Black Tiger boss personally ordered that we must bring her back." The burly man said with some concern. With Zhang Jinglin dead, Zhang Jingyu had lost her ability to defend herself and could easily be killed by zombies. If Zhang Jingyu had truly been killed by zombies, they would be unable to report back to Black Tiger. The burly man turned to the large-nosed man beside him and said, "Yellow dog, hurry and sniff out Zhang Jingyu's location." I know, don't rush me. I'm on it, Shishu." Yellow dog inhaled deeply, his expression suddenly growing grave. "There's a strong scent of the sea. Besides Zhang Jingyu, another man has been here. Shoo. Or perhaps it's a woman. Or maybe that man carries another woman's scent." Yellow dog's face showed confusion. Who cares if it's a man or woman? Find their location directly. If it's a man, kill him outright. If it's a woman, we'll all take our turn before finishing her off. The burly man said impatiently. He was fully responsible for this mission and didn't want any complications. He simply wanted to locate Zhang Jingyu quickly and bring her back to report to Black Tiger. Alright, they headed that way. Yellow dog followed the scent directly. Finally, the group arrived at the supermarket entrance. They went inside. Yellow dog pointed at the supermarket's doors. "Good, we're entering too. Yellow dog, you lead the way. Scar Rat follow behind, and keep watch on any movements inside. Everyone else stay behind me." The burly man issued his orders. "Understood, brother Giant Bear." The others nodded in agreement. Yellow dog walked alone at the front, and the moment he entered the supermarket, a foul stench hit his nostrils, the smell of zombie blood. Then, seeing the scene before him, he was both stunned and slightly afraid. Zombies lay dead everywhere throughout the supermarket, and every single one had been cleaved in two with a single strike. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This style looks remarkably like Zhang Jinglin's attack method. But that guy is already dead, isn't he? Giant Bear frowned. "Not right. There's another expert. Someone must have obtained Zhang Jinglin's blade and brought his sister Zhang Jingyu to the supermarket, slaughtering hundreds of zombies in the process. This person is likely even stronger than Zhang Jinglin. Everyone be careful." When they saw the scene inside the supermarket, everyone was shocked, their faces instantly tightening with vigilance. The supermarket resembled a veritable charnel house, with zombie corpses strewn everywhere across the floor. Originally, their group of over a dozen was more than enough to deal with Zhang Jinglin alone. But now this fellow wielding Zhang Jinglin's katana seemed even more formidable than Zhang Jinglin himself. This was something they could not afford to ignore. As they ventured deeper, the completely empty shelves of the supermarket left them even more utterly bewildered. Huango was the first to speak. "What on earth is going on? The entire supermarket is completely empty, with everything cleared out. This is impossible. Even daily necessities like clothes, bowls, and utensils have been entirely stripped away. Just how many survivors are there in this vicinity? Even if one brought a massive backpack to scavenge for supplies, they wouldn't be able to carry much, at most a single week's worth of food. To completely empty an entire large supermarket, how many survivors would have to work together? Moreover, the blood of the zombies on the ground was still fresh. These creatures had been slain only moments ago. Could someone have cleared out the goods before the zombies were even killed? How could that be possible? The entire situation was incredibly bizarre. Zhuxiong shook his head. "Never mind all that, let's find Zhang Jingyu first." His primary mission was to help Heihu locate Zhang Jingyu. He cared for nothing else. Huango nodded. Twitching his nose, he followed the scent all the way to the supermarket's warehouse. Right at that moment, Liu Yang's keen sense of hearing caught the sound of approaching footsteps. He knit his brows. The zombies outside had all been eliminated by him. Could someone have noticed the lack of zombies and ventured out to scavenge for food? He had no intention of sharing food with others. Fortunately, he had already cleared the warehouse of all its contents. This was the perfect opportunity to meet these survivors. Wielding his katana, Liu Yang led Zhang Jingyu out of the warehouse doors, and the two parties instantly came face to face. The moment Zhuxiong laid eyes on Zhang Jingyu, his eyes widened, and an excited expression rushed across his face. "Zhang Jingyu. Splendid. You are still alive. Now I can return and report my mission successful." Up. Zhang Jingyu could not help but let out a startled gasp, her face instantly turning pale with fright. Fear gripped her features. "What's wrong? Who are they?" Liu Yang asked in a low voice, his eyes locked vigilantly on the group opposite them. "They are all from the Heihu survivor base. That massive man is the third in command of the base, nicknamed Zhuxiong. He is an ability user and extremely powerful. He is only slightly weaker than my brother. The two beside him are Huango and Daobashu, and they are ability users as well. The others with them are all ruthless figures from the Heihu base. Before the apocalypse, some were mercenaries and others were professional assassins. Each one of them is highly formidable. To think the Heihu survivor base would actually dispatch 3 ability users and over a dozen elites just to capture us." Zhang Jingyu's face was filled with dread. With 3 ability users deployed at once, even if her brother were still alive, he would certainly be no match for them. 3 ability users, huh? Liu Yang tightened his grip on his katana. This was his first time encountering other ability users. However, judging by their appearance, they did not seem particularly strong. 3 simple ice needles would likely be enough to finish them off. Yet Liu Yang did not want to dispatch them so quickly. Instead, he wanted to test just how much stronger he was compared to ordinary ability users. This would allow him to estimate what kind of ranking he could achieve in the Stone Monument test. Thus, he resolved not to use his abilities, intending to eliminate them using only his katana and close combat skills. While Liu Yang observed Zhuxiong and his men, they in turn were sizing him up. Neither side knew the other's depth, so Zhuxiong and his men dared not act rashly. Huanggo, however, noticed the blade in Liu Yang's hand. "Kid, we are from the Heihu survivor base. Which base do you belong to? Taking other people's belongings without permission is bad form. Leave that woman and that sword behind, and we might just spare your life." "Oh, and what if I refuse?" Liu Yang replied with a half-smile. "Then don't blame us for being ruthless." Huanggo snarled, pulling out a large, cold, gleaming machete from behind his back. "Then let me see just how ruthless you can be." Before the last word even left his mouth, Liu Yang lunged toward Huanggo, slashing his katana forward before the man could even react. With a swift slash, Huanggo's snarling expression was frozen on his face as his head rolled to the ground. A towering geyser of blood erupted from his neck. Immediately following, Liu Yang delivered several rapid strikes, cutting down the burly men standing beside Huanggo. What incredible speed! Seeing this, Zhuxiong's face twisted in sheer shock. They scrambled backward in retreat, their eyes filled with absolute terror as they stared at Liu Yang. "Huh, why are you running? Don't back away, I haven't even had my fill of slashing yet." Liu Yang sneered, his jet-black katana dripping with fresh blood. The supermarket was thick with the stench of blood. On the floor lay 4 headless corpses. After this brief clash, Liu Yang had a rough grasp of these ability users' strength. Their basic attributes, such as strength and speed, were roughly twice those of an ordinary human. But Liu Yang's strength and speed were 16 times that of an ordinary human. The gap between them was monumental. In Liu Yang's eyes, their movements were agonizingly slow. As for what their abilities actually were, Liu Yang wasn't quite sure. However, he estimated they couldn't be anything formidable, otherwise they wouldn't have been killed before they could even unleash them. Cold sweat broke out across Zhuxiong's face. The remaining base members were gripped by an even deeper panic. This man was terrifyingly strong. He was so fast that they couldn't even track his movements. It was safe to say that even Heihu, the leader of the Heihu base, was absolutely no match for the man before them. Zhuxiong was panicking internally. If his own combat power was 800 and Heihu's was 1,000, then the combat power of the man before him was at least 5,000. They weren't even in the same league. How could they possibly fight? Unless the entire Heihu base mobilized, there was absolutely zero chance of victory. With a face full of wariness, he said to Liu Yang, "Brother, let's talk this out. This is all just a misunderstanding. The woman, the weapon, you can have them all. We will leave right now, how about that? As long as you let us go, we swear we will never appear before you again for the rest of our lives." "That won't do. I haven't even had my fun yet." The moment Liu Yang finished speaking, he lunged toward Zhuxiong and the others once more. Zhuxiong roared, "Run. Head back to the base and get reinforcements. I'll hold him off." Strength of the bear. Roar. Zhuxiong's body suddenly expanded, thick fur sprouting across his skin as he instantly transformed into a massive grizzly bear. "Oh, your ability is just turning into a bear. That really is incredibly weak. Why choose to be a beast when you could have remained human?" Liu Yang stepped forward, raising his blade and severing Zhuxiong's head in a single strike. The beast didn't even have time to react. He then plunged into the fleeing crowd, unleashing a merciless slaughter. Before Liu Yang, these mercenaries and professional assassins were like lambs to the slaughter, completely powerless to resist. In less than a minute, Liu Yang had slaughtered every last one of them. Ugh! The pungent stench of blood caused Zhang Jingyu to retch uncontrollably. The ground was littered with the corpses of survivors from the Black Tiger base. At the same time, Zhang Jingyu was utterly astounded by Liu Yang's formidable strength. Zhuxiong, the third in command of the base, had been instantly obliterated before he could even react. Was this man the reincarnation of the god of war? Liu Yang was not only her savior, but also possessed overwhelming power that radiated an intense sense of security. He was simply too powerful and captivating. In her heart, Zhang Jingyu made a firm resolve: she must follow Liu Yang and ideally become his woman. Seeing that no one was left alive, Liu Yang wiped the blood off his katana and turned to Zhang Jingyu, saying, "Let's go. The supplies have been thoroughly looted. It's time for us to head back." Zhang Jingyu nodded, obediently following closely behind Liu Yang. The two of them left the supermarket completely oblivious to a massive hole in the ground hidden behind one of the shelves. Soon they returned to the school villa. The simulation concluded. Liu Yang had reaped a monumental harvest from this run. Not only did he acquire a katana, a divine weapon for close combat, but he also secured the entire inventory of a large supermarket. Most importantly, he had won over a fair-skinned, long-legged, and voluptuous police academy belle, whose breathtaking beauty was on par with Zhao Lina's. It was safe to say his harvest was incredibly bountiful. Truth be told, Zhang Jingyu's appearance perfectly aligned with Liu Yang's aesthetic standards. The very moment he laid eyes on her, he had already set his sights on her. He was genuinely fond of this type of woman. He made a silent vow to get this police academy goddess into his bed as soon as possible and vigorously multiply their lineage with her. Liu Yang immediately began to act according to the sequence of the simulation. Everything proceeded exceptionally smoothly. By the time he returned to the villa from the supermarket, he had indeed acquired a prized blade and brought back the peerless beauty Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang was ecstatic. It seemed he could experience the charms of this future police beauty tonight. Picturing her angelic face and devilish figure, he knew it would be an absolutely exhilarating experience. Liu Yang, you're back. Come and eat. Chun Dan and the others beamed with joy upon seeing him return, inviting him to the dining room for a meal. Liu Yang nodded and said to Zhang Jingyu, let's grab something to eat first. I'm sure you're hungry. All right, Zhang Jingyu replied, nodding with a touch of restraint. Looking at Chun Dan and the others inside the villa, a complex expression flickered across her face. Originally, she had assumed that Liu Yang lived alone. She had already made up her mind to become Liu Yang's woman. But now she discovered that he apparently had several female companions. Moreover, each of them possessed a unique charm and was exceedingly beautiful. Although she was highly confident in her own looks, she still felt somewhat uneasy about becoming just one of Liu Yang's many women. Would these women who arrived first accept her? Would they target her? Would they make life difficult for her? Zhang Jingyu ate her meal in silence, her mind plagued by complicated thoughts. She felt both anxious and fearful. Across the table, Qin Dan, Tang Mengting, Zhao Yuding, and Zhao Lina were quietly observing Zhang Jingyu. Tang Mengting was already gnashing her teeth in envy. Not only was she stunningly gorgeous, but her figure was even more voluptuous than Qin Dan's. It was a truly devilish physique. How could anyone else compete? Tang Mengting was on the verge of a breakdown. In this shelter, there were now 4 women who were more beautiful than her. They were the superstar Su Xiao, the long-legged teacher, Zhao Yuding, the aloof school beauty, He Yushi, the genius school beauty, Zhao Lina, and now this voluptuous newcomer. She couldn't match her face, nor could she compete with her fuller figure. What was the point of even trying? Yet despite her internal collapse, she dared not show any of it on her face. The fact that this beauty could dine with them the moment she arrived at the villa was testament enough to her special status in Liu Yang's eyes. Even Zhao Lina, the genius school beauty, had to enter Liu Yang's room and serve him before she was allowed to eat. Yet Zhang Jingyu did not have to do anything to join the meal, a privilege unmatched by anyone else. Chen Dan naturally was well aware of this. With a warm smile, she placed a piece of meat on Zhang Jingyu's plate, saying, "Eat up, dear sister. Look how slender you are. Everywhere is so delicate except for your generous bust. I cooked all these dishes myself. See if they suit your taste." Oh, it's delicious, truly delicious. Thank you, Zhang Jingyu replied, slightly flustered. She had not expected them to be so welcoming. Back at the Black Tiger base, relationships between survivors were never this harmonious. Everyone was constantly on guard against one another. For although they banded together, they were also competitors for survival resources. When push came to shove, they would readily turn on one another. If it's to your liking, please have some more. I'm delighted my cooking suits your taste. What is your name, and where are you from? I'm Chun Dan, a former owner here in this villa district, and I used to be a dance teacher. Chun Dan spoke in an approachable tone, a gentle smile gracing her face. Hi, I'm Zhang Jingyu, a former police academy student. I ran into Liu Yang on the road. He saved me, and I am deeply grateful to him, Zhang Jingyu answered truthfully. Also, you're a police academy student. Chun Dan nodded. In fact, all of us were saved by Liu Yang, and every single one of us is immensely grateful to him. Since you are joining our big family, we will surely get along splendidly. All right, thank you, Chun Dan, Zhang Jingyu said with a smile, feeling a wave of relief and happiness. She found Chun Dan exceptionally approachable, warm, and gentle. Seeing Chun Dan converse so easily with Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting, and the others once again wore complex expressions. Thinking to themselves, as expected of Chun Dan, she really knows how to handle people. With just a few words, she has already brought this newcomer Zhang Jingyu onto her side. Experience truly yields wisdom. Consequently, warm and enthusiastic smiles blossomed on the faces of Tang Mengting, Zhao Lina, and the others. They chimed in, saying to Zhang Jingyu, "Yes, indeed. Eat more, dear sister. There's no need to be polite with us. Everyone here is very easygoing and pleasant to talk to. Just treat this place as your own home. Don't be so reserved. Relax and make yourself comfortable." Oh, all right. Thank you, everyone. I am truly happy that you all accepted me so quickly, Zhang Jingyu said from the bottom of her heart. Seeing how harmoniously everyone was getting along, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the beautiful long-legged teacher, Zhao Yuding, ate her meal in silence, her mind in turmoil. Originally, after a whole day of internal struggle, she had resolved to go to Liu Yang's room tonight to finally consummate a real relationship with him, just as the rumors whispered, ideally engaging in a passionate battle for hours. But now that Liu Yang had brought back another beautiful girl, he would in all likelihood spend the night with her. It seemed her battle plan would have to be postponed once again. She wondered when her turn would ever come. Alas, she felt like a blade of grass in the desert on the verge of withering and cracking desperately in need of nourishing rain. If she kept waiting like this, she was going to break. After finishing their meal, the newly arrived police beauty, Zhang Jingyu, found a room on the first floor to settle in. Meanwhile, Liu Yang returned to his own room. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed gazing at his long pitch-black katana, completely captivated by it. His fundamental strength had already been enhanced, greatly boosting his close combat capabilities. He happened to be in dire need of a melee weapon. He never expected that after lamenting his lack of one yesterday, he would acquire such a treasured blade today. Such fortune was truly extraordinary. Pulling a fresh towel from his dark space, he began to meticulously wipe down this exquisite weapon. The pitch-black blade, robust and powerful, radiated waves of chilling light. Its straight, sleek silhouette exuded sharpness and resilience, as if it could pierce through any enemy. Having cleaved through hundreds of zombies and over a dozen survivors today, the treasured blade remained flawlessly sharp, capable of severing a hair with a mere breath. Liu Yang gazed at it, his eyes filled with absolute adoration. A master had once said that one should treat their weapon just like a lover. For a weapon might very well accompany you longer than any lover ever could. Moreover, a weapon could save your life, whereas a lover would only drain your energy. As Liu Yang was contentedly wiping his blade, a sudden knock resounded from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Liu Yang unhurriedly sheathed and put away the katana. He had admired the blade enough. It was now time to unsheath his own sword. He only wondered who was knocking at this hour. He hoped it would be the police beauty Zhang Jingyu. Licking his lips, Liu Yang called out with great anticipation, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and indeed it was Zhang Jingyu who stepped inside. She had already bathed her long, straight black hair, still slightly damp, draping smoothly over her fair, delicate shoulders. Her long, pale legs were straight and slender, and her curvaceous hourglass figure was incredibly eye-catching. Seeing Liu Yang's beaming expression, Zhang Jingyu's lovely face flushed crimson instantly. She stammered, I came to thank you for saving me today. I know. Come over here. Let's have a good talk about the future, about our ideals." Liu Yang said with a wicked grin. "All right, let's talk about the future then. And become your girlfriend." Zhang Jingyu wore a look of confusion. Once she fully processed his words, her face burned even redder. I thought we were just ordinary friends, and I only wanted to thank you verbally. Dating right now, isn't it? A bit too fast. Forget about being just friends. Your brother entrusted you to me. How could I bear to be just a friend? At the very least, I must be your boyfriend." With a swift motion, Liu Yang pulled Zhang Jingyu into his embrace. Zhang Jingyu let out a soft, bashful whimper. What was so good about being just friends anyway? As the saying goes, a friend is someone who lends you a hand, but a girlfriend is someone who helps you handle your sword. Therefore, she definitely had to be his girlfriend. Outside the door, when Zhang Jingyu entered Liu Yang's room, a group of women, including Su Xiao, Tang Mingting, Chen Dan, and Zhao Yuding, were in the hallway, and they immediately began whispering among themselves. She really went in. And here I thought she was so pure and innocent. Besides, I heard the voices inside. Liu Yang wants her to be his girlfriend. Oh my god, there are so many of us girls here, yet who among us has ever been acknowledged as Liu Yang's girlfriend? Only this Zhang Jingyu has managed to do it. And it was Liu Yang who initiated it. Exactly. Heavens, he treats Zhang Jingyu far too well. We must treat Zhang Jingyu with much more respect from now on. She is receiving his exclusive favor now. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Tang Mingting's expression turned incredibly unsightly. She was the one who desired most to be Liu Yang's girlfriend, and on more than one occasion, she had presumptuously regarded herself as such, only to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by reality every single time. Liu Yang had never given her a pleasant look. Yet this Zhang Jingyu, who had only arrived on her very first day, had actually prompted Liu Yang to actively ask her to be his girlfriend. This was a privilege that none of the other girls had ever received. Previously, Tang Mingting had viewed He Yushi, Zhaolina, and Zhao Yuding as her potential rivals. Only now did she realize that the true enemy was this newcomer. The real threat was Zhang Jingyu. Furthermore, this rival was so formidable that her position seemed utterly unshakable. A profound sense of crisis washed over everyone's hearts, yet they could not help but feel immensely envious of Zhang Jingyu. The long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding did not dwell on such matters. She cared neither about who held a higher status, nor who received more of Liu Yang's affection. She only cared about when she would finally catch Liu Yang's eye. Her entire face burned crimson. Upon returning to her room, Zhao Yuding's face remained flushed red. 2 hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host, has the other party willingly become your girlfriend. The He and Kongjian power has increased by 1 level. Because the host has dated a girlfriend for 7 consecutive days, extra reward, all abilities increase by 1 level. S face lit up with joy as he checked the message. He and Kongjian has risen to level 5. What used to be a space of 303,030 meters 2700 cubic meters is now 505,050 meters 105,000 cubic meters. The increase is almost fourfold. The pile of loot he had scraped from supermarkets looked impressive, but now it has dwindled to a small spread. Liu Yang shook his head. It seems my scavenging speed can't keep up with He and Kongjian's growth. This space is too vast and empty. I must continue to scavenge for resources. Zhang Jingyu, though exhausted, did not want to sleep. Watching the sleeping Liu Yang beside her, she grew more and more fond of him. Her elder brother Zhang Jinglin had died at the hands of a mutated tree by accident. It was fortunate to meet Liu Yang, otherwise, even if she hadn't been killed by the tree, she would soon have been captured by the bears and dragged back to Heihu Base. The thought of Heihu Base's leader with yellow teeth, a bloated belly, fat and dark, a disgusting sight, made her feel nauseated. Compared with Liu Yang, that Heihu leader was nothing but a pile of dog shit. She felt incredibly lucky to have met Liu Yang and to become his woman. This was heaven's favor. Even in the apocalypse, at this moment Zhang Jingyu felt truly happy. A smile curved at the corners of her mouth as she quietly kissed Liu Yang, who slept nearby. And then she slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, when Liu Yang and Zhang Jingyu woke up, it was already noon. Su Xiao and the others had long prepared lunch. Upon seeing Liu Yang and Zhang Jingyu come out of the dorm, they greeted them with bright smiles. Liu Yang, Jingyu, come to lunch. We just finished cooking and you woke up right on time. Okay. Liu Yang nodded and together with Zhang Jingyu went to Su Xiao's dorm, which at that moment was almost full of girls. Everyone looked with envy the moment they laid eyes on Zhang Jingyu. Zhao Yuding's face flushed as soon as she saw Liu Yang, her gaze avoiding him. But Liu Yang noticed Zhao Yuding's odd reaction: flushed face, evasive eyes, lowered head, and rapid breathing. This, it seems, a bit like the prelude to turning into a zombie. He frowned and asked with concern, Yuding, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The others paused their actions and looked toward Zhao Yuding. The room fell silent. Zhao Yuding hadn't expected Liu Yang to speak to her. Startled, she looked up, meeting his caring gaze. That look sent her heart into flutter. What she feared most was the sudden quiet and sudden concern from a friend. At that moment, Zhao Yuding felt desire churn within, writhing and unable to settle. Her inner desire widened again, craving Liu Yang's touch. I want to be your woman, Zhao Yuding longed to say. But she was a shy traditional girl. She could only blush and shake her head. It's nothing. Oh, it's fine then. Then let's eat quickly. Liu Yang relaxed. The zombies on this campus have long been cleared by me. Zhao Yuding couldn't have been infected, right? Perhaps he was overthinking. The saying care leads to misinterpretation applied to him. Liu Yang was grateful that Zhao Yuding protected him when he was injured. So he did not want Zhao Yuding to suffer any accident. Now hearing her say she was fine, he felt relieved. Zhao Yuding watched Liu Yang's gaze leave her, and her mood eased, though a tinge of disappointment lingered. She feared Liu Yang's attention, yet she longed for it. In this inner conflict, she ate with unseeing focus. Chindan's dishes were clearly very tasty, but to her they tasted like wax. Soon Liu Yang finished his meal and returned to the dorm to continue his calculations and search a few more large supermarkets. There were 3 more large supermarkets near the campus. Though they were a bit farther than the first, Liu Yang's strength was strong now, so he did not fear the distance. After last night's fruitful expansion with Zhang Jingyu, He and Kongjian had grown to 505,050 meters inside a supermarket's worth of items, filled only a fraction less than 1/10. It looked so empty. That annoyed him. He would not allow He and Kongjian to be this bare. That did not suit his style. Therefore it must be filled to the brim. Meanwhile, within the Heihu survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar stretching across his face returned to the base, gasping heavily for breath. The moment he returned to the base, he rushed straight toward Heihu's quarters. Arriving outside Heihu's room, he instantly collapsed to the ground, crying out in panic, Boss Heihu! Boss Heihu! Disaster has struck. They've been wiped out. Everyone is dead. Why all this frantic panic? Did you bring Zhang Jingyu back? Where is that fellow Juxiong? A pot-bellied, dark-skinned, greasy, and wretched middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache stepped out. Seeing Dao Bashu collapsed helplessly on the ground, Heihu was somewhat startled. They are all dead. If I hadn't burrowed into the ground quickly enough, I would have perished there as well. Recalling the horrifying scene, a look of sheer terror washed over Dao Bashu's face. What? Juxiong was killed. Upon hearing this, Heihu's face instantly contorted in utter disbelief, his eyes quickly filling with burning rage. In a voice dripping with murderous intent, he demanded, Is that bastard Zhang Jinglin really that powerful? Over a dozen of you tracked them covertly. Did you not think to launch a surprise attack once you located them? And yet you were still wiped out by him. Are you all useless trash? Or did some unexpected variable occur? No, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. When we arrived, Zhang Jinglin was already dead. It was another young man. His strength is terrifyingly formidable. Wielding Zhang Jinglin's blade, he slaughtered over a dozen of our men in an instant. From start to finish, he didn't even activate any special abilities, eliminating everyone solely through close-quarters combat. Even Zhu Xiong didn't have time to react before being instantly slain. Had I been even a second slower in my escape, I would have met the same decapitated fate. Dao Bashu spoke, his heart still pounding with lingering dread. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In terms of close combat, my third brother Zhu Xiong is unrivaled. Without using special abilities, even I might not be his match. How could anyone possibly kill him without even using an ability? Heihu was clearly incredulous. In the peaceful era of the past, Zhu Xiong had been a professional mercenary possessing immensely powerful combat skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had further awakened the ability to transform into a colossal bear, granting him monstrous strength. One could say that even without relying on active abilities, Zhu Xiong's raw combat prowess was among the absolute elite of all Tier 1 ability users. How could he possibly be instantly slain by someone? A look of deep suspicion flickered in Heihu's eyes. Could it be that Dao Bashu, fearing punishment for the failed mission, was deliberately exaggerating the enemy's strength? It is the absolute truth, big brother. I am not lying to you. Zhang Jingyu was also taken away by that guy. He even slaughtered hundreds of zombies, hacking them all down with a blade. His power is terrifyingly immense. To the very end, we couldn't even figure out what his ability is. Dao Bashu spoke with rising agitation. Hearing that Zhang Jingyu had been taken away by that man, Heihu's fury flared up instantly. Damn it. Over a dozen men couldn't even defeat a single person. You couldn't even bring back a single woman. What use are you all? Once Liang returns, I will have him scout the situation first. Then I will personally go and meet this so-called ability user to see just how formidable he really is. If I find out you are exaggerating, you will pay dearly for it. Heihu threatened viciously. I am not talking nonsense. Big brother, every word I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, let Liang go see for himself. That man is truly monstrous. If you refuse to believe me, then so be it. Having finished speaking, Dao Bashu turned and left in a huff. Having just escaped from the jaws of death, he had been terrified of being pursued. He dared not take the open roads, and instead used his ability to tunnel all the way back, carving out a subterranean path stretching over 20 kilometers. This had drained his physical energy immensely, leaving him utterly exhausted. To make matters worse, the moment he returned, he was subjected to Heihu's harsh tongue lashing, which naturally left him in a foul mood. Leaving Heihu's residence, Dao Bashu muttered curses under his breath as he walked, losing over a dozen brothers, all for the sake of one woman. Not a single word of concern, only cursing me out. Damn it. If I weren't outmatched, I would have killed that bastard long ago. Son of a bitch, why did I have to awaken a useless tunneling ability? If I had awakened a combat class ability, would I be reduced to this? After venting his anger internally, Dao Bashu gradually calmed down and began to contemplate his future escape route. Now that Heihu has lost his two capable lieutenants, Zhu Xiong and Huanggo, his strength is severely depleted. I doubt everyone in this entire survivor base combined is a match for that young man. Yet Heihu will likely clash with him to the death just to get Zhang Jingyu. If I stay here, wouldn't I just be waiting to die? Damn it, rather than waiting to die, I might as well leave early. Heihu doesn't treat his brothers like human beings. There is no future in following him. Dao Bashu made up his mind. He prepared to return to his quarters, pack his belongings, and slip away in secret. Although his ability was not combat-oriented, it was exceptionally useful for escaping. He was small in stature, and the tunnels he dug were narrow, making it impossible for others to squeeze through. As long as he wished to flee, practically no one could catch him. Walking through the Heihu survivor base, the commoners in the base spotted Dao Bashu and gathered to greet him. Greetings, Lord Shu. Lord Shu, did you have another bountiful harvest today? It was all right. Dao Bashu smiled at the crowd. A dirt-faced, frail little girl ran over and stopped before Dao Bashu. Tilting her head up, she looked at him with wide, innocent eyes and asked, Lord Shu, where did you go adventuring today? Did you encounter any scary zombies? Looking at the girl's cute face, a wave of tenderness washed over Dao Bashu's heart. Although he was an ability user, his awakened tunneling ability made him virtually useless in combat. He was thoroughly marginalized among the other ability users, and everyone looked down on him. Every time they went on a mission, they forced him to lead the way and explore the most hazardous areas. Yet the commoners treated him with immense respect. While the ability users called him Dao Bashu, these commoners respectfully addressed him as Lord Shu. Consequently, Dao Bashu treated these commoners much better than the other ability users did. The other ability users always carried themselves with arrogant superiority. If any commoner dared to provoke them, they would simply kick them aside without a second thought, let alone converse with them. Dao Bashu knelt down and said to the little girl, I went to a very, very distant place. Your Lord Shu here personally dispatched dozens of zombies. I was incredibly majestic. Here, Lord Shu has a piece of candy for you. With that, he pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to her. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up. It was as if an infinite radiance had suddenly burst forth within her gaze. In this post-apocalyptic world, even the calories from a single piece of candy were exceptionally precious. Receiving the candy, the little girl clutched it tightly in her palm like a priceless treasure. She thanked Daobashu repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Lord Shu. Thank you, Lord Shu." Seeing that the little girl had received candy, the other children instantly swarmed around him. "Lord Shu, you are so handsome. Lord Shu, you are the most handsome person in this entire base. Lord Shu, do you have any more candy? Ha! I just love children who speak the truth. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone gets one." Hearing the children praise his looks, Daobashu beamed with a warm, affectionate smile and handed each of them a piece of candy. The children instantly erupted with joy. "Candy. White rabbit cream candy. Mom, I get to eat candy again." The child wept tears of joy. "Lord Shu is truly the best. Long live Lord Shu." The children skipped away happily. From a distance, their parents also cast grateful glances toward Daobashu. A single piece of candy might mean nothing to an ability user, but for the commoners, merely surviving each day was an immense struggle. How could they ever afford such a luxury as candy? Seeing this group of survivors looking at him, as if he were their savior, Daobashu gritted his teeth and finally made a firm decision in his heart. Just as the children were overjoyed upon receiving the candies, another group of travel-worn survivors walked through the gates into the survivor base. Standing at the head of the group was a burly survivor with a majestic eagle perched upon his shoulder. The moment that group appeared, the children instantly fell silent, their faces masked with fear as they stealthily hid the candies behind their backs before rushing back to their parents' sides. As the group of survivors passed by Daobashu, a playful expression emerged on the leading burly man's face, and he spoke in a mocking tone, "Daobashu, what's the matter? You look so disheveled and covered in dirt. Did you just crawl out from underground? Has the task the boss gave you been completed? Where is Juxiong? Why don't I see him? Don't tell me you secretly fled back here while the others were fighting." "Huh. It certainly looks like it. That fellow Daobashu, when others fight, he hides in his hole out of fear, only crawling out once the battle is won. A tunneling ability. To think you actually awakened such a power. I truly cannot fathom what use this ability could possibly have. Ha! You are no different from those commoners. No wonder you mingle so well with them. What a literal rat man." The men surrounding the burly survivor also began to jeer at Daobashu. Daobashu had long grown accustomed to this. Every time he crossed paths with these people, he would inevitably become the target of their mockery. In the past, if he was in a good mood, he would simply laugh it off, but today Daobashu happened to be in a foul mood. Furthermore, he was about to leave this base anyway, so why should he continue to endure this and act like a cowardly turtle? Cut the crap. The boss is looking for you. Get going and stop babbling here. You'll understand once you get there," Daobashu said snappishly. As fellow Tier 1 ability users, just because he had awakened a tunneling ability, he was mocked at every turn. On what grounds? A bunch of trash, your days are numbered. Heihu is about to lead you all to provoke a god of death. When the time comes, just wait for your demise. Oh, you dare speak to me in such a manner? A menacing look appeared on the burly man's face. This is exactly how I speak to you. What of it? You idiot. Daobashu straightened his short frame, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You motherf. Just as the burly man was about to fly into a rage, he was pulled back by his subordinate. The subordinate advised him, "Forget it, brother Liu Yang. This fellow is usually timid and cowardly, yet today, he actually dared to talk back to you. Something is amiss. We should head over to Boss Heihu first and see what the situation is." The burly man also came to his senses. His subordinate's words made sense. Daobashu's state today was indeed somewhat abnormal. In the past, had they ever spared him from a bullying whenever they met? Yet he had never dared to resist like this before. Today he not only talked back, but was also aggressive and unyielding, which clearly indicated that something was wrong. Could it be that he had achieved some great merit, and Brother Heihu had made him some promise? If that were truly the case, it would be wiser not to provoke him for now. Humph. Just you wait. Once I clarify the situation with Brother Heihu, I will deal with you. Liu Yang cold snorted, then led his subordinates toward Heihu's residence. Watching their departing figures, Daobashu let out a cold laugh. A bunch of short-lived fools. Just wait for your deaths. Master Rat is not playing with you anymore. I am leaving right away. Daobashu returned to his quarters and immediately began packing his things. He had originally tunneled his way here, digging a tunnel spanning over 20 kilometers. Now that he was leaving, he only needed to re-enter the tunnel without having to dig a new one, making his departure even faster than his arrival. In less than an hour, he would reach the supermarket where Juxiong had been killed. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was currently in the midst of his deduction. He was heading toward another supermarket which was about 2 kilometers away from the school. Carrying his treasured blade, he hacked down any zombies he encountered along the way, slaying them with a single strike. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived outside the supermarket. However, just outside, he encountered 2 survivors, a man and a woman. They were actually familiar faces from his school. Although Liu Yang did not interact much with others at school, he still recognized the more prominent figures there. These 2 were Chunhao, the student council president, and Zhou Qixi one of the 4 great school beauties who was known as the athletic goddess. Seeing Liu Yang wielding a treasured blade like a god of death and slaughtering all the zombies along the path, the 2 of them crept out from the room where they had been hiding. They intended to tag along with him, following in his footsteps to search for some food. However, Liu Yang noticed them, his face turning cold. "What do you 2 think you're doing? Don't follow me." Liu Yang. Upon clearly seeing Liu Yang's face, Chun Hao's expression lit up with pleasant surprise. Liu Yang had been a well-known figure at school, so Chun Hao as the student council president naturally recognized him. In the past, he had even looked down on Liu Yang, and had even taken the lead in making trouble for him. But now that the apocalypse had arrived, who still cared about the past? Seeing how incredibly powerful Liu Yang was now, and considering they were old acquaintances and alumni of the same school, he knew he had to cling tightly to Liu Yang's thigh. "What is it? Did you not understand me? I told you not to follow me," Liu Yang warned once again. He had painstakingly cleared the path of zombies, and now these 2 wanted to slip out and claim a share of the spoils without lifting a finger. Did they take him for a fool? "Liu Yang, I am Chun Hao, the student council president. Don't you recognize us? Your weapon is so powerful. I saw you kill a zombie with just a single strike. How about this? You protect me and Zhou Qixi, and once I return home, I'll give you money. 1 million. How about it?" Chun Hao said to Liu Yang, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Liu Yang looked at him as if he were an idiot. To think someone would try to bribe others with money in the apocalypse. Was this guy out of his mind? "Get lost," Liu Yang said coldly. 2 million. How about 2 million? Chun Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Are you an idiot? What uses money in the apocalypse? You can't even buy a piece of bread with it. You won't leave. Fine, then don't. I'll just take Zhou Qixi back to the base. As an athletic goddess who runs and exercises every day, she should be quite suitable for bearing children." Liu Yang stroked his chin, a playful expression appearing on his face. Zhou Qixi was not only one of the 4 great school beauties, but she was also a student athlete. Not only was she extremely beautiful with delicate features and a slender figure, but she also possessed long, shapely legs with healthy muscle lines that looked incredibly explosive. Her wheat-toned skin and slender waist with prominent abs made her look exceptionally vibrant and alluring. Moreover, it was said that women who loved sports would give birth to healthier children. Furthermore, an athletic goddess would possess much better stamina. While other girls would be utterly exhausted after battling with him for 2 hours, this Zhou Qixi should be able to endure it perfectly. When the time came, he could propagate his lineage as vigorously as he pleased. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Chun Hao's expression instantly shifted. Watching Liu Yang warily, he shielded Zhou Qixi behind him, stammering in panic, Liu Yang, what do you think you're doing? Don't do anything reckless. Zhou Qixi is my girlfriend. She will never go with you. She's just a girlfriend, it's not like you're married. Besides, even if you were, so what? Even Xiao Qiao had a penchant for married women. Chun Hao, you can scram now. Zhou Qixi stays and comes with me, Liu Yang said nonchalantly. No. Impossible. She is my girlfriend. You want to steal my girlfriend? I am the student council president. My family has hundreds of millions in assets. Who do you think you are to compete with me? Besides, in what way are you better than me? Qixi would never fall for someone like you. Chun Hao declared, his face contorted with rage. Although he was wary of the blade in Liu Yang's hand, he could not hold back upon hearing that Liu Yang wanted to take his girlfriend. As the student council president, he had always been a high and mighty figure at school, which student didn't greet him with the utmost respect. Not to mention his family owned a company worth hundreds of millions. He was a bona fide wealthy second-generation heir, usually driving a BMW to school. Back at school, he flaunted his wealth, daily basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd. Now a worthless loser like Liu Yang dared to snatch his girlfriend right in front of his face. How could someone like Chun Hao tolerate this? If it weren't for the knife in his opponent's hand, he would have rushed over and beaten Liu Yang to death. Impossible. What's impossible about it? Do you really think you can stop me from taking any woman I want? Oh, you're so impressive with your hundreds of millions. But looking at how gaunt and weak you are, I bet you can't even get it up anymore, can you? What's the point of having such a beautiful girlfriend? Can you even satisfy her? You look like you haven't eaten in days. Since the apocalypse broke out, don't tell me you still haven't found any food. Liu Yang looked at him with an amused smirk. Hit right where it hurt. Chun Hao flushed with embarrassment, stammering defensively, So what if I haven't found food? In any case, my girlfriend will never go with you. Our bond is unbreakable, so don't even think about it. Oh really? Alright then. I was originally going to take her by force, but hearing you say that, I've changed my mind. I want to see just how deep your bond actually is. Here, look at this. Liu Yang reached into his coat and pulled out a vacuum-sealed chicken drumstick, tearing open the packaging to expose the meat. Instantly, the rich aroma wafted into the noses of Chun Hao and Zhou Qixi. Chun Hao and Zhou Qixi sniffed deeply, greedily inhaling the scent of food they hadn't smelled in ages. Both of them couldn't help but swallow hard. Starving, they were absolutely starving. Having starved in the school for 4 days, they finally couldn't take it anymore and ventured out to find food. Yet after searching for 2 days, they had found nothing. They had only managed to catch 2 rats in the sewers, which they immediately killed, roasted, and devoured completely. But those 2 rats were nowhere near enough to satisfy their hunger. In their search for food elsewhere, they had nearly been caught by zombies, wasting a significant amount of physical strength during their desperate escape. Now with their stomachs completely empty, the aroma of the chicken drumstick triggered agonizing waves of hunger pangs inside them. 1 chicken drumstick in exchange for your girlfriend. Do we have a deal? Liu Yang said playfully. Chunhao had just confidently claimed that his bond with his girlfriend was unbreakable and they would never part. Now Liu Yang wanted to see exactly how much food this so-called unbreakable love was actually worth. Sure enough, upon hearing Liu Yang's proposition, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Chunhao's eyes, though he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Kiki and I have been dating for a whole year. How could my girlfriend be traded away for a single chicken drumstick? Who do you take me for? My family has hundreds of millions in assets. Oh, what kind of luxury haven't I seen? Chunhao's face wore an expression of firm resolve. Hearing him speak like this, Zhou Qi's heart swelled with deep emotion. Originally, she thought this wealthy heir was just playing around. Thus, during their entire year of dating, she had treated him as a boyfriend on probation, never letting him have his way with her, and they had never shared any intimacy. Now it seemed Chunhao's feelings for her were genuine. Even under such extreme hunger, he refused to trade her for such a precious chicken drumstick. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment she saw and smelled that chicken drumstick, even Zhou Qiqi had felt a brief urge to willingly throw herself at Liu Yang. Seeing Chunhao's resolute expression, now she suddenly realized how shameful her own fleeting thoughts had been. How could she even think of selling herself out for a mere chicken drumstick? She had to learn from Chunhao and never succumb to the temptation of food. Just as Zhou Qiqi resolved to stand by Chunhao through thick and thin, Chunhao held up 5 fingers and said to Liu Yang, "If you want my girlfriend, you'll have to pay more. 5. Unless you give me 5 chicken drumsticks." Hearing this, even Liu Yang froze in disbelief. Seeing how resolute Chunhao had looked initially, he had thought the man would refuse, but it turned out he just wanted to bargain for more food. As expected of the great student council president, Chunhao. Even at a time like this, he didn't forget to haggle. 3. Take it or leave it, Liu Yang said in an unquestionable tone. Deal. Chunhao blurted out, terrified that Liu Yang might back out. Liu Yang pulled 2 more chicken drumsticks from his coat and tossed them all at Chunhao's feet. Chunhao hurriedly bent down to scoop up the drumsticks, stuffing them into his clothes. His frantic actions left Zhou Qiqi standing beside him, utterly dumbfounded. For just 3 chicken drumsticks, her boyfriend had sold her out. She had been deeply moved just a moment ago, but now it seemed she had rejoiced far too soon. She glared at Chunhao in fury and cried, "Chunhao, you! What about me? If I don't eat, I'm going to starve to death. Do you want to just stand there and watch me die? In this apocalypse, aren't you women just tools for men to vent their frustrations on anyway? What difference does it make who you please? I've been dating you for a year and spent at least $1 million on gifts for you, yet you wouldn't even go to a hotel room with me. What's with the innocent act? I've been sick of you for a long time. A few days before the apocalypse broke out, I wanted to force myself on you, but who knew you were actually stronger than me? In the days that followed, I was so starving that I even thought about eating your flesh. If you weren't an athlete and I couldn't beat you in a fight, do you think I would have kept you around until now? Now that you can be traded for 3 chicken drumsticks, it proves you actually have some value. Got it? You should be happy." Clutching the chicken drumsticks, Chunhao bolted toward a safe area nearby, as if terrified Liu Yang would change his mind. Hearing Chunhao's words, Zhou Qiqi was utterly devastated. She had never imagined that in the eyes of her boyfriend, she was nothing more than a disposable object to be discarded at any moment. At the same time, she felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, during their year together, she had fiercely guarded her chastity and never let Chunhao have his way. Otherwise, she would have probably been abandoned long ago. This wealthy boyfriend was indeed just playing with her after all. She had finally seen through Chunhao's true nature. Overwhelmed with utter disappointment and a face as pale as ash, Zhou Qiqi walked step by step toward Liu Yang. "See, this is your boyfriend. He sold you out for just 3 chicken drumsticks," Liu Yang said with a smile. This was the apocalypse. This was reality. One moment their love was supposedly deeper than the oceans and stronger than stone. The next moment, he sold his girlfriend for 3 chicken drumsticks. "Give me 3 chicken drumsticks too, and I will sell myself to you." "I will do whatever you want me to do," Zhou Qiqi said to Liu Yang, her eyes completely hollow. Having been sold out by her boyfriend, the light in her heart had died. She no longer cared what would happen to her next. She just wanted to fill her stomach first. At worst, it would end in death, and even then she would rather die with a full stomach. "Here, take it." Liu Yang handed her a chicken drumstick and said, "Don't worry, follow me, and you'll have an endless supply of chicken drumsticks. Not just 3, even 300 is fine. I don't sell out my own women. Now let's go raid the supermarket together." With that, Liu Yang prepared to lead Zhou Qiqi into the supermarket. Before entering, he deliberately controlled a zombie to guard the entrance to prevent anyone else from coming in. Upon entering the supermarket, they were met with hundreds of zombies roaming inside. Furthermore, due to the lack of cover within the premises, any ordinary person stepping foot inside would likely be swiftly swarmed and mauled to death. Yet as Liu Yang plunged into the horde, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He single-handedly surrounded the hundreds of undead. Brandishing his long blade, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, each strike cleanly severing a zombie in half. Witnessing Liu Yang's prowess, Zhou Qixi, the athletic goddess who had been utterly devastated and deathly pale just moments before, instantly showed a look of sheer astonishment in her eyes. So incredible, so fast, so strong, so incredibly powerful. How does he do it? Hundreds of zombies before him are like chives waiting to be harvested. How can his athletic capability be this formidable? Even the most elite athlete compared to him would probably not even come close. His speed and power have transcended that of ordinary men. He has surpassed the limits of the human body. Is he a Superman? As an athlete herself, Zhou Qixi understood the limits of human capability better than anyone. Liu Yang's current slashing speed, reaction time, and movement speed had absolutely surpassed the limits of humanity. Watching his movements, a trace of adoration even emerged on Zhou Qixi's face. Being an athlete herself, she naturally harbored a greater fondness for physically powerful men. Yet Liu Yang's prowess at this moment could no longer be classified merely as athletic strength. He had transcended the very boundaries of human limitation. This was naturally worthy of adoration. What woman wouldn't revere the strong? At this moment, Zhou Qixi even felt a sense of fortune. Had she continued to follow Chun, how she might have starved to death sooner or later. Only by aligning herself with someone as powerful as Liu Yang could she secure a better chance of survival. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang had slaughtered every single zombie. A look of lingering excitement appeared on his face. Slaying zombies with this blade is pure enjoyment, a perfect way to decompress. So exhilarating. Liu Yang, how are you so strong? Zhou Qixi could not help but voice the question burning in her mind. Because I was born strong and I have other areas where I am even stronger. I'll let you experience them tonight. Liu Yang said with a wicked smirk. Zhou Qixi caught his drift, and her fair face instantly flushed crimson. Though deeply embarrassed, a hint of anticipation also stirred within her heart. After teasing Zhou Qixi, Liu Yang began looting the resources, sweeping everything inside the supermarket into his dark space. With that completed, he led Zhou Qixi toward the next supermarket. Employing the same tactic, he thoroughly ransacked that store as well. Once both supermarkets were cleared out, Liu Yang brought Zhou Qixi back to the villa district. The simulation concluded. The process had been absolutely perfect, free of any mishaps, and had even yielded the bonus acquisition of Zhou Qixi. An athletic goddess was a rare treasure indeed. Even Liu Yang looked forward to propagating his lineage with Zhou Qixi. Thus, as soon as the simulation ended, he immediately began to act according to its progression. Ultimately, he successfully brought the goddess back. When he returned to the villa district with her, Su Xiao and the others had already gone out to exercise within the villa district. Since the entire area had been cleared and turned into a safe zone, they enjoyed hanging out around the neighborhood after meals. They would play basketball, volleyball, and the like. Consequently, the villa was completely empty at the moment. Find any room on the first floor to settle in, then take a shower and freshen up. Tonight, come to my room, and I'll show you another one of my strong suits, Liu Yang said to Zhou Qixi with a wicked grin. I understand. Zhou Qixi nodded bashfully. Though she had long prepared herself mentally for what would inevitably happen after following Liu Yang back here, she could not help but feel a flutter of panic in her heart. Although Zhou Qixi had been in a relationship with Chunhao for a year, she had never even let him hold her hand. Now suddenly on the verge of intimate contact with another man, she was inevitably nervous, yet at the same time immensely expectant. On the volleyball court of the villa district, Yusher and the others were playing volleyball, everyone glistening with sweat and thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the post-apocalyptic world, being able to play a game of volleyball under the sun was pure bliss. Yet they failed to notice a majestic eagle circling high up in the sky. At the Heihu base over 20 kilometers away, Liang reported to Heihu, "Boss, I found them. In a villa district over 20 kilometers away, I spotted Zhang Jingyu along with several other girls. They seem to be female students from that villa district. Every single one of them is a beauty." Hearing this, Heihu's wretched face instantly crumpled into a grin, like a blooming chrysanthemum, parting his lips to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. He could not contain his delight as he blurted out, "Several female students. We've hit the jackpot. Not only will I drag Zhang Jingyu back, but I'll also capture those other girls. They shall all become my concubines. Liang, when the time comes, you can have first pick." "Thank you, boss." Liang licked his lips greedily, immediately using the eagle's vision to browse through them, pondering which one to choose. Meanwhile, Dao Bashu had made his way through the tunnel to the supermarket where Zhuxiong had been slain. Crawling out of the hole, he found Zhuxiong's corpse still lying nearby, now rotting and crawling with maggots. He quickly hurried out of the supermarket, tracing the trail of hacked-up zombie corpses to locate the villa district where Liu Yang resided. Since Liu Yang had slaughtered his way to the supermarket, one only needed to follow the trail of zombie carcasses to find his residence. The gates of the villa district were tightly shut. Inside the guardhouse sat two people dressed in suits, sunglasses, and face masks. They were actually guard zombies controlled by Liu Yang's manipulation skill. Now that his zombie control skill had reached level 2, he could control level 2 zombies, and his maximum control capacity had increased to 2. He had specifically manipulated these two zombies to station them here as guards. To avoid drawing suspicion, he had gone out of his way to dress them in suits, masks, and sunglasses. Without a closer look, one would truly mistake them for living people. Even Dao Bashu was fooled. He shouted directly at the zombies, "Bro, open up. I'm here to deliver a message." The zombie gave no response, but the sound was transmitted through it directly to Liu Yang's ears. Shifting his vision to the gate, Liu Yang spotted Dao Bashu and instantly found it rather strange. What the? Why does this guy look familiar? Alright, isn't he one of those dozen or so survivors? Didn't I wipe all of them out? Did one slip through the cracks? Liu Yang was slightly bewildered. He had instantly annihilated everyone else back then and assumed he had cleared them all out, never expecting a survivor to have slipped through the net. He wondered what the man's purpose was in coming to his doorstep. Could it be revenge? Gripping his blade, he rushed from the villa to the entrance at extreme speed. Upon seeing Liu Yang, Dao Bashu immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He knew all too well that if Liu Yang wanted him dead, he could obliterate him in an instant. Thus the moment his hands went up, he blurted out, "Young hero, I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to deliver a warning. Heihu has discovered this place and is planning to come and exact his revenge on you." Oh, Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. He then opened the gate, letting Dao Bashu inside, and spoke in a cold tone, "Tell me about the situation at the Heihu survivor base and why exactly you came to warn me. You'd better be thorough. If you can't convince me of your sincerity, I will put an end to you." After entering the villa district, Dao Bashu spotted a majestic eagle circling in the sky above the volleyball court. Pointing toward the sky, he said, "That is the scout of Liang, one of the espers from the Heihu base. He is using the eagle's vision to spy on everything here. You have all been targeted. Especially those female students. Heihu is incredibly lustful. Liang must have informed him of the situation here. Originally, if it were just for revenge, he might not have bothered to come. After all, the journey is long and fraught with danger. But with so many female students here, and given his insatiable lust, he is bound to make his move." "Is that so?" Liu Yang frowned slightly, then casually waved his hand. An icicle needle condensed in the sky, instantly shooting the eagle down. To Dao Bashu, Liu Yang had merely waved his hand before the eagle plummeted from the sky. Unable to discern what Liu Yang had done, his face filled with utter shock. What an incredibly powerful ability. The eagle was flying at an altitude of at least 100 meters, yet the man had brought it down with a mere wave of his hand. He couldn't even see how it was done. His skill had to be at least an S-class combat ability. Instantly, Dao Bashu felt even more relieved that he had made the decision to come and deliver this warning. It was undoubtedly the right choice. Otherwise, if he had actually joined Heihu and the others in their crusade against Liu Yang, he might have been wiped out before even catching a glimpse of the man. Meanwhile, at the Heihu base, Liang, who was observing the situation, was suddenly struck by a violent headache. He collapsed to the ground, instantly clutching his head and writhing in agony. "What's wrong? Liang, what happened to you?" Startled by the sight, Heihu exclaimed. "Damn it, my scout was eliminated. It was headshot. I didn't even have time to withdraw my spiritual sense. The excruciating pain was transmitted directly to my head." Liang's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling violently. The realistic sensation of having his head blown apart filled his heart with terror. The eagle you control can fly hundreds of meters high, making it a difficult target even for a sniper rifle. How could it possibly be headshot? Heihu's expression grew solemn. "I don't know. I was just observing those female students when it was killed in an instant. I couldn't see who did it, nor do I know what method they used." Liang said, his heart still hammering with lingering fear. Heihu then recalled Dao Bashu's words. When Dao Bashu had returned earlier, he had mentioned that the other esper was exceptionally powerful. Over a dozen elites were no match for him, and were instantly killed in a single exchange. Now it seemed those claims were not exaggerated. He had to summon Dao Bashu immediately to get a clearer picture. He immediately ordered his lackey outside. "Go and fetch Dao Bashu. I have questions for him." The lackey hurried to find Dao Bashu, only to find his room completely empty. He rushed back to report, "Boss, Dao Bashu is not in his room, and all his belongings are gone." Hearing this, Heihu's face darkened. "What do you mean? Could it be that he fled? Has he betrayed our base?" Cold sweat broke out on the lackey's back as he stammered. I'm afraid so. Is that guy really so powerful that he drove Dao Bashu to betray us?" Heihu frowned, sensing that there was more to this than met the eye. At the same time, a grim expression settled on his face, leaving him momentarily undecided. Meanwhile, back in Liu Yang's villa district, Liu Yang asked Dao Bashu, "So Heihu is lustful and loves to abduct women. But in this post-apocalyptic world, women are everywhere. There's no need for him to take such risks, is there?" Dao Bashu nodded and replied, "Indeed, there is no need to take risks. However, Zhang Jingyu is the woman he has set his eyes on, and everyone in the base knows it. He will definitely stop at nothing to get her. This is not just about a woman, it is about his pride and authority. If he fails to claim Zhang Jingyu, how can he maintain his position as the boss of the base? So while he can do without other women, he must have Zhang Jingyu. Zhang Jingyu is my woman now, Liu Yang said coldly. Anyone who dares to covet my woman must die. How far is the Heihu base from here? If he intends to launch an attack on me, how long will it take him to get here? The Heihu base is over 20 kilometers away. I told Heihu that you are extremely powerful. If he wants to deal with you, he will definitely have to gather all the elites in the base, which will take at least a day. Because some of the espers are out searching for supplies and might not return until nightfall. If they do come, it will likely be tomorrow. Dao Bashu analyzed. Tomorrow? I can't wait until tomorrow. To let someone who dares to eye my woman live until tomorrow is an insult to me. I will set off for the Heihu base shortly to eliminate him. You will lead the way, Liu Yang said resolutely. Originally, if Heihu hadn't looked for trouble, Liu Yang wouldn't have bothered him. But now hearing that Heihu still refused to give up on Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang could no longer tolerate it. But the Heihu base is over 20 kilometers away, and it will take a lot of time to get there. Moreover, their defenses are tight, making an assault quite difficult. It would be much easier to wage a defensive battle here where you are familiar with the terrain. Dao Bashu looked hesitant, thinking to himself how insanely aggressive this young man was. The youth were indeed hot-blooded, acting without a second thought. It makes no difference where we fight. Either way he dies, Liu Yang said confidently. Dao Bashu continued to suggest, at least we should draft a battle plan first. I already have a plan. My plan is to slaughter everyone who dares to resist. Is 20 kilometers far? Even if it were 200 kilometers, I would still travel through the night to kill him. Anyone who dares to covet my woman must die. Not even Jesus can save him, Liu Yang said as he walked to the edge of the volleyball court, waving to the girls playing below. The girls immediately ran over. They crowded around Liu Yang like stars surrounding the moon. Liu Yang, you came to watch us play. What a wonderful surprise. You've never come out to watch us exercise before. Did you go out to search for supplies again today? The girls gathered around Liu Yang, each of them glistening with sweat, chattering like a flock of lively birds. At that moment, Zhang Jingyu spotted Dao Bashu standing beside Liu Yang, and her expression instantly changed. You? Aren't you Dao Bashu? It's fine, don't worry. He's here to join us. I'm going out to handle some matters today. For now, stay indoors. It's a bit unsafe outside, Liu Yang told everyone. Hearing Liu Yang's words, the girls' expressions turned serious. All right. We'll head back to the villa right away. Liu Yang nodded. Let's head back together. He then told Dao Bashu to wait outside while he led the girls back into the villa. Once inside, he introduced the sports goddess Zhou Kiki to everyone. He instructed them to stay inside the villa and not wander off. Finally, he returned to his own room to begin a battle simulation. The simulation went flawlessly. No unexpected incidents occurred. He wiped out the forces of the Heihu base with ease. At the same time, he gathered a vast amount of information during the simulation. He learned why Dao Bashu had betrayed Heihu, and he gained knowledge of the route to the Heihu base as well as their overall strength. Now, even without Dao Bashu to guide him, he knew exactly how to get there. Thus, he immediately walked out of the villa and said to Dao Bashu, "Time to move. You take the tunnel, and I'll take the surface." Dao Bashu was stunned. He hadn't even mentioned to Liu Yang that he had a tunnel. How did Liu Yang know? When did he see through his esper ability? Could it be that Liu Yang had let him go on purpose last time? In that instant, Dao Bashu felt that Liu Yang was an omniscient and omnipotent god. Still, he asked, "If I take the tunnel, do you know the way?" "I do," Liu Yang replied with certainty. In his first simulation, he had let Dao Bashu lead the way, but Dao Bashu's speed was far too slow. It took them a whole hour to cover the distance of over 20 kilometers. Liu Yang couldn't wait that long. If he traveled at full speed on his own, he could arrive in less than 20 minutes. He didn't want to let Heihu live for even one more hour. Allowing someone who dared to eye his woman to live for even a single second longer made Liu Yang feel deeply displeased. Never mind a distance of over 20 kilometers. Even if the perpetrator were in the Beiying Empire on the other side of the planet, Liu Yang would still swim across the Pacific Ocean overnight to eliminate anyone who dared to target his woman. Therefore, he planned to head out first and have Dao Bashu take the tunnel. In truth, it didn't matter whether Dao Bashu went or not. Liu Yang only insisted on bringing him along to prevent him from causing trouble in the villa district. He certainly didn't want his home base to catch fire while he was away on a campaign. After settling Su Xiao and the others, Liu Yang immediately set out. Scar Rat dug his own tunnel. 20 minutes later, Liu Yang arrived outside the Black Tiger Survivor Base. The Black Tiger Survivor Base was also a spacious villa compound with vast grounds and few residents. The villas were far apart from one another, affording the wealthy elite who once lived here ample privacy, and as a result, there weren't many zombies in this compound. This was precisely why Black Tiger and his men chose to establish their base here. In peaceful times, a single villa in this area would have sold for at least 50 million. Those who could afford to live here were either exceedingly wealthy or held high status. Sadly, by this time, most had already turned into zombies, and even those who hadn't were already dead at the hands of Black Tiger and his gang. Liu Yang reached the main gate and leaped upward effortlessly, clearing the 4-meter-high wall in a single bound to enter the villa compound. Beside the wall stood numerous makeshift tents erected by ordinary survivors who had taken refuge in the Black Tiger base. As the lowest-tier survivors, they were confined to the outermost perimeter and could never enter the villas. They were startled when they saw Liu Yang leap in. Shoo! Liu Yang held a knife in one hand and pressed his other finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. Make no sound or you die? Understood. Yes, yes. The survivors quickly nodded. Anyone capable of clearing a 4-meter wall in a single leap was undoubtedly not an ordinary person, but a power wielder. To these ordinary people, power wielders were akin to deities, and they dared not resist in the slightest. They followed Liu Yang's every word without question. Seeing how obediently the survivors complied, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then, relying on the information gathered from his first deduction, he headed straight for Black Tiger's residence. Meanwhile, the elite members of Black Tiger's base had gathered at his residence, deliberating on how to deal with Liu Yang. Hawk was currently pressing a hot towel to his head. His informant had just been killed with a headshot, and the news still brought him excruciating pain. His head hadn't stopped aching since. His face pale, he spoke to Black Tiger. Boss, if what you said is true, and even Giant Bear and the others were instantly slain, this guy might be too dangerous to mess with. Maybe we should just let it go. Several other power wielders chimed in agreement. Giant Bear, Yellow Dog, and Scar Rat. All three couldn't match their opponent. Our strength has been severely diminished, and if we truly go after them, we'll likely end up overextended and gain nothing. Plus, that's their home turf. They know the terrain well, and there could be traps waiting for us. Boss Black Tiger, maybe we should just drop it like Hawk suggested. It's just one woman, right? We've got plenty of women in this base. Yeah, boss, maybe we should just call it quits. We'll go search for new survivors outside, and bring you a few more beautiful women instead of that Zhang Jingyu. What do you think, boss? After hearing Black Tiger relay Scar Rat's account, they were all gripped with panic at once. Giant Bear was among the top fighters in the base. If Giant Bear could be instantly defeated, what chance would they have? Watching their expressions of fear, Black Tiger himself felt torn. He looked toward the only woman in the room who also served as Black Tiger's second-in-command at the survivor base. She was striking with her soft white short hair and clad in a form-fitting tactical suit that accentuated her capable demeanor, somewhat reminiscent of a white-haired Black Widow. Her face carried an air of competence and composure, with a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, a stark contrast to the other members who were visibly terrified. Black Tiger turned to her and asked, "White Fox, what are your thoughts on this matter?" "I'm indifferent. I'll follow your arrangements. Actually, I wouldn't mind meeting him. To be honest, based on Scar Rat's description, even I'm curious about what he looks like. Wonder if he's handsome." White Fox said as she licked her alluring red lips. "There's nothing to meet. Don't go provoking him. Sister White Fox, don't drag us into this. Let's just forget it." Yes, let's just give it up." The other members quickly shook their heads. Who didn't know that White Fox was the craziest? Though powerful, her mind seemed clouded. Her decisions were never thoughtful, and others couldn't fathom her logic at all. In short, she was entirely whimsical. They had no desire to follow this madwoman to certain death. Watching the group erupt into chaos, Black Tiger rubbed his forehead, his expression helplessly resigned. "Let me think about it. I'll make a final decision later." In truth, even he was somewhat afraid to go himself. Zhang Jingyu was merely a woman, and his insistence on taking her had nothing to do with genuine affection. It was simply a matter of face. Now that he discovered his opponent's strength was so formidable, the risk of provoking them was simply too great. Deep down, he refused to go, but as the leader, he couldn't openly admit it, which was why he sought his men's counsel. As the base's second-in-command, White Fox's opinion carried the most weight after his own. That was precisely why Black Tiger turned to her. But to his dismay, White Fox, whose judgment was notoriously unreliable, directly expressed her desire to go. Black Tiger internally wanted to slap himself. If he had known this would happen, he never would have asked the lunatic for her opinion in the first place. Had White Fox refused like the others, he would have readily used that as an excuse to back down. But now that she insisted on going as the leader whose woman had been taken, he found it impossible to admit he didn't want to go. How could he lead if he wouldn't even fight to reclaim what was taken from him? Black Tiger stood awkwardly, stalling for time until evening. He hoped the matter would simply fade away with time. But just as he thought this, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. "No need to deliberate. I'll make the decision for you." Upon hearing those words, everyone froze. Then a handsome young man walked through the doorway. A pitch-black katana was in his hand, its blade still dripping fresh blood, the remnants of the 2 guards Liu Yang had dispatched at the entrance. Black Tiger stared at Liu Yang with shock. "Who are you? How did you get in? What happened to the guards?" "Dead. And you'll be joining them very soon, for I am here to take your wretched life," Liu Yang said coldly. One member, outraged that Liu Yang would speak to their boss this way, leapt to his feet and drew his machete, charging toward Liu Yang while shouting, "What audacity! Daring to speak to our boss Black Tiger like that!" In a blur, Liu Yang swung his katana and the man's head separated from his body before anyone could register the motion. The speed was so fast that nobody could tell when he had struck. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned, their faces twisting with terror. They also realized the blade wasn't Zhang Jingli's. Then this man must be the supreme powerhouse Scar Rat had described. Black Tiger's lips began to tremble as he pointed at Liu Yang, his voice quivering. You're the one who killed Giant Bear. Indeed it is I. You must be who correct. With subordinates named Zhu Xiong and Huanggo, what are you running here? A zoo. And with a pathetic look like yours, you actually dare to lust after my woman. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Liu Yang sneered, looking at whose wretched face. The man was pot-bellied, dark-skinned, short, and stout, with a paunch larger than that of a woman 10 months pregnant. It was highly likely that even if he dropped his trousers, he would not be able to catch a glimpse of his own manhood, obscured entirely by that massive mound of lard. And yet a creature like this actually kept over a dozen wives. You even dared to lay a hand on my woman Zhang Jingyu. If this is not seeking death, what is? Provoked by Liu Yang's scathing remarks, whose face instantly contorted with rage. Though he feared Liu Yang's strength, being humiliated like this in front of so many of his subordinates left him with absolutely no dignity to spare. Gritting his teeth, he snarled at Liu Yang. Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. You may indeed possess some strength, but to behave so insolently within my whose base, I am afraid you won't be walking out of here alive. Furthermore, Zhang Jingyu was the woman I set my eyes on first. It was clearly you who stole my woman, yet you dare to flaunt your power in my territory. Hearing this, Liu Yang could not help but burst into laughter. Was this man out of his mind? Did he truly believe that any woman he laid eyes on automatically belonged to him? Who did he think he was? Liu Yang sneered, the woman you set your eyes on first. Just because you fancy her, she has to be yours. Do you think you are me? To dare covet my woman? Do you honestly believe I would leave this place before putting an end to your life? Besides, I hear you have over a dozen wives, don't you? Since you targeted my woman, I shall target your wives. Once you are dead, I will gladly take care of them for you. You go too far. Who was thoroughly enraged by Liu Yang's words. Waving his hand toward his subordinates, he roared, Go, brothers, kill him. Yet not a single soul stirred. Expressions of sheer terror painted their faces as they merely stood aside, watching Liu Yang with extreme wariness. None of them dared to make the first move. After all, the moment Liu Yang arrived, he had instantly slain one of their men. His strike had been so incredibly swift that none of them could even track his movements. They knew all too well in their hearts that if Liu Yang's blade had been aimed at them, they would have perished before they could even react. This was clearly a disparity in combat power of entirely different echelons. Why would they throw their lives away? Besides, from the very moment Liu Yang appeared, his gaze had been locked solely on who. It was obvious he had only come for him. As for the others, Liu Yang had not targeted them at all. Since he had no intention of killing them, why would they stretch out their necks and beg to be slaughtered? Would that not be utter foolishness? Thus, despite who issuing the command to his subordinates, not a single one obeyed him. Lying. Who had not expected his own command to fall on deaf ears, forcing him to call them out by name. Oh, my head hurts so much. Lying groaned, clutching his head and remaining firmly seated. He was no fool. His superpower was of the reconnaissance type. In terms of combat capability, he could not even match Zhu Xiong. How could he possibly defeat Liu Yang, who had effortlessly instant-killed Zhu Xiong? Therefore, he chose to simply feign a headache. By who? Who turned his gaze toward that frenzied woman. While others might feel fear, surely this woman would not. As long as this woman led the charge, the others would surely follow. Yet Bai Hu merely stood there with a beaming smile, gently biting her crimson lips. Her eyes remained fixed on Liu Yang, staring intently as she sized him up from head to toe. She repeatedly cast flirtatious glances at Liu Yang, her face even wearing an infatuated, love-struck expression. This wretched woman is actually swooning at a time like this. Who was on the verge of a breakdown. If you as the boss do not lead the charge, how can you expect others to step up? Come on, let me see what you are made of. Rest assured you are far too weak, so I won't even use my superpower. I will only use basic attacks, so you won't die too quickly. I will make sure you watch exactly how I enjoy your wives. Seeing that this so-called leader of the survivor base could not even mobilize a single one of his men, Liu Yang could not help but laugh out loud. It seemed this leader was rather incompetent in his daily rule, as not a single subordinate listened to him. Or perhaps he himself was simply too powerful, utterly paralyzing everyone with fear. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Kid, do not push me too far. I who have survived for so long, I am no easy target. If you have the guts, dare to forego your superpower. Do you truly take me for some insignificant nobody? If you have the courage, do not go back on your word. Just wait, I shall watch how you meet your demise. Who spoke with a ferocious glare. He was deliberately using reverse psychology to goad Liu Yang. For an ability user fighting with or without their superpower yielded entirely different levels of combat prowess. Without using their superpowers, an ability user's basic attributes were only about twice as strong as those of an ordinary human. This was precisely why Daoba Shu, who had only awakened a burrowing skill, was looked down upon by everyone. His superpower provided virtually no assistance in combat. When a real fight broke out, he was nothing more than a basic foot soldier. That was why he was held in such low esteem. Now that Liu Yang actually dared to claim he would only use basic attacks, without his superpower, was he not binding his own hands and turning himself into a mere foot soldier? In that case, no matter how strong Liu Yang was, who felt he still had a fighting chance. There is no need for your cheap provocations. When I say I won't use my superpower, I mean it. If I were to use it, all of you would have been dead the very instant we crossed paths, Liu Yang declared with absolute confidence. Excellent. What backbone? In that case, do not blame me, who, for being ruthless. Who said, gritting his teeth. He then extended his tiger-like claws and slashed at his own arm, instantly tearing it open until it was drenched in fresh blood, his 5 fingers fully coated in the crimson liquid. Crimson blade claws. Swoosh. 5 blood-red claw strikes charged directly toward Liu Yang. This was whose superpower. It allowed him to utilize blood to attack his enemies, even enabling long-range strikes. This was precisely why he had been able to become the strongest ability user among these survivors. Facing his opponent's crimson blade claws, Liu Yang dodged the attack with a swift sidestep. His speed had already reached 5 times that of an ordinary human, whereas the basic attributes like strength and speed of a Tier 1 ability user were merely twice that of a normal person. The crimson blade claws, which appeared blindingly fast to an ordinary Tier 1 ability user, were nothing more than slow motion in Liu Yang's eyes. Boom. The bloody claws struck the ground, instantly carving 5 gashes up to 10 centimeters deep into the hard earth. Seeing this, Liu Yang and the others were thoroughly shocked. Is this boss whose ultimate move so powerful? If that hit a person, it would slice them into 5 pieces in an instant. They had always known who was strong, but they had never seen him use his superpower before. Seeing it now, it was truly terrifying. However, the man facing him was equally formidable. To think he could evade such a rapid blood claw strike with just a simple dodge. Seeing the sheer power of Black Tiger's ultimate move, his subordinates' faces were etched with astonishment as they began whispering among themselves. As expected of Boss Black Tiger. If that flying claw were aimed at us, we'd have been sliced to pieces long ago. Yes, we've never seen Boss Black Tiger fight before, but now it's clear he's just as strong as the rumors claimed. Hunting Eagle and the others wore expressions of shock on their faces tinged with worry. Black Tiger was so powerful. They had disobeyed him and attacked Liu Yang out of fear, but if Black Tiger won, would they suffer retribution later? Thus, deep down, they did not truly wish for Black Tiger to win either. Yet they harbored no desire for Liu Yang's victory either. None of them knew whether Liu Yang would turn his wrath upon them after defeating Black Tiger. Therefore, their best hope was a scenario where both sides were severely weakened. If Black Tiger and Liu Yang were both reduced to near death, they could finish them off, and the base would be theirs to control. Hunting Eagle and the others plotted in their minds. White Fox, however, spoke from the sidelines. You idiots don't understand. Black Tiger's attacks may be formidable, but they've had absolutely no effect. This only further demonstrated that man's strength. He hadn't even used his ability, he had simply dodged with his speed. To this day, we still don't know what his ability is. Therefore, that young man has been holding back all along, not even employing his full power. You couldn't even guess how much strength he's actually using. In my opinion, he hasn't even reached half his power yet. He may not even be using half his strength. Hunting Eagle and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief. If Liu Yang hadn't even used half his strength against Black Tiger's ultimate moves, then just how powerful was he truly? White Fox sneered and said, watch closely. Even without using his ability, Black Tiger stands no chance against him. Not the slightest possibility of victory. Because the opponent hasn't even begun to take this seriously, he's merely toying with him. Sure enough, the moment White Fox finished speaking, Liu Yang flashed forward and appeared right before Black Tiger, sweeping his katana in a deadly arc. Swish! Black Tiger's right arm was instantly severed, a pillar of blood erupting from the stump. Pain contorted Black Tiger's face as he bellowed, Bloodstorm. Instantly, the blood spraying from his severed arm condensed mid-air into bullets, a dense swarm, all aimed directly at Liu Yang. Liu Yang hadn't anticipated that Black Tiger possessed yet another move. Could it be that the more blood he shed, the stronger his techniques became? Liu Yang retreated swiftly, leaping back over 10 feet to evade the attack. Slap, slap, slap. The blood bullets struck the ground, carving craters over 10 centimeters deep. This technique had turned the hardened earth into Swiss cheese. Then his feet slammed against the ground, and like a cannonball he charged toward Black Tiger, once more swinging his blade again. Swish. Black Tiger's left arm was cleaved clean off. Blood gushed forth again. Severed of both arms, Black Tiger let out a blood-curdling shriek, his face twisted into madness, teeth bared in a snarl, as though he longed to devour Liu Yang alive. Gazing at the blood spraying into the air, Black Tiger gritted his teeth and roared, heavenly net. Swish. Crimson blood coalesced mid-air into a massive net of blood descending upon Liu Yang like a shroud. Yet Liu Yang's speed had been amplified to 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Such an attack appeared to him in utter slow motion. How could it possibly strike him? With a casual sidestep, he evaded the heavenly net once more, then charged straight at Black Tiger and swung his blade again. Swish! Black Tiger's legs were sheared clean from the thighs, and he finally collapsed into a pooling crimson with a wet thud. Now stripped of both arms and both legs, Black Tiger could no longer move. At the same moment, he halted the gushing blood. He could withstand the bleeding from just his 2 arms, but with all 4 limbs severed and 4 wounds spraying simultaneously, he would bleed to death in under half a minute. Meanwhile, Black Tiger realized his blood-based attacks were utterly ineffective against Liu Yang. Continuing to fight would only exhaust him further. He thus chose to cease controlling his blood flow, instantly stemming the hemorrhage from his 4 massive wounds. His face shed its madness, replaced by utter despair and terror. For at this moment, he truly felt the shadow of death drawing near. He gazed at Liu Yang, his face contorted in subservience as he begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'll give you Zhang Jingyu. Take her. Take everything in this base. Just don't kill me. Do whatever you want." Witnessing this scene, Hunting Eagle and the others were rendered speechless. Black Tiger's ability attacks had already proven more than formidable. Unhesitatingly, one could say that none of the ability users present could match him, not even surviving a single exchange. They would fall in an instant. Yet Black Tiger, who could obliterate them all in moments, was utterly defenseless before Liu Yang. Could the gap between ability users truly be so vast? They could scarcely believe that such a formidable Black Tiger couldn't inflict a single wound on Liu Yang. In less than 10 seconds, both his arms and legs were severed, leaving him collapsed on the ground begging for mercy. That man was nothing short of divine. Even if every person in this base joined forces, they would likely fall within 3 minutes. Unless a woman volunteered herself, attempting to distract him. Though even then he might only stall for 2 hours at most. Seeing the enemy yield, Liu Yang's expression immediately hardened into a cold sneer. "Oh, already begging for mercy. I was thinking your ability grows stronger the more blood you lose, so I decided to let you bleed a bit more. Who would have thought you'd give up so easily? I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Big brother, please spare my life. Truly, I'm giving you Zhang Jingyu. I'll never cause you trouble again. Please let me live." Black Tiger continued pleading with Liu Yang. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Liu Yang furrowed his brows and said, "You're offering me Zhang Jingyu? Do I need you to give me my own woman? And just who do you think you are, huh?" Hearing Liu Yang's chilling tone, Black Tiger was instantly terrified and hastily replied, Big brother, I was wrong. I'm not giving her to you. She already belongs to you. She was always your woman. It was my mistake. Wrong words, that's all." Liu Yang remained cold as he retorted, "Oh, so you acknowledge Zhang Jingyu was always mine? Then what gives you the audacity to lay hands on another man's woman?" Black Tiger startled once more. No, I never dared. She was originally mine, but you took a liking to her, so she became yours." Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. Are you implying I took second-hand goods from you?" Black Tiger was on the verge of breakdown. "Big brother, that's not what I meant. Whatever you say, she's whoever's woman you say she is," Liu Yang retorted. "And now you dare to turn the question back on me." Black Tiger fell silent. Frustrated beyond measure, he realized every word he spoke only deepened the hole he was in. How was he supposed to answer this correctly? Liu Yang stepped firmly on He, whose face sneering, "Look at you. No more excuses, right? I told you from the very beginning that I could defeat you even without using my abilities. Moreover, since you dared to covet my woman, I shall take care of your wives on your behalf. I heard you have over a dozen of them, is that correct?" He, who hurriedly replied, Yes, I do. I will give all dozen of them to you. Just spare my life, and those women are all yours." Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the man to abandon his wives so readily, just to save his own skin. He looked down at He, who, and remarked, "Oh, you are quite generous giving them away without a single shred of hesitation, aren't you? It is only natural. Beautiful women belong with heroes. A piece of trash like me does not deserve to possess so many beauties." He, who pleaded desperately. Unexpectedly, Bai Hu was standing nearby, chimed in, "Those wives are all civilians he abducted. He forced them to be his wives, so there is absolutely no affection between them. His original wife died long ago when the apocalypse erupted, but he does have a biological daughter left." Hearing this, He, whose face instantly contorted with rage, and he roared at Bai Hu, "You bitch, you whore, you traitor. How dare you stab me in the back?" Seeing He, who flare up again and dare to hurl insults, Liu Yang applied pressure with his foot, instantly crushing the man's mouth. "Askew." Now unable to speak, He, who could only let out muffled whimpers of agony. Moreover, Liu Yang could tell that this fellow did not care about his wives in the slightest, but his daughter seemed to be his Achilles heel. Then Liu Yang shifted his gaze toward Bai Hu and the others. While Liu Yang was fighting earlier, Bai Hu, Lai Ying, and the other elites of the He, who base had stood by watching, not daring to make a single move. Now seeing that Liu Yang had severed Hu's limbs in less than 10 seconds, reducing him to a limbless torso, they did not even dare to breathe heavily. Fighting back was out of the question, and fleeing was utterly impossible. With the opponent's speed, they would be obliterated before they could even run 10 meters. Thus they stood aside, awaiting the judgment of fate, trying their best to remain inconspicuous in the hope that Liu Yang might overlook them. Yet they had not expected Baihu's single remark to draw Liu Yang's attention right back to them. As Liu Yang's gaze swept over them, Liu Yang and the others felt as though they were being watched by a demon god. Their entire bodies trembled violently, and the hairs on their skin stood on end. In the next instant their knees buckled, and they fell directly to the ground with a dull thud. Only Baihu remained standing. Liu Yang stared at her. Upon getting a clear look at her appearance, he was somewhat astonished. When he first entered, his attention had been entirely focused on the greasy Hu, causing him to overlook the presence of such a stunning beauty standing right beside him. She sported a chic short white haircut that gave her an exceptionally sharp and heroic aura. Her delicate, refined features exuded a bold spirit, and she wore a tight black outfit reminiscent of Black Widow from the movies. She was tall with flawless porcelain skin, carrying an air of cold haughtiness. However, it was a slight pity that while everything about her was perfect, she was somewhat lacking in curves. A cryptic phrase flashed across his mind, a gorgeous woman, yet flat-chested. "Who are you?" Liu Yang asked Baihu. Baihu's seductive red lips curved slightly as she replied, "I am Baihu. I used to be an ability user in this survivor base as well as its second-in-command. But now I am your woman." Liu Yang was startled, then let out a chuckle. "Oh, did I agree to that? Since when did you become my woman?" He had not expected this woman to be so direct and proactive, declaring herself to be his woman out of nowhere. This left Liu Yang somewhat bewildered. "You will agree, because you have definitely never met a woman as unique as me before." Having said that, Baihu flickered and appeared in front of Liu Yang and the others. At some point, a cold, gleaming dagger had appeared in her hand. Her figure moved like a specter, weaving through the crowd, leaving a trail of gushing blood in her wake. Before anyone could even react, Baihu had already slit their throats in an instant. Liu Yang clutched his neck as blood spurted uncontrollably. A look of sheer disbelief washed over his face. He pointed a trembling finger at Baihu and gasped, Baihu, you." Even in death, they could not comprehend why they had perished not by Liu Yang's hand, but at the hands of their own comrade Baihu. Liu Yang watched Baihu's actions with a hint of surprise. He questioned her, "What are you doing? I never said I wanted them dead." Hu was their boss, yet when he ordered them to attack they hesitated. This proves they are nothing but disobedient fence-sitting opportunists. What use is there in keeping them around? Therefore I eliminated them on your behalf, Baihu said, licking her crimson lips. "But didn't you also disobey Hu's orders?" Liu Yang retorted with a half-smile. Baihu blurted out, "I am different." Liu Yang pressed further, "How are you different?" Baihu smiled, a confident expression gracing her face. "I can become your woman, but those pieces of trash cannot. Surely you aren't into men, are you? A boss can be betrayed, but one's own man must never be betrayed. Thus you have nothing to worry about." Liu Yang was stunned. Holy crap, this woman's logic is flawless. I am actually speechless. Still, Liu Yang asked in bewilderment. "No, I'm just curious. Are you always this open-minded? Declaring you want to be my woman the very first time we meet?" Baihu glided over to Liu Yang, resting her porcelain finger against his chest. She murmured seductively, "Handsome, has no woman ever told you that you are incredibly good-looking and charming?" "Oh well, actually no one has ever said that." Flattered by the compliment, Liu Yang scratched his head sheepishly. "Those people are truly dishonest. I am different. I simply adore handsome men and powerful experts, and you happen to suit my taste perfectly. So to put it bluntly, I just want to sleep with you," Baihu declared straightforwardly. He had not expected her to be so bold and uninhibited, making Liu Yang feel slightly flustered. In the past, he was always the one dropping hints for others to come to his room for deep discussions. He never imagined a woman would completely bypass the hints and make her intentions crystal clear. "Want to sleep with me? Damn, who's afraid of who?" A competitive look instantly washed over Liu Yang's face. "Sure, why don't we find a room right now and have a sparring match? I'll show you my king-sized ham sausage." But Baihu replied, "Let's hold off on our sparring session for now. That idiot who has been reduced to a human torso by you and is on the verge of death. Shouldn't you seize the moment to take care of his daughter right in front of him first?" Hearing this, whose rage boiled over completely. "Baihu, motherfucker, you filthy whore, you slut. You will die a horrible death. He. Still dare to curse at me? I'll go bring your daughter here right now." Baihu sneered, leaving the room immediately as she headed toward the quarters of whose daughter. Watching Baihu walk away, whose heart clenched in panic. He screamed desperately, "No, no, 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 don't. Baihu, if you dare touch my daughter, I will make sure you die a horrific death. Even as a ghost, I will never let you go." Not long after Baihu had departed, Daobashu came rushing out from the underground tunnel, arriving at the scene. The very moment he set foot here, he froze in sheer disbelief. The ground was drenched in blood, littered with over a dozen corpses. Meanwhile, He, who their once aloof leader, had actually been reduced to a limbless torso lying on the ground on the verge of death. Dao Bashu stared at Liu Yang in utter disbelief, unable to hold back his astonishment. My God, what on earth happened here? Have I stumbled into an Azura's playground? I rushed here as fast as I could, but I still didn't expect to miss the entire battle. You are simply too powerful. With that, he walked over to Liu Yang's corpse. He spat directly onto it. Bah! You absolute idiot, always flaunting your power in front of me. Why aren't you acting smug now? You're as dead as can be, aren't you? That's what you get for daring to look down on Lord Shu. Upon seeing Dao Bashu's arrival, He, who instantly realized that it was because of his betrayal and tip-off that Liu Yang had found this place leading to this tragedy. Gnashing his teeth, he snarled at Dao Bashu. Dao Bashu, you traitor. It's all because you were the first to betray the base that things ended up like this. If I had known you were a traitor, I would have killed you long ago. A smug expression crept onto Dao Bashu's face as he replied nonchalantly. In the past, not a single soul in this base looked up to me. I couldn't care less if you all died. What's this talk of betrayal? As if you ever treated me as one of your own. Besides, you didn't even bother to look at who you were provoking. Even if I hadn't tipped him off, you would have sought trouble with him anyway. Wouldn't you have ended up dead regardless? He, who spat in Dao Bashu's direction. Bah! You worthless trash, how dare you make excuses? A fence-sitter like you will be despised wherever you go. Do you think you've secured a powerful backer? Would anyone ever trust a traitor like you? Well, that is none of your concern. You had better worry about how much longer you can stay alive. After saying this, Dao Bashu ignored He Hu and scanned the others lying on the ground. However, Dao Bashu quickly noticed that someone was missing. His expression shifted instantly, and he hurriedly turned to Liu Yang. Big brother. We're missing one. The second in command of this base by who? That crazy woman is incredibly powerful and completely unhinged. If we don't eliminate her, she is highly likely to seek revenge. In this base, although He, who was the strongest by whose strength, was by no means weak. Furthermore, that woman's mind worked in bizarre ways. She acted without ever considering the consequences or making any plans, doing whatever popped into her head. A true embodiment of unpredictability. One moment, she might be laughing and chatting with you, and the next she would draw her blade to kill. Because of this, Dao Bashu was terrified of Bai Hu. He feared her even more than he feared He Hu. Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? A woman's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this voice, Dao Bashu's face paled instantly. Terror washed over his features, and he immediately shrank behind Liu Yang. He whispered, "It's Bai Hu, that's her voice." Right after, Bai Hu walked in, leading He Hu's daughter. Witnessing this, He, whose eyes nearly split with rage as he bellowed at Bai Hu. Bai Hu, you will die a horrible death. You wretched woman. I will tear you to pieces. Dao Bashu looked at He Hu, then at Bai Hu, completely bewildered. What was going on? Had He Hu lost his mind? Why was he cursing out Bai Hu, his second in command? Since only Bai Hu was left alive, shouldn't she be his last saving grace? Why was he cursing blindly? Ignoring He Hu's torrent of abuse, Bai Hu offered Liu Yang a smile. Handsome, I've brought you your spoils of war. He Hu's biological daughter. She just turned 18 and her skin is as tender as can be. Liu Yang sized up He Hu's daughter from head to toe. The girl's delicate face still retained a touch of baby fat. Her skin was as white as snow, so flawless and tender that it seemed it could bruise at the gentlest touch, looking incredibly radiant. Clearly He Hu possessed formidable strength, so even with the arrival of the apocalypse, he had not let his daughter suffer. She had always lived a life of luxury. Her life was no different from how it would have been in times of peace. In terms of appearance, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, possessing looks that could rival even a campus belle like He Hu. Now seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, He Hu's daughter trembled with fear. While terror was written all over her face, strangely enough, she did not show even a hint of grief upon seeing He Hu reduced to a limbless torso. Looking at the beautiful girl, Liu Yang nodded. Not bad. She is a fine prospect. I'll take her with me later to be my woman. Such a beautiful girl was indeed a prime candidate for expanding his lineage. Even if she weren't He Hu's daughter, Liu Yang would not have let her go had he merely crossed paths with her on the road. He would have claimed her without hesitation. After all, with the system's blessing, every woman was a resource for him to grow stronger. To Liu Yang, he would rather take every opportunity than miss any chance to increase his power. Hearing Liu Yang's words, He Hu screamed frantically. No, just kill me instead. Spare my daughter. Bai Hu plunged a blade into He Hu's mouth and twisted it violently, instantly shredding his tongue to pieces. Then she said coldly, "Shut up. Don't ruin the handsome guy's mood." Watching Liu Yang prepare to take his daughter away, he struggled to speak. Uft. He Hu wanted to say something, but his tongue had already been chewed to pieces. The moment he opened his mouth, torrents of fresh blood sprayed out, leaving him to make only muffled, indistinct gasps. His face contorted with fury, he glared at Bai Hu, as if trying to etch her face into his soul forever, vowing that even if he became a ghost, he would never let her go. Dao Bashu stood to the side, not daring to draw a single loud breath. Bai Hu, this madwoman, possessed formidable power. At this moment Dao Bashu remained utterly clueless about where Baihu's loyalties lay. Having been the first to betray the base, he feared he might be eliminated without even realizing why. Consequently, he was highly vigilant, ready to burrow a hole and escape at any moment. Shifting uneasily, Dao Bashu finally could not contain himself and asked Baihu, eldest sister, what on earth is going on right now? Have you betrayed the base as well? Baihu simply cast a sideways glance at Dao Bashu. This single glare instantly drenched Dao Bashu in a cold sweat. He almost couldn't help but immediately burrow a hole and flee. Baihu spoke. What do you mean, betrayal? Can you even speak properly, you little mouse? Besides, you must have acknowledged that handsome guy as your new boss, right? Indeed, Dao Bashu replied proudly. He felt that the wisest decision he had ever made in his life was to align himself with Liu Yang. Having clung to such an incredibly powerful patron, his future was bound to be exceptionally bright. Baihu smiled faintly and said, then that settles it. From now on, don't call me eldest sister. Call me sister-in-law. Huh? Dao Bashu was completely dumbfounded. Sister-in-law? Liu Yang had arrived here perhaps only 10 or 20 minutes before him. In that brief span, he had not only defeated Heihu and wiped out the other elites, but had also managed to tame a madwoman like Baihu. Good heavens. This was simply too formidable. It was no exaggeration to say that winning over a lunatic like Baihu was far more difficult than killing Heihu. Heihu's strength, no matter how great, had its limits. But the mental gymnastics of a madwoman like Baihu followed absolutely no rules. Upon realizing that Baihu had willingly submitted to becoming Liu Yang's woman, Dao Bashu's admiration for Liu Yang deepened even further. Now the fear in his heart had completely vanished. Since even Baihu had been tamed by Liu Yang, how could he as Liu Yang's new lackey possibly be in any mortal danger? They were all one family now. Witnessing this scene, the dying Heihu once again flared with furious light in his eyes. Puffed, puffed, woo, puffed. Torrents of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth once more. One did not need to hear him to know what he wanted to say. It was nothing more than a stream of curses. With a cold sneer on his face, Liu Yang said, what? Are you excited? Don't get ahead of yourself. Let me also tell you that your daughter chose to leave with me of her own free will. Heihu grew even more agitated, his eyes bulging like copper bells nearly popping out of their sockets. With a mouth full of spraying blood, he cried out, uft, 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 uft. Woo, this is the consequence of daring to lay a hand on my woman. Now even your daughter is being taken away by me. Do you realize your mistake? Having spoken, Liu Yang merely directed a glance. Snap! Heihu's head was instantly pierced and shattered by an ice needle, bringing an end to his villainous life. Until the very end, Heihu never understood what Liu Yang's superpower was. Seeing Heihu die right before her eyes, his daughter showed no sorrow on her face, though instead her expression was one of profound relief. This scum was finally dead, and he had died right in front of her. Ever since the apocalypse broke out, she had fantasized about this every single day. Now it had finally become reality. Back then, to save his own miserable skin, Heihu had pushed her mother into the grasp of the zombies right before her eyes. From that moment, Wang Feifei had regarded him as an enemy, and any trace of father-daughter affection had long since vanished. Seeing this wicked man finally slain, her mother could finally rest in peace in the underworld. Meanwhile, nearby, both Baihu and Dao Bashu wore expressions of utter shock. In the beginning, Dao Bashu had indeed witnessed Liu Yang strike, taking down an eagle flying 100 meters in the sky. But at that time, he had no idea what method Liu Yang had employed. In his mind, he had assumed Liu Yang could manipulate lightning, perhaps bringing the eagle down with an electrical strike. Only now, upon witnessing the manner of Heihu's death, did Dao Bashu suddenly realize Liu Yang must have shattered the eagle's head while it was high in the sky. So what method did he use to shatter the head? Was his superpower one that guaranteed a headshot? Even at point-blank range, they could not discern how Liu Yang executed this head-shattering ability. To their eyes, with just a single glance from Liu Yang, Heihu's head had spontaneously exploded. Indeed, Liu Yang's strength was exactly as he had claimed. If he wanted the people here dead, they would have all had their heads shattered in the very first instant of confrontation. Dao Bashu could not help but marvel that the gap between an ordinary awakened and a truly powerful one was even wider than the gap between an ordinary awakened and a common civilian. Watching Liu Yang's actions, Baihu also licked her crimson lips, a delighted expression gracing her face. As expected of the man I set my eyes on. This strength is simply extraordinary. She pointed at Heihu's daughter and asked Liu Yang, do you still want this woman? Shall I finish her off? Hearing Baihu's words, Heihu's daughter shuddered violently. For she could detect the chilling intent to kill in those words. This madwoman truly wanted to murder her. However, Liu Yang's response allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Yang shook his head. She is my woman now. Why should I kill her? Somewhat bewildered, Baihu said. You've already had your way with her, so why keep her around? Isn't a woman like this just for a bit of novelty? Besides, you killed her father right before her eyes. Aren't you afraid she'll seek revenge? I would never. He is not my father, the girl blurted out hastily. Baihu sneered. Oh, to save your own skin you won't even acknowledge your father. It seems you are quite calculating, which makes you deserve death all the more. With that she drew her gleaming dagger, as if she would slit the girl's throat in the very next second. Do you think I would fear the hatred of a young girl? Liu Yang spoke with absolute confidence. Then casting a glance at Bai Hu, he said, put the blade away. I will not repeat myself. Fine, fine. You are the boss, you have the final say. Bai Hu sheathed her dagger. At the same time, seeing the confidence in Liu Yang's eyes, her face filled with even greater adoration. This man was both powerful and self-assured, and his uncompromising character was utterly captivating. He was simply incredibly handsome. Liu Yang said to Scarface Rat, have someone handle these corpses. Black Tiger is dead, and from now on you'll be responsible for all affairs at this survivor base. I can't do it. My strength isn't enough. It would be better for Sister White Fox to manage this base. Scarface Rat hurriedly replied. In the past, he had never ranked among the strong in this base. What right did he have to manage the entire base? With White Fox's strength, she could kill 10 Scarface Rats without breaking a sweat. Liu Yang replied. White Fox is now my woman, and she will leave this place with me in the future. All the espers in this base should be dead by now. You'll be the strongest one here. Are you still afraid of managing it? And with Black Tiger's corpse to establish your authority, no one would dare to oppose you. Scarface Rat still looked troubled. This. Just manage it when I assign you to do so. You're only assisting with management. Liu Yang is so busy every day that he has no time to handle these trivial matters. This isn't about gifting you the entire base. What are you afraid of? Why are you making excuses? If you can't handle it, I'll hold you accountable. White Fox said sharply. She had warned him earlier to call her sister-in-law instead of big sister, but this guy kept forgetting. What an annoying little rat. However, hearing Liu Yang personally acknowledge her as his woman, White Fox couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy in her heart. Liu Yang said, that's right. White Fox is correct. I also heard there's a test stone tablet in this base that can measure an esper's strength, isn't that right? Scarface Rat nodded. Yes, there is such a test stone tablet. Among the espers in this survivor base, only Black Tiger, White Fox, and Zhang Jinglin have made it onto the rankings. My strength and that of Hawk and the others were far too weak to qualify. Very well, take me to see it. Liu Yang was instantly energized. His main purpose for coming to this esper base besides killing Black Tiger was to test his own strength and see what rewards he might receive. Zhang Jinglin had obtained such a sharp, great sword through the test. What kind of reward would he receive if he passed? Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. Soon, led by Scarface Rat and White Fox, Liu Yang arrived before the test stone tablet of this survivor base. That test stone tablet was as tall as a 4-story building. It was an enormously large rectangular stone stele. Meanwhile, its surface was densely covered with the names of espers. It was divided into 4 rankings. Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow. Each ranking contained 1,000 names. In other words, you must rank within the top 1,000 on each list to qualify. Espers ranked beyond 1,000 do not even have the qualification to appear on the list. Liu Yang discovered basically the top 10 on each ranking were composed of people from different nations. The espers from various countries were remarkably evenly matched in strength. The number 1 esper on the yellow ranking was named Li Tianba, whose name obviously identified him as someone from the Shinong Empire. And the number 1 on the mystic ranking was Jackson, clearly from the White Eagle Empire. The number 1 on the earth ranking was Chimiv, undoubtedly from the Savage Bear Empire. The number 1 on the heaven ranking was Raishiyama, unmistakably from the Little Sun Empire. Does this ranking exist globally? How could someone from that insignificant Little Sun Empire be number 1 on the heaven ranking? Liu Yang sneered. Just wait and see how I trample him beneath my feet. Where is your name? Liu Yang asked White Fox. They're here. White Fox pointed to a certain name. Liu Yang looked over. He discovered that White Fox's real name was Bai Ling, ranked 897th on the yellow ranking. White Fox said, somewhat displeased. Damn it. 2 days ago, I was ranked around 830, and now dozens of people have surpassed me. It seems more and more people are awakening espers, and their awaken abilities are quite powerful. Indeed, rankings were not permanent. Once a new person entered the test and ranked ahead of you, your position would drop. You might even be completely eliminated from the list. Perhaps you could test again, Liu Yang said to White Fox. White Fox shook her head and replied, I've already tested. It's useless. The test consumes tremendous energy and time. Only the first test awards rewards. Subsequent tests can only improve your ranking without rewards unless you can advance to a higher tier, such as moving from the yellow ranking to the mystic ranking, otherwise no rewards can be obtained. I see. Liu Yang nodded, then asked, what is the test like? White Fox answered, everyone's test is different. Basically, it involves fighting monsters. The test stone tablet contains 100 stages. When I took the yellow ranking test, I only reached stage 12. Is that so? I want to try. Liu Yang showed eager anticipation. White Fox said, you only need to place your hand on the stone tablet, and it will detect you. Then you will enter the tablet. All right. Liu Yang nodded and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Immediately, he felt a faint current pass through his hand, spreading across his entire body, leaving him tingling all over. Then a flash of red light appeared, and he vanished from where he stood, entering the tablet. Inside the tablet was an extremely spacious space. It resembled a square hall with length, width, and height, each measuring 100 meters. Several lines of text appeared on the ceiling of the hall. Detected that this Esper possesses an S-grade ability and has reached the heaven ranking test standard. Begin this heaven ranking test. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was startled. This stone tablet can directly detect my strength. It can even identify an Esper's rank. Does that mean only S-grade Espers can enter the heaven ranking test? An A-grade corresponds to the Earth ranking. By extension, he then said without hesitation, begin the test. Test started. Soon 10 zombies appeared out of thin air. These zombies were different from ordinary ones. Their eyes were not vacant and empty, but rather held expressions similar to normal humans, even exchanging glances with each other and displaying tactical coordination. Moreover, each zombie held a long blade in its hand. They know how to coordinate and wield weapons. These must be at least second-tier zombies, right? 10 second-tier zombies appearing all at once. Honestly, if an ordinary Esper faced them, they wouldn't stand a chance. But I'm certainly not an ordinary Esper. Without another word, Liu Yang grabbed his great sword and charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 zombies were beheaded. Liu Yang's current base attributes were 16, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, second-tier zombies had strength and speed roughly twice that of ordinary humans, essentially matching the base attributes of a first-tier Esper. But first-tier Espers still had the advantage over second-tier zombies because Espers possessed abilities, while second-tier zombies only had enhanced base attributes and could only perform ordinary attacks. Their intelligence was also not particularly high. In a one-on-one situation, they could easily be picked apart by a first-tier Esper. But 10 of them fighting as a coordinated group was something an ordinary Esper couldn't handle. However, to Liu Yang, their speed was practically crawling. Not just 10, even 10,000, he would slash through them all without hesitation. The text on the stone tablet changed again. Congratulations on passing stage 1. Would you like to proceed to the next stage? Confirmed. Proceed to the next stage. Liu Yang said without hesitation. Soon the scene before Liu Yang's eyes changed again, and 20 second-tier zombies appeared before him. Liu Yang sneered. The gap in strength is so enormous that quantity can hardly make up for it. Can you throw something more challenging at me? He grabbed his long blade and charged at those 20 zombies again, quickly slaughtering them all. While Liu Yang entered for his test, Baihu Daobashu and the others remained outside, starting to discuss among themselves. Daobashu said, with big brother Liu Yang's strength, he should at least make it onto the Xian ranking, right? With Daobashu's own caliber, he could not even squeeze into the Huang ranking. In his eyes, anyone capable of securing a spot on the Huang ranking was already a formidable powerhouse. Those who could ascend to the Xian ranking were even more beyond his wildest imagination. Although each ranking only displayed the top 1,000 individuals, it did not mean there were only 1,000 on the list. There might be tens or even hundreds of thousands of others who simply failed to make the cut. Take Daobashu, for instance. It was not that he lacked a ranking entirely, but rather that he was placed somewhere past the 15,000 spot on the Huang ranking, leaving him without the privilege of being displayed on the stone monument. Thus, the gap between the first place on the Huang ranking and the 1,000th place on the Xian ranking was not a mere 1,000 people, but perhaps a chasm of tens of thousands. Hence, Daobashu believed that if Liu Yang could enter the Xian ranking and secure a spot within the top 1,000 to be displayed on the stone monument, he would already be considered a supreme powerhouse. As for the Earth and Heaven rankings, those who made the cut were peerless figures' existences he dared not even contemplate. Baihu, however, chuckled and said, I beg to differ. Liu Yang's strength is easily the greatest among all the survivors I have ever encountered. Therefore, I believe he should be able to enter the Earth rankings trial. As for whether he can secure a ranked spot, that I cannot say for certain. Daobashu was somewhat astonished, and said, Sister-in-law, you have such immense faith in big brother Liu Yang's power. Baihu smiled confidently, but of course. How could the man of my choosing fail to even enter the Earth ranking? I believe he can enter the Heaven ranking. He is the strongest, and perhaps he might even claim the first spot. Right at that moment, a melodious voice rang out. The speaker was Wang Feifei, the daughter of Heihu. Hearing Wang Feifei's words, Baihu merely chuckled and said, What does an ordinary person like you know? Do you actually comprehend the matters of ability users? Wang Feifei replied noncommittally, I am indeed a normal human, and I indeed do not understand the affairs of ability users, but I understand Liu Yang. I am after all someone who has shared deep, intimate interactions with him. In my eyes, he is the most powerful man in the world, so he will undoubtedly claim the first place on the Heaven ranking. Baihu let out a soft chuckle and said, truly an ordinary human. You have no grasp of the vast gulf between ability users. You speak with such confidence, yet such ignorance. Then let's wait and see. In any case, I believe Liu Yang is the strongest. Wang Feifei said defiantly. Baihu smiled confidently and said, Are you truly that confident? How about we make a wager? If you lose, you will become my follower, and you must do whatever I command. If you win, I will become yours, and I will do whatever you bid. How about it? I'll bet it is. I won't lose, Wang Feifei said, pouting her lips. Although she knew nothing of ability users or the disparity in their powers, none of that mattered. After her deep, intimate interactions with Liu Yang, she possessed absolute faith in him. As long as it was Liu Yang, nothing was impossible. While the crowd outside was engaged in heated discussion, Liu Yang's test had already reached the 10th trial. The zombies appearing in the 10th trial were no longer merely Tier 2 zombies. 10 Tier 3 zombies had emerged, each leading 100 Tier 2 zombies, totaling over 1,000 zombies. Furthermore, they possessed coordination, discipline, and teamwork. Seeing Tier 3 zombies for the first time, Liu Yang was instantly taken aback. In terms of appearance, the Tier 3 zombies were remarkably similar to humans save for their somewhat pale skin. They no longer bared their fangs or salivated uncontrollably. From afar, they looked just like normal people. Moreover, Liu Yang noticed that these Tier 3 zombies were actually communicating with one another. In other words, Tier 3 zombies were already capable of speech. Their level of intelligence was incredibly high. Gazing at one of the female Tier 3 zombies, Liu Yang discovered that not only could she speak, but she was also exceptionally beautiful. Her snow-pale skin lent her an air of aloof elegance and allure. It was only a pity that her lips were deathly pale as well. Had she worn lipstick, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. He wondered what set these zombies apart from normal human women. It actually made Liu Yang feel a sudden urge to experience what a zombie was like. Liu Yang then shook his head. Damn it. I'm currently in the middle of a trial. What on earth am I thinking? Liu Yang continued his assault on the zombie army. Led by the Tier 3 zombies, this horde had become far more organized and disciplined, even knowing how to flank and besiege Liu Yang. 1,000 zombies surrounded him heavily. It seems I must eliminate those 10 Tier 3 zombies first. Once the 10 leaders are dead, the remaining zombies will scatter like loose sand. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang raised his tachi and charged toward the 10 zombies, immediately engaging the Tier 3 zombies in combat. A Tier 3 zombie's strength and speed were 4 times that of an ordinary human, and they possessed intelligence, knowing how to wield weapons. Unfortunately, compared to Liu Yang, their strength was still far too lacking. In less than 10 seconds, Liu Yang instantly slaughtered the 10 Tier 3 zombies. Every single one of them was decapitated. With the remaining Tier 2 zombies left leaderless, Liu Yang charged straight into their ranks and began a one-sided slaughter. Having cleared the 10th trial, Liu Yang finally came to an understanding. Since the apocalypse had only recently erupted, almost all ability users were still at Tier 1. Even an S-rank Tier 1 ability user differed from lower-ranked ones only in the nature of their abilities. Their basic physical attributes were essentially the same, roughly twice that of an ordinary human. Without utilizing their abilities, an S-rank ability user's combat power was virtually indistinguishable from that of any other ability user. Consequently, in the heaven ranking trials, if they relied solely on their basic attributes against Tier 3 zombies, they would be no match for them. They had to employ their abilities to defeat Tier 3 zombies. Yet using these abilities consumed an immense amount of mental energy, meaning they could not be deployed indefinitely. Thus, for an S-rank ability user to clear the 10th trial of the heaven ranking and defeat such a massive horde of zombies would be no easy feat. Those capable of clearing the 10th trial should at least be able to reach the top 1,000 of the heaven ranking. This was precisely why these trials increased the number of zombies with each passing stage. An increase in zombie numbers meant an escalation in difficulty for ordinary ability users. However, Liu Yang was an anomaly. Thanks to the system's empowerment, slaying zombies enhanced his own attributes. His current stats were 16. 5 times those of an ordinary human, allowing him to turn even the heaven ranking trials into a one-sided massacre. He did not even need to use his abilities. As a result, no matter how many zombies there were, it was futile against Liu Yang. He had no need for abilities, faced no risk of mental exhaustion, and possessed a legendary blade that could cleave a zombie in a single strike. Slaying zombies was as effortless as chopping vegetables. If you merely increased the amount of vegetables, what difficulty would that pose to the chef? Liu Yang was akin to a bug in the programming. Even the stone monument likely never anticipated that someone could possess basic attributes over 10 times those of an ordinary human in the early stages of the apocalypse. This so-called heaven ranking trial was simply too effortless for Liu Yang. He remarked confidently, if the subsequent stages of this trial only continue to increase the number of zombies, then even if it goes up to the 100th stage, I can clear it with ease. Half an hour later, Liu Yang beheaded the last level, 6 zombie. At the same time, new inscriptions appeared. Steel. Congratulations, you level. The Tianbang test is over. You are rank No. 1 on the Tianbang and have earned the reward, the Dark Cloak. Liu Yang was momentarily stunned. Huh, it's over. I haven't had my fill yet. To be honest, after fighting through to the 100th level, Liu Yang hadn't felt any difficulty. The more he fought, the more excited he grew. Now that he had received the notification that the clearance was over, he still felt a twinge of unfinished business. After all, while others possessed only twice the attributes of ordinary humans, Liu Yang stood at 16. 5 times, such a crushing disparity made the test feel utterly effortless. He hurriedly checked the rewards attributes. Dark Cloak. This equipment grants you a brief flight ability lasting 5 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Flight speed is twice your movement speed. Seeing this attribute, Liu Yang was astonished. Just this small cloak can grant flight. Damn, this is incredibly cool. No wonder it's the Tianbang No. 1 reward. Flight is the dream of every man. To walk the air is a feat for immortals. Now a cloak alone can grant him flight, and it's simply badass. Although Liu Yang's current speed has already reached 16, 5 times that of ordinary people. If the flight speed were doubled again, that would be 33 times. The maximum speed of an ordinary person per second is about 89 meters. Thus, Liu Yang's speed would be 297 meters per second. This is almost the speed of sound. To fly at sonic speeds with a human body, no one could reach that. This equipment is formidable. Besides, don't worry about how much the flight power augments you. The point is that it's cool. To match the dark cloak, Liu Yang retrieved clothes from his He and Kongjian, selecting a set of black garments scavenged from the supermarket, and with the dark cloak, he instantly exuded a solitary ranger vibe. Seeing himself in this handsome outfit, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems he should seize an opportunity to tread the air and reveal his prowess before others. Otherwise, would it be a waste of the dark cloak's flight ability? With that thought, Liu Yang left the steel space. In the next moment, he had already appeared outside the steel. Scarred Rat and White Fox were still waiting outside. Seeing Liu Yang emerge, White Fox was startled. Incredulously, she said, "So fast." When she had tested on Huangbang earlier, she had fought inside for 3 whole days to reach level 12. Why did it take so long? Because an Esper's mental energy is finite. After clearing a level, if you use your abilities, your mental energy will be depleted. You must wait for mental energy to recover fully before entering the next level, otherwise you won't be able to unleash your abilities in the next level, and you will surely lose. Many who clear use this tactic. You can choose when to enter the next level, giving you enough time to recover both stamina and mental energy. Of course, if your stamina and mental energy are fully restored, and you still cannot clear the next level, that indicates your ceiling. And Liu Yang only spent half an hour. Does that mean he didn't have time to recover his mental energy? White Fox's thought would be, if Liu Yang knew this, he would probably sneer. For a mere clearance test, is it necessary to use your powers? There's no mental energy loss, so why recover? White Fox was stunned, and Scarred Rat exclaimed, "Damn." Liu Yang's name did not appear on the Xianbang. Could it be that his clearance time was too short to make the list? White Fox looked quickly to the debong. She quickly checked. Although half an hour to clear would barely let an ordinary Esper pass Gate 1, Liu Yang was different. The odds were slim, but what if he made the debong? Yet from rank 1000 to no 1, she couldn't find Liu Yang's name either. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. As expected, it seems not feasible. Even someone as powerful as Liu Yang, if only half an hour had passed, still couldn't make the list. Perhaps Liu Yang exhausted all his mental energy on the first gate, so he gave up clearing. White Fox regretted a little. If only she had told Liu Yang in advance that you can clear each gate one by one, waiting for full mental energy before entering the next one rather than giving up. Just as White Fox was regretting, Wang Feifei's surprised voice rang out nearby. "Hey, you guys, look. Look at Tianbang No. 1. White Fox and Scarred Rat, upon hearing this, immediately fixed their eyes on the top of the Tianbang. When they saw the No. 1 name, they were stunned. On each list, the No. 1 name loomed dozens of times larger than the second, and all the others sparkling with dazzling golden light. And at this moment, the No. 1 spot on Tianbang shone, with Liu Yang's 2 characters. White Fox was dumbfounded. How could it be? No way. In just half an hour, he had already earned Tianbang No. 1. This is almost unimaginable. Every Esper in this survivor base has tried the Steel's test, and after testing, they all exchange information. From their exchanges, they learned that although everyone's gates differ, the difficulty roughly corresponds to their strength. It is all about the same. In other words, the Steel tailors the levels to each person's strength. Generally, it takes about an hour to clear the first level, and the second level can stretch to 2 hours. The later gates become increasingly difficult, and the clearance times grow longer. In the end, you might not clear a single gate in a day. Yet Liu Yang only spent half an hour to become No. 1. Who is he really? How powerful must his Esper be to achieve such a miracle? White Fox couldn't understand. As another Esper who had also undergone the Steel's test, she understood better how difficult it is to become Tianbang No. 1. And Liu Yang did it in half an hour. Does that mean others' Tianbang No. 1 results from their own strength reaching the top, while Liu Yang's No. 1 is because the top rank is simply Tianbang No. 1. If there were a divine list or something, would he still reach the top if he spent more time? After all, half an hour is surely not Liu Yang's limit. This suggests that even the Steel's test cannot reveal Liu Yang's ceiling. After realizing this, White Fox looked at Liu Yang with godlike eyes. This man is truly not human. To call him a god would not be an exaggeration. "Fine, since you won, I'll be your follower from now on," Baihu said to Wang Feifei with a face of complete helplessness. Although she was a noble esper, she still abided by the principle of accepting defeat in a bet. Since she had made a wager with Wang Feifei at the very beginning, it was only natural to honor the agreement now. Wang Feifei replied coyly, "How would I ever dare? Just don't bully me in the future." "Oh, you little brat, how dare you accuse me of bullying you? Are you acting pitiful on purpose in front of Liu Yang? You are so scheming. See if I don't pinch you to death." Baihu reached out and pinched the tender flesh of Wang Feifei's waist. Help, help. Liu Yang, look, she's always bullying me." Wang Feifei screamed and ran away, hiding behind Liu Yang's back, clutching his black cloak with both hands like a chick hiding from an eagle. Through this wager, the relationship between Baihu and Wang Feifei seemed to have improved significantly. As the two laughed and played nearby, Dao Bashu kept his gaze entirely fixed on Liu Yang. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Boss, you look absolutely incredible in this outfit. Especially this cloak. How does the material look so textured? It doesn't even seem like something made by human hands. It's mind-blowingly cool." Hearing Dao Bashu's words, both Baihu and Wang Feifei snapped out of their daze. Initially, they had been so shocked by Liu Yang's ranking that they hadn't noticed the changes in his attire. Now that they had collected themselves, they took a closer look. It was truly breathtaking. Especially that pitch-black cloak. It was no ordinary darkness, but a black so pure that it seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Wang Feifei couldn't resist picking up a corner of Liu Yang's cloak to feel it, even rubbing it against her soft cheek. A comfortable and satisfied expression appeared on her face. Following that, she said to Liu Yang in disbelief, "It's so smooth and comfortable. I've never seen this kind of material before. Liu Yang, where did you get this cloak? Such soft fabric would definitely be extremely comfortable if made into underwear." "Liu Yang." He patted Wang Feifei's head and said, "This dark cloak of mine is meant for looking cool, not for actually covering your privates. This is the reward I obtained from passing the Tianbang trial." "Well, isn't it cool? A reward from the Tianbang trial." Everyone was astonished. At the same time, their eyes locked onto the pitch-black cloak, filled with intense envy. Dao Bashu remarked, "Since it's a reward from the Tianbang trial, surely its only function isn't just looking cool. It must have other uses, right?" Liu Yang smiled and replied, "Of course. How could a reward for securing first place on the Tianbang be merely cosmetic? As for its true function, I will let you know when the time comes. Later, gather everyone in the survivor base. I have something to say to them. Also, let me ask you first, how did this base operate in the past?" Although Liu Yang also owned a secure villa district, very few people lived there, only a few beautiful women. Consequently, he was still rather unfamiliar with the actual operation of a survivor base. Dao Bashu explained, "The primary source of resources for the survivor base relies on people going out to scavenge. Aside from espers leading scavenging teams, ordinary survivors also need to form groups to collect supplies. Furthermore, to survive in this base, everyone must hand over a portion of their resources. The required contribution is roughly equivalent to 1 loaf of bread per family each day, or 2 eggs, or useful medicine, items of similar value. If they truly have nothing to hand over, they will be driven out. Therefore, the more civilians a survivor base has, the wealthier it actually becomes. No matter the era, population is an extremely vital resource. In return, the espers must protect the safety of the survivor base, ensuring that the civilians within are not threatened by zombies." "I see," Liu Yang nodded. The operation of an actual survivor base was indeed different from what he had imagined. His own villa district relied solely on him to scavenge resources to support his group of women, whereas a true survivor base relied on civilians scavenging and handing over resources. Liu Yang said to Dao Bashu, "All right, I understand. Gather everyone and notify me once they are assembled. I am going to make an address. At the same time, I will announce to everyone in the base that I, Liu Yang, have become the new master of this survivor base." "Understood, boss. I'll go notify everyone right away to gather at the gymnasium in the villa district. Once everyone has arrived, I will come and escort you there." Dao Bashu nodded hurriedly and rushed off to spread the word. Soon Dao Bashu had gathered all the survivors in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Liu Yang arrived at the gymnasium accompanied by the 2 women Baihu and Wang Feifei. Liu Yang gave Dao Bashu a nod. Understanding the gesture, Dao Bashu dragged out Heihu's corpse and threw it before the crowd. All the survivors gasped in horror. Gruesome. It was absolutely horrific. It was simply too gruesome to look at. At this moment, Heihu was completely and utterly dead, his hands and feet entirely gone, leaving behind only 4 bloody stumps. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly in unresolved death. The top of his head had been blown open, his skull missing, leaving his head completely hollow as his brain had vanished. To use Heihu as an example to assert authority, Liu Yang had deliberately avoided destroying his face. At this moment, Heihu's corpse was covered in blood, his mouth mangled. In short, it was a ghastly sight. Seeing the once high and mighty arrogant Heihu reduced to such a miserable corpse, the survivors looked at one another, not daring to make a single sound. They had no idea what would happen next, only able to wait in tense, silent anticipation for the judgment of fate. At this moment, Liu Yang, clad in his cool black attire, took a step forward and addressed everyone. "My name is Liu Yang. I killed Heihu. Therefore from this day forward, I am the boss of this survivor base. Who supports me and who opposes me? The survivors looked at one another. Oppose. Even the invincible Heihu had been killed. How could these ordinary civilians possibly dare to oppose him? Seeing that no one spoke, Liu Yang continued. Since no one opposes, then from now on this survivor base is under my command. If anyone dares to disobey or play tricks behind my back, there will be only one end for them, just like Heihu. The latter half of Liu Yang's statement was spoken in an icy, highly oppressive tone. The survivors' hearts trembled with fear, and before they knew it, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Right after, under everyone's watchful eyes, Liu Yang stepped into the air, walking step by step directly into midair. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned. How did he do that? He could actually walk on thin air. Is he a human or a god? Liu Yang hovered air at the crowd below. His black cloak whipped wildly in the sky as if the dark wings of a war god. The crowd looked up at Liu Yang as if gazing at a god enthroned above them. Their eyes shone with reverence, almost involuntarily. Crack! A survivor was overwhelmed by Liu Yang's presence. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground in a kneel. Soon the other survivors followed suit, kneeling in unison. Nearby Dao Bashu almost couldn't hold back, and knelt as well. Brother Liu Yang, this is just too handsome. He realized at that moment. This must be Liu Yang's black cloak's power, walking on air, hovering aloft like a deity. He was breathtakingly handsome. Under the crowd's kneeling, Liu Yang spoke slowly. From today onward, the daily tribute of supplies you surrender will be halved. Additionally, I can lend each of you 50 gene of potatoes for planting. The villa district is vast and sparsely populated. Its football field, green belts, and lawns can be tilled into fields for cultivation. But after 1 year, you must return 200 gene of potatoes. And henceforth 20 of all crops grown in the villa district must be surrendered. After speaking, Liu Yang began to scatter potatoes from a shadowy space. It was as if a rain of potatoes fell from the sky. The open ground beneath his feet slowly piled into little hills. Seeing this, all the survivors were stunned. Materializing so many potatoes from nothing. Could he be not merely godlike, but truly divine? A divine decree spoke. There must be seeds. Seeds rained from the sky. This is a miracle. That rustic He, who only knows how to exploit these ordinary survivors. Compared with this godlike Liu Yang, he is nothing but scum. Look at him. He is unbelievably handsome. Everyone's face wore expressions of worship. Meanwhile, among the worship, there was also genuine relief. Because of Liu Yang's arrival, the daily tribute of supplies was halved, easing their future lives. They would not have to venture out every day to scavenge for supplies. Moreover, more importantly, Liu Yang also lends them potato seeds for planting. So in the future, might they become self-sufficient. Thinking of that, all the survivors were moved to tears. Every day as they went out to search for supplies, these ordinary survivors were on edge. Even a lone zombie could pose a grave threat to them. If they encountered packs of zombies, there would be nowhere to run. They had watched their friends and family being gnawed by zombies. But if they did not search for supplies, they could not stay in the safe survivor base. Within the base, they could team up to search for supplies without worrying about their safety. Being out on their own reduces the odds of survival. Each day, they lived in fear of being found by zombies. They could not even sleep peacefully. So to remain in the base, they ventured out every few days to gather supplies. But if planting could solve the meal problem, they would never need to search for supplies again. They could stay in the safe base every day and live off crops. Would that not be as peaceful as the peaceful era? The one who brings this hope of returning to peaceful days is Liu Yang in the sky, a man as godlike as a deity. A little girl pointed at Liu Yang and asked, "Mom, why can he fly in the sky? Why does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent by the heavens?" The woman beside her quickly held the girl's hand, saying with nervousness, "Lower your head, don't point. Seeing a god, bow your head." From then on, the little girl remembered this saying for life. In the sky, that dark silhouette became a lifelong light in the girl's heart. After Liu Yang finished this, he descended slowly from the sky to the ground. Then Liu Yang spoke to Dao Bashu. Per person, each can receive 50 gene of potatoes. You log it, and a year later have them return 200 gene, and 20 of their crops must be surrendered. Yes, boss. Leave it to me. Dao Bashu nodded quickly. He could tell Liu Yang's actions were practical, benevolent measures for the people. For ordinary survivors, this is a great boon. After the apocalypse, food is precious. Lending food as seeds is a tremendous act of kindness. No exaggeration, in the apocalypse, 50 gene of potatoes could fetch 5 beautiful girls. Yet Liu Yang did not hesitate to lend out these most precious resources. Once planting succeeds and yields stabilize, they would no longer need to risk scavenging for supplies. Moreover, the external supplies would dwindle the more they plant. There would always be a day of depletion, but farming yields endless supplies, even more as they plant. It would not be an exaggeration to say Liu Yang is the savior of this base and all ordinary survivors. He is not like He, who only cares about depriving survivors of their possessions. Instead, he thinks about how the survivors can sustain ongoing development. The difference between the two is like the distance between heaven and earth. A survivor-based leader like Liu Yang is the true leader. Other survivors also wore happy smiles lining up to receive 50 gene of potatoes. A couple with a girl came to Dao Bashu. The girl was the one he had given candy to. The girl bounded over and hugged Dao Bashu with a beaming face. She looked up with bright, innocent eyes at Dao Bashu and asked, Shu Yi, is the savior you found the one? Yes, I found the savior. Dao Bashu said proudly and with certainty. Hooray, Shu Yi is indeed the handsomest in this base. The little girl was overjoyed. The other adult survivors behind her began to laugh as well. Seeing everyone so happy, Dao Bashu was very happy too. Because in the past, all the Esper-type people looked down on him, only these ordinary survivors respected him. Now seeing these ordinary survivors gain so much material, Dao Bashu was secretly glad for them. After planting 50 gene of potatoes yields to about 500 gene in 4 to 5 months, a tenfold increase. Even after repaying Liu Yang 200 gene, there would still be 300 gene left. If the 300 gene is used to plant further, it could become 3000 gene. This is the explosive growth of resources. The agricultural era is a crucial era in human development, allowing people to live well without hunting. And now this survivor base seems to be replicating that great era. Liu Yang left the gym with 2 beautiful girls. The task of distributing supplies was handed to Dao Bashu. On the way, Baihu asked Liu Yang, "You looked so handsome just now. Even I almost had to kneel." Hearing Baihu, Liu Yang flashed a wicked smile. "Don't kneel yet. When we reach my room, you can kneel then." Baihu licked her lips and swallowed. She was eagerly looking forward to what would happen next. Wang Feifei, standing nearby, reddened. She obviously understood what Liu Yang meant, because just now in the room, she had done the same. Thinking about it now still makes her blush. The two of them are openly talking about such things in broad daylight. It's really embarrassing. Liu Yang was about to find a room to spar with Bai Ling, so she could see his Jinlu King in action. Unaware the feat of winning first place in the Tianbang test had already spread world. All of the stone steals is shared. When Liu Yang claimed the Tianbang No. 1 position, the Tianbang No. 1 name on every stone steel around the world changed to Liu Yang's name. Beiying Empire located in a safe shelter over 50 meters underground. The president's secretary hurried in a panic and spoke to the president. "Your Excellency, Tianbang No. 1 has changed hands." "Oh, did General Bao Bo press down Rishon Yamada?" The Beiying Empire president's face lit with a pleased expression. "The Tianbang No. 1 is Rishon Yamada of the Shaori Empire No. 2 is Bao Bo of Beiying Empire No. 3 is Zhou Xingqian of Shenlong Empire No. 4 is Mahashev of Manxiong Empire." The top 4, in truth none, can claim superiority over another. Although no, 1 is Rishon Yamada, the other 3 keep testing and chasing relentlessly to rise higher in the ranking. After all, whoever wins No. 1 proves themselves the strongest among the superpowered. Powerful nations' games are not confined to peacetime. Even in the Doomsday, they still seek to prove they're the strongest able to dominate this world. And obtaining Tianbang No. 1 would be the best proof. Therefore, upon hearing that Tianbang No. 1 had changed hands, the Beiying Empire's president's first thought was that General Bao Bo had risen from No. 2 to No. 1. The secretary shook his head. "No, it's not General Bao Bo. It's a newcomer named Liu Yang. Judging by the name, he should be from Shenlong Empire." "What a..." The 80-year-old president of the Beiying Empire wore a fierce expression on his normally kind face. Shenlong Empire had actually pressed Shaori Empire beneath them. If so, there would be 2 Shenlong Empire members in the Tianbang top 5. He immediately made a decision. Order General Bao Bo to continue testing. "I want him to reach No. 1 within 10 days. In addition, dispatch a squad of psionic specialists into Shenlong Empire to locate this Liu Yang. I want to know all his intel within a month. And how are the biotech augmentation troops and the mechanical augmentation troops faring? What about the extraterrestrials in 9th District?" Since the apocalypse arrived, this was the first time the president's face wore such an expression. The secretary's brow broke into beads of cold sweat as he spoke nervously. "They're all still in experiments, not yet ready for use. They can't meet combat standards. As for 9th District, the alien weapons are still in testing." The 80-year-old president's voice was firm. "End the experiments within 3 days and dispatch these 2 units into combat. Combat tests are the best tests. Also order the scientists in 9th District to speed up." "Yes, sir." The secretary stood upright, saluted, and then left the president's office to carry out the orders. Shaori Empire. In the prime minister's mansion, a secretary hurried in and shouted, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened, something terrible." "You fool. How could you be so flustered and undignified?" The Shaori Empire prime minister with a displeased expression scolded the secretary. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly said, "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. Tianbang No. 1 is no longer General Rishong." "What a..." The Shaori Empire prime minister's face showed disbelief. How could this be possible? "General Rishong is gifted beyond measure. No one can defeat him. How could he be surpassed by others? Bring General Rishang here, I have something to tell him. The General Rishang discovered his ranking had been topped by someone. He is furious and has already started testing on the stone steel. Very well. The Prime Minister nodded. He had originally planned to order Rishang to continue testing, but unexpectedly the other side had already gone in. It seems General Rishang valued his honor greatly. Who topped Rishang's ranking? The Prime Minister continued to ask. The secretary said, it's Liu Yang. This name should be from Shenlong Empire. Slap. The Shaori Prime Minister slapped the desk, his expression growing angrier. So it's Shenlong Empire. Damn it. Give my orders. Immediately dispatch the most elite psionic squad to Shenlong Empire to find this Liu Yang and kill him by any means. And what about Ninja Village there? The secretary wiped his sweat and replied, the Deputy Prime Minister is still in urgent talks. Shaori Empire has reached a life or death moment. These Ninja Village people are watching passively. Are they still Shaori Empire people? Damn it. Issue orders to the Deputy Prime Minister to hurry negotiations, by any means summon the Ninja Village's elite to come to the front. The Shaori Prime Minister issued his final fatal order. Hi. The secretary bowed and left the Prime Minister's mansion. Manxiong Empire. Inside the President's palace. Tianbang no. One has changed hands. The name is Liu Yang. He should be a psionic from Shenlong Empire. The Manxiong Empire President's stern face bore a heavier look. Oh. Shenlong Empire can produce talents like this? It seems we must hurry as well. How is the research on psionic enhancement agents going? The secretary answered, it's still in the animal testing stage. The Poseidon project had been halted since the old Alliance era. Restarting it now this might. Do as I say. The Poseidon project was halted during the former Alliance era. Restarting it now this may be. Do as I say. Order the infiltrating agents in a Shaori Empire to switch to stealth now. Put all energy into Shenlong Empire. Mr. President, the Poseidon project was halted during the era of the former Alliance. Restarting it now this may be. Do as I say. The Manxiong Empire President's face showed a firm resolve. Yes, Mr. President. Shenlong Empire. In the underground shelter. The secretary's face lit with excitement. Commander Wang Tianbang no. One has changed hands. The name is Liu Yang. It seems he's one of ours from Shenlong Empire. Oh. Commander Wang's face brightened with surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Excellent, excellent. This means Shaori Empire won't dare to be arrogant any longer, right? Our Shenlong Empire will finally gain some face. Transmit my orders. Our Hidden Dragon unit must deploy all personnel at once to locate this Liu Yang and absorb him into our Hidden Dragon unit at all costs. We must find Liu Yang before the Flying Eagle unit. Hidden Dragon unit and Flying Eagle unit are Shenlong Empire's two psionic forces. They cooperate but also compete. Neither yields to the other. That Commander Wang is the Hidden Dragon unit's commander. On the other side, Flying Eagle unit's Commander Zhang also received the news and immediately issued orders. Everyone, your top priority is to locate Liu Yang. By any means make him join our Flying Eagle unit. I don't care what methods you use. Coercion, inducement, even seduction are allowed. In short, within a month I want to see Liu Yang before me. He must arrive before old Wang. Originally Hidden Dragon unit had Zhou Xingqian Tianbang's third. Now if they also seize Liu Yang as Tianbang no. One of our Flying Eagle unit will truly have no chance to rise. Yes, Commander Zhang. Seeing his subordinates leave, Commander Zhang's face grew grave. He muttered, where have those troops trained every day? Daily training, daily testing, yet none could reach Tianbang no. 1. This Liu Yang is an unfamiliar name. Probably a civilian with abilities, yet he won first. Truly the younger generation is formidable, gifted beyond. I wonder if Liu Yang is training hard now. Liu Yang was indeed very busy at this moment, not with training, but with a profound exchange with Baihu the Peerless Beauty. A few hours later, Liu Yang received a congratulations. Host successfully made her willingly become your girlfriend. Freeze ability risen by 1 rank. Another freeze ability. Liu Yang wondered with a hint of surprise. The freeze ability is his main offensive power, and with every upgrade the boost is the greatest. With every upgrade his attack range and the number of targets he could control would grow. Now that the freeze ability had advanced by another level 2 full levels ahead of the other powers, he was undoubtedly elated. Baihu lay beside Liu Yang, gazing at him with eyes full of affection and admiration, almost spellbound. She couldn't help but speak. Liu Yang looked at a red plum blossom on the white bedsheet and was somewhat surprised. You are so open, you never had a boyfriend before. This Baihu at their very first meeting said she wanted to sleep with me. Liu Yang thought she was a perfect 10 in openness, yet he hadn't expected that she hadn't yet experienced romance. I have had boyfriends before, of course, but ordinary men cannot enter my sight. I like to toy with them, not let them toy with me. I prefer to make them kneel, looking down on them from above. When I am with ordinary men, I am more like a man, they are the women. Only a man as powerful as you can make me willingly climb into bed with you. Moreover, even if I have had boyfriends, it doesn't affect. Baihu said. Then she drew a dagger and slashed her own hand. Instantly a bloody gash appeared on her hand. Yet before the blood could flow it began to coagulate, and the wound healed before their eyes. Watching this, even Liu Yang's eyes widened. Seeing Liu Yang's surprised expression, Baihu smiled proudly and said, "This is my power. I possess a healing ability beyond that of ordinary people and a formidable resilience such that even a normal zombie virus cannot infect me. They all call me a crazy woman, but they don't know I have the capital for madness. With this ability, I can heal myself no matter how grievous the wound. So what you did just now has already returned to its initial state." Liu Yang was stunned. "Then does that mean you relive the first time every day?" Baihu nodded. "Impressive." Liu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The next day, Liu Yang woke up feeling refreshed. Not exhausting her to death would be Liu Yang's mercy. Liu Yang stretched his waist. At that moment, Baihu heard the movement and slowly opened her eyes. On her usually icy face, Baihu wore a sweet smile toward Liu Yang. "You're up this early. What plans do you have for today?" Liu Yang replied, "I'm planning to return to my villa district. But before that, I want to select some young and beautiful girls from this survivor base to take back with me." Baihu said, "Right now in their eyes you are a savior-like presence. With a single word, all the women will follow you." "Indeed." Liu Yang nodded. "Yesterday, I publicly displayed power in front of them to achieve this effect. To make everyone in this survivor base believe themselves to be godlike, I will directly deter them, so they do not betray or misbehave." After washing up, Liu Yang had breakfast, dressed, and went to the area where ordinary survivors resided, taking a circuit. When he returned, 15 beautiful girls trailed behind him. In each of their eyes, admiration, gratitude, and even devotion shone. Being chosen by Liu Yang filled them with surprise and happiness, and they even believed themselves to be the god chosen. Baihu looked at the beauties Liu Yang had selected and nodded. "Not bad. Each one is a beauty, and their figures are good." Liu Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing, although their figures are better than yours. You being small and cute is also very charming." "Annoying." Baihu's icy face couldn't help but blush a little. She raised a small pink fist and tapped Liu Yang's arm. She knew she wasn't very big, probably around B rank. But it's not quite to the level of small and very cute yet. Not even A rank. Liu Yang is really too much. So Liu Yang led Wang Feifei, Baihu, and the 15 beauties he had chosen toward his own villa district. As for this survivor base, he handed it over to Dao Bashu to manage. He only needed to drop by now, and then to take a look and occasionally show himself to the people. When Liu Yang returned to his Baihu, Wang Feifei, and 15 beautiful female survivors was already darkening. The 15 girls were civilians, and walked. It took several hours for them to hurry back. Yusher and the others looked at Liu Yang's return, and a smile spread across their faces. Although they had only not seen him for one night, their yearning for Liu Yang was like a rushing river. After all, the apocalypse is full of uncertainties. Danger lurked everywhere. Although Liu Yang's strength is formidable, they were still deeply concerned for his safety. Now that they saw him return safely, their tight hearts finally released their hold. Shindan also came over smiling. "Liu Yang, you must be hungry. I'll start cooking." "While more sisters have arrived, it looks like we'll have to cook more food tonight." Tang Mingting said, "I'll go help." Zhao Lina added, "I'll help too." "Me too." The famous star Su Xiao along with Zhou Qixi and Zhang Jingyu also crowded into the kitchen, and everyone began to bustle. The newcomers wore somewhat restrained expressions. Their admiration for Liu Yang had already been at 10 out of 10, and they treated him as a godlike figure. Now seeing the women beside him, they naturally felt respectful and a touch nervous. Seeing them so tense, Liu Yang said to them, "There is no need to be nervous. We all get along very well. Go find a place to stay nearby. The whole villa area is safe. You needn't fear. Then wash up and help yourselves to these foods. Distribute them among yourselves." Then Liu Yang drew from the dark space a generous supply of packaged foods and fresh rice noodles, vegetables, etc., and handed them all to the 15 girls. "Oh, okay. We'll go now," the girls said in unison, then carried the food toward the adjacent villa. Baihu and Wang Feifei stayed upstairs in this villa, while Liu Yang returned to his room to wash. Seeing everyone go upstairs, the kitchen girls began to discuss. Yusher said, "I didn't expect Liu Yang to bring back so many survivors in just one day. It seems our competitiveness will only grow stronger from now on." The most nervous one is Zhou Qixi, the athletic goddess Liu Yang had just rescued. But not long after rescuing Zhou Qixi, the scarred rat appeared at the door. Liu Yang left the villa. Since then, Zhou Qixi had not yet had any intimate contact with Liu Yang. Having spent a day in the villa, she had grown quite close with Yusher and the others. After all, they were the 4 campus belles and knew each other well. Yusher was the art belle, Zhao Lina the top student belle, Zhou Qixi the sports goddess. They were all equally renowned. Now in the apocalypse, living in the same villa, their feelings rose rapidly. They were now as close as sisters. Everyone could see Zhou Qixi's face showing an unusual expression. Tang Mingting said, "Qixi, Liu Yang originally asked you to go to his room at night, right? Later, due to an accident, Liu Yang left. Now he has brought back so many girls, it's hard to say whether you still have a chance." Zhao Lina added. Yes, Kiki Yumi and he Yushir are all among the 4 campus belles. We are like sisters, and we don't want to see you be forgotten by Liu Yang. He Yushir proposed, here's my idea, eat quickly, be the first to finish, then wash and slip into Liu Yang's room, without giving the others a chance. Zhang Jingyu nodded repeatedly. I think this method is good too. We don't want you to be outdone by the newcomers. Watching everyone offer suggestions, Zhou Qi's face flushed with shyness and gratitude. At the same time, she was deeply worried that Liu Yang might forget her. In the days of chatting with the sisters, she had learned of Liu Yang's strength. Recalling the day at the supermarket with Liu Yang and seeing him cutting through zombies, he seemed like a war god. Thus in her heart, she had already accepted Liu Yang, vowing to follow him for life. If he truly forgot her at this moment, that would be hard to bear. She shyly said, Is this okay? Does Liu Yang prefer a more reserved girl, not someone so proactive? He Yushir immediately showed a disdainful expression. Nonsense. You haven't even been in his room. Once you go in you'll know. And still you think he likes reserve? Which man doesn't like a woman to be reserved in front of others, but open with him? The famous star Su Xiao also said exactly. Go ahead boldly. Listen to the sisters, you won't go wrong. Zhou Qiqi nodded shyly. Okay. But I'm still a little nervous, a little scared. You all say Liu Yang is very strong. Oh, just how powerful is he? Will I be able to endure it? Zhao Lina, after hearing Zhou Qiqi, tilted her head and said, to describe Liu Yang in 5 words, an 8-level gale. Zhou Qiqi was momentarily stunned and asked, 8-level gale? Do you mean he is as fierce and powerful as a gale storm? Zhao Lina shook her head. I can even read that sentence backward. Zhou Qiqi stared, muttering crazy. Her face reddened. A pink fist lightly tapped Zhao Lina's arm. Zhou Qiqi pouted. Lina, you're really annoying. He Yushir and the others laughed with He Yushir's laughter, the most exaggerated, tears nearly streaming. No wonder you're a scholar beauty, Lina, you really have a knack. Tang Mingting teased. No wonder people say rogues aren't scary. The rogue with culture is the truly scary one. Lina, you really are a female rogue. Chindan also said, today's youngsters are truly extraordinary. I barely know what that means, seems we're getting old and can't keep up with the times. Su Xiao nodded too. Yeah, today's young people know how to have fun. Laughter and cheerful sounds floated from the kitchen. The group chatted while cooking and each face wore a happy expression. Soon they finished preparing all the dishes. By then Liu Yang and Bai Hu and the others had finished bathing and came downstairs. The scent of the food filled the air and everyone looked blissful. Bai Hu could not help but sigh, oh my, this smells amazing. Since the apocalypse we haven't smelled such fragrant food. Back at the Black Tiger base though, they didn't starve, they mainly ate packaged foods. Who could obtain fresh ingredients to cook? They didn't have a space-type ability like Liu Yang that could keep food fresh. It smells so good. My stomach is growling, you, I want to eat. Wang Feifei also spoke. Then come quickly, you, I hope today's dishes suit your tastes. Chen Dan, hearing Bai Hu's words, smiled at everyone and said. Liu Yang nodded and said, okay. Everyone go to the dining hall to start eating. At the dining table, Liu Yang introduced them to the crowd. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Ling, nicknamed Bai Hu. She is an esper. And this is Wang Feifei, who, like you, is an ordinary person. Hearing Liu Yang's words, expressions of shock surfaced on everyone's faces. An esper. This stunningly beautiful woman with flowing short white hair was actually an esper. He Yushir and the others immediately cast envious glances. In this apocalyptic wasteland, awakening an ability was truly something to be envied. Possessing an ability meant having the power of self-preservation. An esper would never fear ordinary zombies. Liu Yang then introduced He Yushir and the others to Wang Feifei and her companion. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei both offered friendly smiles and said, it's a pleasure to meet you all. We will be living together from now on, so please look after us. Though Bai Hu was an esper and had once been highly arrogant back at the Heihu base, things were different now. Since she had decided to follow Liu Yang, she had to show sufficient respect to the women around him. Compared to these women, she was a latecomer. She dared not overstep her bounds or usurp their positions. Well, not at all. There's no need for such formalities. You're an esper, while we're just ordinary people. It would be wonderful if we can all just get along amicably, He Yushir and the others quickly replied. Of course, I'm very easy to get along with. Rest assured, if any danger arises in the Villa district in the future, I will protect you. Bai Hu said, patting her chest reassuringly. Hearing this, pleasant surprise washed over He Yushir and the others. They exclaimed, that's wonderful. With the protection of an esper, we can truly feel at ease. Zhao Lina, the straight-A student and school beauty, chimed in. If possible, could you share some insights and teach us how to awaken our abilities? We want to awaken them too. Tang Mingting and the others nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, exactly. Please teach us so we can awaken our abilities too. That way we'll have the power to protect ourselves. Bai Hu replied, awakening an ability doesn't actually involve many tricks. It mostly depends on talent and genetics. If you really want me to teach you, I wouldn't even know where to begin. However, if you want to understand more about espers, I can tell you everything I know. Zhao Lina nodded and said, that works too. By learning about espers, we can conduct our own research and see if we can find a trick to awakening. Everyone chatted and dined together, the atmosphere harmonious and warm. Only Zhou Kiki seemed indifferent to the conversation, keeping her head down and silently eating her food. Halfway through their chat, Zhou Kiki set down her bowl and said, "I'm full. I'll head back to take a shower first. Enjoy your meal, everyone." Liu Yang found it slightly odd and remarked, why did Zhou Kiki eat so quickly? And her complexion seemed a bit off, rather flushed. Could she be sick with a fever? He Yusher nodded with a mischievous smirk. Yes, exactly. She's feeling a bit under the weather. You'd better go and give her a checkup. Seeing everyone laughing so merrily, Liu Yang was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was there something funny? Why couldn't he grasp their sense of humor at all? Forget it. Time to eat. Unable to fathom the women's inside joke, Liu Yang simply focused on his food. After dinner, he returned to his own quarters. Yet the very instant he opened the door, his sharp perception detected that someone was already inside the room. Moreover, his nose caught the fragrant scent of a woman. Showing how the student council president had showered Zhou Kiki with millions of credits worth of gifts without ever winning her over. Yet in the end, this athletic goddess had voluntarily come to Liu Yang's room, desiring to become his woman. If Chun however found out, he would probably be so infuriated that he'd choke down 3 giant chicken drumsticks just to vent. Liu Yang looked at Zhou Kiki and asked, "Does this mean you agree to be my woman?" Zhou Kiki nodded. "Yes, I am willing." Liu Yang glanced at his system prompt. Host's companion detected to have genuinely consented in the depths of her heart to become your woman. Rewarding the host with an upgrade of all basic attributes to 1,000 points. Receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. Good heavens. His basic attributes were originally at 850 points, and now they had jumped directly to 1,000 points. That was an immediate increase of 150 points. This reward was simply too powerful. A basic attribute score of 1,000 points was 20 times that of an ordinary human. Back when his multiplier was only 16. 5 times, Liu Yang could already slice through level 6 zombies during the steel test as easily as cutting vegetables. Now that it had risen to 20 times, wouldn't he be virtually invincible? To the current Liu Yang, ordinary espers were no different from mere ants. How exhilarating. Liu Yang felt a surge of pride. With such overwhelming attributes, he could probably arrogantly declare, "I don't eat beef." Now couldn't he? Liu Yang pulled up his status panel, name Liu Yang. Age 18. Height 185 centimeters. Weight 80 kilograms. Strength 1,000. Speed 1,000. Stamina 1,000. Spirit 1,000. Possessed abilities 1. Future deduction, level 4-2. Virus immunity, level 4-3. Cryokinesis, level 6-4. Dark space, level 5-5. Zombie control, level 2. Equipped gear, dark cloak, black light Tachi. Special talent, genetic enhancement. Gazing at this status panel, Liu Yang was thrilled. Setting aside the fact that he possessed 5 distinct abilities, and his primary offensive skill cryokinesis had reached level 6, allowing him to summon a virtually inexhaustible supply of ice needles, or even fashion ice shields and frost armor to encase his entire body. Just his basic attributes being 20 times that of a normal human was more than enough to instantly kill most espers. After all, the basic attributes of an ordinary level 1 esper were only around 100 points. Liu Yang's basic attributes were 10 times those of an ordinary level 1 esper. Such overwhelming stats were more than enough to obliterate any opponent before they could even react. After finishing his happy moment, Liu Yang got up, washed up, and prepared to begin today's operation. Today's mission was to gather more food. The potatoes collected from the supermarket had mostly been handed over to Da Ba Shu for distribution. What remained in Liu Yang's dark space were other foods such as rice and sweet potatoes. Although there was still plenty left, Liu Yang was a man always mindful of crisis. He felt that as the number of survivors in his base continued to grow, no amount of food would ever be enough. Moreover, before the cultivation system was fully operational, the survivors' food supply would still depend on collection. As for crops, even if planted now, it would take several months before any harvest could be expected. Therefore, they would have to rely on existing supplies for these coming months. Once the survivors' crops got back on track, there would no longer be a need to scavenge for food. Since survivors had to hand over 20% of their earnings, the more survivors Liu Yang had, the wealthier he would become. From then on, he would only need to improve the survivor base and attract more survivors to join. The several large supermarkets within a 5-kilometer radius had already been thoroughly looted by Liu Yang last time. He decided to expand the range to 20 kilometers. He would sweep clean all supermarkets, small shops, and convenience stores within the 20-kilometer radius. At the same time, Liu Yang still remembered that there was a wholesale market 15 kilometers away. In the past, when he was poor, he used to go to the wholesale market to find cheaper goods. That wholesale market sold all kinds of items. Besides daily necessities, there were staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, wheat, and flour. There were also cooking oils, various salts, monosodium glutamate, and other seasonings. There was even cat food, dog food, and chicken feed. Liu Yang also decided to raid everything there today. Liu Yang no longer needed to worry about what was happening in the residential compound. Not only did he have a level 2 zombie under his control guarding the entrance, sharing his vision at all times to keep an eye on the gate. Originally, he had controlled 2 level 2 zombies. Now one was stationed at this compound, and the other was placed at the survivor base belonging to Dabashu. This way he could keep track of both locations at any time. Besides, there was also Baihu, an ability user guarding the villa. Baihu's ability was infinite healing. Even among ability users, this was considered a particularly powerful ability. Not all abilities awakened by ability users were combat-oriented. Those who awakened combat abilities were rare. Take Huang Go and Dabashu for example. The abilities they awakened were practically useless. One had enhanced his sense of smell, while the other had enhanced his digging ability. Their base stats were merely twice that of ordinary people, and their abilities were almost useless in combat, making them no different from elite soldiers. Therefore, it was unlikely that anyone with an ability stronger than Baihu's would be easy to find. With her stationed at the villa district, practically no one dared to provoke them. And so Liu Yang set out directly. Although his target was the wholesale market over 10 kilometers away, he did not miss the small shops, convenience stores, and mini supermarkets he encountered along the way. After all, even the smallest leg of a mosquito is still meat. Even a tiny convenience store had plenty of beverages, snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol inside. Liu Yang's dark space was now vast enough that he could stuff anything and everything inside, useful or not. Moreover, when retrieving items, he did not need to search through them one by one. Whatever he wanted, a mere thought in his mind would cause the item to fall out automatically. Therefore, Liu Yang never judged whether something was useful at the moment. As long as it might prove useful in the future, he would collect it. Just as Liu Yang was collecting supplies from a convenience store 10 kilometers outside the villa district, he suddenly heard a noise outside. Glancing through the window, he spotted 3 burly men with backpacks approaching cautiously. The 3 men were tall and muscular, moving with steady, swift steps. It was clear they had training at least at the level of retired Special Forces soldiers. Liu Yang immediately grew alert. Soon after dispatching several zombies that blocked their path, the 3 entered the convenience store. The moment they stepped inside, their faces fell. Because the convenience store had been completely emptied. Everything was gone. The only person remaining was a young man dressed entirely in black. Their eyes instantly locked onto Liu Yang. The leader with ill intent sneered, "Boy, what have you done? Did you take everything here? Tell us where you hid the supplies. Hand them over, and we'll let you live." They were convinced that Liu Yang was the one who had cleaned out the store. However, Liu Yang held a pitch-black katana in his hand, which gave them pause. If they could force Liu Yang to submit through intimidation, they would rather not fight. After all, although the young man looked young, he carried a strange aura that inspired fear. Especially those cold, indifferent eyes. They seemed far too profound for someone of his age. Hearing the thug's words, Liu Yang merely smiled. "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me like that?" Before Liu Yang finished speaking, that cold smile remained on his face. Bang! A sharp crack echoed through the air. The leader's head exploded. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. The other 2 men were instantly paralyzed with terror. Boss, how did your head just explode? What the hell is going on? Your head just exploded out of nowhere. Who are you? What did you do?" Fear filled the eyes of the 2 men as they looked at Liu Yang. They could never have imagined that Liu Yang could simply blow apart their boss's head with nothing but a glance. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Then watch closely. I'll do it again." Bang! Another thug fell to the ground with his head blown apart. Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. Spare my life." The last surviving thug collapsed to his knees, utterly broken. In his eyes, Liu Yang was terrifyingly strong, like the Reaper himself, capable of bursting someone's skull with merely a look. His pants were already soaked. He had been scared so badly that he lost control of his bladder. Liu Yang sneered. "You just said I should take you to the place where I hid the food, right? You assumed that because I had hidden food, you must have reserves as well. That's why you wanted to take me to your stash. Otherwise, those 2 would have met the same fate as you." Yes. Brother, I'll take you right now." The thug tried to scramble to his feet, but his legs were as weak as noodles, unable to support him. Liu Yang kicked him squarely in the rear. The thug jolted upright and managed to stand. He then led Liu Yang toward their shelter. Following behind, Liu Yang soon arrived at a luxurious villa. He never expected these thugs to be so comfortable. They had chosen such an opulent villa, even more grand than the one Liu Yang himself resided in. Clearly, the housing prices in this villa district must have been far more expensive than Liu Yang's. The residents here must have all been tycoons. Unfortunately, these rich people were either dead or had turned into zombies now. Stepping into the luxurious villa, Liu Yang discovered that its perimeter wall stood at an astonishing height of 6 meters. Moreover, it was not a standard open-work iron fence, but a solid, formidable barrier that completely shielded the interior from any outside observation. It was abundantly clear that the owner of this villa placed an extraordinary emphasis on privacy, to the extent that they were utterly indifferent to how it compromised the estate's aesthetic appeal. Upon entering the villa grounds, the sheer opulence of the interior astonished Liu Yang even further. To his surprise, there was a helipad in the courtyard with a vibrant orange private helicopter parked upon it. The villa's craftsmanship and decor were several tiers above those in Liu Yang's own residential district. Even the window panes were constructed from heavy-duty bulletproof glass. This estate had to be worth at least 1 billion yuan. Stepping into the main hall, he found a substantial pile of packaged food. If the 3 muscular men were to consume it, there would be enough to sustain them for at least a week. Yet to Liu Yang, this amount of food was still far too meager. Compared to the vast stockpiles hidden within his dark space, it was a mere drop in the ocean. A flattering smile crept onto the muscular man's face as he said to Liu Yang, "Big brother, we gathered all this food over the past few days. It's all yours now. Please take it." "Is that all?" Liu Yang asked, his voice chillingly cold. That's all." The man stammered. Hearing Liu Yang's icy tone, he shuddered in terror, once more nearly losing control of his bladder. This Liu Yang was a merciless god of death who blew people's heads off at the slightest provocation, one wrong move, and he would be dead. It felt as though a blade were permanently suspended over his neck, poised to fall at any moment, leaving him trembling in absolute dread. Liu Yang scoffed. "The 3 of you are grown muscular men, and this is all the food you managed to gather after so many days. What absolute useless trash." Sensing Liu Yang's profound dissatisfaction, the man offered tentatively. "The owner of this villa also built a panic room in the basement. He stockpiled a massive amount of food inside, but we haven't been able to break it open." Hearing this, Liu Yang's interest was instantly piqued. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Lead the way." He thought to himself that the owner of this villa must have been an absolute prepper back in times of peace. Not only did he build such towering solid perimeter walls, but he had also constructed a fully equipped panic room in the basement. Could he have anticipated the impending catastrophe beforehand? Indeed, the wealthy were always the most desperate to survive. Furthermore, panic rooms of this caliber were typically reserved for high-ranking leaders of a nation's presidential level. Yet this tycoon had actually built one for himself. It was clear that he possessed unfathomable wealth coupled with a constant paranoid anxiety regarding his personal safety. He was the epitome of a cautious, death-fearing billionaire. Led by the muscular man, Liu Yang descended into the basement, where a secure panic room indeed came into view. The panic room was not particularly large. Rather than a room, it resembled a massive steel vault. A rectangular block forged from stainless steel, over 10 centimeters thick, measuring roughly 5 meters by 5 meters with a height of 3 meters. On the door was a square glass observation port about 20 centimeters wide, crafted from bulletproof glass that was also over 10 centimeters thick. Liu Yang peered through the small observation window. Inside, he indeed saw piles of emergency rations like compressed biscuits. But to his astonishment, there was also a beautiful young woman trapped within the panic room. Liu Yang turned to the muscular man beside him and demanded, "What's the deal with the woman inside?" She. Well, it's like this. You see." The man stammered, hesitating to speak. "Spit it out, or I'll cut you down right now." Liu Yang threatened, drawing his blacklight tachi. Terrified, the man blurted out in a breathless, rapid-fire rush, "She's the daughter of the original owner of this villa. We 3 were the tycoon's bodyguards when the apocalypse broke out. We killed him to take the villa for ourselves and wanted to force ourselves on his daughter, but she fled into the panic room, and we couldn't get to her." He spat out the entire explanation in a single breath, without a single pause, panting heavily once he finished. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was struck by a sudden realization. "Well, aren't you 3 sneaky bastards quite something? As bodyguards, the moment the apocalypse hits, you murder the master of the house, seize his estate, and even try to violate his daughter. They are even more shameless than I am." Liu Yang thought to himself. He had only killed Zhao Ming, taken his villa, and claimed his girlfriend, because Zhao Ming had already turned into a zombie. These 3 guards were far more ruthless. They had murdered their employer before he even had a chance to turn. We couldn't help it. His daughter is just too beautiful," the man muttered, looking somewhat embarrassed. Liu Yang sighed inwardly. The owner of this villa was truly plagued by misfortune. In times of peace, he was a dedicated survivalist who had not only built a panic room, but had also stockpiled an immense quantity of supplies inside beforehand. Who could have foreseen that when disaster struck, his own bodyguards would lust after his daughter and murder him for it? The wealthy man's death was incredibly tragic and unjust. He had likely calculated every possible scenario, yet never anticipated that his demise would be brought about by his own daughter. The old adage that a beautiful face brings ruin certainly held true. Moreover, as the saying goes, while others stockpile food, I stockpile guns, and my neighbors become my granary. In the post-apocalyptic world, possessing endless resources is utterly meaningless without the strength to defend them, for you will never be able to hold on to them. Having finished his silent contemplation, Liu Yang turned back to the man. "Are there supplies hidden anywhere else?" "And no, nothing else. Can you let me go now? I'll leave immediately, and I swear I'll never show my face around here again." The man pleaded, shaking his head, his eyes filled with desperation and begging. "Of course. In fact, I'll send you on your way," Liu Yang said coldly. Then with a swift swish, he swung his blade, and the man's head instantly rolled onto the floor. Liu Yang would never spare a bodyguard who turned on and murdered his employer at the very onset of the apocalypse. Furthermore, murdering their employer simply to violate his daughter was far too contemptible. Had they killed him under a direct threat to their own lives, it might have been somewhat understandable. After slaying the bodyguard, Liu Yang began to inspect the panic room. The bulletproof glass window on the door was too small to offer a complete view of the interior. He could not clearly discern just how beautiful the woman inside was, but judging by the behavior of those thugs, she had to be an exceptional beauty, 1 in 10,000. After all, they had not only murdered their employer for her, but even after she locked herself inside, they had exhausted every imaginable method to breach the panic room. On the door, Liu Yang noticed various scars from hacking blades, electric drills, and blowtorches. Yet one had to admit the tycoon's wealth had been well spent. It was unclear what grade of stainless steel had been used to forge the door, but despite being subjected to intense heat and relentless drilling, it bore nothing more than faint superficial marks. It remained entirely undamaged. Driven to madness by their frustration, the bodyguards had ultimately gone so far as to weld the seams of the door completely shut. This meant that even if the woman inside wanted to open the door now, it would be utterly impossible. She was doomed to be trapped inside until she starved to death. Had she not crossed paths with Liu Yang, she likely would have perished inside, without anyone ever knowing. Liu Yang raised his blacklight tachi and thrust it directly into the door. With a sharp swish, the tachi pierced the door, instantly slicing through the metal as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Even Liu Yang was startled by how easily it penetrated. Holy shit, this blade is insane. It pierced through over 10 centimeters of solid stainless steel, like tofu. He knew the weapon was sharp, but he had never imagined it possessed such terrifying power. A product of the stone tablet, indeed, never disappointed. Liu Yang gripped the hilt of his greatsword with both hands, casually slashing the impregnable iron door until a gaping hole appeared and a scream erupted from inside. She had never imagined that the fortress-like safe house could be breached. When the apocalypse first arrived, her father had told her that the safe house could even withstand missile bombardment. Breaching it would be nearly impossible for ordinary people. A stainless steel plate several centimeters thick, even a 100mm armor-piercing missile could not pierce it. But now someone had cut it open with a knife. Wang Siki curled into a ball, trembling all over. She knew this could not have been done by those guards. The intruder must be stronger than those guards. As Liu Yang, dressed in black and looking cool and suave, stepped into the safe house, Wang Siki's eyes widened. This man so handsome. Clad in black, his aloof bearing was unmistakable, and the cloak trailing behind him lent a further touch of dominance. Tall and imposing though his muscles did not look particularly strong, there was a powerful aura about him. He walked in calmly, but the oppressive atmosphere made Wang Siki's heart tremble. After a closer look at Liu Yang's face, Wang Siki grew more puzzled. The man looked a little familiar. Liu Yang, seeing the beauty curled up in the corner, shared the same thought. That beauty looked familiar. The two of them spoke in unison, recognizing Liu Yang and recalling the photos they had seen on the school forum. You are quite famous. Are you Wang Siki, one of the 4 campus belles, and the wealthiest? In school they used to say that dating you would shave off at least 50 years of effort. After clearly recognizing Liu Yang, Wang Siki's face lit with surprise and happiness. She had believed that only a peerless powerhouse could breach the safe house, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Those 3 guards so weak had dared to kill the employer and even attempt to assault her. If a truly formidable expert did come, she would be killed instantly. By then perhaps she would not even be able to take her own life. After all, this safe house was her last refuge. Like a snail's shell once shattered, the soft interior would be exposed. Completely exposed before the enemy. At this moment, Wang Siki stood utterly exposed to Liu Yang. Fortunately, Liu Yang was a familiar figure from their school. They had known each other's names and appearances, so things would be easier. Fortune within misfortune, indeed. Liu Yang was a little surprised as well. He had not expected that a casual stop at a convenience store for supplies would lead to encountering 3 guards who followed the guard back. And to find the affluent campus belle inside the safe house was a great surprise for Liu Yang. Now all 4 campus belles had been found. They were He Yushi, Zhao Lina, Zhou Kiki, and Wang Siki. Each one is a goddess among goddesses. Not only are they exquisitely beautiful, but their figures are perfect, each with her own distinctive charm. Liu Yang felt as if he had collected a full set. Who would have imagined that the 4 premier campus belles would all be within his reach? The pampered heirs who chased these campus belles for years, and never won, would surely be furious to learn of this. Then what about those 3 bodyguards? Wang Siki asked Liu Yang first. Liu Yang waved the knife and replied casually, I have killed them. You are safe now. I will take you to a safe place next. You have been cooped up in this safe house for so long, you must be bored to death. Wang Siki nodded without hesitation. Yes. This safe house has food, but no entertainment. Every day, I faced Copper City's iron walls, staring at them blankly. Staying here any longer, I feel I might fall into depression. Liu Yang extended his hand toward her, so come with me. Wang Siki's face showed hesitation. Although she had heard Liu Yang's name and seen his photos on the forum, the two had never spoken a word at school, To be honest, they only knew they were from the same school and were not very familiar. And besides, he is a man and she a weak woman following him. Oh, would the consequences be terrible? Liu Yang saw her hesitation. He sneered coldly and said, it is unlikely you still have a choice. The moment I entered this safe house, you lost the right to choose. No matter who comes into this place, you can only endure in silence. And you are lucky that it is me who has come. Come with me. He Yusher, Zhaolina, and Zhou Kiki are all waiting for you. Wang Siki widened her eyes when she heard this. What? The other 3 campus bells. You found them too. Liu Yang grinned proudly and replied, of course, we are just waiting for you to go back and play mahjong with them. After hearing this, Wang Siki finally relaxed a little and slowly stepped out from the corner. Liu Yang waved his hand and gathered all the safe house supplies into the dark space to take away. Then in Wang Siki's astonished expression, he led her outside the villa. He then embraced Wang Siki and leapt into the air, speeding through the sky. In less than 3 minutes, they returned to the villa. After landing, Wang Siki felt a little dizzy, staring at Liu Yang in disbelief and asking in astonishment, how can you fly? This is amazing. Liu Yang now seemed like a superhero. The feeling of flying through the sky was truly wondrous. In that moment, Wang Siki was tense, excited, and afraid, all at once clinging tightly to Liu Yang. Even after they landed, that exhilaration had not yet faded. Liu Yang grinned proudly, then pinched Wang Siki's pale, smooth, flawless face. It is only a flying ability. What is there to be surprised about? Hurry, take a bath, then come to my room tonight, and wait for me. I will let you truly soar again, and you won't be able to stop. Wang Siki listened to his words and blushed, bowing her head. Liu Yang said, go inside. He Yusher and the others are waiting in the villa. He then led Wang Siki into the villa. When He Yusher and the others saw Wang Siki, their faces registered shock. Wang Siki. They exclaimed, it really is Wang Siki. My goodness, even someone as top tier as you, a wealthy heiress, is surviving so poorly in the apocalypse. They asked, I heard your family is very wealthy, the richest in the province. Even families like yours cannot resist the apocalypse. Wang Siki nodded and replied, things in this world are unpredictable. The moment Wang Siki appeared, Tang Mingting's expression grew complicated. Originally, Tang Mingting could be considered the wealthiest among all of them. She was born into a wealthy family, her background rivaling that of Zhao Ming, a rich second-generation heir. This was precisely why Zhao Ming couldn't force her into submission. Her privileged upbringing fostered a sense of superiority within Tang Mingting, convincing herself this set her above other women. But now Wang Siki's presence instantly shattered Tang Mingting's sense of superiority, for Wang Siki's family background surpassed hers by 100-fold. Even in the apocalypse, Wang Siki had suffered so much. What did Tang Mingting's own circumstances amount to? Her face clouded with conflicting emotions as she gazed at Wang Siki. Seeing Wang Siki chatting with everyone, Liu Yang finally stepped out of the villa. Finding Wang Siki was merely a brief detour along the way. Liu Yang's primary objective remained collecting supplies within a 20-kilometer radius, and today's destination was a wholesale market 15 kilometers away. Once Wang Siki was settled, he hastened toward the wholesale market. Liu Yang launched himself into the sky like a rocket, immediately beginning to soar at tremendous speed. His base stats were 20 times those of an ordinary person. While a normal human could reach a maximum of 8 to 9 meters per second, Liu Yang could achieve nearly 190 meters per second. The Black Cloak's flight speed doubled Liu Yang's maximum running velocity, reaching 380 meters per second. This already surpassed the speed of sound, which was 340 meters per second. Liu Yang might not know how to write the word invincible, but at this moment his very name meant unconquerable. Although his flight could only last 5 minutes was more than enough. In that time, he could cover 380 meters times 300 seconds, totaling 114000 meters. In other words, a single full-speed flight could carry him 114 kilometers. The wholesale market 15 kilometers away required only 39.5 seconds. The 2 minutes he had taken returning to the villa earlier were solely because he feared Wang Siki could not withstand such extreme speed. Liu Yang's stats, enhanced 20-fold beyond ordinary humans, could completely endure such velocities. At this point, Liu Yang's physique resembled that of Homelander, and his flight speed was no different. When Liu Yang descended into the wholesale market, several survivors nearby were gathering food. Seeing Liu Yang fall from the sky, they were instantly startled. Clad in black and wielding a dark katana, Liu Yang's appearance struck terror into their hearts. This guy could fly. His sharp attire and formidable weapon left no doubt. His strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. He was undoubtedly an extremely powerful Esper. Several people quickly hid behind a burly man, the sole Esper among the survivors, and the strongest among them. Yet even as an Esper, the burly man trembled at the sight of Liu Yang, his entire body jolting in alarm. Staring at Liu Yang with wariness in his eyes, he stammered in a trembling voice, Brother, are you also here for supplies? Take whatever food you want from here, and we'll go collect elsewhere and leave. Let's keep to ourselves, how does that sound? The wholesale market was a long street lined with wholesale shops on both sides. The people inside had long since turned into zombies or been bitten to death, leaving the entire street deserted. Now that Liu Yang had arrived, the survivors decided to head elsewhere to gather resources. After all, the entire street was vast. Surely Liu Yang could not possibly collect everything himself. Hearing the burly man's words, Liu Yang nodded. All right, no problem. But you can speed up your collection. These people had gazed at him descending from the sky with terror and spoken to him with due respect. Of course, Liu Yang had no intention of killing them. After all, survivors were scarce after the apocalypse fell. These people were resources themselves, and it would be best to recruit them into his survivor base. Only when his base had enough population would their contributed resources increase. Thank you. Then we'll collect at the end of the street. Upon hearing Liu Yang's response, the survivors' faces brightened with relief, and they finally exhaled. Their anxieties eased, they shouldered their backpacks and quickly ran toward the end of the street. Though the front of the street primarily sold wholesale rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. But seeing Liu Yang's overwhelming strength and ability to fly, they naturally dared not compete with him and had no choice but to go to the end of the street. Watching the survivors depart, Liu Yang entered shop after shop. Well, look at this, a rice wholesaler. There are at least thousands of rice bags here. Collecting it all. Flour wholesaler, thousands of flour bags. Collecting it all. A warehouse full of potatoes. At least dozens of tons. Collecting it all. A warehouse of sweet potatoes. Collecting it all. Noodles, rice, vermicelli, instant ramen, sausages. Collecting everything. Is this a formula milk wholesaler? Collecting it all, collecting it all. This stuff is incredibly useful. Thanks to the genetic enhancements granted by his system, Liu Yang could reproduce successfully every time. In 10 months, he could have a football team's worth of children. Formula milk was extremely useful. Liu Yang continued collecting. He even cleared out clothing wholesalers, snack vendors, daily necessities shops, and toy stores. The fruit wholesaler had plenty of produce, but unfortunately most fruits had already spoiled by now. The remaining edible fruits were only long-lasting varieties. Apples, pears, pomelos, sugarcane, and the like. As for bananas, peaches, and mangoes, which deteriorated easily, they were long past eating. Liu Yang collected all the good fruit into his dark space, gathering well over tens of tons. Nothing inside the dark space would ever rot. These fruits could be preserved for a long time inside. Liu Yang collected items into his dark space as he walked deeper in. Before long, all the shops behind him were emptied, and he had already reached the end of the street. In a shop at the street's end, the burly man and several survivors were frantically stuffing supplies into their backpacks, having filled only half by now. Seeing Liu Yang arrive, they were startled again, fear returning to their faces. The burly man steeled his nerve and asked, Brother, do you need something?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No. I simply came to this section of the street." The survivors' faces showed confusion. What did that mean? Just this section? Did this brother not want the goods from the front shops and instead target the back ones? It must be an excuse. The front shops held the best stock. The back end only had grocery and fruit wholesalers, making it difficult to find calorie-dense staple foods. Seeing Liu Yang approach them, they easily assumed he was trying to prevent them from collecting food. The burly man pleaded cautiously, "Brother, how about we leave now? Take whatever you want from here. We don't need anything." "Don't make it sound like I'm bullying you," Liu Yang retorted. "I told you to hurry up, but you were slow. Can you blame me?" Saying this, he walked over and with a single sweep of his hand collected everything in the entire shop. Witnessing Liu Yang's actions, the survivors were utterly stunned, their faces registering pure horror. What the hell is going on? Where did everything go? How did it all disappear? Vanished into thin air. Are we seeing ghosts? They had originally thought Liu Yang was unwilling to collect supplies for them, which was why he had walked from the head of the street to the tail. But now, witnessing his actions, they understood in an instant. Liu Yang had already swept through and taken everything from all the other shops. This was already the very last one. Yet they simply could not fathom how Liu Yang had accomplished this. This wholesale street held at least several thousand tons of supplies. How could it all have vanished into thin air in just a matter of minutes? Liu Yang addressed the crowd. "My apologies. You are still a bit too slow. Your backpacks aren't even full yet. I have taken all the supplies on this street. You should head elsewhere to search." A look of dejection appeared on the face of one of the survivors. "This wholesale market has the most supplies in the vicinity. We've already searched everywhere else. Without this market, how are the 100+ survivors among us supposed to survive?" Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the survivors in this area had banded together, establishing a sanctuary of over 100 people. Led by the muscular man who possessed awakened abilities, they believed that it wouldn't be long before they could develop this wholesale market into a fully fledged survivor base. Unfortunately, now that the market's food had been completely cleared out, finding their next meal was a problem for these 100+ people, let alone establishing a base. Another survivor chimed in, "Exactly. It looks like we're going to starve to death. Among our group of over 100, only Brother Wang is an evolved human with formidable strength. The rest of us are mostly the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. We are simply no match for the zombies. We're finished." In a radius of over 10 kilometers, only this wholesale market had the most food and the fewest zombies. It took us several days just to clear the zombies out of here. Other places like supermarkets were too densely populated, so there must be countless zombies there now. With our strength, we wouldn't dare step foot inside. Another survivor said helplessly. They had cleared all the zombies from this wholesale street, losing many companions in the process. Yet they never expected Liu Yang to arrive and sweep away all the food, essentially reaping the fruits of their labor. Unfortunately, Liu Yang's power was too overwhelming. Though they were furious, none of them dared to speak out. They could only vent their frustrations in whispers. However, the muscular man known as Brother Wang turned to the crowd and said, "If we are to blame anyone, we can only blame our own slow actions. We can't blame him. Stop talking nonsense." It wasn't that he didn't recognize the gap between himself and Liu Yang. As a fellow evolved human, he understood all too well how powerful Liu Yang was. Just the sheer pressure radiating from him was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear. The man could likely wipe out everyone here with a mere flick of his finger. For these people to dare complain was nothing short of seeking death. Furthermore, in the post-apocalyptic world, there were no rules to begin with. Food naturally belonged to whoever was strong enough to take more of it. Since he possessed the ability to sweep away all the food, of course, he would take as much as possible. Putting yourself in his shoes, if you had that kind of power, wouldn't you want to take all the food on the street? Would you really think about leaving some for others? Unless you were completely out of your mind, you would absolutely never leave food for anyone else. Therefore, the muscular man understood their current predicament perfectly. There was not a trace of anger on his face, only an expression of resignation to his fate. Hearing their conversation, Liu Yang pondered for a moment and addressed them. "Your survivor sanctuary has over 100 people." "Yes," the muscular man quickly replied with deep respect. Liu Yang said to them, "How about this? You must have heard of the Jinxiu Garden Villa district, which is about 20 kilometers away from here, right? That is my survivor base. You can head there for shelter. Once you are inside, food will no longer be an issue." Hearing Liu Yang's words, the muscular man's eyes lit up. "Jinxiu Garden Villa district. I know it. I used to be a taxi driver and have been there before. That's an upscale neighborhood." Liu Yang replied, "Exactly. It has now been transformed into a survivor base. It is incredibly secure, no zombies can breach it. Furthermore, as the master of that place, I give you my word, any survivor who goes there under your lead will receive 10 caddies of grain for free. You can promote the survivor base in this area, and along the way there, the more people you bring, the greater your reward. For every person you bring over, I will give you 1 caddy of rice. If you can bring 1,000 people, I will give you 1,000 caddies." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, a look of sheer pleasant surprise washed over the muscular man's face. At this very moment, there were already over 100 survivors in their sanctuary. If he brought all of these 100+ survivors to Liu Yang's base, wouldn't he instantly receive over 100 caddies of rice? In the apocalypse, over 100 caddies of rice was enough for a single person to survive for 3 months. This was by no means a small amount. They had spent several days clearing the zombies from this wholesale market, only finally finishing today. Consequently, they had just begun their very first supply run. They had only managed to fill half their backpacks before Liu Yang arrived and swept everything clean. As of now, not a single one of them had managed to scavenge even 100 caddies of rice. With an expression of pure delight, the muscular man asked Liu Yang, "Is what you're saying really true?" Liu Yang replied, "Of course it is. You have witnessed my strength. I've taken everything from this entire wholesale street. Do you really think I can't afford such a small reward?" The muscular man nodded after hearing Liu Yang's words. It was indeed true. For an evolved human as powerful as Liu Yang, who could even fly, the speed of scavenging food was tens of thousands of times faster than theirs. Even a level 2 zombie would likely pose absolutely no threat to him. He probably had no need to clear out zombies just to gather food. No matter how many zombies were nearby, he could likely take food at will. Setting aside how much he had collected in the past, this wholesale street alone probably held hundreds of tons of rice. After pondering for a moment, the muscular man nodded. "All right, then it's a deal. I used to be a taxi driver around here, so I know these roads inside out. While searching for supplies in this area over the past few days, I've traveled to quite a few places and know of several survivor sanctuaries. I am confident I can convince them. I can bring at least 1,000 people to your base." With the outbreak of the apocalypse, the wandering survivors outside had begun to band together, forming numerous sanctuaries of various sizes. This muscular man was highly familiar with the area. Moreover, having awakened his abilities, he no longer had to fear ordinary zombies. Consequently, he had visited many places to search for food during this period. He knew the locations of quite a few sanctuaries. The populations of these sanctuaries ranged from dozens to 100 people, with the largest not exceeding 200. Scattered across various locations, they were like a heap of loose sand, lacking a leader who could unite them into a proper survivor base. Liu Yang's appearance presented a perfect opportunity. The muscular man was confident he could persuade all of them to join Liu Yang's survivor base. When the time came, the recruits he brought in could provide him with over 1,000 caddies of grain. If he was on his own, eating sparingly this food could last him at least 2 years. Very well, I shall await your good news. Liu Yang nodded, then departed from the wholesale street that he had completely cleaned out. He set off toward other areas to continue his search for food. At the same time, Liu Yang understood that only by storing all the food in the vicinity inside his dark space would these survivors be left with no other choice, prompting them to join his survivor base without hesitation. Luring them to join the base with 10 caddies of rice now meant that in a year the contribution they would make to the base would be at least several hundred caddies of potatoes. Resources in the outside world would eventually run dry. Only when the survivors cultivated and produced their own food would there be a continuous, endless supply. Since 20% of all food produced within the survivor base had to be handed over to Liu Yang, the more people there were, the wealthier Liu Yang would become. Once Liu Yang had left, the other survivors began to discuss amongst themselves. One of them asked the muscular man, "Brother Wang, are you really going to do as he says? Is the base he spoke of really that great? Could he be tricking us to go there just to harvest our organs?" "Exactly. Brother Wang, why does this sound so fake to me? A base with no threat of zombies where everyone who goes even gets 10 caddies of grain. Is he some savior just giving away food for free?" Another survivor agreed. "How about we head back and discuss this further?" The muscular man shook his head and said, "What do you know? I am an evolved human and you all know my strength. Even if all of you teamed up, you wouldn't be my match. But if my combat power is 100, his is at least 5,000. Do you understand what that means? Even 1,000 of me would be no match for him. If he wanted to kill us, he could do so with a flick of his finger. Why would he need to trick us? Do not use your narrow-minded thoughts to speculate on the mindset of a powerhouse. Because your strength has not reached that level, you cannot comprehend things from his perspective. Therefore, just do as he said. This is a golden opportunity to align ourselves with a powerful backer. Don't throw it away." The survivors had never seen the muscular man look so solemn. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they had no choice but to nod. "All right, since Brother Wang has put it that way, we will listen to you." "Yes, indeed. Thanks to Brother Wang, we've managed to survive so safely these past few days. Since Brother Wang says we should join that survivor base, let's go together." After emerging from the wholesale district, Liu Yang plundered 2 large supermarkets. At this moment, within his 50 by 50 by 50 meter dark space, supplies had already been stacked to a quarter of its capacity. With such an immense quantity of supplies, Liu Yang could hardly calculate the exact amount, but judging by the sight, even sustaining a survivor base of 5,000 people for dozens or even hundreds of years would pose no problem. Emerging from the emptied supermarket, Liu Yang spotted a hospital. It was the finest grade A tertiary hospital in the city. Inside the hospital there were bound to be many patients, and their likelihood of carrying the virus was undoubtedly higher. Thus the place must have been teeming with zombies. Liu Yang pondered and spoke, in the apocalypse medicines are equally crucial, otherwise even a simple fever could cost someone their life. Although my physical strength has been enhanced, my base attributes are now 20 times that of an ordinary person, making me immune to illness. My survivors, and the women by my side, do not possess such resilience. Therefore pharmaceutical supplies are still necessary. Liu Yang decided to search the hospital. Upon entering, he found exactly what he expected: numerous zombies wandering the corridors. The moment they spotted Liu Yang, they immediately lunged at him with claws extended. With a mere wave of his hand, countless ice needles shot forth, each finding its mark and bursting through a zombie's skull. By now, Liu Yang's spiritual power had reached 20 times that of an ordinary person, placing no limit on the number of ice needles he could unleash. His attack range extended well over 1,000 meters. Rather than engaging in close-quarters combat with a blade, Liu Yang preferred dispatching enemies with a casual wave of his hand, sparing himself the mess of blood and flesh. Moreover, there was an undeniable elegance in dismantling an enemy with a single gesture. He appreciated that sense of refinement. After all, elegance never goes out of style. As Liu Yang advanced deeper into the hospital, zombies continued to fall around him. Among them were even second-tier zombies. Their heads exploded before they could draw near. Gazing at the fallen zombies, a thoughtful expression crossed Liu Yang's face. The proportion of second-tier zombies is growing larger. In the past, among 1,000 zombies, it was rare to encounter even one second-tier specimen. Yet on this single floor of the hospital alone, I have already eliminated no fewer than 5 second-tier zombies. A third-tier variant may appear any moment. A second-tier zombie possesses base attributes roughly twice that of an ordinary human. Unless one is an ability user, encountering a second-tier zombie means certain death. Ordinary people cannot hope to fight, let alone flee. A third-tier zombie's base attributes are 6 times that of a normal person. If an ordinary individual were to encounter one, a single clash would be enough to kill them instantly. During his test at the stone tablet, Liu Yang had faced the most powerful zombie, a 6th-tier specimen. A 6th-tier zombie's base attributes are 12 times that of an ordinary human. Even a first-tier ability user would be mercilessly annihilated upon encountering such a creature. It is clear that as time passes, the survival prospects for ordinary people in the apocalypse will only diminish further. Joining a survivor base is the only viable path. And even within a base, if the number of ability users proves insufficient, the zombies may still breach the defenses. Therefore, the competition between ability users and zombies will never cease. Those who evolve faster stand the best chance of victory. Merely awakening an ability does not guarantee safety. The zombies continue to grow stronger as well. Following the hospital signage, Liu Yang headed toward the pharmacy. Along the way, however, the number of encountered zombies steadily decreased. This development sharpened Liu Yang's alertness. Although the sound of exploding skulls was not particularly loud in the silence of the hospital, it should have carried far. By all logic, many more zombies should have been drawn to the commotion, unless that all the zombies had been slain by powerful fighters. Yet the probability of this was slim. The zombies at the entrance remained alive, making it implausible for someone to have bypassed them to eliminate those deeper inside. Then only one other possibility remained. The zombies had developed a leader, one that could restrain their behavior and suppress their primal hunting instincts. Sure enough, as Liu Yang pressed deeper, he discovered a group of zombies gathered at the pharmacy entrance, seated as though attending a meeting. Liu Yang was taken aback at the sight. What in the world? Even zombies hold meetings now. At their head sat a zombie clad in a white lab coat. It had likely been a physician in life. Though its complexion was deathly pale, it lacked the usual rotting, drooling, savage appearance. It resembled a normal human in almost every way save for its milky white pupils. Seated at the forefront, it appeared to be addressing the other zombies. A speaking zombie. Liu Yang recognized it at a glance. This was undoubtedly a third-tier zombie. Moreover, it was the first time he had encountered a third-tier specimen outside the stone tablet arena. A third-tier zombie's base attributes are 6 times that of an ordinary person. Even a top-tier ability user like White Fox, ranked on the yellow list, would likely be instantaneously obliterated here. To contend with a third-tier zombie, one would need at minimum a second-tier ability user. A second-tier ability user's base attributes are 4 times that of an ordinary human. Though still 2 times inferior to a third-tier zombie, the ability user's supernatural powers could compensate for the deficit, making victory far from impossible. At that moment, the zombies also spotted Liu Yang and instantly rose to their feet. Flanking the third-tier zombie were 2 second-tier specimens, while dozens of ordinary zombies surrounded them on all sides. With such formidable strength, assaulting a survivor settlement like that led by Old Wang the taxi driver would take no more than 10 minutes. Even Scar Rat's survivor base, with its current numbers alone, would likely be unable to withstand a third-tier zombie assault. The ordinary zombies gazed at Liu Yang with pure predatory hunger, yet, without the third-tier zombies' command, they restrained themselves and did not recklessly advance. The third-tier zombie spoke in a halting, guttural voice. Human flesh. Delicious. You. Surround. All the zombies moved at once. The 2 second-tier zombies divided the remaining horde into 2 groups, completely encircling Liu Yang from front and rear. The third-tier zombie remained stationary, observing everything, prepared to direct the battle at any moment. Watching the zombies' coordinated movements, Liu Yang found the scene oddly familiar. It mirrored the stone tablet test precisely. The third-tier zombie commanded the battle while the others followed its orders, transforming into an organized tactical legion of the undead. Therefore, the solution was clear: strike the head and remove the commander. A gunshot rang out. The distant third-tier zombie, though already wary, was instantly decapitated before it could react. It never understood what had happened. Upon witnessing their leader perish in an instant, the remaining zombies lost their cohesion and discipline, charging at Liu Yang in a disorganized frenzy. Liu Yang swept his hand. Every zombie's head burst simultaneously. Gazing at the corpse of the third-tier zombie lying before him, Liu Yang felt a twinge of regret. My zombie control ability has only reached level 2, allowing me to command at most 2 second-tier zombies. If it advanced to level 3, I should have been able to control this third-tier specimen and wouldn't have needed to kill it. Liu Yang shook his head. It seems I must continue grinding tonight, pursuing that 4th wealthy campus bell, and strive to raise my zombie control ability by 1 level. After eliminating those zombies, Liu Yang finally stepped into the pharmacy, just as he had wished. He began rummaging through everything inside. He stashed all the medicines into his dark space, along with gauze bandages, tape syringes, saline solution, glucose injections, and various medical instruments. With that done, Liu Yang started walking toward the hospital exit. Just as he passed a ward, a faint sound suddenly came from within. Liu Yang stopped warily. The ward door creaked open a crack, and an eye peered out through the gap. Upon seeing Liu Yang outside, the fear in those eyes instantly transformed into delight. The ward door swung open, and a voice filled with excitement rang out. "Ah, it's a human. Oh, thank goodness. I never thought there would still be human survivors." Liu Yang focused his gaze and realized a young female doctor and a young female nurse were hiding inside the ward. The female doctor appeared to be in her late 20s. The nurse looked even younger, perhaps just early 20-something. Both were remarkably beautiful, though their faces bore the pale, haggard look of exhaustion. Still, it could not mask the beauty revealed by their delicate features. Meanwhile, a zombie corpse lay on the hospital bed. Liu Yang pieced it together. When the zombie outbreak struck, these two must have been treating the patient on that bed, only to watch in horror as the person halfway through their examination transformed. But they had been lucky. The patient had suffered a car accident that fractured both legs and had only recently undergone surgery. Even as a zombie, it could not rise to attack them and was instead killed outright by the two women. That zombie might have been the most unfortunate of them all. Liu Yang asked, "Are you both doctors and nurses at this hospital?" Yes. They nodded eagerly, then said with tears in their eyes, "We have been trapped in this ward for over 10 days. We were about to starve to death. Luckily, the patient's family had brought 2 cases of milk to visit him, which kept us alive until now. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. By the way, has the disaster outside ended? Are all the zombies dead?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No. Not only are they not all dead, but level 2 and level 3 zombies have evolved. 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies." The two girls were startled, their faces draining of color. When the apocalypse broke, they had already witnessed the horror of zombies. Now they had evolved into level 2 and level 3 zombies, 100 times more terrifying still. Help! How could weak women like them survive? It's over, we're doomed. Despair clouded the female doctor's face. The nurse did the same, covering her face and sobbing. At that moment, Liu Yang said, "Do not be so despondent. Though level 2 and level 3 zombies are powerful, I can take you to a safe place." Hearing this, the two wore expressions of disbelief. "You can take us to a safe place? Does a safe place still exist in this world?" "Of course it does. Where I am from is a safe place," Liu Yang said confidently. The two women asked, "But didn't you just say zombies have evolved to level 2 and level 3, 100 times more terrifying than ordinary ones?" "But my strength is 10,000 times theirs. Come, and you will understand soon enough." Seeing Liu Yang extend his hand toward them, the female doctor and nurse still wore hesitant expressions. Though in the apocalypse they certainly longed to be rescued, following a complete stranger still felt incredibly dangerous. What if he had ulterior motives? As two frail women, how could they possibly resist him? Noticing their hesitation, Liu Yang continued, "Even if I truly had ill intentions toward you two, do you think I could not simply deal with you right here? Why would I need to trick you into following me? The moment you opened that door and appeared before me, you had already lost your choice." The female doctor, hearing Liu Yang's words, finally bit her lip as if making a difficult decision. She nodded and said, "Fine, you are right. We will go with you." The apocalypse had raged for so long now, and during these days trapped in the ward they had thought and discussed extensively. They understood that surviving in the apocalypse was not easy, and they also knew precisely what it meant for a man to take them away. They could only hope Liu Yang was not a pervert. "Very well, let us go." Liu Yang nodded and led the two women toward the hospital exit. Along the way, the two women watched Liu Yang dispatch zombies, their hearts pounding with each encounter. Every zombie met its end with a shattered skull. From their fall positions and postures, it was clear they had died mid-sprint. None of them had even gotten the chance to fight Liu Yang. Had this man become so powerful that even zombies could not approach him? After witnessing Liu Yang kill the zombies, the two women felt a sense of relief. Liu Yang was indeed as powerful as he claimed, which meant their chances of survival would be very high as long as they stayed with him. As long as they could live. Even if he asked her to pledge herself to him, it would not be such a terrible thing as long as his demands were not too twisted. Once outside the hospital, Liu Yang began pouring gasoline at several flammable corners and set the hospital ablaze with a single strike. Level 3 zombies had already appeared within the hospital, and if left unchecked, level 4 and level 5 variants might emerge. Though Liu Yang feared none of these zombies for ordinary ability users, these mutated creatures would pose a true catastrophe. After finishing, Liu Yang turned to the two women and said, "Your pace is far too slow. My villa district is over 10 kilometers from here, and walking back with you would take at least several hours. So come here, and I will carry you." "Carry you? What does that mean?" The two beauties wore puzzled expressions. "It means exactly what I said." Liu Yang stretched out his arms and swept both women into his embrace in one motion, wrapping them around their slender waists. The two women let out soft cries, their faces flushing with embarrassment. "Hold on tight, I am taking off." As soon as Liu Yang finished speaking, he burst into the sky instantaneously. The two women screamed, but quickly covered their mouths with their hands so as not to attract zombies. Their eyes still flickered with excitement and terror. This was far more thrilling than a roller coaster. They were now soaring hundreds of meters above the ground, with the scenery below constantly shrinking. At the same time, they were hurtling forward at incredible speed. Both women were utterly terrified. Good heavens! Were they really flying in the sky? Who exactly was this man? How could he fly? In that moment, Liu Yang seemed to transform into a godlike figure in their hearts. Liu Yang brought the female doctor and nurse into the villa. Yusher and the others watched him return, their faces breaking into warm smiles. Especially Wang Siki, the extraordinarily beautiful campus queen who had just been rescued. After several hours of chatting with Yusher, Zhaolina, Zhou Kiki, and the others, Wang Siki finally began to understand the situation at hand. It turned out that every woman here belonged to Liu Yang. Their conversation drifted to Liu Yang's remarkable prowess, and each one claimed to have been utterly conquered by him. Each account grew more outrageous than the last. Someone even claimed Liu Yang was a one-in-a-million machine, insisting he was fiercer in bed than when dispatching zombies. Wang Siki remained skeptical. Although she came from an extraordinarily wealthy family and had been raised with strict discipline, never having dated before. The sole advantage those wealthy youths possessed was their family money, but in Wang Siki's presence that advantage had long since evaporated. Thus they lacked even the courage to approach her. Every young master behaved with deference, calling out Miss Wang from a distance. After all, the businesses of those wealthy families were intertwined with the Wang clan in some way. How would they dare offend Wang Siki? So far, Wang Siki had not only never dated, but had rarely interacted with men, for they all carried deep inferiority complexes in her presence. Just imagine, a supremely beautiful, extravagantly wealthy campus goddess. Who would have the courage to pursue her? She was deeply curious about Liu Yang. At the same time, she had resigned herself to her fate. The other three campus beauties had already become Liu Yang's women. How could she possibly be any exception? Moreover, based on others' descriptions, Liu Yang was extraordinarily powerful and treated his women exceptionally well, ensuring they lacked for nothing. Within this secure villa community, they spent their days swimming in the outdoor pool, playing sports, jogging, or gathering to play cards. Their lives were nothing short of a perpetual vacation, bearing no resemblance to the apocalyptic world outside. Only Liu Yang could sustain such a leisurely existence here. Under anyone else, no matter how beautiful you were, you'd be forced out to scavenge for food. The apocalypse tolerated no freeloaders. Beauty alone was worthless. Besides, if not for Liu Yang's arrival, she might have perished trapped in the safe house, or fallen prey to those three bodyguards. By all accounts, Liu Yang was her savior. Therefore, Wang Siki harbored no psychological burden. After hours of contemplation, she had completely surrendered. She had long prepared herself, intending to slip into Liu Yang's bed that very night. But seeing him bring back two stunningly beautiful women, a doctor and a nurse, Wang Siki felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed climbing into Liu Yang's bed wouldn't be so simple. She might very well need to wait her turn. He Yusher Zhao Lina Tang Mingting Chun Dan Su Xiao, by Hu Wang Fei Fei, and the others came out to greet them. Seeing Liu Yang, they exclaimed joyfully, "Liu Yang, you're back. Wow, you've brought back two more sisters. Our ranks have grown even stronger." Judging by their attire, those two appear to be a doctor and a nurse. Then if any of us fall ill in the future, we'll have to rely heavily on you too. The rescued Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing felt rather embarrassed witnessing such warmth, especially seeing everyone gathered around Liu Yang chirping and fluttering like swallows surrounding the moon. They couldn't help but marvel. What enchantment did this man possess? How could so many women revolve around him, coexisting harmoniously without a single discordant note? If Su Xiao and Tang Mingting knew what these two were thinking, they'd surely say, "We had our objections at first," but Liu Yang's firm methods proved rather effective. Whimpers. Liu Yang led the Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojin into the villa, then said to them, "Find a room, each, and settle in. Take a shower first. Dinner hasn't started yet, but the first-floor restaurant fridge is well stocked. After your showers, you can have something to eat and fill your stomachs." Thank you," they both said hastily, then made their way upstairs. Liu Yang's villa comprised 4 floors, each containing 10 rooms, along with a living room, kitchen, and dining area per floor. The second floor housed a gym and study. The third featured a swimming pool and sauna. The fourth contained a private cinema and KTV room. The villa's facilities were remarkably comprehensive, with 40 rooms in total, capable of housing at least 40 people. At present, only 13 residents occupied the space. Tang Mingting, He Yusher Su Xiao, Zhao Lina Chen Dan, Bai Huang Fei Fei Zhang Jingyu Zhou Kiki, Zhao Yuding, Zhou Qiuping, Dr. Huang Xiuxia, and Nurse Chen Xiaojing, far from filling the capacity. As for the 15 young women rescued from the survivor base, they resided in the neighboring villa. Liu Yang had allocated them generous food supplies. As the doctor and nurse ascended, the group gathered around Liu Yang with questions. "Liu Yang, where did you explore today?" Tang Mingting asked. "You must have gathered quite a few supplies, right?" Liu Yang was indeed farsighted. He had already considered this when he gathered the formula milk. Thanks to his system's enhancement, his genetic traits had been strengthened, allowing him to successfully propagate in a single attempt every time. It could be said that his success rate was absolute. This meant that Liu Yang's children would be born in rapid succession. That was precisely why he had gone to the hospital to gather medicines. After all, pregnant women and infants were particularly vulnerable to illness. And it would be even better if he could find a doctor or a nurse while searching for medicines, because doctors or nurses could assist with childbirth. Liu Yang never expected that he could find both a doctor and a nurse in one go. That was wonderful. He would no longer have to worry about childbirth in the future. This was also the reason why Liu Yang had not hinted to Huang Xiuxia and Chen Xiaojin to come to his room. He certainly did not want the situation where the doctor and nurse he relied on for childbirth were about to give birth themselves. At the very least, he needed to stagger the timing. The women knew Liu Yang was busy, so after chatting with him for a while they stopped pestering him. Liu Yang returned to his room to rest while the others began busying themselves in the kitchen preparing today's lunch. After returning to his room, Liu Yang took a shower and lay on the bed to rest, reflecting on the day's gains. He had not only looted a wholesale market, but also gathered supplies from several convenience stores and small shops along with 3 large supermarkets, and cleared out all the medications from a major hospital. He had even brought back an extraordinarily beautiful surgeon and a stunningly gorgeous nurse. It could rightfully be called a bountiful harvest. Additionally, Liu Yang had discovered a 3rd-tier zombie at the hospital. He was somewhat shocked by the speed of zombie evolution. The emergence of a 3rd-tier zombie so quickly was unexpected. 3rd-tier zombies were incredibly powerful. A regular 1st-tier esper stood no chance against them, requiring at least a 2nd-tier esper to oppose them. With the system's enhancement, Liu Yang's esper level differed from ordinary people. His highest ability, Eyes Control, had already reached the 6th tier, but his lowest zombie control was only at the 2nd tier. Liu Yang himself was unsure whether he should be classified as a 6th-tier esper or a 2nd-tier esper. However, if calculated by basic attributes, with his base stats at 20 times that of an ordinary person, he might qualify as a 10th-tier esper. Regardless, to date, Liu Yang had not encountered another esper reaching the 2nd tier. Of course, this did not mean that no esper could reach the 2nd tier. It simply meant that there was no one that powerful within Liu Yang's vicinity. Yet a 3rd-tier zombie had already appeared nearby. In other words, were zombies evolving faster than espers? Ordinary survivors were in grave danger. Indeed, even ordinary espers faced significant threats. Take the survivor base, where Dao Ba Shu resided, for instance. If a 3rd-tier zombie led a horde in attack, Dao Ba Shu would be the sole esper there, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. The entire base could be wiped out. It seemed he needed to recruit more espers into the base. Liu Yang made up his mind. Tomorrow, when he ventured further afield to search for food, he would do his best to recruit any espers he encountered into his base. Only then could his base grow stronger and more resilient, unafraid of zombie assaults. Just as Liu Yang was deep in thought, he suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 2,000 zombies. You have earned 200 attribute points. Liu Yang paused in surprise. He then realized the truth. He had set fire to the hospital, and the blaze must have consumed all the zombies inside. Yet the count seemed off. That hospital was the largest in the entire city, with 3 separate inpatient buildings alone. The facility must have held at least 5,000 zombies within its grounds. Now he had only received confirmation of 2,000 killed. Did this mean the remaining zombies had escaped the hospital under the leadership of 2nd or 3rd-tier zombies avoiding the flames? It appeared that as zombies grew smarter, simply burning buildings would no longer guarantee their complete destruction. He distributed the 200 attribute points evenly. All his base attributes had now reached 1050. Meanwhile, at a survivor base 20 kilometers away, Dao Ba Shu was currently leading a team of strong men from the base out to search for food. Since he was the only esper left in the base at this moment, their options for scavenging had narrowed to small convenience stores and miniature supermarkets. It was nothing like before when a team of espers could boldly raid large supermarkets. Now commanding a group of ordinary survivors, he could only navigate carefully through the narrow gaps to survive. Dao Ba Shu never anticipated that he, once the weakest among espers, would become the strongest person in the entire base. This sudden responsibility of carrying the entire base on his shoulders weighed heavily on him. After all, the whole base now depended solely on Dao Ba Shu. The potatoes Liu Yang had lent to the survivors had already been cut into pieces and planted underground. However, for the next several months, until the potatoes matured, their food supply would still depend on foraging expeditions. So Dao Ba Shu could only lead the strong men out to scavenge for food, leaving the women behind in the survivor base to tend the crops. At that moment, a survivor called out to Dao Ba Shu, "Master Rat, there are 4 zombies wandering on the road ahead right in front of the convenience store. We can't pass." Although Dao Ba Shu was short, standing less than 1.6 meters tall and quite young, at only his mid-20s, the burly survivors beside him still maintained absolute respect for him. After all, among everyone here, only Dao Ba Shu was an esper. Despite his small stature, his base attributes were twice those of an ordinary person. No one here could possibly defeat him. Moreover, Dao Ba Shu was highly favored in front of Lu Shun. How could ordinary survivors like them dare to show any disrespect toward Dao Ba Shu? Thus, everyone respectfully addressed Dao Ba Shu as Master Rat, and the first thing they did upon spotting zombies was to report it to him. Hearing those words, Dao Ba Shu rose on his tiptoes to peer forward, and sure enough, he spotted 4 zombies wandering ahead. 4 mere zombies. Back when the survivor base was strong and well-staffed, they would have simply charged forward and dispatched them without hesitation. But that was no longer possible now. Dao Ba Shu had become the pillar of support, the sole esper in the entire base. Confronted with the survivor's report, Dao Ba Shu fell into thought. That convenience store was their target for the day. If they were turned back by these 4 zombies, they would have to return empty-handed. With no loot to show, the remaining food supplies in the base would grow even thinner. Gritting his teeth, Dao Ba Shu declared, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go take them out." "Master Rat, those are 4 zombies, and you're going alone." "Master Rat, while we know you're an esper, facing 4 zombies by yourself is hardly easy. Why don't we lend a hand?" "Exactly, Master Rat. The entire survivor base now depends on you. If anything happens to you, we're all finished. Although we're just ordinary people, there are only 4 zombies on the other side. We're certainly not useless." The others expressed their concern, turning to Dao Ba Shu. They all understood that Dao Ba Shu's awakened ability was tunneling, not combat. Furthermore, Dao Ba Shu had no immunity to the zombie virus. Any wound, no matter how minor, would lead to infection. If things went wrong, the base would lose its sole esper. There is no need. Going in with too many people would only make more noise, potentially drawing in a horde of zombies. "Do not worry. Even though my ability is not combat-focused, I am far from useless," Dao Ba Shu said with a serious expression, and without another word he immediately burrowed underground. Under everyone's gaze, a zombie in the distance suddenly sank into the ground. The entire zombie got stuck underground with only its skull exposed. The other 3 zombies watched their companion trapped underground, still unaware of what had happened, frozen in place. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Before 10 seconds passed, all 4 zombies were pinned to the ground. Only then did Scar Rat emerge from another hole. He drew his broadsword and struck each skull in one decisive blow. In an instant, all 4 zombies were dispatched. They never even saw their attacker before dying. Everyone hurried over and couldn't help but give Scar Rat a thumbs up. "Damn, Master Rat is incredible. Who knew Master Rat had this trick up his sleeve? No wonder he's called Master Rat." A look of satisfaction crossed Scar Rat's face. His skill wasn't a combat ability at all, just the power to dig holes. But given his small stature, if he didn't want others accessing his tunnels, they simply couldn't get in. Zombies were the same. Just dig a hole too narrow for a normal person to enter beneath their feet, then pull them down, and they'd be stuck fast in the tunnel. A zombie that can't move is completely at their mercy. This was a combat strategy Scar Rat had spent considerable time developing, one that could work against both zombies and humans with supernatural abilities. Even an ability user once dragged underground by Scar Rat and trapped in those narrow tunnels would likely not stand a chance against him. Scar Rat addressed the group. "Everyone be careful. Let's enter the convenience store, pack supplies as quickly as possible, and once each backpack is full, we retreat to base immediately." After seeing Scar Rat dispatch those 4 zombies so quickly, everyone was deeply impressed and immediately nodded. "Yes, Master Rat. We'll definitely be careful. Following Master Rat on supply runs is such a relief." "Exactly. If we'd seen zombies ourselves, we'd never have dared come out here." With that said, everyone carefully opened the door and entered the convenience store, only to be greeted by a sight that startled them. There were 3 zombies inside the store, 2 lying on the ground, most of their bodies devoured, yet still conscious, eyes open, baring their teeth, and continuously roaring. The 3rd zombie appeared nearly 3 times stronger than the ones on the ground. Its body was bursting with engorged muscles that had torn through the skin exposed to the air, crimson flesh slick with viscous fluid. Massive, interwoven blood vessels crisscrossed the muscles, resembling countless snakes writhing beneath the surface, an utterly nauseating sight. When the survivors entered the convenience store, this massive, muscle-bursting zombie was actually feeding on the flesh of the other 2 zombies. A zombie eating another zombie. The revelation shocked everyone. By all logic, zombies shouldn't devour their own kind. They only preyed on humans or non-mutated animals. But what was going on with this muscle-ripping zombie? Could it be a super-mutated zombie, one that wouldn't even spare its own kind? Scar Rat was stunned, but he sensed the danger instantly and grew alert, shouting to everyone, "Run." The other survivors heard Scar Rat's warning and immediately reacted, rushing out of the convenience store, but it was too late. The zombie had already spotted them and came charging at full speed. "Damn, so fast." Scar Rat was taken aback. The 2 men who lagged behind were already knocked flying by the zombie's claws, slamming hard against the wall and losing consciousness. Seeing this, Scar Rat gritted his teeth and stopped. If he kept running, everyone except himself would die. He had to hold them off. He turned around and launched a flying kick at the zombie. However, the creature didn't flinch an inch. From the impact, Scar Rat himself was sent flying backward several meters. "This is bad. In both strength and speed, it's at least twice mine. This mutated zombie is far more powerful than a regular tier 2 zombie." Scar Rat's face on the ground showed grave concern. The zombie, though unharmed by the kick, was now infuriated and instantly pounced toward Scar Rat. However, Scar Rat instantly burrowed underground and disappeared, leaving behind only a pitch-black hole that the mutated zombie couldn't squeeze into. Roar. The mutated zombie let out a furious roar, constantly clawing at the hole with its hands, seemingly trying to dig Scar Rat out. However, just as the zombie was constantly digging at the hole, its feet suddenly sank, and it was dragged into another hollow below. It turned out Scar Rat had repeated his old trick, digging another hole beneath the zombie, preparing to trap this mutated zombie in his underground tunnel as well. However, this mutated zombie was far too powerful. With sheer strength, it pulled itself upward and actually yanked Scar Rat out of the hole. Damn! Scar Rat cried out. He immediately released his grip on the zombie's legs, and the moment he landed, he dug another hole and disappeared beneath the ground. By this time, the survivors had already run beyond the mutated zombie's line of sight. Scar Rat, realizing he couldn't match this creature, didn't waste time and immediately burrowed away to escape. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie was still relentlessly attacking the hole Scar Rat had left behind. Not far away, Scar Rat emerged once more. He secretly observed the crazy zombie gasping heavily for breath. The intense battle had sent his adrenaline surging, and he was still riding the high of it. That tension made his heart feel like it might burst from his chest. This was his first time fighting a zombie this powerful. If he'd made even a small mistake, he could have died on the spot. Watching the zombie still furiously attacking the hole in the distance, Scar Rat concluded in his mind, although this mutated zombie has incredible strength and speed, its intelligence isn't as high as a tier 2 zombies. So it's purely a physical enhancement. But even without high intelligence, this zombie's power is still formidable. Once it finds the survivor base, it will be like a wolf among sheep. No one can stop it. A single zombie like this could wipe out the entire base. No, I must report this to Brother Liu Yang immediately. If this zombie finds the survivor base, we're all done for. After making his decision, Scar Rat burrowed underground once more. This time he personally led the supply search, but returned with nothing, and had lost 2 strong survivors. Scar Rat was filled with guilt. He had to tell Liu Yang about this immediately and eliminate the mutated zombie before it could reach the base. Dao Ba Shu slipped underground to join the fleeing survivors, and together they hurried back to the base. As soon as they passed through the base gates, Dao Ba Shu let out a relieved sigh and collapsed to the ground. He panted heavily, the danger they had just endured still vivid in his mind. Relief spread across the faces of the others as well. At the same time, thinking of the 2 teammates knocked down by the zombies, they felt a tinge of sadness. Those who could go out together to search for resources were among the more familiar survivors. They felt a chilling sense of vulnerability at seeing familiar companions slain by the zombies. One survivor couldn't help muttering, "Damn, that zombie is terrifying." They had never seen a zombie so terrifying before. No doubt scarier than a level 2 zombie. The thing even eats its own kind. Probably it grew so strong and fearsome by feeding on its kin, right? This makes us wonder how we'll ever go out to find food again. If outside are all such powerful zombies, we'd be dead the moment we step outside the base. Dao Ba Shu's fear could not help but show. He told the others, "Return to your quarters and rest. I'll contact Liu Yang boss and take this zombie out." The moment they heard Liu Yang's name, their eyes lit up. They hurriedly exclaimed, "That's great. With Lu Shin on it, he can surely wipe it out." So the survivors returned to their quarters. After a moment of calm, Dao Ba Shu spoke to the gatekeeping zombie, "Liu Yang boss. There's trouble. The appearance of a super strong mutated zombie. Its power is formidable. Oh, I am no match for it. It even gnaws on the corpses of its own kind. Truly a freak among zombies." Dao Ba Shu knew that the gatekeeping level 2 zombie was remotely controlled by Liu Yang. All he had to do was speak to this zombie, and Liu Yang would hear him. Although he did not know what power Liu Yang used to control the zombies, every one of the inexplicable events surrounding Liu Yang seemed utterly plausible. Just as the people in the base had said, Liu Yang was a god. They all called him Lu Shun. Liu Yang had been resting in bed thinking that zombies were evolving too quickly for even psionic powers to keep up. Not long after, he received a plea for help from Dao Ba Shu. Liu Yang's face grew grave as he rose to his feet, ready to go out. On the first floor, He Yusher, Su Xiao, and Chun Dan were cooking. Seeing Liu Yang emerge, they hurried to greet him. "Liu Yang, dinner's ready. Where are you going?" "There's something I need to deal with." "Don't wait for me. Eat first." Then he went to the villa, leaped into the air, and sped toward the survivor's base. Boom. A thunderous entrance as Liu Yang arrived in style. In under a minute, he landed inside the survivor's base. Hearing the crash, Dao Ba Shu, who had collapsed on the ground, was startled. When he saw it was Liu Yang, his eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. I had just finished speaking, and you arrived in under a minute." "Boss, you flew here from that villa district. It's at least 20 kilometers away. You can fly 20 kilometers in under a minute. Boss, are you even human?" Dao Ba Shu knew Liu Yang was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. That dark cloak, the #1 reward from the Tianbong, is incredible. Could it really let him fly so fast? Not only stylish, but so useful. Seeing Dao Ba Shu envied Liu Yang, Liu Yang looked at Dao Ba Shu lying on the ground and said, "Tell me what happened." Dao Ba Shu quickly recounted everything about the mutated zombie they had just encountered. Liu Yang listened with a grave expression. "Are you all right? Do you have any strength left? If so, take me to find that zombie. A zombie that eats its own kind. That's a first I've heard of." Dao Ba Shu hurriedly got to his feet. I'm strong. With Brother Liu Yang, how could I lack strength?" With Liu Yang there, Dao Ba Shu felt a surge of confidence. The zombie was strong, but it could never compare to Liu Yang. Even a transformed bear might stand against this mutated zombie, but in front of Liu Yang the bear would not last a second. Thus, this mutated zombies and would not be much better than the bears, it would be slain by Liu Yang in an instant. Dao Ba Shu led the way, Liu Yang following. Not long after, Liu Yang gave Dao Ba Shu a wary glance. Dao Ba Shu, sensing the gaze, said nervously, "What is it?" "Liu Yang, boss." Liu Yang asked, "Didn't you notice you've changed a bit?" Dao Ba Shu wore a puzzled look. "What change? Could I be taller?" Liu Yang shook his head, then kicked Dao Ba Shu in the butt with a laugh. "Grow taller. You're in your 20s. Do you want to grow taller? You're dreaming." Soon they reached the battlefield, where Dao Ba Shu had faced the zombie, which at that moment was gnawing on the two survivors he had slain. One of the two survivors had already been gnawed down to a skeleton, the other was gnawed halfway. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie seemed much stronger, its muscles more violently flexed, skin torn open, exposed muscles peering from the torn flesh. At the same time, the zombie grew taller, still now over 5 meters. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red giant of exploding muscle. Dao Ba Shu exclaimed in shock, "This guy grew bigger again. Does he get bigger the more he eats?" Liu Yang also frowned. A zombie that could evolve this fast was a first for him. The zombie spotted Liu Yang, and the others dropped the corpses, bared its teeth, and charged toward Liu Yang at a breathtaking pace. Dao Ba Shu, seeing the oncoming threat, wore a look of fear and nearly bolted into a tunnel to escape. Yet as the zombie reached Liu Yang's face before it could strike, Liu Yang delivered a single kick. It shot away like a cannonball. Boom! A thunderous crash as the zombie slammed into a distant house, punching a large hole in it. The zombie bled profusely, bones fractured and not dead, but it could only howl in helpless fury on the ground. Dao Ba Shu stood stunned by the sight. He remembered that he once delivered a flying kick to this mutated zombie. The zombie had not moved, and he had been knocked back several meters. Now Liu Yang's casual kick sent the zombie flying dozens of meters, smashing a house as well. The gap between him and ordinary people was astonishing. Liu Yang walked toward the zombie that was already struggling on the verge of death amidst the ruins, with Dao Ba Shu following closely behind him. Looking at the zombie, Liu Yang remarked, "This cannibalistic zombie's muscle growth was too rapid. Its skin couldn't keep pace with the expanding muscle, causing it to tear completely apart, leaving the raw flesh exposed. If a human were in this state, they would have likely died from the excruciating pain, yet this zombie feels nothing. Let us call it a molter." The basic attributes of a level 1 molter are twice those of a level 1 esper. A regular level 1 esper stands almost no chance of defeating it unless they possess a powerful combat-oriented ability. However, although the molter is highly aggressive and extremely temperamental, its intelligence seems remarkably low, no different from an ordinary zombie. With preparation, strategy, and traps, taking it down wouldn't be too difficult. If every zombie that cannibalizes its own kind transforms into a molter, their numbers will likely surge in the future. As survivors outside dwindle, zombies unable to find humans to feed on may turn on each other. Liu Yang patted Dao Ba Shu on the shoulder and added, "That is why you all must hasten your leveling up." Dao Ba Shu wore a helpless expression. "We have only recently awakened our abilities. How could we possibly know how to level up?" An amused smile played on Liu Yang's lips as he spoke. "Have you not realized that you have already leveled up? When you led me here earlier, I noticed your speed had at least doubled. Yet you didn't even realize it, thinking instead that you had grown taller. It seems you harbor quite a resentment toward your height. Don't worry, little brother, being small is quite endearing too." A look of embarrassment washed over Dao Ba Shu's face. In disbelief, he asked, "Have I really leveled up?" Liu Yang nodded. "Why don't you try it and see?" Dao Ba Shu immediately began burrowing, drilling straight into the ground. A moment later, he emerged from another spot, his face alight with pleasant surprise. "Indeed, my burrowing speed has doubled. It seems I truly have leveled up." He stared at his hands, his face filled with astonishment. His hands had grown significantly stronger and more robust, and the skin on his fingers had even begun to crystallize, becoming as hard as diamonds. Even through thick concrete ground, he could now burrow deep at will. Liu Yang remarked, "It seems espers can only level up through life and death battles. After fighting this powerful zombie, you broke through your physical limits and advanced by 1 level." Then looking at Dao Ba Shu's fingers, Liu Yang teased, "These hands of yours are incredibly tough and formidable, now almost like the hands of a god. I doubt any woman could handle those fingers of yours." "Huh?" Dao Ba Shu scratched his head sheepishly. Liu Yang then advised, "Since actual combat helps you level up more effectively, I suggest that whenever you encounter zombies in the future, do not hide. Fight them head on, and only run if you truly cannot win. Your ability is not as weak as it sounds on paper. You can continue to develop it, and I believe you will be able to forge superior combat techniques." Dao Ba Shu nodded. "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, boss Liu Yang. I will work even harder from now on." Liu Yang continued, "Furthermore, a large number of survivors may seek refuge at this base soon. Accept them all when they arrive. Every newly joined survivor is to be allocated 10 caddies of free provisions. At the same time, they can also receive 50 caddies of potatoes for cultivation. An esper named Liu Yang will also be arriving. For every survivor he brings, you will give him 1 caddy of food. If he brings 1,000 survivors, give him 1,000 caddies. Make sure you handle these matters properly when the time comes. When you go out to forage, if you encounter survivors or espers, do your best to integrate them all into the base. Shortly, I will leave 5 tons of rice at this base to be distributed for free to the newly joined espers. Let me know once it is depleted. Hearing this, Daobashu nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with joy. Thank you for your trust, Boss Liu Yang. I will certainly manage these affairs well. With new espers and survivors joining, the base would grow significantly stronger. Moreover, Liu Yang, leaving 5 tons of rice all at once was nothing short of an immense fortune. In the post-apocalyptic world, Daobashu could hardly fathom what 5 tons of rice represented. Entrusting him with the handling and distribution of all this food was a testament to Liu Yang's immense faith in him. Daobashu was filled with profound gratitude for Liu Yang's trust. Previously within this esper base, his burrowing ability was deemed utterly useless, making him an object of universal contempt. Yet now he was highly valued and relied upon by Liu Yang. To Daobashu, Liu Yang was his ultimate patron. He secretly resolved in his heart to manage this survivor base impeccably and never disappoint Liu Yang. The two then began walking toward the survivor base. As soon as they stepped inside, the survivors, catching sight of Liu Yang's arrival, instantly showed expressions of deep admiration and gratitude, unable to conceal their sheer joy. They gathered around, calling out to him, "Lu Shun, you have returned. Thank you, Lu Shun, for lending us the potatoes. We have already planted them and are eagerly awaiting the harvest. Lu Shun, did you come to help us eliminate that mutated zombie? Thank you so much." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Liu Yang nodded and said, "You need not worry, everyone. That zombie has already been disposed of by me." A middle-aged woman stepped forward, her face drenched in tears as she sobbed. "My husband was just killed by that mutated zombie. Thank you, Lu Shun, for avenging my family. My husband can now rest in peace. My deepest condolences." Liu Yang offered words of comfort to the woman, then turned to Daobashu and instructed, "Allocate 50 caddies of provisions to the families of the 2 deceased survivors." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. She bowed repeatedly, thanking him. "Thank you, Lu Shun. Thank you, Lu Shun." With the man of the house gone, the woman would have to venture out to forage for food, a task far more perilous for her. However, with these 50 caddies of food, her family could survive for at least another month, resolving their immediate crisis. "Understood, boss." Daobashu nodded, a look of relief and happiness on his face. Since Daobashu had led the foraging expedition that resulted in the deaths of the 2 survivors, he felt a lingering sense of guilt, even though their families did not blame him. Liu Yang's actions served as a form of redemption for Daobashu. Such compassionate management convinced Daobashu that he had truly chosen the right leader. He resolved even more firmly in his heart to follow Liu Yang with absolute single-mindedness and unwavering loyalty from now on. Just then, a group of children ran over, surrounding Liu Yang and chattering excitedly. "Lu Shun, you've grown even more handsome since we last saw you. Lu Shun, are you truly an immortal from heaven? What is life like up there? Are there fairy sisters? Are they really as beautiful as the legends say?" Smiling, Liu Yang patted their heads, retrieved a large bag of candies from his dark space, and distributed them, saying, "Of course there are fairy sisters, and quite a lot of them too. Every single one of them is absolutely stunning." The children were instantly overjoyed. "Wow, so many candies. This is wonderful. Thank you, Lu Shun. So delicious." Watching the children skip away into the distance, Liu Yang found himself in a remarkably pleasant mood. Daobashu remarked, "Boss Liu Yang, your prestige in the base is incredibly high now. Many truly believe you are a deity, and the rumors are growing wilder by the day. Perhaps in times of despair, people always seek faith and solace. When their prayers to the old god go unanswered, they will inevitably search for a new one." Liu Yang nodded and replied, "In a post-apocalyptic world, having some faith and spiritual solace is always a good thing." Chatting as they walked, they reached the base's warehouse, where Liu Yang discharged 5 tons of rice directly from his dark space. Having finished, he gave Daobashu a few more instructions before taking flight once again, leaving the base to return to his villa district. Watching Liu Yang soar into the sky, triggering a sonic boom before swiftly vanishing from sight, everyone at the base stared wide-eyed. They could not help but discuss in amazement, "Heavens! Lu Shun's speed is incredible, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He flies even faster than an airplane." As expected of Lu Shun, the children were also ecstatic, skipping around as they chirped, "Lu Shun is an immortal from heaven, so he has gone back to live in the celestial palace. And there are fairy sisters in heaven. I wonder when Lu Shun will descend to earth again. I hope he brings us more candies next time." When Liu Yang flew back to his villa district and entered the villa, he, Yushur, and the others had just finished cooking and were preparing to eat. Upon seeing Liu Yang return, their faces instantly lit up with joy. One of them said, Liu Yang, you returned just in time. We are about to eat. Go wash your hands and join us. Alright. I happen to be hungry too. Liu Yang nodded, washed his hands, and walked into the dining room. By then the ladies had already taken their seats and begun to eat. Just then Chundan spoke up. I want to share some good news with everyone. Hearing this, He Yusher instantly perked up and asked with a mischievous grin, what good news? Could it be that your period is late and you're pregnant? At He Yusher's teasing, Chundan's fair face instantly flushed crimson. She gave He Yusher an annoyed glare and retorted, of course not. It's just that I seem to have awakened an ability and become an esper. They had been with Liu Yang for less than half a month. Even if she were pregnant, it would be impossible to detect it so soon. Chundan naturally knew He Yusher was merely joking. Although that girl was the campus belle of the fine arts department, she was carefree and loved playing pranks on others. He Yusher gasped, her mouth wide open in utter disbelief. Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting, and the others were equally stunned, staring at Chundan in sheer amazement. A serious expression also appeared on Bai Hu's face. After examining Chundan closely, she remarked, indeed, there seems to be a subtle change in you. Perhaps it is true. Hearing this from Bai Hu, a veteran esper, the others grew even more astonished. Did you really awaken? Oh my god. Sister Chundan, you're amazing. You are the very first among us to awaken. What kind of ability did you awaken? Show us. Give us a demonstration. Expectant expressions filled everyone's faces. Especially He Yusher, Tang Mingting, the superstar, Su Xiao, the straight-A campus belle, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiuping. Like Chundan, they were among the first batch to arrive here. At the same time, they were all residents of this villa district. Seeing that Chundan had already awakened, they couldn't help but wonder if they would also awaken sooner or later. The mere thought of it filled them with anticipation. Even Liu Yang showed a hint of curiosity and asked Chundan, what ability did you awaken? Show us what you can do. Well, alright. Since Liu Yang had spoken, Chundan did not hold back and immediately began her demonstration. She grabbed one of her fingers and pulled hard. The finger stretched incredibly long, resembling a noodle. He Yusher and the others let out a collective gasp. Then they turned to Chundan and asked, oh my god, what kind of ability is this? Are your bones gone? Doesn't your hand hurt? It doesn't hurt. It feels as though I've become a rubber human. My body possesses unimaginable flexibility and elasticity. Moreover, my strength and speed seem to have increased, at least doubling. As Chundan spoke, she pulled all 5 of her fingers out long and wove them together like a braid. Watching her actions, Liu Yang said in surprise, isn't this the power of the rubber fruit? Impressive, this ability of yours is quite remarkable. If utilized well, you'll possess formidable combat strength. I suppose so. Blushing from Liu Yang's praise, Chundan lowered her head shyly. He Yusher, however, piped up from the side, your ability is so amazing. Not only is it useful in combat, but your body can expand and contract at will entirely under your control. Won't Liu Yang be absolutely thrilled to death? Hearing He Yusher's words, Chundan let out a startled cry, her face turning as red as an apple. Zhao Lina chimed in. Yusher, can you please keep your mind on something decent? Is the blood flowing through your heart even red? It must be yellow. Sister Chundan, just ignore her. Tell me instead, now that you have this ability, can you enlarge any part of your body at will, just like a balloon, inflating it as much as you want? Lina, you are doing it too. Chundan's face grew even redder. Beside them, Su Xiao burst into laughter. Stop teasing her, look how embarrassed Chundan is. You guys are too much. Isn't your mind a bit too dirty? How do you manage to turn everything into something suggestive? Tang Mingting also spoke up. You guys are teasing Chundan now, but when you awaken your own abilities, they might be even more perverted than hers. Let's see what you do then. Instead of feeling embarrassed, He Yusher's eyes lit up, and she said with great anticipation, really, just thinking about it is so exciting. It would be best if I awakened a fire attribute ability. Then I could heat things up and roast Liu Yang into a hot dog. Zhao Lina added, let me awaken an ice attribute ability and see if I don't freeze Liu Yang into a popsicle. After saying this, the two exchanged a glance, grinned mischievously, high-fived, and said in unison, we shall call this a dual sensation of ice and fire. Tang Mingting was completely speechless, not expecting these two campus belles to be so thick-skinned. She exclaimed, you guys are way too shameless. Facing Tang Mingting's eye roll, He Yusher dismissed it nonchalantly, don't you I've already thought of an ability for you. You should awaken a vibration ability, vibrating 10,000 times per second, directly shaking Liu Yang until he begs for mercy. Ha. Tang Mingting's pretty face blushed crimson as she hurriedly spat out, get lost, get lost, get lost. Yet despite her words, she couldn't help but think, actually that doesn't sound so bad. Laughter echoed from the dining room, creating an incredibly joyful atmosphere. Listening from the side, Liu Yang thought to himself, you know what, this actually gives me something to look forward to. I've never tried a woman with a body temperature of over 100 degrees. Perhaps she really would be as passionate as fire. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere they finished their meal, and Liu Yang returned to his room intending to rest. Early this morning, he had gone out to scavenge for supplies. He had not only brought back Wang Siki, a wealthy heiress, and one of the 4 campus belles, but also Huang Xiuxia and Qin Xiaojin, a doctor-nurse duo. He had also paid a visit to the survivor base and eliminated a molter. It was fair to say he had done more than enough this morning. He decided to take a good afternoon nap. He would start on other plans in the afternoon as for whether to continue scavenging for supplies that would depend entirely on his mood. After all, the supplies currently stored in his dark space were enough to last for decades. Moreover, the survivor base was developing well, which would eventually provide a steady stream of food. At this point, Liu Yang was like Mundo. He could do whatever he pleased. With invincible power and nearly limitless supplies, what pressure could this apocalypse possibly hold? If he was in a good mood, he would search for supplies. If not, he would sleep in at home, play cards with the beautiful ladies, and make love. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, just as Liu Yang returned to his room and was about to take his afternoon nap, there was a knock on his door. Liu Yang was taken aback. He wondered who could be so impatient to knock on his door at a time like this. Was it the wealthy campus belle Wang Siki, the doctor Huang Xiuxia, or perhaps the nurse Qin Xiaojin? Liu Yang had no intention of rushing into intimacy with the doctor and the nurse just yet. After all, 10 months down the line, he would still need them to deliver his babies. Thus, if it were indeed Huang Xiuxia or Qin Xiaojin, he would have to find a reason to turn them away. The door was gently and cautiously pushed open. The person who stepped inside was Wang Siki. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. At least he didn't have to turn anyone away. However, this wealthy campus belle had certainly made up her mind quickly. Now that Liu Yang's strength had been bolstered, the beautiful girls residing in the villa district were entirely devoted to him, utterly devoid of any thought of betrayal. With the likes of He Yushi and Zhao Lina in the villa district dropping a few subtle hints, any newcomer would naturally understand the way of things. As a result, they all took the initiative to knock on Liu Yang's door. Beholding her breathtakingly beautiful face and voluptuous figure, a surge of excitement began to well up within Liu Yang's heart. Wang Siki was undoubtedly the wealthiest of the wealthy. As her family was the richest in the entire province, everything she ate, used, and wore had always been of the absolute finest quality. She exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Raised in the lap of luxury, she had lived a pampered life where her every whim was instantly indulged by her doting parents. Consequently, Wang Siki was like a flawless porcelain doll, a beautiful girl who had been perfectly shielded from the harsh realities of the world. Even the wealthy second-generation heirs at school felt inadequate in her presence, not even daring to pursue her, let alone harboring any indecent thoughts about her. Now this peerless beauty and ultimate wealthy heiress had actively knocked on his door, seemingly ready to throw herself at him. Naturally, Liu Yang felt a profound sense of exhilaration. With a beaming smile, he looked at Wang Siki and said, "My dear campus belle Wang, are you willing to be my woman now?" Hearing his words, Wang Siki's lovely face instantly flushed crimson as she whispered, "I am willing." Immediately, Liu Yang received a system notification. System prompt: target's consent to become your woman detected. Zombie control skill level increased by 1. Zombie control skill has reached level 3. You can now control up to 3 level 3 zombies. Beholding this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. He had already encountered a level 3 zombie back at the hospital. At that time, because his zombie control skill level was too low, he had been unable to subjugate it. Now if he encountered a level 3 zombie again, there would be no need to kill it. He could simply control it and have it guard his survivor base and villa district. A level 3 zombie acting as a doorman. Just the thought of it was incredibly prestigious. 3 days later, outside the survivor base, a massive horde of survivors arrived in a grand procession numbering a full 1,000 people. This sight gave Dao Bashu quite a fright. Although he had heard from Liu Yang 3 days ago that survivors might come to seek refuge in the following days, he never expected so many to arrive all at once. There were fewer than 1,000 people inside the survivor base, meaning these newcomers actually outnumbered the base's original population. Yet the level 2 zombie guarding the entrance had already opened the gates immediately. Seeing the zombie's action, Dao Bashu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie was controlled by Liu Yang. Its opening the gate meant Liu Yang had commanded it to do so. This meant Liu Yang was already aware of the situation here. With this reassurance, Dao Bashu's anxiety vanished without a trace, and he began to walk with his chest puffed out and head held high. Although the phrase, a dog threatening others based on its master's power, carried a derogatory connotation, Dao Bashu felt that having such a powerful backer was truly magnificent. Especially since that backer was someone as terrifyingly powerful and practically invincible as Liu Yang. Being a loyal follower to Big Brother Liu Yang was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, others would beg for the chance and still be rejected. Even if some among these 1,000 survivors harbored ill intentions, Liu Yang would arrive instantly to suppress them. Dao Bashu had absolutely nothing to worry about. And so, leading a few survivors, he made his way to the entrance to watch the crowd file in. The man leading the group was none other than the taxi driver, Old Wang. Beside him were several other travel-worn, burly men. Each of them walked with a light, agile stride and possessed resolute gazes, clearly powerful individuals who had already awakened their special abilities. Once everyone had entered the survivor base, the level 2 zombie shut the massive gates behind them. Dao Bashu stepped forward to greet them, asking, "Are you the survivors our boss mentioned a few days ago who would be coming to join our base?" A respectful expression washed over Old Wang's face. Bowing and scraping, he replied, Yes, exactly, big brother. We are indeed the newcomers seeking refuge at this base. We hope you will look after us, big brother." Although Dao Bashu was short in stature, rather unsightly, and bore a long scar across his face, suggesting that while he was an ability user, his strength was likely mediocre. Old Wang did not dare to look down on him. Even if one doesn't respect the monk, one must respect the Buddha. This man was after all Liu Yang's subordinate. Regardless of whether this short guy was strong, Old Wang knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful Liu Yang was. However, an ability user beside Old Wang had no such knowledge. Seeing Old Wang bowing and scraping, he instantly grew displeased and muttered, "What are you doing? Old Wang, is this really necessary? Why are you bowing and scraping to this short guy?" Old Wang retorted, "What do you mean, bowing and scraping? We are the newcomers here. Is there anything wrong with showing respect to a senior?" The burly man immediately sneered with contempt, "Respect my foot. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the strong deserve respect. Is this short guy even strong? How about he steps up and duels me, so we can see who's truly superior?" Several men beside the burly guy chimed in as well. "Exactly. Is there any need to bow and scrape to a useless nobody? Whoever is strongest is the boss." Old Wang's expression turned cold as he said, "Ma Feiyun, what exactly do you want to accomplish? Didn't we agree on this? We came to this survivor base to seek refuge, not to start a fight." Haha. Ma Feiyun sneered. "We followed you to this survivor base to enjoy good food and fine clothing, not to become someone's dog. The moment you arrived, you were bowing and scraping, utterly shaming all of us new arrivals." Old Wang retorted, "Once you come here, you must abide by the rules of this base. This is no place for you to do as you please." Ma Feiyun chuckled coldly. "How I have no interest in listening to a waste like you. I don't think there's a single fighter in this base. I'm the strongest, so my word is the rule." In Ma Feiyun's view, in the apocalypse, strength was supreme. Originally, he had agreed with Old Wang to enter this survivor base because he had heard from Old Wang that its owner was extremely powerful and that inside the base there was abundant food and it was very safe. That was why Ma Feiyun had brought so many followers here. But upon arrival, he discovered that the person greeting them was unexpectedly short and unimpressive in appearance, with no visible sign of extraordinary strength. He immediately became overconfident. If the base's owner was so weak, then he, Ma Feiyun, wouldn't mind becoming the new master of this base. Old Wang turned to the other ability users and asked, "Brothers, we agreed when we arrived that we would follow the rules of this base. Now Ma Feiyun is disregarding those rules. What do you think we should do?" Among the over 1,000 people here, there were 6 ability users. Ma Feiyun had brought more than 100 people, 2 of whom were ability users, making his group the strongest among all the survivor factions. The remaining 4 ability users each led their own squad. Several other squads had no ability users at all and were the weakest in strength. Old Wang knew them all well. With Ma Feiyun now disregarding the rules, he naturally wanted to unite with the other 4 ability users to restrain him. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, the other 4 ability users exchanged uncertain glances. They hesitated before responding, "That may be true. But Brother Ma is so powerful. How could he possibly submit to anyone?" Exactly. Brother Ma reached level 2 just a couple days ago, becoming a 2nd level ability user. His awakened power is an extremely potent combat ability, making him the strongest among all of us. His words carry some sense. In the apocalypse, the strong rule after all. Hearing everyone say this, Old Wang's face twisted in anger. "Damn it. You lot are going back on your word. When you first agreed to come here, you didn't say any of this. If you want to run rushshot over this base, you'll have to go through me first." Hearing Old Wang's words, Ma Feiyun's expression turned icy. "Has your brain broken, Old Wang? With your pitiful strength, you dare speak to me like that? I'm letting it slide because you're older and one of the first to awaken abilities. Back then you even showed me kindness by giving me half a loaf of bread. I'm giving you face, so don't push your luck." Old Wang replied in a chilling tone, "Oh, so you still remember who gave you that bread when you were starving to death?" Ma Feiyun sneered, "It was just half a loaf of bread. Someone, give him 100 loaves to repay the debt." His subordinate behind him tossed 100 loaves of bread at Old Wang's feet. Ma Feiyun said, "I've paid you back now. If you dare stand in my way again, I won't be so polite." Watching from the side, Dao Bashu followed their argument with keen interest. Though he couldn't quite understand the situation and wondered why this group had suddenly fallen into infighting, he found the drama quite entertaining. And he wasn't worried in the least. Liu Yang already knew what was happening here. If things truly reached an uncontrollable point, Liu Yang could fly over in under a minute. So Dao Bashu took on the attitude of a spectator enjoying a show. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as Wang Lao's figure was sent flying like a cannonball. On the hardened concrete ground lay a colossal fist mark exceeding 2 meters in diameter. Everyone who witnessed this scene showed fear on their faces, including the newly arrived survivors. Though they knew Ma Feiyun had become a level 2 ability user, they never expected him to be this powerful. This was the first time they had ever seen Ma Feiyun unleash his ability. His power could strike the air with his fists, creating fierce gusts of energy to attack his enemies. This ability was simply terrifyingly strong. If Ma Feiyun had not held back even a shred of past goodwill, that previous punch could have reduced Wang Lao to paste. Wang Lao spat a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, unable to even crawl. A cold sneer appeared on Ma Feiyun's face as he said, "I have already become a level 2 ability user now. None of you combined could match me alone. Wang Lao, although you were the first to awaken, your strength has never advanced. How could someone like you hope to oppose me? For the sake of your past help to me, I will let this go. From now on, submit to me, and I give you my word. You will be part of the management here in this base." But Wang Lao, speaking with intense emotion, spat a wad of saliva and cursed, "Pa! Damn it, you two-faced bastard. We agreed that upon entering this base we would follow its rules, yet you intend to directly usurp the base's leader. Do you think you're worthy? Do you not know who you are provoking? A level 2 ability user. How strong could they be? Mere ants." Hearing this, Ma Feiyun's expression grew even colder as he snarled in anger, still talking back. He immediately charged toward the fallen Wang Lao. However, just a few steps later, the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, forming a deep pit that pulled him down into it. Ma Feiyun was taken aback. He felt a pair of iron-like claws tightly gripping his legs, pulling him downward relentlessly. He raised his fist and punched downward. Growling from his throat, gas explosion fist. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The powerful recoil launched him out of the pit, while at the other end of the tunnel intense air pressure forced Dabaoshu out, launching him like a cannonball that crashed heavily into the distant wall. Dabaoshu sprayed a mouthful of blood before struggling to his feet. Ma Feiyun stared at him in disbelief. On each of his feet were 5 bloody wounds left by Dabaoshu's grasp. Blood continued to well from each hole deep enough to expose bone. Dabaoshu had also become a level 2 ability user. His fingers, hard as diamond, could burrow through reinforced concrete. At full force, a single grab could shatter human bones. Ma Feiyun never imagined that this short, unassuming man possessed the ability to dig tunnels. Moreover, his hands were so powerfully strong that they had nearly torn Ma Feiyun's legs apart. Staring incredulously at Dabaoshu, Ma Feiyun asked, "You're also a level 2 ability user?" Dabaoshu nodded confidently. "That's right. Old Master Rat is not someone you can underestimate." When Liu Yang had fought alongside him against the Molters, Liu Yang had once told Dabaoshu that his ability was not as worthless as its name suggested. If properly developed, it could hold its own against other ability users. At that time, Dabaoshu had been half convinced, but after fighting such a powerful level 2 combat ability user today, his confidence soared. Although his awakened ability was tunneling, it was hardly useless. His opponent was also wounded, both feet injured, meaning his mobility would be severely compromised. From here on, he only needed to continue burrowing and launching surprise attacks. Before long, his opponent would be worn down to death. Watching the blood flowing freely from Ma Feiyun's feet, the survivors in the base began cheering for Dabaoshu, shouting loudly, "Long live Master Rat! Glory to Master Rat! Give these newcomers a lesson for their arrogance. Come to our base and think they can replace our leader. Don't they know our base leader is divine? A mere ant daring to challenge a god. Master Rat, show him what for." Buoyed by the crowd's encouragement, Dabaoshu suddenly sprang into action, diving underground once again and disappearing from sight. Ma Feiyun was no fool. Seeing Dabaoshu vanish from the spot, he immediately understood his opponent had gone underground and leaped onto a nearby building. When Dabaoshu resurfaced, he found Ma Feiyun was nowhere to be seen. Ma Feiyun sneered, "You think an idiot. Do you really expect me to fall for the same trick twice?" Standing atop the rooftop, he thrust a fist toward Dabaoshu, gas explosion fist. Boom! A tremendous roar followed, and once again a massive fist impression exceeding 2 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Although Dabaoshu had burrowed underground in an instant, the violent shockwaves still inflicted serious internal injuries upon him. Ma Feiyun smirked, hiding underground. "Watch me shake you out." With a single bound, Ma Feiyun launched himself from the rooftop, raining his fist down upon the ground. Roaring, mountain collapsing strike. Boom! The shockwave was so immense that the entire survivor base trembled as if struck by an earthquake, and countless windows in distant villas shattered. Dabaoshu was violently ejected from underground. He coughed up a spray of blood, his face drained of color. He had clearly suffered severe internal damage from the impact. Witnessing this, Ma Feiyun burst into delighted laughter. "Ha! Trying guerrilla warfare against me. A mere rat dares challenge me. How laughable." The veteran survivors rushed to Dabaoshu's side, helping him up and asking worriedly, Master Rat, are you alright? The Baoshu shook his head. There was no fear in his eyes, only a touch of disappointment. It seemed his abilities still fell short compared to true combat-type powers. This Ma Feiyun was simply far too strong for him. Ma Feiyun turned toward the crowd and asked arrogantly, "Who else? Who here dares oppose me taking over this base?" Originally, Ma Feiyun had assumed that having defeated 2 ability users before everyone's eyes, no one would dare object. But to his surprise, the veteran survivors stepped forward one after another declaring, "I object. I object too. We all object." Seeing these ordinary people rise up against him, Ma Feiyun wore an expression of utter disbelief. "You, a bunch of ordinary folk who haven't even awakened abilities, daring to oppose me. Are you seeking death?" The survivors responded, "Our leader is but one. That is Divine Liu. Not some worthless piece like you." "I'm still talking back." Ma Feiyun snorted coldly. Just as he was about to charge at them in fury, a dark silhouette suddenly sliced through the sky at supersonic speed. Boom! A deafening crash. A young man clad entirely in black materialized before him. "Divine Liu. Divine Liu is here." "Huh. You asked for it with all that arrogance. You're done for." In front of Divine Liu, everyone is nothing but an ant. The survivors' faces broke into excited expressions. The moment Liu Yang appeared, it was as if they had been injected with a powerful stimulant. Not only were they thrilled in their hearts, but there was also an indescribable sense of satisfaction. They could hardly wait to watch Ma Feiyun get humbled. "Boss Liu Yang." Scarfrat finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Liu Yang arrive. He truly wasn't Ma Feiyun's match. He never expected his opponent to have another trump card, the mountain collapsing strike. Even hiding underground couldn't help him avoid it. But the moment Boss Liu Yang appeared, Ma Feiyun's fate was already foreseeable. "Huh. See how arrogant you are now. Do you even know who you've messed with?" Old Wang lay on the ground clutching his chest, yet a wide triumphant grin spread across his face. Ma Feiyun's heart clenched with panic at the sight. Why had everyone's expressions changed the moment this young man appeared? Such excitement, such anticipation. Could this young man truly be that powerful, commanding such unwavering trust from everyone? Ma Feiyun felt a flicker of fear. He hadn't even seen how Liu Yang arrived. A shadow flashed across the sky, and this person appeared out of nowhere. Could his awakened ability be flight? If it were merely a flight ability, while speed might be impressive, his strength probably wouldn't be. Just as he was lost in thought, Liu Yang had already taken action. In a flash, he appeared before Ma Feiyun, and before the other man could react, delivered a devastating kick that sent him flying. What the hell? What incredible strength! What kind of ability is this guy? Not only is his power immense, but his speed is just as terrifying. Ma Feiyun spat a mouthful of blood mid-air, his face frozen in shock, completely at a loss for words. But before he could even land, still soaring through the air, Liu Yang flashed forward once more, catching up to him mid-flight, and delivered another kick that sent him crashing down. Boom! Ma Feiyun was instantly slammed into the ground. The hard concrete surface cracked like spiderwebs beneath the impact. Cough, cough. Uff. He vomited another large mouthful of blood. Fear filled his eyes. Strong. So incredibly strong. It was absurdly powerful. As a level 2 ability user, he couldn't even track his opponent's movements. And when he was kicked flying at tremendous speed, his opponent simply took a single step and caught up. This kind of speed was beyond human capability. What kind of monster have I provoked? Since becoming a level 2 ability user, Ma Feiyun felt his power surge dramatically. He had even begun to feel invincible, walking around with an air of arrogance. He believed he was the most powerful ability user in this area. So when he spotted this survivor base, his first thought was to become its leader. After all, in this apocalyptic world, strength was supreme. He believed that since he was currently the strongest here, he naturally deserved to be the boss. But after being kicked aside with a single strike by his opponent, Ma Feiyun finally understood the meaning of, "There's always someone stronger above you." Before this opponent, he was nothing more than a toy being trampled at will. Just as those survivors had said, he was merely an ant while his opponent was like a god. Liu Yang looked down at Ma Feiyun covered in blood beneath his foot and spoke coldly. "Is it you who wanted to replace me and become the leader of this survivor base?" Liu Yang had been scavenging nearby resources during the days and sparring with the beautiful girls at night. Today, through the zombie guards, he had noticed that over 1,000 new survivors had joined this base. He had been pleased, but never expected an ability user to cause trouble. And this opponent was surprisingly strong. Not only was Old Wang no match, but even Scarfrat, who had upgraded to level 2, couldn't defeat him. Liu Yang had no choice but to come personally. Hearing Liu Yang's icy voice, Ma Feiyun was absolutely terrified. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. With his weakened voice, he struggled to beg for mercy. "V-Boss, I was wrong. Please show me mercy. From now on, I'll be your dog. I didn't know this base was yours. If I had known you were this strong, I would never have dared to cause trouble." Liu Yang lifted his foot from the other man's face and swept his gaze across the crowd. The newly arrived survivors all trembled in fear at the sight of Liu Yang. They had witnessed how Ma Feiyun had defeated Old Wang and Scarfrat. They had assumed Ma Feiyun was invincible, yet before Liu Yang, he was nothing but an ant. How powerful must Liu Yang be? Being scrutinized by Liu Yang's gaze, they felt as though an incarnate king of hell were staring them down, ready to claim their lives at any moment. Liu Yang spoke coldly, "This base is mine. I make all the rules here. My word is law. Anyone who dares to break the rules will face only one fate, death. Today is your first day, so I'll forgive your ignorance of the rules. But next time I catch anyone causing trouble, I won't be so lenient. Understood?" Understood. The new survivors chorused in unison. The loudest among them was none other than Ma Feiyun, still lying on the ground. Ma Feiyun was just an ordinary man. In this apocalyptic world, he adhered to one fundamental truth: strength is king. The stronger you are, the more authority you hold. When he believed himself to be the strongest in this base, he naturally wanted to become its leader. But after being thoroughly subdued by Liu Yang, that thought had completely vanished. All he wanted now was to follow Liu Yang. Liu Yang walked over to Scarfrat and helped him up, asking, "Are you all right?" Scarfrat's face showed a mixture of surprise and delight. He quickly replied, "I'm fine, boss. I only suffered some minor injuries." "Good. Register all these newcomers according to our usual rules. Each person can borrow 50 gene of potatoes for planting. Additionally, distribute 10 gene of rice to each of them for free. Meanwhile, calculate headcounts and reward Old Wong 1 gene of rice per person. In the future, all matters concerning this survivor base will be handled through discussion among you ability users. Scarfrat, you and Old Wong will take the lead." "Yes, boss. I'll handle it right away." Scarfrat stood up, gestured to a few trusted men behind him, and began organizing the registration work. Old Wong, hearing Liu Yang's words from a distance, quickly expressed his gratitude with joy. "Thank you, boss." Old Wong knew his strength paled in comparison to Ma Feiyun's, yet he still stood up to fight, because he understood Liu Yang's formidable power. Even if he couldn't win, he needed to take a stand. Obviously, his stand had made an impact. Liu Yang had now elevated his status to a level higher than other ability users, placing him on equal footing with Scarfrat. At that moment, Liu Yang turned his gaze back to the fallen Ma Feiyun. Seeing Liu Yang's look, Ma Feiyun shuddered in terror once more. This big shot was terrifyingly strong. He had no idea what fate awaited him next. If this big shot wanted to kill him, a mere flick of a finger would send him to meet Yama, the king of hell. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang said, "Your strength is decent. There's a testing stone monument in the survivor base. You can go take the test. Based on your abilities, you should be able to rank in the top 100 on the yellow list. You might even earn some worthwhile rewards from the stone." Hearing this, Ma Feiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with excitement. He quickly replied, "My so-called strength is nothing compared to yours, boss." Liu Yang chuckled and said, "Oh, so you dare compare yourself to me now? Are you being humble or arrogant with that remark?" "Oh, no. I didn't mean that. I'm just saying I'm garbage, utterly worthless. How could I possibly compare myself to a big shot like you?" Ma Feiyun shook his head repeatedly. Liu Yang patted the man on the shoulder and said, "It's all right. You only became arrogant because you thought you were invincible. I don't blame you. But after you take the test at the stone monument, you'll discover there are many people stronger than you. Once your injuries heal, go take the test. From now on, stay peacefully in this base. I won't mistreat any of you original members, understand?" Yes. You're right, boss. I'll definitely work hard to contribute to the base." Ma Feiyun nodded vigorously. "Good. That's good." With that, Liu Yang began walking toward the warehouse. Over 1,000 arrived, 10 gene, and 5 tons of rice had already vanished. So he went to the survivor base's warehouse and deposited another 10 tons of rice. Then he laid down another 30 tons of potatoes to be shared among the 1,000 people. After doing all this, Liu Yang finally left the base with a sense of relief. Now the base has welcomed more than 1,000 survivors, and among them 6 are ability users. And Ma Feiyun's ability remains a formidable combat ability. Even if the skin shedders attacked the base with a few ability users on guard, they could fend them off. Seeing the base grow stronger, Liu Yang was also happy. There are now 2,000 survivors. He borrowed 50 gene of potatoes from each survivor, but after a year, each survivor would repay 200 gene, which totals 400 gene. That is 200 tons of potatoes. Liu Yang's resources could grow explosively. Our potatoes are a precious resource. Rich in starch, they can serve as a staple food, and they reproduce asexually, cut into chunks, and planted in soil. One potato can be divided into dozens of pieces for planting. In the post-apocalyptic world, they are far easier to cultivate than crops like rice. At the same time, Liu Yang glanced at the villa district. The villa district has a total of 100 villas, each villa with up to 50 rooms, meaning up to 50 people can live there. This survivor base can accommodate up to 5,000 people. But if all 5,000 were to farm the land within the villa district, would not be enough. Therefore, a density of 2,000 to 3,000 people is the best. There are already more than 2,000. It seems that perhaps a new base should be established next. Liu Yang made up his mind in his heart. It seems that next he should carefully survey the nearby terrain, then find a better place to rebuild a new survivor base. Having decided, Liu Yang rose into the air in front of everyone, departing from the survivor base at supersonic speed. Watching Liu Yang zoom across the sky, the newcomers widened their eyes, unable to hide their astonishment. Was that a sonic boom just now? Supersonic speed. People wondered if this was human. Even flying abilities seemed unlikely to reach such speeds, and could the body endure it? They say the fastest flying animal is the swift at just over 300 kilometers per hour. The speed of sound is 1224 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he is supersonic. People cried out that this was not human. The base had such a powerful powerhouse indeed, which made others feel relieved. The old survivors laughed with a mix of disbelief and pride at the astonishing speed, pleased to see the new arrivals so astonished. Some remarked that Lu Xun was the most powerful ability user, far beyond humans, almost godlike in existence. The leader of your team is quite the comedian, and as soon as he arrived here, he wanted to become the boss. We watched and secretly smirked. We had long anticipated that once Lu Xun arrived, he would be knocked down. Haha. Indeed, he took a hard fall, but he kept his face and immediately began to beg for mercy, otherwise his end would have been even more tragic. The old survivors laughed heartily. To them, Liu Yang seemed like an invincible god who could do anything. On the other side, after returning to his villa district, Liu Yang resumed a lifestyle of daytime, scavenging, and nighttime work, branching out in every direction. Another 12 days passed, and Liu Yang's supplies doubled again. The quantities grew to an uncountable level. Even a survivor base feeding 10,000 people could last for decades. At the same time, he had achieved a 27-kill streak and earned a 20-kill streak reward. That day, Liu Yang looked at his attributes. Name: Liu Yang. Age 18. Height 185 centimeters. Weight 80 kilograms. Strength 1,500. Speed 1,500. Stamina 1,500. Spirit 1,500. Abilities: 1. Future foretelling level 6. 2. Virus immunity level 6. 3. Frost control level 8. 4. Dark space level 8. 5. Zombie control level 5. Equipment: dark cloak, black light katana. Special talent: genetic enhancement. Special item ability: advancement scroll. After achieving a 15-kill streak in the neighboring villa, Liu Yang was somewhat unlucky and did not gain a new ability. Yet his base attributes had risen to 1,530 times that of an ordinary person. His movement speed had reached 280 meters per second. Flight speed reached 560 meters per second. At the same time, his other abilities also improved in rank. Moreover, for the 20-kill reward, he obtained an ability advancement scroll. This was Liu Yang's first time obtaining an advancement scroll. He studied the attribute carefully. Ability advancement scroll. Using the advancement scroll can upgrade your abilities to become stronger ones. Liu Yang hesitated, for the levels of the abilities he possessed were already very high. Future foretelling can be used 10 times a day, predicting the next 6 hours. With his current strength, most of the time, he did not need to use this skill. Virus immunity can resist up to level 6 zombie viruses. For now, level 6 zombies have not appeared. And even if level 6 zombies appeared, they would have 12 times the base attributes of an ordinary person. Touching Liu Yang would be impossible, making this skill largely useless. Frost control level 8. The number of ice needles is effectively unlimited. Liu Yang can freely create any frozen object. With a mere thought, he could freeze an entire neighborhood, turning all items inside into ice sculptures. This skill seems incredibly powerful. Zombie control was the lowest among his abilities, but the current highest level zombies are only level 3. He can already control level 5 zombies, 5 in number, making this skill seem utterly useless. Dark space level 8. Its size becomes 808,085 100 cubic meters. It cannot be filled. It simply cannot be filled. Liu Yang longed to fill the dark space to the brim, yet the pace of scavenging could not keep up with his upgrades. Oh, a man not yet middle-aged finding himself stretched thin. How vexing. Liu Yang could not help but sigh inwardly. Invincibility is also a kind of trouble. Which ability to advance? He finally shook his head. Forget it. This advancement scroll will be kept for now. What if he gains a new ability later? Perhaps a more desirable one will appear. Moreover, this advancement scroll is the reward for a 20-kill streak. It seems very precious. The next time obtaining another might be very difficult. Then Liu Yang left the side villa and returned to his own villa. At that moment, he, Yushir, Su Xiao, Chun Dan and others had prepared lunch and were waiting for Liu Yang to return. When Liu Yang returned, everyone's faces lit up with happiness. It was a relief that he had come back safely and hadn't been lured away by the little sprites in the neighboring villas. At the dining table, everyone ate as they talked. He, Yushir, spoke first. I don't know how you're all faring. Lately my body has felt strange. It's been months since the apocalyptic outbreak. My good friend hasn't come. Could it be that the zombies frightened us, and that's why something is wrong with our bodies? Sisters, what about you? Hearing this, all the women looked up. Tang Mingting also said me too. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten this matter. Why hasn't my good friend come either? Chun Dan, the ballet teacher, said me too. It's really strange. Previously every month was on time, and now it's delayed by more than 10 days. Su Xiao the superstar said me too. It's been delayed for so long, I've never had the courage to ask you all. Then Zhou Qiuping Wang Feifei Zhang Jingyu Zhou Kiki Baihu, and others added, same here. What's going on? Could it be that the apocalypse, the virus in the air, has changed our bodies? Watching the group discuss, Liu Yang buried his head in his meal. A faint controlled smile rose at Zhao Lina's lips. Zhao Lina said, do you think it's possible? I mean possible that each of us has become pregnant. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The group cried in unison, instantly denying the guess. He Yusher said to Zhao Lina, as a straight A student, you wouldn't be ignorant of physiological knowledge, would you? Each girl's ovulation window is only 3 days. Only within these 3 days is pregnancy possible. And even within those days there is only a 1 in 4 chance of conceiving. Because for most people the swimmers aren't strong enough in the end, perhaps not a single one would reach the destination. So how could all of us possibly be pregnant? You think Liu Yang is a sharpshooter hitting the mark every time? The Liu Yang beside them smiled, even wider. The women hearing He Yusher's words nodded in unison. Exactly how could it all happen in one go? Even though he's an esper, it isn't possible that he could have strengthened the swimmers as well, right? Even if luck were on our side and one person got pregnant in one try, that's one thing, but it's not possible that all of us would conceive at once, is it? That's right. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be so coincidental? Hearing the others, Liu Yang nearly burst out laughing. At that moment, He Yusher noticed Liu Yang and said to him, Liu Yang, what are you smirking at? Is there something funny about this? Speak up fast, is it you who did something? Why haven't all of our good friends come? The women fixed their gazes on Liu Yang, the culprit. Before meeting Liu Yang, their good friends were very regular. Why did things always delay after encountering him? Besides, that guy Liu Yang kept smirking nearby, or it must be him behind it. Zhao Lina said, Liu Yang, tell us quickly, did you do this? Did you secretly strengthen that thing too? So you could hit the mark every time? Baihu asked, Liu Yang, how many psionic abilities do you have? The star Su Xiao asked, could you really have made all of us pregnant? Liu Yang faced the women's eyes, a trace of awkwardness appearing on his face. What could I do? Is there any way to have such perfect accuracy? Is hitting the mark every time my fault? He put down his bowl and said, I've had my fill, I'll go rest now. He Yusher hurriedly said, oh no, don't go yet, you haven't told us. When it happened to us, did you use your powers? Zhao Lina added, yes, tell us quickly. Our good friends have all delayed for so long, this can't be normal. Baihu said, if you won't tell us, we'll all go to your room and drain your energy one by one. Liu Yang shook his head, please don't. Don't go fooling around now. Take good care of your bodies and don't provoke the pregnancy. After saying that, Liu Yang hurried back upstairs. Watching his departing figure, He Yusher and the others were left in a daze, only reacting after several seconds. He Yusher let out a sharp scream. Don't move the pregnancy. It's clearly Liu Yang's doing. Zhao Lina also said, lies, lies, lies. I knew this guy would have used his powers, otherwise how could there be such a difference from the biology book? I'm afraid he not only has a replication technique, but also a vitality-boosting power that strengthens genetic material. Su Xiao exclaimed, on the apocalypse this happened. What are we going to do? How will we raise children in the future? Wang Feifei said, what are you afraid of? With Liu Yang here. If you give birth to quintuplets, he can support them. I'm not afraid at all. Baihu's face lit up, carrying the child of an unparalleled strongman. Just thinking about it makes us happy, excited, and full of anticipation. She touched her own abdomen, which was still very flat, the skin smooth and flawless without a trace of change. She murmured, little darling, grow up quickly, ooh, I can't wait to see you. The women gathered and began to discuss, each with a different expression. Some were worried, some excited, some hopeful. After all, most of them were 18-year-old girls. Before meeting Liu Yang, they had never even had a boyfriend. Now they would become mothers at once. Such a shift in status left them momentarily at a loss. Nurse Chen Xiaojin and Dr. Huang Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both reading the other's thoughts. She thought there'll be plenty for the two of us to do then. At the same time, they understood why every girl entering Liu Yang's villa would be nudged toward his room, except for the two of them who hadn't been hinted. In the beginning, Huang Xiaoxia and Chen Xiaojin doubted whether their looks failed to suit Liu Yang's taste. They even stripped in the rooms, covertly checking the mirror to see where they might have flaws that would cause Liu Yang to overlook them. But after a few days of looking, they saw nothing out of place. The large parts were large, the fine parts fine, and the curves were as they should be. Where exactly had they fallen short? During this time in the villa, they felt a bit restless. Because when Liu Yang rescued them from the hospital, they had already prepared themselves. Even if he asked them to surrender themselves, they did not feel much pressure. But more than half a month had passed, and Liu Yang hadn't hinted to either of them. As girls, they did not dare to march straight into Liu Yang's bed. Now they finally understood. Liu Yang possessed an unerring accuracy ability. He deliberately did not hint to the two of them to go to his room, because he would rely on them to help with the birth, and if the child sickened in the future, they would need to treat it as well. That Liu Yang really thought far ahead, He had foreseen everything from the start. Who would have imagined that a man could even use a power for bearing children? Nearly a month had passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Liu Yang's efforts to expand his lineage had gotten on track, but winds of change and turmoil were beginning to surge across the Shenlong Empire. The moment his name claimed the top spot on the heaven rankings, he became a target of universal condemnation, destined to find no peace. During this period, countless foreign awakened ones were continuously pouring into the Shenlong Empire. Among them, the awakened ones from the Shaori Empire, the Beiying Empire, and the Monxiong Empire were the most powerful, and those they dispatched were the elite of the elite. They had even deployed special units that were still in the experimental phase. 3 days prior, outside a survivor base in Yinqing located in the southern region of the Shenlong Empire, a squad of awakened ones arrived. They produced binoculars and began to observe the area meticulously. One of them, a female awakened with a voluptuous figure and exquisite features clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, spoke in the tongue of the Shaori Empire. This is already the 3rd survivor base. I hope we can glean some clues regarding Liu Yang. Beside her, a burly man wearing sunglasses with a broadsword propped on his shoulder said, "Let's just rush in and slaughter them all. I can hardly contain my excitement. Who cares if Liu Yang is there or not? Let's kill them first." The beautiful young woman frowned. "Jingshang, I have told you before, our primary objective is to find Liu Yang, not to massacre survivors. You left no survivors at the previous 2 bases, which could easily draw the attention of the Shenlong Empire's awakened ones. If we are targeted, searching for clues about Liu Yang will only become far more difficult. If you dare to act so recklessly again, I will not hesitate to take action against you. As of now, I am still the leader of this squad, and I expect you to understand that. A total of 20 search squads have infiltrated the Shenlong Empire this time, and I have no intention of being outshone by the other 19 because of you." To locate Liu Yang, the Shaori Empire had indeed spared no expense this time, dispatching 1 main squad and 20 search squads in total. All 5 members of the main squad were top-tier experts from the heaven rankings, led by a powerhouse ranked within the top 10. The 20 search squads were likewise comprised of masters from the earth and mysterious rankings. Scattered across various regions of the Shenlong Empire, they searched for traces of Liu Yang from different directions. Once his location was uncovered, they would report to the main squad, which would then lead all squads to launch a coordinated assault on him. As such, the search squads were not the primary combat force. Their foremost goal was to gather intelligence. It was naturally best to avoid engagement altogether. The burly man let out a disdainful scoff. Seeing Jingshang's utter disrespect toward the captain, the other 3 burly men frowned. One of them, a heavily bearded man, spoke up. "Jingshang, did you not hear Senior Taozi's words? We are a disciplined unit of awakened ones, and in this unit you obey the captain's orders, understand?" Jingshang sneered. "Zhongtian, who doesn't know you have a crush on Taozi? It's fine if you want to be a subservient lapdog, but there's no need to demand everyone else do the same as they're." Hearing this, the bearded man named Zhongtian turned pale with rage and barked, "Jingshang, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with obeying our captain? Let me tell you, if you keep this up, I won't mind beating you to a pulp first." Jingshang refused to back down and taunted, "Come on then, let's see who blinks first. I'd love to see just how capable you are. One might think I'm actually afraid of you. Don't just talk big. If you have the guts, come hit me. You." Seeing the 2 of them on the verge of a brawl, Taozi's expression turned cold as she snapped, "Enough, both of you shut up. If anyone else dares to complain, I will make them regret it. Jingshang, do not be so arrogant. What is the point of slaughtering even 1,000,000 ordinary survivors? If you are so formidable, go challenge Liu Yang yourself." The burly man named Jingshang sneered even deeper and retorted, "So what if he is ranked 1st on the heaven rankings? What's the big deal? If I hadn't lacked the time to take the test, I might have claimed the top spot long ago. If we actually run into Liu Yang, I will challenge him directly, without any prompting from you. When the time comes, his head will be mine to claim, and none of you are to interfere. Once I take his head, secure a major promotion, and rise in rank, you can all kneel down and lick my toes." The beautiful woman named Taozi rolled her eyes at him and said, "You do nothing but boast and aim far beyond your reach. Barely ranked in the top 500 of the earth rankings, yet you dare to look down on the number 1 of the heaven rankings. Jingshang, with a personality like yours, you will suffer immensely in this apocalyptic world sooner or later. Thinking of a promotion, I think you are closer to meeting your maker." "TCH. The burly man scoffed again. Ignoring him, Taozi began to issue her orders. "Everyone hear my command. Infiltrate the survivor base, covertly capture their awakened ones, and extract information regarding Liu Yang. Try to avoid detection and eliminate anyone who spots us." "Yes, Captain Taozi." The 3 burly men acknowledged with nods. The man named Jingshang, however, still wore a look of utter disdain. The 5 of them dissolved into dark shadows, swiftly reaching the perimeter of the survivor base, and leaped over the barricades to enter. The 5-meter-high walls seemed virtually non-existent to them as they cleared them effortlessly in a single bound. All 5 of them were masters from the Earth rankings. Their leader Taozi was a supreme powerhouse ranked within the top 100 of the Earth rankings. Among the other 4 men, Jingshang and Zhongtian were within the top 500, while the remaining 2 were ranked around 800. It was fair to say that these awakened ones were the absolute elite. Any single one of them possessed the power to wipe out an entire ordinary survivor base. After all, most ordinary awakened ones could not even secure a spot on the yellow rankings. Furthermore, the disparities between the yellow mysterious Earth and Heaven rankings were gargantuan. An Earth rankings master could easily contend with 10 yellow rankings awakened ones simultaneously. Moreover, an ordinary base would not even have 10 yellow rankings awakened ones to begin with. Inside the survivor base, 4 awakened ones were holding a meeting in a room cataloging the resources they had scavenged that day. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past. By the time they regained their senses, each of them already had a dagger pressed against their throat. Shock instantly washed over the faces of the 4 awakened ones, accompanied by a profound, creeping dread. It was too fast. These 5 individuals were simply too fast. They were awakened ones themselves. The leader of the survivor base was even a tier 2 awakened. Yet not a single one of them had detected how the intruders had breached their defenses. Before they could even register, the danger blades were already at their throats. This meant that if the intruders wished to kill them, they would have died before they could even react, never even catching a glimpse of their killers' faces. Taozi, leading the group, spoke up in somewhat halting Chinese. "Hey, let me ask you. Is there anyone named Liu Yang in this base? Or do you know where Liu Yang is?" Hearing her accent, the survivors' eyes widened instantly. People from the Shaori Empire. Simultaneously, the dread on their faces rapidly turned into burning rage. The apocalypse hasn't even lasted a month and people from the Shaori Empire already dare to invade our Shenlong Empire. Do you really think we have no one left? You want to find Liu Yang, the number 1 on the Heaven rankings. I am Liu Yang. In our Shenlong Empire, every single one of us is Liu Yang. Go to hell. You mere invaders, not a single one of you will leave the Shenlong Empire alive. These ability users originally had blades pressed against their throats, each of them gripped by profound dread. Yet the moment they heard that their captors hailed from the Shaori Empire, they instantly found their backbone. Against the people of the Shaori Empire, they could fight to the death, but they would never yield. Bah! A pack of lowly pirates. Are you tired of living daring to set foot in our Shenlong Empire? Exactly. I think you all have a death wish. That Risheng Yamada of yours hadn't even flaunted his first place ranking for more than a few days before he was crushed under the boot of our Liu Yang. What? Not convinced, are you? Huh. You want to find Liu Yang? Let me tell you, the number 1 on the celestial ranking is not so easily found. And the very moment you lay eyes on him will be the day you die. To invade our Shenlong Empire, you must have dispatched the absolute elite among your elites, haven't you? Once this batch of your finest perishes here, your Shaori Empire will be utterly finished. This place is the graveyard for all ability users of your Shaori Empire. We will make sure none of you return alive. In no way, the most hot-tempered of them frowned. He pressed the dagger in his hand with force, instantly drawing a stream of blood from the neck of the base leader before him. At this moment, the blade was a mere millimeter away from his artery. Then Inoue said in a cold voice, "Tell us Liu Yang's whereabouts immediately, or else you die." The base leader spat and sneered, "Bah, your grandfather here might fear death, but I will never fear you Shaori bastards. Do with me as you please, but don't expect to pry a single word from my mouth." Swoosh! The blade flashed across. A geyser of blood instantly erupted from the base leader's neck. Yet a defiant rage remained etched on his face. Even in death, he did not utter a single plea for mercy. Big brother, boss. Seeing their leader perish, the remaining 3 ability users cried out in anguish, their faces contorted with fury. At this moment, their eyes nearly split with rage, burning with the desire to tear these Shaori bastards limb from limb. Holding his blood-stained dagger, Inoue strolled leisurely over to stand before another ability user. Extending his tongue, he licked the blood from the blade with a sadistic grin, saying, "He refused to answer, so he died. Now I ask you, you should know the consequences. So do you know where Liu Yang is?" The ability user retorted in sheer fury, "I know where your grandfather is. Your grandfather is right here. I should have slapped you to death back then, so a beast like you would never have been born." Swoosh! A gash was instantly sliced across his neck and blood gushed out. Inoue then stepped in front of the 3rd ability user. "You refuse to speak as well. Shaori bastard. I am your grandfather." Swoosh! This ability user's throat was also slit in an instant. Inoue then turned his gaze to the last remaining ability user. He said, "The 3 of them are already dead. You should understand by now that I am a ruthless man. So I will ask you one last time, where is Liu Yang?" Bah! The ability user spat directly in Inoue's face, cursing, "I say, fuck your mother. Not a single person in our Shenlong Empire will ever bow to you Shaori scum. We do not even fear death. The moment you set foot in our Shenlong Empire, your descent into hell is already close at hand. We will be waiting for you down there. Swoosh. The cold blade swept across his throat, and a torrent of hot blood surged forth. The final ability user had also perished. Though they possessed no power to resist, unable to even strike back, they all died standing tall. These ability users were, by no means, good men. When the apocalypse erupted, they too had plundered, coerced, and preyed upon the weak. But the moment foreign invaders encroached upon the Shenlong Empire, the nature of the conflict shifted entirely. The survivors within the Shenlong Empire could fight and compete however they pleased, for that was a feud among family. What right did a mere Shari Empire have to interfere? How dare they? When it came to uniting against external foes, the Shenlong Empire had never faltered since ancient times. Anyone who dared to defect to foreign invaders would have their spine cursed for thousands of years. What a bunch of miserable wretches. Stubborn and foul, just like stones in a cesspit. Spitting on me right before dying, absolutely detestable. Inoue spat out, wiping the foul saliva from his face, with venom in his voice. Tauzi cast a displeased glance at him, and said, "You killed all 4 ability users. How are we supposed to gather any clues now? That's not my fault. They were the ones who insulted me first. Besides, I doubt they knew anything at all. Even if we kept questioning them, it would have yielded nothing." Inoue shrugged, speaking with utter disdain. Tauzi shook her head, and said, "Forget it. Let's move on to the next base. Before we leave, let me have a grand slaughter. Not a single soul in this base shall survive." A manic expression warped Inoue's face as he extended his long, repulsive tongue to lick his lips. Tauzi frowned. In a flash, she appeared directly before Inoue. Reaching out with her fair hand, she instantly gripped his throat, her voice chillingly cold. "I will not repeat my orders a second time. Cease your senseless massacres. Our primary objective is to find Liu Yang, not to indulge your twisted bloodlust. If you continue to jeopardize this mission, I will not hesitate to kill you right here and now." Looking into Tauzi's icy gaze, Inoue felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The disdainful smirk on his face quickly vanished, replaced by a tense gravity. It was his first time seeing Tauzi angry, and he had not expected her to possess such overwhelming power. Before he could even react, his neck had been firmly locked in her grasp. A slight squeeze from her, and his throat would have been crushed to dust. For the first time, Inoue witnessed the true power of someone ranked in the top 100 of the Earth ranking. Strong. Unbelievably strong. If Tauzi merely in the top 100 of the Earth ranking was already this powerful, then how formidable must Liu Yang, the number 1 on the Celestial ranking, be? Just the thought of it sent a thrill of excitement through him. Battling against the truly powerful was something to eagerly anticipate. From this perspective, slaughtering ordinary survivors was utterly mundane. If he was to kill, he would slay the number 1 of the Celestial ranking. Inoue relented, saying to Tauzi, "I understand. Let me go. I won't kill them, all right." Only then did Tauzi release her grip. Shortly after, the 5 of them departed from the base, leaving behind only 4 corpses. An hour later, an ability user leading a team returned. Pushing open the door to the room, he froze in his tracks at the sight of the corpses. A few seconds later, he cried out in horror, "Big brother. Big brother. What happened to you? Who killed you? Who was it? Who on earth did this?" A pungent metallic stench of blood rushed over them the moment they entered the room. The floor was completely drenched in crimson. To their horror, 4 powerful espers had perished simultaneously inside, without leaving even a single trace of a struggle. A chilling testament to them being instantly annihilated by their assailant. The sole surviving esper had only escaped this fate because he was leading a team outside to scavenge for food. Returning to witness this gruesome carnage, he stood utterly paralyzed with fear. Behind him, the ordinary survivors were even more petrified. Though they had once been ruthless individuals themselves, beholding such a horrific spectacle still sent a shiver of dread deep into their bones. It was not as if they did not comprehend the sheer power of their boss, a tier 2 esper ranked in the 800s on the yellow board. Even tier 2 zombies were mere playthings to be effortlessly decimated in his presence. Yet now their boss had been slain without even a chance to strike back. The sheer might of the enemy was beyond comprehension. One of the survivors turned to the remaining esper and asked, "Brother Dong, what should we do? Even the boss was instantly killed. Shouldn't we run for our lives too? The other civilians in the base are unharmed, and the resources haven't been looted. This means the assailant came solely to assassinate. Could the boss have provoked some terrifying figure he shouldn't have?" Lin Dong shook his head and said, "Don't be foolish. Even if he did provoke some formidable foe, they would have certainly taken the food after killing him. In this apocalyptic world, food is the lifeblood of any base, no matter who they are." The other survivors wore expressions of bewilderment. Then why could a mutated zombie have killed the boss? That's impossible either. Zombies kill humans to devour them. They wouldn't leave the corpses intact, let alone ignore the other civilians. Why target only the espers? Another survivor chimed in. "Then what do we do, Brother Dong? We don't even know who the enemy is. They are so powerful that if they want us dead, we stand absolutely no chance. Why don't we just flee?" Terror had truly gripped them. A total of 4 espers had been slaughtered here, including their base leader Atir, 2 esper, all of them eliminated in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the assailant had slit their throats with a dagger rather than relying on underhanded tricks like poison. That they could not offer any resistance under such circumstances proved the enemy possessed overwhelming crushing strength. Now that the entire base was plunged into mortal peril, staying behind meant they could perish at any moment without warning. Naturally, they wanted to escape. Lin Dong shook his head and said, "If we flee as well, this base is truly finished. Any random tier 2 zombie that wanders in would be enough to slaughter the ordinary civilians to the last soul." The other survivors argued, "Brother Dong, if we don't run, we might all die here. It's already the apocalypse. Every man for himself. Who has the luxury to worry about others? Come with us. At worst, we can find a new base and start over." Lin Dong pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with intense conflict before he ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. The young and strong can leave, but what about the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled? How could they survive a grueling journey? This base was built from scratch by the boss and us, growing from barely 100 people to over 1,000. Without the protection of espers, such a vast crowd of survivors would stand absolutely no chance against even a single tier 2 zombie. Help me bury the boss and the others first. After that, if you wish to leave, I won't stop you. But if anyone wants to stay with me, you are more than welcome." Grit-toothed, the survivors nodded. With heavy hearts, they laid the 4 fallen espers to rest. Afterward, they began packing their belongings to depart, spreading word of the tragedy throughout the survivor base, so everyone could choose whether to stay or leave. In the end, as many as 500 people chose to leave. Those who decided to stay were mostly the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, who dared not embark on a perilous journey. This small base, once reasonably formidable, was now left with only half its population, composed entirely of the vulnerable. Its overall strength had plummeted by at least 90% as the 500 departed. Before leaving, several survivors approached Lin Dong and said, "Brother Dong, we've braved life and death together. Once we find a safe haven, we'll definitely return to bring you word. When that time comes, we'll take everyone with us. This survivor base has already been targeted. Every extra day you stay here only multiplies the danger." Although they had known each other for less than a month, they had spent that time scavenging for food and fighting off zombies together, saving one another's lives countless times. Their bonds were forged in the crucible of life and death. Seeing Lin Dong choose to stay behind alone, they could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Yet they also understood his character. Lin Dong was a man of absolute conviction, fiercely stubborn once his mind was set. Since he could not abandon the survivors in the base, he would never leave. As long as he drew breath, he would protect this base from the zombie hordes. With a complex expression, Lin Dong said, "I wish you a safe journey." He then watched as the survivors gradually vanished from his line of sight. Meanwhile, back in the present, Liu Yang had successfully claimed all 15 beautiful girls in the neighboring villa. To ensure his streak remained unbroken, Liu Yang arrived at the survivor base. It was time to scout for some new beauties. This was the ultimate benefit of possessing a survivor base. Previously, Liu Yang had to forage for food outside, while searching for beauties on the side. That method was agonizingly slow, and if he failed to find one on any given day, his streak would easily be broken. Having a survivor base changed everything. Now that his current pool of beauties had successfully expanded his lineage, he could simply pick new ones from the base whenever he pleased. Furthermore, with the passage of time, the girls inside were maturing. A 16-year-old this year would turn 18 in just 2 years. While no girl could remain 18 forever, there would never be a shortage of 18-year-olds. With the base as his stronghold, Liu Yang's streak would never be interrupted again. Inside the survivor base, the moment Liu Yang descended from the heavens, excitement erupted across everyone's faces. The great god Liu had not graced them with his presence for nearly half a month. Dao Bashu, Lao Wang, and the others rushed forward, their faces glowing with enthusiasm. Lao Wang greeted, "Boss, you've arrived," while Dao Bashu chimed in, "Boss, you haven't visited the base in so long, I thought you'd forgotten about us." "How could I? I've just been rather busy lately," Liu Yang replied casually. For the past dozen days, he had been scavenging for supplies by day and working overtime to expand his lineage by night, making him indeed quite busy. Dao Bashu quickly flattered, "Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. The matters you attend to, boss, are beyond the comprehension of people at our level. It's already a rare privilege for you to occasionally grace our base with your presence. Boss, let me show you the potatoes we've planted in the villa district. They have all sprouted, and we should have a bountiful harvest in another 3 months." The survivors were overjoyed, and the entire base seemed brimming with vibrant hope. This was a sight never seen before. Dao Bashu grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Back when they followed Heihu, the base had never experienced such a flourishing state. Heihu only ever thought of exploiting the civilians. How could he have cared about sustainable development? Under Heihu's ruthless oppression, the common folk lived in worsening misery, their faces perpetually shrouded in lifeless despair. Now things were entirely different. Watching the green potato sprouts grow taller day by day, everyone's face was filled with hope and eager anticipation. Liu Yang nodded, and said very well. Let's go take a look. Although Liu Yang's primary purpose in coming here was not to inspect those potato sprouts, of which he could not care less. As a leader, he could not let his subordinates think his mind was constantly preoccupied with such primal desires. Others did not know he was empowered by a system. Spreading his lineage was merely a means to grow stronger. Yet to them it would seem like pure unadulterated lust. Wouldn't that ruin his image and make him look like some depraved lecher? Thus putting on a show was still necessary. Liu Yang followed Dao Bashu to the agricultural zone. The vast expanses of land within the villa district had all been transformed into cultivated fields. The former soccer fields, volleyball courts, and even the roadside green belts and lawns between the villas had all been reclaimed and converted into neat, orderly plots of farmland. The fields were densely planted with potatoes. The green sprouts had already grown to half a meter in height, appearing exceptionally vibrant and thriving under the brilliant sunshine. Green symbolized hope, while yellow represented maturity. Every survivor eagerly anticipated the day the green would turn to gold. Seeing how orderly the survivor base was run, Liu Yang praised Dao Bashu and Lao Wang, saying, "Not bad, not bad. You have both done an excellent job. This base is progressing in a wonderful direction. I believe it won't be long before the survivors achieve self-sufficiency and no longer need to venture out to forage for food." Dao Bashu grinned, scratching his head. It's all thanks to you, boss. If it weren't for you, we would have perished long ago. The better this base develops, the more grateful the survivors are to you. Nowadays, many have even stopped believing in God and have started worshipping you instead. I see. Liu Yang nodded and asked, "Do you still remember the matter I mentioned to you last time?" Of course. Dao Bashu nodded hurriedly, but then tilted his head, pondering for a good while. Finally, with an embarrassed expression, he asked, "Boss, which matter exactly are you referring to? You seem to have given me quite a few tasks." "The matter regarding the beautiful young girls, of course," Liu Yang replied with a stern face. That bastard. The last time Liu Yang visited this survivor base, he had privately instructed Dao Bashu to protect any beautiful young girls they found and ensure they weren't mistreated. Had the bastard actually forgotten? Realization dawned upon Dao Bashu, and he quickly exclaimed, "Oh, so that's what you meant, boss. I haven't forgotten, not at all. I've handled it perfectly. Any beautiful young woman between 18 and 25 who has never had a boyfriend has been settled in the villas instead of the shanty towns by the outer walls. Furthermore, I've designated an entire villa specifically for them. It's filled with beautiful girls with absolutely no men allowed. Currently 30 of them are residing there. Once it's full, I'll allocate another building." Hearing Dao Bashu's words, Liu Yang's stern expression finally softened. "Well done. I can always trust you to get things done. However, I don't recall telling you to add a rule about them having never had a boyfriend." Dao Bashu scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I added that rule myself. Boss, you are so handsome, dashing, and outstanding. A dragon among men. Even the celestial maidens in heaven might not be worthy of you. I wouldn't dare recommend women who have had boyfriends to you. That would surely shorten my lifespan. You rascal. You sly dog." Liu Yang pointed a finger at Dao Bashu, a wide grin spreading across his face. After teasing him a few more times, he finally remarked, "You certainly know how to handle things." Seeing Liu Yang so pleased, Dao Bashu also beamed with a bright smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Thank you for the praise, boss." Liu Yang said, "Come on, take me to the girls' villa to have a look." Dao Bashu replied eagerly, "Right away. This way, boss, follow me." Led by Dao Bashu, Liu Yang arrived at the villa. Inside lived 30 young women. Indeed, every single one of them was breathtakingly beautiful, with fair skin, stunning features, and alluring figures. These women had been meticulously handpicked by Dao Bashu from hundreds of survivor applicants. Upon hearing that they might be chosen by Liu Yang, the female survivors had scrambled to sign up. However, the single criterion of having never had a boyfriend had already eliminated 90% of them. Out of the remaining pool, those who did not meet the aesthetic and physical standards were cut by half. Through this rigorous selection process, only these 30 remained. Liu Yang looked at the 30 beauties and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Wonderful. In a moment, I will take you back to my own villa. You are all here of your own free will, correct?" Upon hearing this, the young women's faces lit up with intense excitement and joy. They nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Of course. To be able to stay by Liu Shen's side is a blessing we must have earned in our past lives. Heavens, is it really Liu Shen speaking to us like this? Shy. Thank you so much for not filtering me out. You are my savior." Dao Bashu replied, "Please don't say that. Being chosen by big brother Liu Yang is your good fortune. From now on, you'll be living a life of leisure that even I can't begin to imagine. I will have to call you sisters-in-law, so please don't call me Shy anymore. I can't afford that respect." Hearing Dao Bashu's words, the women still looked at him with immense gratitude. Dao Bashu treated everyone equally in the base and was generally kind to every survivor. Furthermore, being selected by him into this villa was the very first turn of the wheel of their destiny. Had Dao Bashu not spared them from being filtered out, they would never have met Liu Yang, let alone be taken away by him. One by one the young women bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Shy. Thank you, Shy. Thank you, Shy. Watching their gestures of gratitude, Daobashu's eyes welled up with tears. A bittersweet feeling welled up in his heart. He thought to himself, is this the poignant sorrow a father feels when giving away his daughter? It seemed he would have to be even more meticulous during the next selection. Only by doing so could he help more beautiful young women turn the gears of their fate and ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. As Liu Yang prepared to leave the base with the 30 young women, the other residents of the survivor base watched them, their faces filled with envy. One of the girls said to her middle-aged father beside her, Dad, look. Those women are all leaving with Lu Shan. Hurry up and say some nice things to Shy, give him some gifts, and get me chosen too. I want to go with Lu Shan so badly. He is so handsome and powerful. Oh, just looking at him makes me completely swooned. I must go with him. I must become his woman. I won't marry anyone else in this lifetime. The middle-aged man frowned and snapped, give me a break. At 1.5 meters tall and weighing 80 kilograms, people would mistake you for a Snorlax from afar. Even if I offered my old life to Shy, I couldn't pull strings for you. More than half of the food we gather at home is consumed by you. Can't you eat less and lose some weight? The girl pouted in displeasure, shaking her head vigorously as the fat on her face jiggled. Wah, but I just love to eat. I actually have great potential. Once I lose weight, I'll definitely be a great beauty. Besides, what if Lu Shan happens to like chubby girls? And a girl's height of 1.5 meters is equivalent to a guy's height of 1.8 meters. Weight aside, my height actually matches Lu Shan's perfectly. Save it, save it. Talk to me when you actually lose the weight, the middle-aged man said impatiently. The girl remained relentless, arguing. Dad, have you forgotten who sat on a zombie and crushed it to death, saving our entire family's lives? Can't you put in some effort for your daughter's happiness? Is it really that hard to plead with Shy a bit more? The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. Shy, I am truly defeated. Consider it my debt to you. Fine, I'll speak to Shy when the time comes. The girl instantly perked up, wrapping her arms around her father's, and said gleefully, awesome. I knew you were the best dad ever. Don't worry, once I become Lu Shan's woman, I'll definitely move everything from his warehouse to our home. My brother will be his brother-in-law, and I'll have him promote my brother to be the second in command of the base. Hearing his daughter's words, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed, turning ice-cold as he snapped, Get lost. Who do you think you are? If you ever dare to speak to Lu Shan like that, you'll be asking for death. Do you honestly think a man who can become a peerless powerhouse in this apocalyptic world can be easily manipulated by an idiotic woman like you? You'd better give up on this idea. I won't speak to Shy on your behalf. Starting today, your food rations will be cut by 2/3. Lose some weight, and while you're at it, drain the fat out of your brain. With that, the middle-aged man walked away. The girl was left dumbfounded. In the past, her father had always catered to her every whim, and all it took was a little acting spoiled to get her way. Even with the onset of the apocalypse and the shortage of food, her weight had actually increased rather than decreased, which spoke volumes of her parents' indulgence. Yet now her father had actually called her an idiot. She had never seen her father look so grim. Liu Yang continued walking toward the outskirts of the base, accompanied by the beautiful young women. Just then a group of little girls holding hands and skipping merrily came crowding around them. A little girl stepped up to Liu Yang, tilting her head up to look at him with wide, adorable eyes. God Lu, where are you taking the big sisters? Liu Yang smiled, faintly conjuring a large sack of snacks from his spatial storage to distribute among them. Of course I am taking them back to where I live, he replied. Clutching their treats, the children were overjoyed. One of them chimed in, God Lu, isn't the place you live in the heavenly palace? Does that mean these big sisters are going to become celestial maidens too? Liu Yang chuckled, gently patting the little girl's head. Of course. Anyone who comes with me can become a celestial maiden. Then I want to go with you too. Take me with you. God Lu, take me too. Me too. I want to become a celestial maiden as well. Watching the children crowd around him chattering away with such innocent earnestness, Liu Yang couldn't help but beam with laughter. He said, You all must eat well and grow up quickly. Once you are adults, I will take you to visit my villa. Hearing this, the children erupted in sheer delight. Yay, that's wonderful. When I grow up, I can go with God Lu too. I must grow up fast. I'm going to eat all my food and grow up quickly. Once we grow up, we can become celestial maidens. Watching the children skip away into the distance, a warm smile lingered on Liu Yang's face. Just as Liu Yang was preparing to lead the beautiful young women out, hundreds of survivors suddenly appeared outside the gate, forming a dense dark crowd stretching across the horizon. Every survivor's face was worn and covered in dust, bearing the unmistakable signs of an arduous long-distance trek. Though exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, the moment their eyes fell upon the base's massive gates, a glimmer of hope and expectation lit up every single face. Daobashu and his men were taken aback. More survivors have actually come to seek refuge at our base, they muttered. Simultaneously, Liu Yang commanded the level 3 zombies guarding the entrance to open the gates, allowing the massive crowd of survivors to stream into the sanctuary of the base. The leader of the survivors immediately locked his gaze onto Liu Yang upon entering. Among everyone present, Liu Yang possessed an aura of unparalleled authority, a commanding presence of a supreme powerhouse that even a non-esper could easily sense. With deep respect etched on his face, the survivor addressed Liu Yang. I presume you must be the esteemed leader of this base. We, a group of survivors, wish to pledge our allegiance to your base. We will strictly abide by all your rules. Please take us in. Liu Yang did a quick mental count and estimated there were at least 500 people. A crowd of this size was more than capable of establishing their own independent survival base. Why would they travel such a vast distance just to seek shelter elsewhere? Moreover, traveling in such a massive conspicuous group made them an easy target if they had encountered level 2 or level 3 zombies along the way. Without any ability users among them, they would have been nothing more than an all-you-can-eat buffet for the undead. It was truly a miracle they had made it here safely. Liu Yang inquired, "Where did you all come from? You all look like you have endured an exhausting journey. With a force of this size, you could have easily founded your own sanctuary. Why travel so far to seek refuge with us?" The survivor replied honestly, "We indeed belong to a survival base before located about 30 kilometers from here. But 3 days ago 4 of our 5 leaders were assassinated. Every single one of them was a powerful ability user. They were instantly obliterated before they could even react. It was clear that our base had been targeted by an incredibly powerful entity. None of us dared to stay, so we fled as far as we could. After 3 grueling days of marching, we finally stumbled upon your base and decided to seek your protection." Liu Yang furrowed his brows. 4 out of 5 powerful ability users were killed, yet you ordinary civilians managed to escape alive. The survivor shook his head helplessly. "We don't understand those enemies either. They only slaughtered the ability users, leaving the civilians unharmed and the resources untouched. We have no idea what their objective is. No one even caught a clear glimpse of them, so we don't know if they were humans or zombies. It is this unknown threat that is truly terrifying. Because of this, half of the base's population fled." Liu Yang's frown deepened. "They only targeted ability users, spared the civilians, and didn't even touch the resources. Are you absolutely sure?" The leading survivor nodded firmly positive. "Every word is the absolute truth." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang finally made his decision. "Our base can take you in, but you must strictly adhere to our regulations. Furthermore, you will lead me back to your former base to investigate." The burly man immediately shook his head in panic. "No way, brother. It took me 3 days of agonizing struggle to escape and make it here. I am not going back. That place is far too dangerous. If I go back, I might never return." Liu Yang reassured him calmly, "Do not panic. I am exceptionally strong." The burly man continued to shake his head vehemently. No, the enemy might be even stronger. I barely managed to escape with my life. I'm not going back to walk straight into a trap." Left with no choice, Liu Yang sighed helplessly. "Lead me there, and I will give you 100 caddies of rice." The burly man's eyes instantly lit up. Striking a serious pose, he declared, "Very well, I shall lead the way right now. The rice doesn't matter to me. I simply miss my old friends back there and wish to pay them a visit. Fortune favors the bold." In the post-apocalyptic world, 100 caddies of rice was a treasure valuable enough for someone to risk their life. "Excellent. Now lead the way." Liu Yang stepped up to the burly man and suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Startled, the man gasped, What are you trying to do?" In the next split second, Liu Yang soared into the sky, dragging him along. Awakens. High up in the heavens, a 30-something broad-shouldered, heavily bearded giant of a man let out a shrill, high-pitched shriek that sounded exactly like a terrified woman. Below, the 500 newly arrived survivors watched this spectacle in absolute open-mouthed shock. "Holy crap! What is going on? He just flew away." The leader of this survival base is way too cool and incredibly powerful. With such a legendary powerhouse shielding us, we will definitely be safe from now on. Meanwhile, just 1 minute later, Liu Yang arrived at the other survival base. At this moment, Liu Yang's flight speed had reached a staggering 580 meters per second. In 5 minutes, he could cover 174000 meters. Flying over 30 kilometers took him a mere minute. While Liu Yang would gently slow his pace for his own women, he showed no such consideration for this burly man. Subjected to supersonic speeds, the burly man had long since become completely disoriented and dizzy, collapsing onto the ground in a heap the moment they landed. He was actually a retired mercenary. He was professionally trained and capable of operating both tanks and fighter jets. Yet, even with such rigorous training, he was completely unable to withstand the sheer forces of supersonic flight. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's sudden arrival sparked an immediate commotion within the survival base. Terrified, everyone scrambled to hide. Before long, a burly man emerged, flanked by several robust survivors. The leading man was none other than Lin Dong, the sole remaining ability user of this survival base. Lin Dong stared at Liu Yang with eyes full of vigilance, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" Then his expression shifted abruptly as his gaze fell upon the burly man collapsed on the ground, and he blurted out, "What did you do to Urgu?" "Urgu is not an awakened being. Aren't you people forbidden from harming ordinary citizens? Hearing these words, Liu Yang realized that the other party had mistaken him for the murderer who targeted awakened beings. Liu Yang shook his head and said, I did not come to kill you. He was merely guiding my way. We arrived a bit too quickly, so he might be experiencing some motion sickness. He will get used to it after flying a few more times. After all, it is only natural for an ordinary human to pass out after experiencing supersonic speeds. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Yang, the leader of a survivor base. He was actually on his way to seek refuge with us, mentioning that the awakened beings at your base had been slaughtered. That is why I came to investigate. Hearing Liu Yang's explanation, a skeptical look crossed Lin Dong's face. Then, as if suddenly struck by a realization, his eyes lit up in astonishment. Liu Yang, he gasped. Could you be that Liu Yang who ranks first on the heavenly ranking? Liu Yang nodded calmly. Yes, that is me. At the same time, he was slightly surprised. He had not expected his reputation to have spread so far. Had his name truly become known to any random awakened being? My goodness. Lin Dong's eyes widened, utterly unable to believe his senses. This was the legendary champion of the heavenly ranking who had trampled the Xiaori Empire beneath his feet. He was the very pride and glory of the Shenlong Empire, bringing immense honor to the entire nation. He was the pride of every citizen in the Shenlong Empire. Ugh! Ergus sprawled on the ground, retching uncontrollably. It took him several minutes to finally regain his composure. He turned to Lin Dong and cried out in excitement, Dong. Brother Dong, I have brought back reinforcements. Initially, when Liu Yang claimed to be incredibly powerful, Ergu had been skeptical. But now, after being flown 30 kilometers at supersonic speed, he was utterly convinced. With such terrifying speed, even without considering any other abilities, simply lifting an enemy into the sky and dropping them would be enough to shatter them to pieces upon impact. Any adversary incapable of flight would surely be no match for Liu Yang. At this very moment, Liu Yang was nothing short of the savior of their base. Lin Dong asked with concern, Ergu, are you alright? Ergu kept patting his chest to catch his breath, stammering, I'm fine. It's just that we flew too fast earlier. You should explain the situation to Boss Liu Yang. He is a supreme powerhouse. The look in Lin Dong's eyes immediately shifted to one of profound respect. Of course I know he is a supreme powerhouse, he said. He is the number one on the heavenly ranking. Boss Liu Yang, I am Lin Dong, the sole survivor of this base. If I hadn't been out searching for food at the time, I would probably be dead by now as well. Liu Yang nodded and said, understood. Take me to the scene. Led by Lin Dong and Ergu, they arrived at the room where the awakened beings had been murdered. 3 days had passed, and the bloodstains on the floor had already dried and turned black. Lin Dong explained to Liu Yang. As soon as we entered back, then we saw 4 corpses. Our leader died right in his seat. None of the 4 had any chance to resist before they were slain. Every single one of them had their throats slit. The culprit must be a master of assassination, eliminating our leader before he could even react. Liu Yang surveyed the scene. Indeed, there were no signs of a struggle. The chairs were drenched in blood. It was evident that the awakened beings were killed while still seated without even a chance to stand up. It was a display of sheer, overwhelming power. Liu Yang found it difficult to fathom how these awakened beings could have provoked an adversary who possessed such absolute superiority in strength. Furthermore, if there was a grudge, why hadn't the enemy exacted revenge on the spot, instead of taking the risk to infiltrate the survivor base later to assassinate them? After pondering for a moment, Liu Yang shook his head and reached a conclusion in his mind. The killer must be an exceptionally powerful awakened being, and more importantly, these murders might have been entirely random. Your leader likely did not even know the assailant. Moreover, they did not plunder any resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, resources are far more valuable than human lives. Leaving the resources untouched indicates that they have no intention of establishing a presence in this area, or perhaps not even within the Shenlong Empire. Therefore, it is highly probable that awakened beings from another empire have infiltrated the Shenlong Empire. Their motive for these killings is likely to diminish the number of awakened beings in our nation. By doing so, they seek to undermine the overall strength of the Shenlong Empire. Or perhaps your leader possessed some secrets of the Shenlong Empire, and the assailant killed them after trying to extract the information. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Dong and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief. Infiltrators from another empire. Our leader was always with us and never traveled far. We only operated locally, scavenging for supplies within a 10-kilometer radius. There is no way he could have known any monumental secrets. Could it be because of that testing steel? That steel was how we first learned of your name, Boss Liu Yang. The leader of this base had once discovered a testing steel and brought his awakened followers inside to take the test. The leader had even been fortunate enough to earn a place on the yellow ranking. It was also on that steel that they beheld the grand name of Liu Yang. They had been incredibly thrilled at the time, as the name of the top ranker on the heavenly ranking was clearly of Shenlong Empire origin, filling them all with joy. In Lin Dong's eyes, the greatest secret they had ever uncovered was indeed this testing steel. To his surprise, Liu Yang shook his head. There is more than one testing steel, they exist all over the world. Though they are miraculous, they are not rare. That is unlikely to be the reason. Lindong asked. Then could it truly be, as you suggested, simply to weaken the strength of our Shenlong Empire? Liu Yang replied, I cannot be certain. However, what is certain is that the enemy is formidable. If they return, none of you will be able to withstand them. I will leave a level 3 zombie here to guard the entrance. The moment any intruder steps foot inside, I will arrive immediately. From now on, I will be in charge of this base. Who agrees and who objects? I agree. Ergu was the first to speak. Having experienced that supersonic flight with Liu Yang, he had long been thoroughly awed by him. That was supersonic speed. At such velocity, even a randomly thrown pebble would pack more force than a bullet. Liu Yang's power was truly beyond imagination. Me too. Lindong added with equal enthusiasm. Being able to follow the number 1 of the heavenly ranking meant his future prospects would be limitless. Seeing that no one had any objections, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It is decided then. From now on, this will be my base now. 2. Next, I will establish a new set of rules for this base, and it will operate accordingly from now on. Should there be any more infiltrators, use your wits to stall for time. Avoid being instantly killed, and I will arrive within a matter of minutes. Lindong and the others bowed their heads and replied, Yes, boss. Liu Yang. After settling matters with Lindong, Liu Yang said to Ergu, I plan to return to base now. 1 next. Let's go together. Ergu recalled the sensation of soaring through the sky when they first arrived. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than a roller coaster, nearly scaring the life out of him. He dared not experience that again. Shaking his head instantly, he said, No, I plan to stay behind to keep Brother Dong company. What if those enemies double back? How could Brother Dong handle them all by himself? Hearing Ergu's words, Lindong was so deeply moved that his eyes welled with tears. He exclaimed emotionally, Ergu. Ergu cried out in turn, Brother Dong. The two held hands face to face, gazing at each other with deep affection. Watching this scene unfold, Liu Yang was utterly speechless. What a display of deep brotherhood and homoerotic tension. He could only nod and say, All right, since you don't plan on returning to base now. 1 with me, I'll head back alone. You two stay safe here. If a truly powerful enemy appears, try your best to avoid a direct confrontation. Just find a way to stall them, and I will rush back as quickly as possible. Understood, boss. We've got it. Lindong and Ergu nodded hastily. Meanwhile, Liu Yang fell into deep thought. With the awakened ones of this base wiped out, its strength had been severely diminished. Any random shedder or tier 3 zombie could probably break in and slaughter everyone. Previously, Liu Yang spared Ma Feiyun because he felt the man's strength was decent and he might have a use for him in the future. Now it seemed that decision was correct. He could transfer Ma Feiyun to this base to act as an enforcer. Ordinary tier 3 zombies and shedders would likely be no match for him. This way, Liu Yang wouldn't have to rush over in person every time something happened. Having finished his contemplation, Liu Yang leaped straight into the air, soaring into the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, a sonic boom erupted in the heavens. Liu Yang flew toward base No. 1 at supersonic speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow across the sky. In a small town about 30 kilometers away from base No. 2, an Esper squad from the Shari Empire happened to arrive. Just as Liu Yang was flying at extreme speed through the sky, they spotted him. Taozi looked up at the disappearing shadow in the sky, astonishment filling her eyes. Did you see what that was just now? A human? Or a mutated zombie? Inoue's mouth fell wide open, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Whether human or zombie, they are unimaginably powerful. His speed just now must have exceeded the speed of sound, right? Nakata said, Isn't that direction the same one where we wiped out those 4 espers 3 days ago? Taozi tilted her head in thought, tapping her fair chin with a delicate finger as she mused. Could it be that our actions have attracted this powerhouse? Is he an esper from the official forces of the Shenlong Empire? A supersonic flight ability was far beyond what any ordinary esper could possess. At such speed, not even bullets could catch him, let alone ordinary attacks. It was impossible for just any random esper from the Shenlong Empire to be this powerful. Even those in the regular military couldn't possibly be this strong. So perhaps that person is the legendary number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Hearing Taozi's words, everyone showed shocked expressions. Nakata asked, The number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Inoue added, He is the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Another esper remarked, The Shenlong Empire is so vast. Could our luck really be this good that in less than half a month we've already found the number 1 on the sky ranking? They exchanged glances, seeing shock as well as a hint of pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. Finally, they turned to Taozi and asked, So should we give chase directly? Taozi shook her head and said, No, the opponent is supersonic. How could we possibly catch up? Nakata said, Survivors with flight abilities can ignore obstacles when traveling, so they should take the shortest route to their destination, and a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Therefore, he likely won't make any turns. We only need to pursue in the direction he flew and we will eventually find him. Tauzi nodded and replied, what you say indeed makes a lot of sense. However, what if he is merely searching for supplies moving from one location to another and then to yet another? You have no idea how many search locations he has visited, let alone where his stronghold is. Inoue said impatiently. Then what do you suggest we do? You are the captain, make a decision quickly. He flies so fast. With every second of hesitation, he could be hundreds of meters further away. Tauzi's expression darkened, and she then said resolutely, we head back. Back to the survivor base we raided last time. Perhaps we can extract some information this time. Inoue, I am warning you, do not go on a mindless killing spree this time. Last time it was because of you that everyone was slaughtered before we could extract any information. Hearing this, Inoue's face immediately contorted into a look as if he were looking at an idiot, and he mocked Tauzi, go back. My God, has your brain been infected by the virus? It took us 3 whole days of walking just to get here from that place, and now you want us to walk back. Moreover, that is the exact opposite direction of where that Esper was flying. It's bad enough that you aren't chasing him, but you want to head in the opposite direction. Tauzi's face turned cold as she warned, Inoue, if you speak another word of nonsense, I will slice off your tongue first. Seeing Tauzi's grim expression, Inoue felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. He could only say, fine, you're the captain, you call the shots. But this is the closest we've ever been to someone who might be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. If we lose this opportunity because of your decision, just wait until we get back. I'll definitely lodge a complaint against you to the colonel. Tauzi retorted. I think you'll only end up running back to cry to your father. Don't think you can act so arrogant just because your father is a colonel. If you keep this up, you probably won't even show respect to General Risheng Yamada. TCH. Inoue scoffed disdainfully. Afterward, Tauzi led the 4 espers and began heading back toward the location of Liu Yang's base. No. 2. It had taken them 3 days to travel from the base to this small town. However, that was because they had been searching for new survivor bases and clues about Liu Yang along the way, which explained their slow pace. Now returning along a familiar route, they could reach it in a single day at most. On the other side, Liu Yang returned to base No. 1. He could finally take the 30 beautiful girls back to his villa district. However, this time, he chose not to walk with them. Since the girls were all ordinary people, their speed was simply too slow. It would take them nearly a whole day to cover 20 kilometers. Liu Yang did not have that much time to waste on walking. Ever since he acquired the Cloak of Darkness, his daily step count had never exceeded 1,000. After leaving base No. 1, Liu Yang had the girls board a tour bus that had been abandoned on the highway. Immediately after, he placed his hand directly on the bus, flying back to the villa district with it. Through several instances of flying with others, Liu Yang had long discovered the secret of the Cloak of Darkness. The Cloak of Darkness did not merely carry Liu Yang aloft, instead it bestowed the ability to fly upon Liu Yang and any person or object he touched. In other words, flying with people required no effort at all, and the same applied to objects. If he wished, he could even lift an entire hill, fly tens of thousands of meters into the sky, and hurl it down. This would unleash a devastating impact akin to a falling meteor. It could even wipe out an entire city in one go. The power of the Cloak of Darkness was by no means limited to travel, it was also exceptionally formidable in combat. It was just that the enemies Liu Yang currently faced did not require him to employ such a powerful ability. 3 minutes later, the tour bus landed smoothly in the villa district. Shock was written all over the faces of the young girls. They knew Liu Yang was powerful, but they never expected him to be this strong. To lift a tour bus weighing over 10 tons effortlessly, such power was simply hard to believe. At this moment, the girls' hearts were filled with deep admiration for Liu Yang. Within the villa district, Hiyusher and the others had originally been exercising in the neighborhood. However, now that they knew they were pregnant, strenuous activities like playing ball or running were out of the question. Thus, the dozen or so of them laid out their yoga mats, practicing yoga while basking in the warm sunshine. But as they watched a massive bus pull up, everyone stood up, their faces painted with utter astonishment. Hiyusher could not help but exclaim, "What is Liu Yang up to? How did he manage to bring back a whole bus? In this apocalypse, the roads have long been choked to death by fleeing vehicles. It is impossible to drive." Zhao Lina agreed. Exactly what on earth is Liu Yang planning? Just as everyone was utterly bewildered, beautiful young women began stepping out of the bus one by one. Only then did the realization dawn upon the crowd. The famous star Su Xiao remarked, "My goodness. Liu Yang used to seek out women one by one, but now he is literally importing them by the truckload. That is truly impressive." Zhang Jingyu, the goddess of the police academy, also wore a look of shock. He actually flew back with an entire bus full of people. That is absolutely incredible. Hiyusher teased, "What is wrong? Don't tell me you two are jealous." Before they could answer, Tang Mengting chimed in, "Jealous? Give me a break. We are all pregnant now and certainly cannot tend to Liu Yang's needs. It is only natural for him to seek out other women. In fact, we ought to thank those sisters for taking care of Liu Yang on our behalf during this time." Hiyusher agreed, "Precisely. If we had to endure his gale force ravages every single day, we would end up dead in bed within a matter of days. Among them, Yusher was the only one who had entered Liu Yang's room twice. Naturally, she possessed the deepest understanding of his overwhelming power. Even now, she shivered slightly at the mere memory of the dread of being dominated by his unyielding, colossal strength. Chindan pointed at one of the newly arrived girls and exclaimed, "Hey, look! Look at her hips are so full. She is definitely built to bear sons." Zhou Qiuping added, "No, that one over there is even more impressive. Her bust is significantly more voluptuous than Jingyu's. She could easily nurse sextuplets." Zhou Kiki called out, "Hey, look at that short-haired girl. Her face is so pale, round, and tender. Yet her figure is so stunning. She is the epitome of a baby-faced beauty with a killer body. Do you think she is even of age?" Following the direction of Zhou Kiki's finger, everyone indeed beheld a gorgeous girl with shoulder-length short hair. Though she stood only around 1.5 meters tall, she possessed an extraordinarily voluptuous and curvaceous figure. Her face appeared fair, delicate, and carried a touch of baby fat, making anyone who saw her yearn to pinch her cheeks. One could only wonder where on earth Liu Yang had found such an exquisite gem. Chindan spoke up, "All right, everyone, let's head back inside. Our exercise is done, and it's time to prepare dinner. Liu Yang, you must be hungry too, right?" Liu Yang nodded and replied, "Yes, indeed I am. Come on, let's head back to the villa." Following the women back into the villa, Chindan led the group as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Liu Yang approached them, rolling up his sleeves to join in. Witnessing this, the women's faces instantly lit up with pleasant surprise. This was the very first time Liu Yang had ever entered the kitchen to work alongside them. Setting aside what he could actually contribute, the mere sense of his participation filled their hearts with warmth and joy. A bright smile graced Chindan's face, though she still quickly protested, "Liu Yang, what are you doing? There's no need for you to help. Just sit back and wait for the meal, we can handle this." Liu Yang shook his head and said, "It's fine. I actually want to experience cooking again. It has been a long time since I last cooked. Back in my rented apartment, I used to prepare all my own meals." Liu Yang felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Ever since the apocalypse erupted, everyone's lives had undergone earth-shattering transformations. And his transformation was the most profound of all. With the empowerment of the system, he had risen from a dirt-poor nobody, whom even dogs would shun, to ascend as the absolute #1 on the heaven ranking. He was without a doubt the strongest among all awakened ability users. Furthermore, his current attributes were virtually invincible. Such a colossal shift made Liu Yang feel as though he were living in a dream. Stepping back into the kitchen, now he finally felt a grounding sense of reality. At the very least, being in the kitchen felt almost identical to the days before the apocalypse struck. Yusher interjected, "Sister Chindan, just leave him be. It's not often he gets to join us in our chores, so let him participate." Liu Yang nodded and agreed, "Yusher is right." Chindan conceded with a nod, all right. We are actually very happy to have you join us." "You of all people should know exactly how strong I am." Hearing this, Chundan's beautiful face instantly flushed crimson. Who could possibly resist such a tease? She certainly didn't dare to provoke him further. Before long, the dishes were ready. Liu Yang had prepared a plate of stir-fried sliced beef with celery. Enhanced by the fresh aroma of the celery, the rich scent of the beef enticed everyone's taste buds. The women could not help but widen their eyes, inhaling deeply to savor the mouth-watering fragrance. It smells absolutely divine. Liu Yang, your culinary skills are extraordinary. Since you are such an amazing cook, why didn't you ever prepare meals for us before? How truly wicked of you." Yusher grumbled, pouting her lips. Tang Mingting chimed in, "I never expected your cooking to surpass even Sister Chindan's. What a delightful surprise." The famous star Su Xiao remarked, "This is probably the most delicious meal I have had since the apocalypse began. Oh, it is so good. Liu Yang, you rascal, possessing such incredible culinary talent, and yet keeping it hidden until now." Zhao Lina took a bite of the beef, tears of pure bliss instantly welling up in her eyes. "Delicious, this is simply too delicious. To taste food in this post-apocalyptic world that is even better than what we had in the era of peace. I feel so incredibly blessed." The meal was filled with laughter and lively chatter, bringing a profound sense of joy to everyone. At the dining table, Liu Yang addressed the group, "In the coming days, I fear this area will not be peaceful. Try to avoid leaving the villa as much as possible and stay safely inside. If you want to do yoga or swim, try to stick to the facilities within the villa." Hearing Liu Yang's words, a serious expression washed over the women's faces. If even someone as formidable as Liu Yang claimed that trouble was brewing, then danger was indeed imminent. Although they knew Liu Yang was exceptionally strong, and they had no need to worry about his safety, most of them had not yet awakened any abilities. The only two ability users among them were Bai Hu and Chindan. Relying on just two ability users to protect everyone would be no easy task. Thus they all nodded in agreement. Zhao Lina said, "All right, Liu Yang. We won't step a foot outside during this time. We will happily stay indoors like homebodies. He Yushir added, and we must take good care of our pregnancies. We should strive to give Liu Yang healthy chubby baby boys ha. Zhang Jingyu countered. I on the other hand would love to have a daughter. Daughters are much more adorable. But even if it is a daughter, she must be a healthy chubby little girl. Expressions of eager anticipation bloomed on everyone's faces as if they all longed to see just how adorable the new lives would be when they arrived. Baihu declared as an ability user, my physical constitution is much stronger. My expectations aren't high. Just give me twins. A boy and a girl, or any combination would be perfect. Huh. Wang Feifei puffed out her chest, cast a glance at Baihu's bosom, and teased Baihu. You want twins? Make sure you don't end up starving the poor things when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Baihu's expression instantly shifted to one of sheer exasperation. Among everyone present, hers was indeed the smallest. Baihu felt utterly helpless. She thought to herself, but can I really be blamed for this? Mine is already at the average size, alright. It is only because the women around Liu Yang are all so exceptionally well endowed that I appear somewhat modest by comparison. Glaring at Wang Feifei, she snapped, how vexing. You cheeky girl. Just because the two of us come from the same base you think you can spend all day mocking me. See if I don't pinch you to pieces. Oh, Liu Yang saved me. Huh. Wang Feifei let out a squeal and quickly ducked behind Liu Yang. Eventually the two finished their playful scuffle and sank exhausted onto the sofa. After a while, feeling that his food had digested sufficiently, Liu Yang prepared to return to his room to rest. Meanwhile, the others began clearing the table, returning to the kitchen to busy themselves once more. Liu Yang returned to his room to rest for a few hours. Just as he was contemplating which of the 30 young maidens he should select tonight to carry out his 28th session of propagating his lineage. At base now, 2, over 30 kilometers away, the Esper squad from the Shaori Empire had arrived once more. Outside the base, Taozi stood atop a tall building, peering through her binoculars to observe the situation within. Zhongtian asked, Captain Taozi, how is it? Any anomalies? Taozi shook her head with a solemn expression. Nothing out of the ordinary, except that the number of survivors in this particular base has decreased significantly. They likely discovered that we executed their leadership and fled. With that, she raised her binoculars again to continue her observation. This time she furrowed her brows, noticing something amiss. There is an extra guard at the entrance, sitting perfectly upright without moving an inch. Logically speaking, without supervision, even a gatekeeper shouldn't be so upright and serious. What security guard doesn't slack off? Something seems off. According to Taozi's past experience, the guards stationed at the main gates were generally not very powerful, usually being just the lowest tier survivors tasked with gatekeeping. They might not even be espers, because espers in ordinary bases like this usually occupied high-ranking positions. Yet the guard she observed through her binoculars sat completely motionless, resembling a statue. Anyone unaware would have mistaken him for a mannequin. Oh, an extra guard. Let me see. Zhongtian also showed a look of doubt as he took the binoculars from Taozi's hands and began to observe. He too saw the guard, dressed in a suit, wearing sunglasses and a face mask, sitting perfectly straight. After watching for a full minute, the other party did not even budge. Were it not for the sunglasses obscuring his eyes, he would have even suspected that the guard hadn't blinked once. Zhongtian said in puzzlement. Could it be that because of our intrusion, they dispatched an esper to guard the gate? Taozi shook her head and said, even the espers in our regular army do not possess such discipline. Beside them, Jingshang could no longer bear it and scoffed. Isn't he just a gatekeeper? I'll go take him out. With that, he charged directly toward the survivor base. Taozi hastily cried out, hey, don't be reckless, Jingshang. However, it was already too late. Jingshang had leaped over the gate in a few bounds. Taozi gritted her teeth, having no choice but to order everyone to follow. By the time they also leaped into the survivor base, Jingshang had already stealthily made his way behind the security booth. Drawing his razor-sharp dagger, he lunged at the guard from behind and slashed with great force. Slash! The guard's throat was instantly slit. A smug expression appeared on Jingshang's face as he muttered under his breath, isn't he dead now? If we hesitated outside like you guys did, everything would have been too late. Yet he saw nothing but sheer shock on his companions' faces. Immediately after, he sensed a violent gust of wind tearing past his ear. Taozi screamed, watch out. Jingshang's hair suddenly stood on end as an unprecedented sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. However, it was already too late. The guard, still clad in his suit, mask, and sunglasses, swiped viciously at Jingshang. Rip! Jingshang's arm was instantly torn with 5 bloody gashes, and even his specially made black agent uniform was shredded. Clutching his arm, he gasped in disbelief. I already slit his throat. How is he not dead? Taozi, however, had already discerned the truth. It's a zombie. That attack speed just now could only belong to at least a level 3 zombie. Your arm has been infected with the level 3 zombie virus. It must be severed. Zhongtian. Yes. With a swift movement, Zhongtian appeared beside Jingshang, raising his greatsword and hacking straight down. Up. Jingshang's arm fell to the ground, and he let out a painful shriek. Taozi immediately pulled out a bandage and tightly bound his severed limb to stem the flow of blood. Meanwhile, Zhongtian and the other two espers charged toward the level 3 zombie. They were all elite fighters ranked within the top 100 of the Earth ranking, and all of them were level 2 espers. Combining their strength, the three of them instantly obliterated the level 3 zombie. Meanwhile, far away in the villa district, Liu Yang had already sensed the situation here. He furrowed his brows, murmuring, "These guys actually doubled back. And they managed to take down a level 3 zombie so easily. It seems they are quite formidable. It's time to go meet them." With that, Liu Yang sped toward the location of Base No. 2 at supersonic speed. The sounds of battle in Villa No. 2 attracted the survivors inside. Lin Dong, the Soul Esper, had already rushed out with several burly survivors. When he saw Taozi and the others along with the defeated level 3 zombie, a look of astonishment washed over his face, which quickly contorted from shock into rage. Pointing at Taozi's group, he demanded, "Are you the ones who killed our 4 espers?" Upon seeing Lin Dong, Taozi's face turned cold. She said, "Are you the one controlling this level 3 zombie? Are you Liu Yang? Fuck you. I'm your daddy." Lin Dong cursed loudly, then spun around and fled. The level 3 zombie was incredibly powerful, and since Lin Dong was only a level 1 esper, he was no match for it at all. Yet this powerful level 3 zombie had been instantly slain by these people, which spoke volumes about their immense strength. If he fought them, his fate would be even more wretched than that of the level 3 zombie. Thus he recalled Liu Yang's advice when encountering a powerful foe: turn and run immediately, and simply stall for time. Seeing Lin Dong flee, Taozi and her companions furrowed their brows. If the opponent truly possessed the ability to control a level 3 zombie, then his own strength shouldn't be weak either. For him to turn and run now, could he be deliberately luring them deep into a trap? Zhongtian urged, "Captain Taozi, hurry and give chase. He's about to escape." Taozi nodded and replied, "Pursue him, but remain cautious. There might be an ambush ahead." Their entry into this survivor base this time had not been nearly as smooth as the first. They never expected the gatekeeper to be a level 3 zombie. Consequently, Jingshang had lost an arm, cutting his combat strength in half. It was an inauspicious start, suffering heavy losses right at the outset. Thus Taozi and the others immediately pursued the direction of Lin Dong's escape. However, they did not dare to rush too quickly, fearing an ambush and remaining highly vigilant at all times. Nevertheless, the speed of Earth-ranking experts was not something Lin Dong could outrun. Soon the 5 espers from the Shaori Empire cornered Lin Dong inside a building. Inside the house, looking at Lin Dong and the others who had nowhere left to retreat, Jingshang clutched his severed arm, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Licking his pale lips, he suppressed the agonizing pain in his arm and sneered, "Nowhere left to run now, is there? To think my carelessness would cause me to fail so miserably, losing an arm to a mere level 3 zombie. This is all because of you. Next, I will slowly torture you to death. I'll make you realize the devastating price you must pay for costing me an arm." Yet contrary to his expectations, his threats failed to intimidate Lin Dong. Instead, Lin Dong burst into laughter even more arrogant than his own. Tilting his head back, Lin Dong opened his mouth wide and laughed uproariously. "Ha! You Japanese bastards. On the brink of death and still acting so arrogant. You're absolutely hilarious. If you have the guts, come over here and see how you die." Although Jingshang was hot-tempered and impulsive, the loss of his arm had made him cautious. Now that Lin Dong was provoking him to step forward, he hesitated, fear and doubt flickering across his face. Having witnessed the speed of Lin Dong's escape, they were certain he was merely a level 1 esper, while his lackeys were just ordinary humans who hadn't even awakened any abilities. How could a mere level 1 esper accompanied by a few ordinary followers possess such confidence when facing 5 level 2 espers ranked in the top 100 of the Earth leaderboard? Abnormal situations always harbored hidden dangers. Having lost an arm to his own impulsiveness, he had no desire to act rashly again. Another misstep could cost him his life. Beside Lin Dong, Ergo chimed in, "Come on. Why aren't you moving? We're waiting right here for you. Come on if you dare. Damn Japanese bastards, how dare you act so cocky on our turf? My head is right here. Come and chop it off if you have the nerve." With that, he thrust his middle finger directly at Jingshang and his group. Ergo was merely an ordinary human. For an ordinary human to act so arrogantly, either everyone in this base had gone mad, or there was a trap waiting ahead. Jingshang, Zhongtian, and the others exchanged glances, seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes. Observing their reluctance to advance, Lin Dong and Ergo grew even more insolent. They hurled non-stop insults across the room, cursing the ancestors of these Japanese invaders. Yet the more they cursed, the more hesitant the invaders became to move. Then Lin Dong muttered, "It's been about a minute, right? Boss should be arriving soon." As expected of boss Liu Yang, a single level 3 zombie he left behind was enough to make them so wary that they don't even dare to budge. Damn, as a level 1 esper pointing at the noses of these level 2 Japanese espers and cursing them feels absolutely exhilarating. Ergo was equally thrilled, whispering, exactly. Even an ordinary human like me can berate them to their faces while they stand frozen. Is this the sheer deterrence of boss Liu Yang? They're already terrified before he even makes a move. Watching them whisper, Tao Zi and her companions assumed they were plotting a scheme, making them even more hesitant to act. Just as they wavered in indecision, a dark shadow rushed in at extreme speed. In the next instant, a tall, handsome young man clad in a black cloak stood before them. At the sight of this figure, Lin Dong and the others immediately beamed with joy. They cried out to Liu Yang, Boss Liu Yang. Boss, you're finally here. Just as you predicted, boss. The ones who came to slaughter our base are indeed these Japanese espers. Boss, your foresight is truly divine. Lin Dong and the others gazed at Liu Yang with eyes full of admiration. Not only was Liu Yang incredibly powerful, but his deductive reasoning was also far superior to others. Just by inspecting the scene, he had deduced that foreign espers were behind the trouble. It was truly magnificent. And now Boss Liu Yang had arrived. Everything was now under Boss Liu Yang's control, and they were completely out of danger. Ergo and the others shouted directly at the Japanese espers, now your time is up. You Japanese bastards. You murdered 4 people in our base, and now it's time to pay with your lives. Meanwhile, Tao Zi and her companions looked utterly shocked. What terrifying speed. What a powerful esper. Judging by what those people called him, could this guy be Liu Yang, the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard? This was bad. According to their original plan, their scout squad was only responsible for secretly searching for clues about Liu Yang and reporting back to headquarters immediately upon finding anything. They were never meant to engage Liu Yang in direct combat. How could a mere 5 Earth leaderboard espers stand a chance against the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard? Tao Zi's eyes darted around as she plotted an escape. Liu Yang cast a freezing glance at Tao Zi and her group. This single glance sent a bone-chilling shiver through the Japanese espers. The surrounding temperature seemed to plunge instantly, causing their hearts to tremble. It felt as though they were trapped in an ice cellar. Their breathing grew involuntarily rapid, and cold sweat slowly began to drench their backs. Then Liu Yang spoke. You are the ones who came to slaughter this base. Traveling so far to our Shenlong Empire, I doubt your purpose is merely to kill. Reveal your purpose here, and I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. The moment Liu Yang finished speaking, Tao Zi barked an order in Japanese, scatter and run. However, Liu Yang had already anticipated their move. With a casual wave of his hand toward them, a violent torrent of freezing air swept forth, instantly encasing the ground in thick ice and freezing their feet to the spot. The frost quickly spread upward, rapidly enveloping their entire bodies. Soon they were completely encased in solid ice, unable to move even a finger, with only their faces exposed. With his mental strength reaching 1500 points, and his frost ability at level 8, Liu Yang's control over the ice was incredibly fluid and effortless. With a single thought, he could freeze the entire base into a world of ice and snow. Did a few mere Earth leaderboard espers really think they could escape from him? It was pure wishful thinking. Finding herself frozen solid and unable to budge a single finger, Tao Zi's face filled with shock as she gasped this. How is this possible? With such terrifying speed, I thought he was a speed-type esper, but his ability is actually ice. Meanwhile, Liu Yang began walking toward her step by step. Also frozen in place, Zhong Tian's eyes nearly split with rage at the sight. He roared at Liu Yang, Liu Yang, what do you think you're doing? If you want something, come at me. Don't you dare touch Captain Tao Zi. Beside them, Jing Shang also shrieked, Liu Yang, even if you are number 1 on the heavenly board, do not be too arrogant. My father is a naval captain of the Shaori Empire. If you dare kill me, my father will take your life at all costs. The other 2 espers also yelled, if you dare kill us, it will be an insult to the Shaori Empire. You will be making an enemy of the entire Shaori Empire. Do you honestly think you can oppose the entire empire with your strength alone? You are courting death. No matter how strong you are but a single man. I refuse to believe you can match an entire empire. When the time comes, our empire will endlessly dispatch elites to assassinate you. Do not think being number 1 on the heavenly board makes you invincible. There are existences in this world far more powerful than espers. Those are ancient, unimaginable, and powerful legacy clans. Even if you are at the top of the heavenly board, you will be instantly killed. Hearing their words, a cold smile played on Liu Yang's lips. The Shaori Empire, is it? Has your Shaori Empire ever considered that the moment you dispatched espers into the Shenlong Empire and appeared before me, you had already declared war on me? Rest assured they won't need to come to me. I will personally pay a visit to the Shaori Empire. Having said that, Liu Yang looked at Jing Shang and asked, your father is a naval captain of the Shaori Empire, correct? Thank you for the reminder. When the time comes, I shall kill that captain first. You, Jing Shang never expected Liu Yang to be so incredibly arrogant and insolent. He had originally thought he could intimidate his opponent by using his father's reputation, but he never expected that not only was the man completely unafraid, but he even intended to kill his father first. At that moment, a dark premonition crept into Jing Shang's heart. Could his single remark bring an unimaginable catastrophe upon his father? With that, Liu Yang reached out and pinched Tao Zi's delicate smooth face, squeezing her alluring cherry lips into a pout. He asked, "You are the strongest among them, so you must be their leader. Tell me your purpose for coming here, and perhaps I can grant you a swift death." Seeing Liu Yang's actions, Zhong Tian grew agitated once more. "Let go of Captain Tao Zi. If you have the guts, come at me." Zhong Tian had harbored a secret crush on Tao Zi for a very long time. Unfortunately, he was not as powerful as Tao Zi, which left him with a lingering sense of inferiority and prevented him from ever confessing his feelings. Now seeing the powerful and high and mighty Captain Tao Zi being humiliated by Liu Yang, who was pinching her face, Zhong Tian fell to despair so profound he wished for death. He hated his own weakness. He hated that he could not protect his goddess Tao Zi. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness turned his heart to ash, plunging him into an endless abyss of despair, leaving him with no choice but to shout helplessly from the side. Liu Yang turned to look at the agitated Zhong Tian and said, "Oh, you seem rather excited. Very well, I shall ask you instead. As long as you tell the truth, perhaps I might release your Captain Tao Zi." Zhong Tian hastily replied, "I will talk. As long as you promise to release Captain Tao Zi, I will tell you everything." Hearing Zhong Tian's words, Tao Zi immediately cried out, "Zhong Tian, what do you think you are doing? Do you wish to betray the Empire?" "Captain, I only want to protect you. I cannot protect the Empire, but I want to protect you. Even if it means trading my life for yours, I am willing. To hell with the Empire's righteousness and the samurai spirit. I can discard them all. I only want you to live." As Zhong Tian spoke, tears streamed down his face. This heavily bearded, burly man was weeping like a child. This was the epitome of a simp. Simps were the same regardless of what nation they hailed from. Simps were the most spineless and weakest creatures of all. Watching from the side, Liu Yang wore a look of utter disdain before asking, "Can you speak now?" Zhong Tian asked, "Are you certain? If I speak, you will spare Captain Tao Zi?" Liu Yang nodded and replied, "I am certain." Zhong Tian said, "Fine. I will speak. We are survivors dispatched by the Shaori Empire. Our squad was specifically tasked with finding the whereabouts of Liu Yang, the number 1 on the heavenly board, which is you. Once you were located, we were to immediately report to the main unit and then coordinate with all other squads to eliminate you. Currently, there are 19 other search squads and 1 main unit within the Shenlong Empire." Liu Yang assumed a contemplative expression, then asked, "Are the other search squads similar in strength to yours? What about the strength of the main unit?" Zhong Tian replied, "The search squads indeed share a similar level of power with us, but the main unit is entirely composed of heavenly board espers. There are 5 espers ranked within the top 200 of the heavenly board. The leading heavenly board esper is even ranked in the top 10. Coupled with the strength of the other 19 search squads, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly be our match." Zhong Tian had heard that the strength of espers ranked in the top 200 of the heavenly board was actually quite comparable. This was because the espers ranked around the 100th position in the Shaori Empire had cleared the 10th level of the stone tablet, and Rishang Shantian, who was ranked first, had also only cleared the 10th level. The only reason for the difference in their rankings was their completion times. In other words, the 10th level was already the absolute limit for heavenly board espers. They even assumed that Liu Yang had only cleared the 10th level as well, just slightly faster, perhaps merely a minute quicker than General Rishang. How much of a difference in strength could that possibly make? Among the espers ranked in the top 200 of the heavenly board, the gap in power was practically negligible. There was even the concept of elemental counterrelations among espers. For instance, if a fire attribute esper encountered a water attribute esper of comparable strength, the fire attribute esper would find themselves at a disadvantage. Unless the fire attribute esper was significantly stronger than the water attribute one, it was impossible to reverse the situation. This was the nature of elemental counters. Thus, even the number 1 on the heavenly board was not invincible. In the eyes of Zhong Tian and his companions, 5 contenders from the top 200 of the heavenly board could absolutely take down the number 1. How could they have ever imagined that Liu Yang was an anomaly who had cleared 100 levels and had yet to reach his limit? If the increase in difficulty for each level merely meant a larger horde of zombies, Liu Yang would have no trouble clearing even 1,000 levels. Liu Yang sneered. "A mere 5 heavenly board espers dare to seek trouble with me. You people of the Shaori Empire are indeed as arrogant as ever." With that, he caressed Tao Zi's smooth cheek, hoisted her stiff, frozen body onto his shoulder, and walked toward the adjacent room. Seeing this, Zhong Tian panicked instantly. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you trying to do? I've already told you everything I know. You must keep your promise and release Captain Tao Zi. Put Captain Tao Zi down this instant." Liu Yang shook his head and said, "I must admit, although you lot are detestable, this so-called captain of yours is quite beautiful. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make thorough use of her?" Zhong Tian gritted his teeth and spat, "Damn you. You have no honor. You clearly agreed that as long as I gave you the information, you would release Captain Tao Zi." Liu Yang sneered, "Hey, honor. Do I have any reason to keep my word to the people of the Shaori Empire? Just listen closely from outside the door as I ravage your captain." Zhong Tian was driven to the brink of madness, screaming, "You bastard, let go of Captain Tao Zi. Torture or kill me as you please, but release Captain Tao Zi immediately." Liu Yang retorted, "Who in their right mind would keep faith with the likes of you from the Shaori Empire?" Behind him, Zhong Tian's despairing screams echoed out. Inside the room, Liu Yang threw Tao Zi directly onto the bed. It had to be said that this woman from the Little Sun Empire was indeed exceptionally beautiful. She possessed a gentle and lovely countenance, her cheeks still carrying a hint of rosy baby fat that made one yearn to pinch them. Moreover, standing under 1.6 meters tall, she seemed like a mere child before the 1.85-meter tall Liu Yang, easily liftable with just a single arm. She was starkly different from the tall, voluptuous women in Liu Yang's base. Tao Zi belonged to the petite Lolita type. Tossed onto the bed, a trace of panic finally flickered across her face. She desperately wanted to resist, but she found herself utterly powerless, unable to stir even a single finger. She could only speak to Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, you are the #1 powerhouse on the heaven ranking. I trust you will uphold the spirit of Bushido. I am a warrior. Please do not humiliate me. I beg of you, let me die with dignity. Grant me a swift death." Hearing her words, a cold sneer played upon Liu Yang's face. Dignity. Even before the outbreak of the apocalypse, I understood a fundamental truth: only the strong are worthy of dignity. For dignity is never begged for, it is earned by one's own hand. Slap. Liu Yang struck Tao Zi across the face. A crimson mark instantly bloomed upon her fair, delicate cheek. Ugh. Tao Zi let out a muffled groan, gritting her teeth to endure the searing pain, refusing to let herself scream aloud. For she knew that 4 of her team members were just outside the door. If she cried out, they would surely hear her. How utterly humiliating would that be for her, their captain? No, she absolutely could not scream. Yet even though she held it back and uttered only a muffled groan, Zhong Tian, waiting outside, instantly flew into a frenzy upon hearing it. He howled in even greater agony. "Kill me. Just kill me." At this moment his face was contorted with anguish, wishing for nothing more than to end his own life, yet he lacked even the power to commit suicide. Inside the room, watching Tao Zi grit her teeth in silent endurance, Liu Yang remarked, "As expected of an Earth-ranking powerhouse, you certainly have a high tolerance for pain. But do not worry, this is merely the beginning. I said I would make your simp listen to your screams of agony, and I will keep my word." With that, Liu Yang pressed forward. He walked straight toward Tao Zi and pushed her down. It had to be admitted that this woman of the Little Sun was indeed stunningly beautiful, a peerless beauty, 1 in 10,000. Not only did she possess exquisitely delicate facial features, but her figure was also flawless. Though petite in stature, she exuded a unique, delicate allure. Now completely paralyzed, she lay abandoned in the room by Liu Yang. One could only imagine the horrific ordeal she was about to endure. This filled Tao Zi not only with terror, but also with a trace of deep shame. Before invading the Shenlong Empire, she had indeed anticipated encountering its supreme powerhouses and engaging in fierce battles. She had even prepared herself for the possibility of dying within the Shenlong Empire. Yet she never expected that this man named Liu Yang, the #1 on the heaven ranking, would be so utterly devoid of martial honor. Not only did he refuse to grant her a swift death, but he also insisted on humiliating her. Such actions bore absolutely no resemblance to the demeanor of a true powerhouse. He possessed not a shred of the warrior's spirit. She cried out in desperate, hushed tones, "You don't do this. Just grant me a swift death. Stop humiliating me. What benefit does this bring you? As a supreme powerhouse, you lack any semblance of a grand demeanor. A true powerhouse would disdain to humiliate their enemy. Much less would they stoop to such vile deeds. They focus solely on growing stronger. A person like you will never become a true powerhouse." Liu Yang sneered. "Hey, you have never stood at the peak, so how could you possibly know what goes through a powerhouse's mind? Tell me, is it possible, just a possibility, that the more I indulge myself, the stronger I actually become?" Outside, Zhong Tian felt as though his very soul was being torn to shreds. Jinshang spoke up impatiently, "Stop your incessant blathering, you're driving me mad. If I could move so much as a single finger, I would have killed you already." "Wah, that is Captain Tao Zi. Captain Tao Zi is being tortured." "Wah." The heavily bearded Zhong Tian wept bitterly. Seeing Zhong Tian's pathetic, spineless display, Jinshang cursed him fiercely. "Why the hell are you crying? You miserable simp. Damn it, just for a woman, you actually betrayed the Empire and leaked all the information about our squads. You are a traitor to our Little Sun Empire, a sinner for 1,000 generations, a filthy turncoat, and you still have the nerve to weep." Zhong Tian, the bearded giant, could only sob uncontrollably. Especially Zhong Tian, he gritted his teeth, crying out in agony, his teeth nearly grinding to pieces. Tears streamed down his face, snot running as he cried toward the door. "Captain Tao Zi, my Captain Tao Zi. Liu Yang, please release Captain Tao Zi. Let her go now. She is my goddess." "Oh." Under Liu Yang's threats, Taozi voluntarily became his girlfriend. At that moment, Liu Yang also received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully made the other person your girlfriend, gaining a new ability, Soul Chain. Upon seeing the prompt, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Have you finally obtained a new ability? Now, after following a top Earth rank expert and branching out, he immediately gained a new ability, confirming his suspicions. Perhaps from now on, only by branching out with empowered individuals will one secure better rewards. And the stronger the empowered, the better the rewards. Yet the number of empowered individuals remains scarce. Among 100 people, not a single one wields powers. Then a tier 3 zombie strength could roughly correspond to a level 2 empowered. If I truly cannot find an empowered to branch out with, could I settle for a tier 3 zombie? Damn it. In a distant parallel world, there is a famed figure named Einstein who once said that if you could run around a tree at the speed of light, you would wind up bumping into your own backside. Although Liu Yang has not reached the speed of light, wielding the zombie control ability seems to achieve roughly the same effect as bumping into his own back. Oh dear. What am I thinking? Now is not the time for such thoughts. Liu Yang shook his head, pulling his mind back from that light speed notion. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the new ability. After all, it had been more than half a month since Liu Yang last gained a new ability. It had been far too long. Liu Yang almost forgot the thrill. If other empowered beings heard of his idea, they would probably spit blood in fury. You cannot stand half a month without a new power. Do you know that other empowered beings have only one ability in a lifetime? Many awakenings are not even combat type, and some powers come with strong side effects. Someone like Liu Yang, who possesses several powers, is an absolute outlier among outliers. Liu Yang inspected the new ability's attributes. Soul Chain Level 1. By placing your finger on the target's brow center for 5 minutes, you can cast Soul Chain. Once successful, the target becomes your thrall. Requirements: mental power greater than the opponent's to succeed. Good heavens, this ability is formidable. After reading the description, Liu Yang was filled with excitement. Being able to control the opponent from the soul, turning them into your servant, this is incredibly strong. He had originally planned to use Taozi up and then kill her, but now with this ability there is no need to kill. But this ability is not without limits. First, mental power must be greater than the opponent's to succeed. Second, you must place your finger on the opponent's brow center for 5 minutes. These 5 minutes are a hidden constraint requiring not only greater mental power, but also greater overall strength. If you do not subdue the opponent first, who would allow you to rest your finger on their brow center for 5 minutes? Yet these two requirements are not a problem for Liu Yang. His mental power is 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the strength of a level 15 empowered. And the highest level empowered he has met so far is only level 2. And strength aside, Liu Yang's freezing ability is the best control skill. With a single glance, you can freeze a person. Coupled with the soul chain, it is a perfect match. Liu Yang walked toward Taozi with a sly smile. Watching Liu Yang approach, Taozi, who had just recovered a little strength, wore a terrified look again, and she pleaded, "Do not come any closer." Watching Liu Yang he even held up 2 fingers. Taozi grew terrified. She spoke to Liu Yang in fear, asking him not to come closer, and wondering what he'd do to her. Liu Yang slowly approached. As he drew nearer, Taozi tried to flee, but her body would not respond. Her eyes were filled with panic, tears welled in her eyes, and despair stretched across her face. Liu Yang then placed a finger on the center of her brow. Taozi was stunned. After the moment passed, he came closer with the raised finger. Taozi was understandably afraid, but now that she saw he only pressed his finger to her brow, she relaxed somewhat. She asked curiously what he wanted to do and why he was touching her forehead. Liu Yang replied that she would know soon enough. "I will turn all of your petty days into my servants," Taozi cried. "You are dreaming. Either kill me, or I will never submit to you." Not to mention becoming your servant. Taozi and the others had all undergone professional training and brainwashing by the Shaori Empire. In the depths of her heart, the Shaori Empire interests outweighed her own. To protect the Shaori Empire interests, she could even sacrifice her life. Liu Yang smiled and said, "I hope 5 minutes from now you will still be so stubborn." Taozi snorted coldly. 5 minutes later, Liu Yang received a system prompt saying that the soul chain had been successfully activated. The ability user Taozi had become your most loyal servant. After receiving this prompt, Taozi's eyes changed, no longer the initial stubbornness, but instead became compliant. From her gaze, Liu Yang could tell she was completely conquered. He released Taozi from the icebound restraints and commanded her to kneel. With a crack, Taozi knelt before Liu Yang. Seeing this, Liu Yang was very satisfied. This is the soul chain indeed. This is a soul-controlling ability. No matter how stubborn Taozi is, once activated, she will become his loyal servant. Very well, next he would cast this skill on the people outside the door. Liu Yang walked toward the door, and the door creaked. The door opened, and Liu Yang stepped out. Outside, Nakata and Inoue looked shocked. Seeing Liu Yang, it was like witnessing a demon god rise. Captain Taozi had been tortured, so is it his turn next? Nakata cried with tears flowing and shouted, "Damn it. How dare you do that to Captain Towsy? Even if I were a ghost, I would not spare you, Captain Towsy, my Captain Towsy. While he had just cursed, Towsy walked out of the room with a very submissive expression. Seeing Towsy in this state, his anger grew, and he shouted, Captain Towsy, what happened to you? Your leg was broken by this wicked guy. Hearing Nakata, Towsy's gaze instantly grew cold, and she said, shut up. Trash is Lord Liu Yang someone you can insult? Nakata stood there stunned, his mouth agape. Captain Towsy actually called me trash, and she called Liu Yang master. I must be hearing things. Captain Towsy is actually calling Liu Yang master. What, this guy tormented Towsy and somehow tamed her? What charm does he possess? Indeed, Towsy had been among the top 200 on the Earth list as super talent. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a genius girl. All along she had been trained to be an important talent for the Empire. Her love for the Empire and her loyalty were real. Yet even so, a woman loyal to the Empire, after entering the room with Liu Yang for a few hours, began calling Liu Yang master. This shattered Nakata and the others' worldview. What power does this Liu Yang, the Shenlong Empire ability user, possess? That he could make Captain Towsy surrender her, well, so completely they cannot imagine it, and something in their hearts felt broken. Especially Nakata, seeing his goddess become Liu Yang's servant, he could not even articulate his anger. His heart felt broken. Seeing the angry, astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Yang smiled coldly and told them, this is the fate of those who invade our Shenlong Empire. Next, it is your turn. Nakata barked at Liu Yang. Damn it, Liu Yang. What on earth did you do to Captain Towsy? She would absolutely never betray us, nor would she betray the Empire. You must have cast an illusion on her. That is the only reason she has become like this. You truly are a despicable Esper. Before Liu Yang could even respond, Towsy, who was sprawling on the ground, spoke up. She snarled at Nakata, shut up. You useless trash. I will not tolerate you speaking of master in such a manner. Captain Towsy, you. Nakata, who had been raging just a moment ago, was instantly silenced by Towsy's rebuke. He gaped, utterly speechless. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Captain Towsy to side with that man from the Divine Dragon Empire and scold him instead. The sheer humiliation and rage of being publicly insulted by his goddess churned and swelled within Nakata's chest, feeling as though it would burst his heart. Pain. It was an agonizing, unbearable pain. Nakata felt that his life had lost all meaning, and he wished nothing more than to die right then and there. Liu Yang, however, wore a smug expression. See, you can't say I forced her, can you? Why don't the rest of you just submit to me, just like your captain? Inoue spat on the ground and sneered, bah, my father is a navy captain. If you don't release me, you will die sooner or later. Is that so? Liu Yang's expression turned cold. He then faced Inoue and slowly clenched his fist. Crack, crack. Following Liu Yang's hand movement, the ice encasing Inoue's body began to contract, relentlessly squeezing him as if to crush him to pieces. Arg! Inoue screamed in agony. Every single cell in his body felt as though it were being crushed, radiating an unbearable, excruciating pain. His bones began to fracture and shatter, piercing into his muscles, and even tearing straight through his skin, exposing the stark, white bone fragments within the transparent ice. Yet as Liu Yang's fist tightened further, even his sturdiest bones began to splinter. The intense agony made Inoue shriek wildly. Arg! It hurts. My body hurts so much. Help me, father, save me. I was wrong. Boss, please spare me. I'll do whatever you want. Whatever you say. However, Liu Yang did not stop. He clenched his fist with sudden force. Arg! Inoue felt his entire body being compressed into a single mass. Snap! With a sharp crack, the block of ice instantly imploded into a tight ball, compressing Inoue inside into a pool of bloody slush. Bones, muscles, hair, and skin were all mashed into a single clump, blending entirely into the ice. Not only was there no corpse left intact, but not even a single whole cell remained. Liu Yang remarked indifferently, noisy. I despise those who scream the most. Beside him, the remaining 3 espers stood utterly speechless. Even Nakata, who had been bent on seeking death just moments before, shut his mouth. They truly did not fear death, but they never expected Inoue to die in such a gruesome manner. Watching one's own body being slowly compressed into a pool of blood, while still conscious, with every single cell flattened. This was far more terrifying than lying in front of a steamroller and being crushed. They certainly did not want to perish in such a way. Oh, you know how to be quiet now. Excellent. Now it is your turn. Liu Yang walked step by step toward the 3 remaining survivors. Terror instantly washed over their faces as they asked, trembling, What do you want? Don't come any closer. But Liu Yang had already placed his finger against their foreheads. Soon he bound these 3 with his soul chains as well. In the end, all 3 knelt on the ground, calling out respectfully to Liu Yang, Master, please give us your commands. Seeing these 4 espers from the Rising Sun Empire reduced to his loyal dogs, Liu Yang felt extremely pleased. Towsy could be used to propagate his bloodline, while the other 3 male espers would have their own uses. Meanwhile, this scene had left Lin Dong and the others standing by, completely dumbfounded. With just a single move, boss Liu Yang had actually subdued these espers. They were even kneeling on the ground and calling him master. This was simply too powerful. One had to know that the Rising Sun Empire excelled at brainwashing. Their troops were the most fanatical and twisted forces. They even had highly renowned suicide squads. Under the Empire's indoctrination, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives as long as it served the Empire's interests. Even ordinary citizens possessed such resolve, let alone Espers. An Esper's willpower was vastly superior to that of an ordinary human. Yet now these people had actually submitted to Liu Yang and become his dogs. It was absolutely mind-boggling. At that moment Liu Yang said to Lin Dong, "Gather everyone in the base. I have something to say." "Yes, boss Liu Yang." Lin Dong nodded immediately. After witnessing how Liu Yang subdued these powerful Espers from the Rising Sun Empire with such effortless ease, Lin Dong and his companions' admiration for Liu Yang had reached its absolute peak. He truly deserved his title as the top heavenly king and the pride of the Divine Dragon Empire. His power was simply staggering. In less than a single day, he had avenged the fallen brothers of the base. Following a leader like this brought an immense sense of security. Half an hour later Lin Dong returned and said to Liu Yang, "Boss, everyone has been gathered. You may address them now." Liu Yang nodded and said very well. He then had the 4 Espers from the Rising Sun Empire crawl behind him as he walked outside. Outside, the remaining 500+ residents of the base had already gathered in the open courtyard. Although most of them were women, children, and the elderly, they had already heard from Lin Dong and the others that a supreme powerhouse had arrived to slay the invaders on their behalf. Excitement was written all over their faces. As Liu Yang stepped out, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Liu Yang raised his hand, signaling for silence. The cheering ceased instantly, leaving the entire base so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only then did Liu Yang speak. "I am Liu Yang. These individuals crawling on the ground behind me are the Espers from the Rising Sun Empire who invaded our Divine Dragon Empire. They are the ones who slaughtered the leadership of this base. Today I have slain the mastermind and fully subdued his companions, turning them into my servants. Long live Lord Liu Yang. Long live Lord Liu Yang. Liu Yang. Liu Yang. Liu Yang." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the crowd seemed to ignite. Everyone cheered wildly, their voices deafening. They had long heard that the base's high-level leadership had been slaughtered, throwing the entire community into a state of panic, with many even fleeing the base to search for new sanctuaries. Now seeing that someone had eliminated the invaders for them, they were naturally thrilled. Liu Yang raised his hand once more, and the crowd fell silent again. "Therefore, starting today, I am the leader of this base. I will establish new rules, and I expect every single one of you to abide by them. Otherwise, those who refuse will have only 2 options: leave this base or die." Liu Yang continued. "Welcome, boss Liu Yang. We will definitely obey the rules. If anyone dares to break the rules, we will be the first to object." The crowd continued to cheer. Who wouldn't want a supreme powerhouse to be their base leader? With such a formidable expert guarding them, who would ever dare to invade their base again? Originally, with 4 of their own Espers killed, the entire base had fallen into an unprecedented state of vulnerability, and a large number of able-bodied men had already abandoned it. Now another powerhouse had arrived to support them. They could finally live in peace. Thus no one raised any objections. Every single person welcomed Liu Yang with joy. Having done all this, Liu Yang briefed Lin Dong and left behind a substantial supply of potatoes at the base, distributing them at 50 gene per person for the survivors to plant. For sustainable development, one must plant grain. Only then can these survivors be given greater hope. At the dawn of the apocalypse, food can still be gathered outside, but as time passes, food outside will dwindle, making gathering harder and harder. The zombies grow stronger, and stepping out of the base could bring immense danger. Thus, we must find a way to make them self-sufficient. Looking at the mountains of potatoes piled in the warehouse, Lin Dong and Ergo beside Liu Yang were stunned. He never expected Liu Yang to have so many resources. Lin Dong exclaimed in disbelief, "Liu Yang, boss, with so many potatoes, are you really entrusting me to distribute them all?" Since the apocalypse erupted, he had never seen such abundance. The value of these resources could be worth thousands of lives. Countless people would probably go crazy for these resources. Yet Liu Yang entrusted all of them to Lin Dong to distribute. Doesn't that show he places absolute trust in me? This trust left Lin Dong feeling both honored and a little overwhelmed. Liu Yang said, "Of course, once you take charge of the distribution, you will be fully responsible for this base, for all matters big and small. I will only drop by occasionally to take a look. But everyone must follow the rules I set. Those who break them will be kicked out of the base." "Understood. Understood. We will certainly follow boss Liu Yang's rules." Lin Dong nodded eagerly. Liu Yang continued, "Furthermore, if any survivors seek to join this base, they will be accepted, and potato seeds will be distributed to them as well. As long as they abide by the rules, they can integrate into the base." "No problem," Lin Dong replied sincerely, which had always been their practice. Whenever new survivors are encountered, they are absorbed into the base, for the more people there are, the stronger the base becomes. Liu Yang added, When encountering pretty female survivors, assign them a unified residence. Lin Dong, though puzzled, nodded, "No problem, boss." Then he gave Lin Dong a few more instructions, and Liu Yang finally waved to them. "All right, you may start distributing the potatoes and keep thorough records. A year later, remember to have them return 200 Jin." "Yes, boss." Lin Dong and the others nodded and then left. Liu Yang looked at the three ability users from the Shaori Empire and said to them, "You three, I have a task for you. From now on you will follow." After finishing, he spoke to Taozi. "You Taozi, come with me. You are among the top on the Earth list of ability users, strong, and you are a woman. I'll come back with me to protect my women." Liu Yang's villa area will not house a second man, but among his women only Baihu and Chun Dan have awakened as ability users if the others have not awakened yet. Thus he needed a strong protector, and Taozi was a good choice. She has Earth list strength, ordinary ability users, and level 3 zombies are no match for her. With her in the villa area, Liu Yang could rest much easier. Moreover, the Shaori Empire's invasions of other places are for 3 purposes: to seize money, land, and women. As for the Shaori Empire, Liu Yang can use their own tricks against them, exacting the same, stealing money, land, and women. When Liu Yang's strength has grown enough, he won't mind personally going to the Shaori Empire and letting them know how tragic the price of invading the Shenlong Empire will be. Then those men would die, and the women would be kept their inferior genes, transformed by Liu Yang's superior genes. "Master." Taozi bowed politely. The other 3 ability users from the Shaori Empire departed. Liu Yang then with Taozi took off in front of all the base now. 2 survivors heading toward the villa district at supersonic speed. Watching Liu Yang break the sound barrier in the sky, all the survivors of base No. 2 widened their eyes and couldn't help but marvel. New boss Liu Yang flies so fast. That speed must surpass aircraft, right? Indeed. This power is too strong. No wonder he could instantly overpower those Shaori Empire survivors. I heard boss Liu Yang is apparently at the top of the ability user rankings. The heaven list the number 1 in the world. There is no stronger ability user than him. Really? Who said that? I heard it from Lin Dong and Ergo when they chatted. No way. This is amazing. Indeed, our boss Liu Yang. Following him will be a glorious honor. So badass. Even Lin Dong as an ability user looked at Liu Yang's departing dashing figure and couldn't help but sigh with envy. Boss Liu Yang is incredibly handsome. I'm so envious of boss Liu Yang. If only I could fly too. Ergo shook his head. Don't be envious. Really. Without real power, it's wise not to fly about. It doesn't feel good. Remembering the sensation of being carried by Liu Yang's neck as he flew at supersonic speed, he still felt a bit of fear. Even his stomach churned, and he almost vomited. Feeling isn't important. Handsome is the main thing, Lin Dong said casually. On the other side, 1 minute later, Liu Yang had returned to the villa area. When Liu Yang led Taozi into the villa, all the women looked at Taozi with curiosity. What a beautiful woman. There was a unique aura about her. She moved with light, agile steps like a fawn. This was no ordinary person. Only Chun Dan and Baihu could display such agility. One glance, and you could tell they were ability users. Even the basic attributes of a level 1 ability user are twice those of ordinary humans. Every movement reveals the difference. More agile, swift, and precise. Even the walking posture can be seen at a glance. Thus, when they saw Taozi, they could tell at a glance that she was a very powerful ability user, perhaps even stronger than Baihu. For a moment, the women felt a bit tense. They've never interacted with someone so powerful. Liu Yang looked at everyone's expressions and smiled. Everyone, don't be nervous. This is Taozi, an ability user from the Shaori Empire. She is now my new follower, and I am her master. From now on, she will live in the villa among you all, and when danger arises, she will rush to the front to protect everyone's safety. The ability user from the Shaori Empire. To rush to the front and protect everyone's safety when danger comes. Everyone was stunned after hearing Liu Yang. They hadn't expected that just a month after the apocalypse, the Shaori Empire's ability users would already reach the Shenlong Empire. And judging by Liu Yang's description, this guy is clearly the invader, Liu Yang's enemy, who has merely been subjugated by Liu Yang. So in the villa area, she cannot become the mistress, she can only play the role of a bodyguard. Just as everyone was astonished, Taozi spoke in awkward Chinese. Hello everyone, my name is Taozi. Liu Yang is my master. I will protect him and those around him, even if it costs my life. Hearing what Sakura Momo said, the women looked somewhat astonished. Liu Yang was her master. Even at the cost of her own life, she would protect Liu Yang and those around him. Good heavens. What exactly is going on with this Esper from that Japanese empire? Has she really been completely subdued by Liu Yang? They exchanged glances, confusion written across their faces. Could Liu Yang's prowess truly be so formidable that he could tame even someone from that Japanese empire? Truly unstoppable like a Force 8 gale. Who doesn't know that the imperialist ambitions of that Japanese empire run deep in every citizen's mind? To invade and subjugate the Divine Dragon Empire had become their historical calling. Though they failed time and again, they never ceased their relentless efforts, determined to fulfill their grand ambitions. Every single citizen had been indoctrinated by their ideology. But still, how could such a powerful figure like Momu be conquered by Liu Yang in this manner? I must say Liu Yang is genuinely formidable. The women gazed at Liu Yang's face where expressions of admiration were clearly visible. Having entered his quarters, they had each experienced his overwhelming strength firsthand. Yet now it appeared Liu Yang had grown even stronger. Otherwise, how could he have won the unwavering loyalty of an esper from that Japanese empire? If Liu Yang were aware of what these women were thinking, he would be utterly speechless. Who actually conquers enemies through means like that? Could enemies subdued in such a manner truly be trusted? Frankly, he wouldn't even trust someone himself. To truly subdue enemies, one would need to employ forceful methods, relying on supernatural abilities. Only those enemies whose souls Liu Yang had genuinely locked and controlled could earn his true trust. After finishing his meal with the others, Liu Yang retreated to his room to rest. His mind began turning over the challenges ahead. While zombies had evolved rapidly, level 3 specimens still couldn't match human intelligence, making other espers the greater threat to humanity. Having claimed the #1 position on the heavenly rankings, he had attracted the attention of nations worldwide. Even that Japanese empire had dispatched an esper directly to confront him. Trouble would undoubtedly multiply. Liu Yang pondered this carefully. Though his power was already considerable, he believed further improvement was necessary for greater security. He examined his esper advancement scroll. When he had obtained it, he had deemed it unnecessary. The zombies and espers surrounding him posed no real threat. Now, however, he felt it was time to use it. Those espers from the Japanese empire had threatened him with references to ancient lineages, beings surpassing even espers. If such beings truly existed, Liu Yang had no intention of being eliminated. Continuous self-improvement was therefore paramount. As for which esper ability to advance, Liu Yang had already decided. It would be his most crucial offensive power, ice control. Ice control proved exceptionally versatile, whether wielding ice needles for precise headshots, summoning ice shields for defense, encasing himself in frozen armor, or encasing enemies in ice to restrict their movements. Advancing this skill would therefore yield the greatest improvement. The other abilities, dark space, future divination, virus resistance, zombie control, held little appeal for Liu Yang, who already commanded an army of the undead. With his decision made, Liu Yang addressed the system. Activate Esper Advancement Scroll. Advance Ice Control. Almost immediately a notification appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. Esper Advancement successful. You have obtained the advanced ability Eternal Freeze. Liu Yang reviewed the system's description. Eternal Freeze. Level 8. Your Ice Esper ability now operates at greater speed, covers a wider area, and produces ice of increased hardness. Furthermore, all ice you create becomes Eternal Frost, incapable of melting unless you personally reverse it. Liu Yang paused in surprise upon reading this. Ice Control had evolved into Eternal Freeze. Faster freezing, greater range, harder ice. And permanently unmelting. On the surface, it didn't seem particularly impressive. Liu Yang gave it a test. With a mere thought, an ice blade materialized in his hand. He tapped the blade with his finger, producing a metallic ring. The vibration traveling up his finger confirmed his suspicion. The ice had fundamentally changed. The ice produced by Eternal Freeze was far denser than before. Previously, when his ice needles struck zombies, they would shatter instantly upon penetration, fracturing into countless fragments. With Eternal Freeze, however, an ice needle would pierce through a zombie's skull without damage. A single needle could be controlled to penetrate countless enemies. For ice armor and shields, he would no longer need to expend mental energy maintaining them. They simply would not melt. This alone would conserve significant mental energy. Yet something still felt lacking. Liu Yang took the ice blade, eager to test its power, and swung it toward a glass on the table. Swish! The blade passed through the glass in an instant. The cup didn't even shift. It had been split cleanly in two before it could react. His eyes widened in astonishment at the display. What the A? What's going on here? This ice blade rivals the blacklight katana. To test further, he drove the blade straight into a concrete wall. Swish! The blade sank into the wall effortlessly as though piercing tofu. Meeting no resistance whatsoever. Liu Yang exclaimed in shock, hell of a thing. This means after evolving into Eternal Freeze, I can infinitely produce blades matching the blacklight katana's capability. Moreover, the ice created by Eternal Freeze would never melt. His ice blades would persist indefinitely rather than deteriorating over time. Liu Yang glanced at the blacklight katana beside him and shook his head. Old friend, you haven't been with me long, but it seems your days are numbered. He grasped the blacklight katana in one hand and his ice blade in the other. Time to see just how hard my Eternal Freeze truly is. The two blades collided with a sharp clang. The room echoed with a piercing metallic sound. Then, the blacklight katana shattered on impact. Even Liu Yang was stunned. His manufactured ice blade had proven harder and stronger than the legendary weapon. The blacklight Dao, which Liu Yang had once cherished like a beloved companion, now lay in two broken halves. Yet on Liu Yang's face there was no trace of regret. Instead, an expression of exhilaration bloomed. As the saying goes, one must let go of the old to make way for the new. If the former Blacklight Dao Dao had been a stunning beauty, now before the power of eternal freeze, she paled in comparison. To use an analogy, the old Blacklight Dao Dao was like fast food for Liu Yang, nothing but decapitating zombies over and over again. But eternal freeze could perform symphonies for him, fulfilling every desire. It was like a full-service luxury experience. It could transform into weapons to slay zombies, serve as a shield, armor him, and even control his enemies, offering capabilities far beyond what the Blacklight Dao Dao could ever provide. So even though the Blacklight Dao Dao had been shattered, Liu Yang felt no regret. Oh Blacklight, you were indeed formidable before, but the meta has shifted. You never upgraded. Who could you blame but yourself? Liu Yang gazed at the pristine ice greatsword in his hand. With a mere thought, the blade instantly shattered into ice crystals, dispersing into the air. And when he needed it, another thought would reform it. Far more convenient than carrying a physical blade around. Liu Yang pondered for a moment and spoke aloud. The eternal freeze ability is truly remarkable. I now possess the power to endlessly craft weapons sharper than the Blacklight Dao Dao. And they would never melt and could be kept forever. Perhaps once things settled, he should forge one for each of his women. He then had another revelation, his eyes brightening as he muttered to himself. Since I can control ice, could I encase my entire body in an ice armor and then command it to fly? That would mean I wouldn't need to rely on the dark cloak's power to take to the skies. The very thought set his blood racing. He'd once seen debates about how Magneto actually achieved flight. Some speculated he wore iron underwear, others claimed metal plating on his soles, and still others argued his helmet powered his entire body. Their theories ranged from absurd to outright ridiculous. But now that Liu Yang could encase himself in ice armor and command it to propel him forward, couldn't he achieve the same aerial velocity? Liu Yang summoned the power with a single thought. Crack! Ice rapidly enveloped his form, forging an armor of frozen crystal. The layer proved remarkably thin and transparent, nearly invisible to the casual observer. Yet the eternal freeze ranked harder than diamond itself. This slender shell alone could repel gunfire. Ordinary Esper's attacks posed zero threat to Liu Yang. Soon Liu Yang completed the armor's formation. He shifted his focus once more, and to his astonishment his body lifted into the air. An exhilarated smile spread across his face. I never imagined I could actually fly. Though the mental energy expenditure is considerable, I must maintain complete concentration. Furthermore, my control over ice operates at speeds surpassing even the dark cloak. A single ice needle can outclass a rifle's destructive power. The projectile's velocity alone exceeds a rifle's by at least double. Given that rifle bullets travel at approximately 800 meters per second, the ice needle could easily exceed 1,600 meters per second. If my ice control can reach those speeds, could my flight velocity match 1,600 meters per second? Liu Yang threw open the window and launched himself skyward, accelerating to maximum speed toward the horizon. His hypothesis proved correct. His velocity had surged to nearly 3 times that of the dark cloak. 1,600 meters per second equated to Mach 4. And there was no cooldown whatsoever. As long as his mental energy held out, he could sustain this indefinitely, an almost invincible advantage. Soaring through the skies at tremendous speed, Liu Yang's excitement only intensified with each passing moment. The dark cloak snapped and billowed behind him, rendered useless now that his aerial movement no longer depended on its power. However, the dark cloak's aerial ability extends beyond merely granting flight to myself. It can also bestow this capability upon anything I touch. This explains why I could effortlessly hoist and carry an entire bus through the air back then. Using the ice ability to propel a bus would demand enormous mental energy. I'd exhaust myself long before reaching any meaningful distance. Therefore, the dark cloak still holds value, particularly when transporting heavy loads. It proves far more efficient than relying on ice-based flight for such purposes. Liu Yang hovered above the villa district's elevated domain, gazing down at the sprawling estate below. His eyes traced the perimeter walls, sparking a fresh idea. The estate's defenses stood only a few meters high, a trivial barrier against high-tier zombies or enhanced individuals who could breach them with a single leap. Thus Liu Yang resolved to reinforce the perimeter. Standing suspended midair, he swept his hand downward. Whoosh! Crack! Eternal ice began coating the walls, encasing them entirely before ascending upward until reaching a height of 50 meters. Thus the entire villa community became encircled by transparent ice walls rising 50 meters skyward. Harder than diamond and slick as glass, not even third-tier zombies could scale them. These ice barriers rendered the former walls obsolete by orders of magnitude. Their transparency preserved natural light for every villa while exuding an elegant crystalline sophistication. With this impregnable translucent ice fortress standing guard, Liu Yang's villa community finally felt secure against zombie incursions. Only after completing these preparations did Liu Yang return to his quarters. Lying on his bed with a contented smile, he reflected on how tremendously powerful his evolved ice ability had become. Liu Yang could now encase himself in ice armor for flight at 4 times the speed of sound, forge weapons surpassing the blacklight Dao in sharpness and durability without ever melting. He could even construct 50-meter ice walls to defend the community. Combined with Taozi, a top-ranked esper on the regional leaderboard, the Villa District had become an impregnable stronghold. This brought Liu Yang considerable peace of mind. He found himself eagerly anticipating whatever rewards the 30th consecutive kill might yield. The evolution scroll earned from 20 consecutive kills had already amplified his strength so dramatically. Imagine what the 30th kill could bestow. His power would climb even higher. Those Japanese had claimed no individual could oppose an entire nation. Liu Yang intended to shatter that arrogance. Once his strength reached its zenith, dismantling that insignificant empire would prove trivial. The next day, Liu Yang woke up feeling refreshed and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found the women already busy in the kitchen. Stepping closer to take a look, he realized it was Taozi who was cooking. This came as a surprise to Liu Yang. He had not expected this esper from the Little Sun Empire to actually know how to cook. In the past, Liu Yang had never even tasted Japanese cuisine. After all, during the era of peace, Japanese cuisine seemed to symbolize high-end dining, something ordinary people could hardly afford. Moreover, those dishes were prepared by average chefs, far from the authentic cuisine of the Little Sun Empire. Now that he had the chance to taste authentic Japanese food, Liu Yang was quite looking forward to it. Thus, he stepped into the kitchen to observe, only to find He and the others already there watching Taozi work. Evidently, they were also highly curious about how Japanese cuisine was prepared. Their intense gaze, however, made Taozi feel rather self-conscious. Her lovely face flushed as she pleaded, "Everyone, please don't stare at me like this. I'm so nervous that I don't even know what to do next." It's fine. We're just trying to learn." He reassured her. Zhao Lina chimed in, That's right. We just want to pick up some of your cooking techniques." Su Xiao added, "You're not worried we'll steal your culinary secrets, are you? Don't be so stingy." Taozi quickly shook her head and protested, "No, it's not like that at all. I'm only making simple sushi. If you want to learn, I can teach you. It's just that with so many of you surrounding me, I feel a bit nervous." Having just moved into the villa the day before, Taozi was still unfamiliar with He and the others. Being surrounded by so many people at this moment naturally made her feel ill at ease. Her sole reason for entering the kitchen so early in the morning was to prepare breakfast for Liu Yang before he woke up. After all, she was now his maid, and it was her duty to attend to his every need. The effect of the soul chain was absolute. Once successfully cast, the target would become fiercely loyal, always prioritizing their master's well-being. This mindset emanated from the depths of her very soul. It was entirely natural. Even without Liu Yang having to ask, Taozi would spontaneously strive to do her absolute best for him in every possible aspect. Soon Taozi finished making the sushi and served it on the long table. Everyone gathered around, immediately filled with curiosity toward this novel Japanese delicacy. He was the first to pick one up and take a bite. Instantly, an expression of pleasant surprise lit up her face. Chewing her food, she mumbled in a muffled voice, "Delicious. This is absolutely delicious. To think we could eat such wonderful food in the apocalypse, this is amazing." Tang Mingting also took a bite and agreed, "Yes, it really is delectable. I want to learn. Taozi, you must teach me." "And no problem," Taozi replied shyly. In the face of everyone's praise, her face flushed crimson at once. Chundan, Su Xiao, and the others tasted it, as well, each of them full of praise. They had not expected that Taozi was not only beautiful and a powerful esper, but also possessed such exceptional culinary skills. How did all the women Liu Yang found end up being such exquisite beauties? It truly gave them a profound sense of insecurity. At that moment, Liu Yang also picked up a piece of sushi and took a bite. A hint of pleasant surprise appeared on his face as well. "It really is quite delicious. Everyone eat more. Since you are all pregnant right now, you need to replenish your nutrition." A mischievous smirk played on his lips as he spoke. The women immediately blushed and lowered their heads. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, they finished their meal. Liu Yang turned to Taozi and said, "Taozi, come to my room for a moment. I have some questions for you." "Oh, all right." Taozi nodded hastily. She then obediently followed behind Liu Yang, and together they entered the room. Seeing Taozi being summoned to Liu Yang's room, the other women wore expressions of slight surprise and began to whisper among themselves. He remarked, "Wow, they're going at it right after eating." Su Xiao added, "That Liu Yang, he won't even wait for his food to digest before exercising. Watch out for indigestion." Tang Mingting chimed in, Exactly. Isn't he being a bit too impatient?" Chen Dan said, "Taozi just busied herself in the kitchen for so long to prepare Japanese food for us, yet he won't even let her rest for a moment." Hearing Chen Dan's words, Zhao Lina countered, "Taozi is likely Liu Yang's captive, so he won't be showing any tender affection. After all, she was an enemy from the Little Sun Empire who invaded our Shenlong Empire. Even if she has been subdued by Liu Yang, she will never match our status." Zhang Jingyu nodded in agreement. Lina has a point. Besides, she is a powerful esper. Perhaps Liu Yang will exert an unimaginable intensity on her. We should listen closely and see just how strong Liu Yang has become now. After all, we certainly can't handle it. Zhou Kiki remarked. I suppose only a powerful esper can withstand the current Liu Yang, right? He's probably upgraded to a level 16 Gale. Just like Sun Wukong's staff, do not speak of holding it, do not speak of holding it. That piece of iron, a mere touch brings death, a slight knock brings demise. A graze tears the skin, a rub tears the sinews. Wang Feifei said. Then we should prick up our ears and listen carefully to how Liu Yang deals with this little sun woman. Wang Siki added. I reckon Liu Yang is going to perform 3 strikes on the white bone demon tonight. At the very least, he'll make that white bone demon shed a layer of skin. Zhou Qiuping nodded and said, I bet this little sun woman won't even be able to crawl out of bed tomorrow. Baihu spoke up, it's not that exaggerated. Espers recover very quickly. Back then, I even won a second round with Liu Yang. Upon hearing this, everyone cast looks of admiration and envy toward Baihu, saying, as expected of you, Baihu. Standing nearby, Zhao Yuding listened to their discussion about Liu Yang's overwhelming power and the fierce intensity of his gale. Far from feeling any fear, her heart was filled with yearning, and her breathing began to quicken as she listened. Every woman here had entered Liu Yang's room and experienced his formidable power, except for her who had yet to receive his favor. Every time she heard them discuss Liu Yang, Zhao Yuding was filled with curiosity and desire. Although they all claimed Liu Yang was terrifyingly powerful and that their fragile bodies could hardly endure it, women were naturally prone to saying the opposite of what they felt. While their mouths spoke of how terrifying he was, their faces betrayed expressions of deep satisfaction and lingering pleasure. Judging by their expressions, it was hard to believe they had gone through anything terrible. They clearly yearned for it. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Yuding grew even more curious about the wondrous sensations one would experience upon entering Liu Yang's room. Sadly, she had been living in this villa for nearly a month, yet Liu Yang had never given her any hints, leaving her entirely at a loss. As more and more people moved into the villa district, her own presence seemed to grow increasingly faint. Things could not go on like this. She had to find an opportunity to enter Liu Yang's room and seize the chance. Downstairs, the women pricked up their ears, listening intently to any movement from above. Yet even after a long while, not a single sound from Taozi could be heard. Confusion washed over every face. He Yusher spoke up, her face filled with bewilderment. What is going on? By all accounts, the main event should have started by now. Why is there absolutely no sound? Su Xiao shook her head in response and remarked, could it be that powerful espers are truly this formidable? To remain completely silent under Liu Yang's intense onslaught, Zhang Jingyu chimed in. In that case, I want to awaken as soon as possible. If I awaken as an esper, would I be able to enter Liu Yang's room even while pregnant? Baihu scoffed, wishful thinking. Unless you possess a powerful constitution like mine along with a healing ability, only then could you possibly attempt to enter Liu Yang's room while pregnant. Zhou Kiki asked. Then Sister Baihu, tell us, why is there no sound from upstairs? Baihu tilted her head in thought for a moment, but ultimately shook her head and replied, how should I know? I am an esper too, but I certainly wasn't as quiet as this Taozi back then. Seeing everyone so perplexed, Zhao Lina interjected. All right, let's not dwell on this anymore. It seems there won't be any action tonight. We should just go about our own business. Besides, what's so interesting about eavesdropping on this kind of thing anyway? You lot have seriously become addicted to eavesdropping. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's words, Wang Siki countered, oh, look who's talking. Aren't you always the one who gets the most excited? Zhao Lina's fair face flushed crimson as she hastily denied it. Don't talk nonsense. I was never excited. Besides, look at our villa district. There are so many women and Liu Yang is the only man. Do you know what idiom describes this situation? An idiom? The women all looked puzzled, tilting their heads as they pondered. After a moment, He Yusher's eyes lit up and she suggested, could it be the yin is flourishing while the yang is declining? Zhao Lina shook her head. Zhou Kiki blushed and ventured, is it too many monks and too little gruel? Zhao Lina shook her head again. Su Xiao said supply of males fails to meet demand. Zhao Lina still shook her head. Shin Dan suggested, many wolves, but little meat. Zhao Lina shook her head yet again. Then what is it? We give up. Exactly, stop keeping us in suspense. What we said felt very appropriate, yet you keep denying it. I don't believe you can come up with anything more fitting. Out with it. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhao Lina chuckled mischievously and said, hee, it's abundant chests, scarce rods. The others were taken aback. Abundant chests, scarce rods. What on earth? How does that describe our current situation? Zhao Lina nodded with absolute certainty. Of course it does, and it's incredibly fitting. The group tilted their heads in thought for a moment, and then everyone's face flushed crimson. He Yusher even reached out directly to pinch Zhao Lina's soft arm, crying, oh my. Lina, you are so dirty. How shameless. Exactly. You are way too dirty. You really are a shameless little hussy. The women burst into laughter, playfully roughhousing with one another. Upstairs in Liu Yang's room, Taozi sat on his bed. Liu Yang sat beside her. The two of them were not engaging in anything unspeakable, but were instead conversing quietly. Liu Yang turned to Taozi and asked, "Tell me everything about the Japanese Empire. Reveal to me all that you know." Taozi nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, master." With that, she began to recount every piece of intelligence she possessed to Liu Yang. The outbreak of the apocalypse was no accident. Half a year ago, the despicable Japanese Empire engineered a genetic drug designed to make humans far more powerful. A leak occurred during the experimental phase. Subjects escaped from the research facility, triggering a zombie outbreak. This was the prototype of the zombie virus. Initially, the zombie virus could only be transmitted through blood. At that stage, it was still manageable, confined to a small area within the Japanese Empire, and that particular city was swiftly quarantined. The government of the Japanese Empire believed they had contained the disaster. However, they failed to anticipate that the virus would evolve, eventually becoming airborne and sweeping across the entire empire. Once they realized the virus was beyond control, they deliberately began to disperse it across the globe. After all, they refused to let their nation suffer alone. If they were to perish, they would drag the rest of the world down with them. In truth, the virus had already begun erupting in various parts of the world months ago. However, during those early small-scale outbreaks, the ruling empires collectively chose to suppress all information regarding the virus, keeping the general public in the dark to avoid widespread panic. By the time the virus truly erupted on a global scale, months had already passed since its inception. By now, Taozi had been completely subjugated by Liu Yang, becoming his devoted servant. In the depths of her heart, her loyalty lay entirely with Liu Yang. Consequently, she had even begun referring to her former nation as that despicable Japanese Empire. Listening to Taozi's revelation, a look of profound shock washed over Liu Yang's face. The Japanese Empire deliberately unleashed the virus, and it had already broken out on a small scale worldwide months ago. And they simply suppressed the information. Taozi nodded and replied, "Yes." Furthermore, when the virus first emerged, espers had already begun to appear. For instance, Rishang Yamada, whom you crushed beneath your heel, master. He became an esper months ago and has now reached Tier 3. Research indicates that the virus alters human genetics. The vast majority of people had their genes mutated, turning into mindless zombies. A small fraction remained entirely unaffected, while an even smaller minority underwent genetic alteration to become espers. And emerging alongside these espers was a mysterious stone steel. Months ago, one such steel materialized out of thin air inside the research facility of the Japanese Empire. Everyone was astounded. Scientists sought to study this enigmatic monolith, yet their efforts yielded nothing. It seemed that nothing on Earth could damage the steel. They could not even scrape off a single speck of dust. In the days that followed, more and more steels began appearing across the country. Ultimately, researchers concluded that the steels seemed to appear in tandem with espers. Once the density of espers in a given area reached a certain threshold, a steel would manifest out of thin air. Consequently, the number of steels worldwide continues to rise. Hearing Taozi's words, Liu Yang was once again deeply astonished. So even the steels had appeared long ago rather than after the apocalypse broke out. At this moment, Liu Yang truly realized just how terrifying the information cocoon surrounding ordinary people was. Everything they saw and heard had been meticulously filtered through countless layers. The truth was entirely beyond their reach. Anything the elites wished to conceal would remain forever hidden from them. Such was the tragedy of existing at the bottom of the social ladder. They had no idea that the zombie virus had already emerged months prior. In the end, they did not even know how they died. Liu Yang asked, "So the apocalypse outbreak and the zombie virus, was it all the Japanese Empire's doing?" Peach nodded and replied, "Yes. It was the backlash from the Japanese Empire's genetic research. No one knew where their scientists had discovered this ancient virus capable of altering species' genes. They believed they could control this ancient virus, but ultimately the experiment failed, causing over 70% of humanity worldwide to transform into zombies. However, the Japanese Empire still held certain advantages, as they were the first to discover and utilize this virus. Consequently, the Japanese Empire's espers awakened earlier than those of other nations. Nico Yamada's rise to the top of the heavenly ranking was not due to his exceptional strength, but rather because he had been among the first batch of successful test subjects months earlier. He was also the first esper to reach the 3rd tier. However, this only serves to illustrate your excellency's extraordinary strength. Though Nico Yamada became an esper months before you and was the first to enter the stone tablet trial, his #1 position did not last long before you crushed him beneath your feet. The gap between individuals is truly staggering. Your excellency's talent leaves Nico Yamada far behind by countless measures. Upon finishing, Peach gazed at Liu Yang with undisguised admiration. The Japanese Empire was the first to experience the virus outbreak and the birthplace of espers. In theory, the Japanese Empire should have held sufficient advantages over other nations and possessed many more powerful espers on the rankings. Regrettably, even Nico Yamada, the former number 1 on the heavenly ranking, was quickly overtaken by Liu Yang. It was evident that the Japanese Empire held no advantages whatsoever even after the apocalypse erupted. It remained an empire that could never rise from its ruin. Liu Yang asked Peach, what exactly is the strength level of that Nico Yamada? And what is his special ability? If there was anything about the Japanese Empire that sparked the slightest curiosity in Liu Yang, it was the former number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Nico Yamada had held the top position before Liu Yang entered the stone tablet trial. Liu Yang was eager to know just how significant the gap was between the previous number 1 and his own current standing. Unexpectedly, Peach shook her head and said, my rank is too low. To date, I have never come into contact with Nico Yamada. I am merely a squad leader while that Nico is the commander-in-chief of the Esper forces. That is a legitimate general's title. So I haven't even seen him in person, let alone know what his special ability is. After speaking, Peach tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then continued, however, I have heard rumors within the Esper forces. They say General Nico completed the 10th stage faster than any other top 10 Esper from the Japanese Empire, by a full day. Therefore it is said that his strength stands in a class of its own on the heavenly ranking. Hearing Peach's words, Liu Yang furrowed his brow and said, the 10th stage. Faster by a full day? That challenge is supposed to take an entire day. Liu Yang was somewhat at a loss for words. He had cleared 100 stages in barely half an hour, yet these people required a whole day, or even several days, just to reach the 10th stage. What kind of incompetence was this? Peach said, it is said that the 10th stage of the heavenly ranking is extremely difficult. 10 third-tier zombies leading over 100 second-tier zombies, plus thousands of ordinary first-tier zombies. Ordinary espers, no matter how strong, simply do not possess sufficient spiritual power to eliminate that many zombies. Moreover, when battling zombies, one must be careful not to be injured. Otherwise, viral infection would occur and the clearance would fail. Therefore, Nico Yamada's number 1 position on the heavenly ranking was achieved only by clearing up to the 10th stage. According to rumors within the Japanese Empire's Esper forces, the top 200 on the ranking all reached the 10th stage. It was merely a matter of completion time that differed. After finishing, Peach glanced at Liu Yang and asked tentatively, Your Excellency, wouldn't you have surpassed the 10th stage? Liu Yang replied casually, of course. Was the 10th stage particularly difficult? When he had faced it before, he had wielded the black light katana and cut through enemies without resistance. Third-tier zombies could not withstand more than 10 seconds against him. As for the 102nd-tier zombies, they posed absolutely no threat to Liu Yang whatsoever. Of course, for other espers this would already be extraordinarily challenging. Ordinary espers have limited spiritual power and cannot enhance it to 1500 points like Liu Yang. Typical third-tier espers possess only around 300 points of spiritual power. If they relied on their abilities in battle, their spiritual power would be nearly depleted after just a few uses. They would need to stand aside and wait for their energy to recover. How could they match Liu Yang's virtually limitless well of spiritual power? Furthermore, ordinary espers lack immunity to the zombie virus, so any injury results in infection. This explains why they must exercise greater caution during combat, and likely accounts for why Nico Yamada could only clear up to the 10th stage. Liu Yang asked again, then do you know what Nico Yamada's special ability is? Certain abilities might prove ineffective against zombies, but could prove devastating against other humans. Therefore, Nico Yamada's unique ability might simply not be well suited for combating zombies. Peach shook her head again and said, for espers, their special ability is the most critical intelligence and their trump card. Under normal circumstances, espers will never casually reveal their abilities. Thus, few people are aware of Nico Yamada's specific ability. Liu Yang nodded. Indeed. Generally, if an esper's ability were leaked, opponents could devise countermeasures and put themselves at a disadvantage in battle. After all, others were unlike Liu Yang, who possessed multiple abilities simultaneously. However, preserving secrets from Liu Yang was impossible, for he had the power of future simulation. Even if he did not know his opponent's ability on the first encounter, a single simulation, engaging in combat within the simulated future, would reveal both their ability and combat prowess. With this advantage, even when facing overwhelmingly powerful enemies, Liu Yang could find a method to defeat them within his simulations. By the way, that in no way mentioned before dying that your Japanese Empire has some ancient race. Extremely powerful, was it? What is it? Liu Yang asked again. Peach replied, ninjas. They differ fundamentally from espers. Their strength comes from over 1,000 years of inherited tradition. They are born killing weapons, possessing a will that espers lack. They are superior beings compared to espers. Liu Yang said, ninjas. If you have such powerful ninjas, why weren't they sent? Peach answered, because the Japanese Empire's president cannot command the ninja clans. Moreover, the Divine Dragon Empire also possesses ancient martial artist families whose strength rivals that of the ninjas. Martial artist clans in the Shindragon Empire Liu Yang was taken aback. Throughout his entire life in the era of peace, he had never once heard of such martial artist clans existing in the Shindragon Empire. So-called martial artists were something he had only ever seen in films. Even Momoko from the Little Sun Empire knew of these supposed martial artist clans in the Shindragon Empire, yet Liu Yang, a native of the Shindragon Empire himself, had never even heard of them. It truly was because his previous status was far too insignificant for him to ever encounter such powerful figures. These powerhouses must have their own exclusive circles, ones completely inaccessible to ordinary people. They would even deliberately conceal information about themselves from the public, ensuring ordinary people remained uninformed. But as for now, he had become one of those powerful individuals himself. The ability users from the Little Sun Empire had already come knocking, those from the Shindragon Empire would follow sooner or later. By then he would be able to extract far more information. Liu Yang asked, how strong are the so-called ninja clans in the Little Sun Empire? Momoko shook her head and replied, the ninja clan is the most enigmatic lineage in the Little Sun Empire. They rarely appear before the public, seeming almost like a higher caste of beings. Even Sun Shang Shantian, I dare say, has likely never witnessed the true ninja clan in person. To the ninja ability, users hold no different standing from ordinary mortals. So although I rank among the elite on the Earth list, my status remains insufficient. What I know is this, even the president of the Little Sun Empire must show the utmost respect when dealing with the ninja clan. Liu Yang nodded and said, very well. Your strength, though the strongest in this villa district aside from myself, would still seem rather inadequate among ability user forces. Merely a squad leader level with limited knowledge. That will do. You may leave now. Momoko's face showed hesitation as she addressed Liu Yang. Lord Liu Yang, do you require my services? For the night. Liu Yang shook his head. No need. Oh. Momoko replied with visible disappointment, then departed from Liu Yang's room, heading downstairs. After all, Liu Yang's villa housed so many beautiful young women. Remaining overnight in Liu Yang's room was certainly no easy matter. It seemed she had been overthinking. Oh, by the way, this dagger is for you. It is exceedingly sharp and should significantly boost your combat prowess. As Liu Yang spoke, he handed Momoko an ice dagger forged using his eternal frost ability. The dagger gleamed with crystalline transparency, complete with a matching sheath. Exquisitely crafted and beautiful. An ice dagger. Momoko was momentarily stunned. She then took the blade from Liu Yang's hand, feeling the biting cold radiating from its surface. Her expression shifted to one of further astonishment. Made of ice. Liu Yang nodded. Correct. An extraordinarily sharp frost dagger. I prepared one for each of you. Do not underestimate it. It is remarkably keen. Momoko, half convinced, held the frost dagger and tested it against her own weapon. Clang. The two weapons struck together. The frost dagger instantly cleaved her weapon in two. Momoko's face twisted into an expression of pure amazement, both startled and delighted. It truly is razor sharp. This weapon of mine was hand-forged by a renowned master blacksmith from the Little Sun Empire. I never imagined it would be sliced in two by a single stroke of this frost dagger. Momoko, as a top-ranked ability user on the Earth list, possessed genuinely formidable strength. She had been defeated without resistance simply because she faced Liu Yang. Had she encountered ordinary ability users like Ma Fiyun or Dao Bashu, Momoko would have been nothing short of a war deity capable of annihilating them effortlessly and unscathed. Now armed with this razor-sharp frost dagger, her strength would climb to an even higher realm. Moreover, women are naturally drawn to beautiful things. This crystalline frost dagger perfectly suited feminine aesthetics. Yet Momoko still harbored one question. She asked Liu Yang, Lord Liu Yang, won't this weapon melt away on its own? Does it need to be stored in a refrigerator when not in use? Liu Yang burst into laughter. Use it with confidence. Store it just like any ordinary weapon. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, for gifting me such a magnificent weapon. Momoko offered an embarrassed smile. You're welcome. Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively. After Momoko left the room, a thoughtful expression appeared on Liu Yang's face. It seemed this world was far more complicated than he had initially imagined. Ability users had not emerged only after the outbreak of the Apocalypse War. The former Liu Yang was merely an ordinary citizen, and his information had lagged behind by months. In truth, ability users were the result of the Little Sun Empire's gene virus research. Those who succeeded became ability users, those who failed turned into zombies. And while some individuals possessed immunity to airborne transmission, no human could achieve immunity to bloodborne infection. As zombies continued to evolve, growing increasingly intelligent and more human-like, it was difficult to argue they were not a new species of humanity. Perhaps the distinction between zombies and ability users was not as vast as one might think. It was merely a difference in their mutation processes. Would their divergent paths eventually converge? Were zombies and ability users both simply the new humanity? Liu Yang shook his head and dismissed those distant musings. His immediate priority was to thoroughly understand the true strength of the Little Sun Empire. Ability users were not a concern. Sun Shangshan Tian, the former number 1 on the heavenly list, had only cleared the 10th level within the stone monument. His strength was without question nothing more than useless trash. What genuinely gave Liu Yang pause was the ninja clan. He had originally believed the Little Sun Empire's ninjas existed only in legend, never expecting them to be real. Could the Little Sun Empire's ninja clans truly be as powerful as depicted in anime? In those animated works, ninja were capable of summoning meteorites, piloting mechs, and even constructing moons. If that were the case, facing them head-on with his current strength would undoubtedly fall short. He would need to continue biding his time and growing stronger. And the Shindragon Empire also possessed martial artists. How formidable were they exactly? But Liu Yang possessed the future divination ability. Even if he encountered powerful foes, he could simulate the outcome beforehand. As long as he had this ability, even if the ninja were as overwhelmingly strong as anime portrayed, Liu Yang would not panic. As Liu Yang's strength grew, he had rarely used this skill, almost regarding it as a mediocre ability. But now he realized he had judged it too hastily. When facing unknown and formidable opponents, future divination was Liu Yang's trump card, his ultimate survival ability.